So, you are now the big boss of our company. Major shareholder? The next day, Liang Ling repeatedly looked at the information in front of him and called his direct boss to confirm again, and finally believed what Gu Xiu said in front of him. But confirmation is confirmation, but it can be seen from Liang Ling's dull eyes how shocked she is at this moment. Unbelievable. Finally, Liang Ling added, then turned to look at Liang Xining next to Gu Xiu. So, already knew? I don't know. Liang Xining shook his head repeatedly. In fact, I didn't know a few hours earlier than you. Liang Ling stopped talking, looking at Liang Xining with doubts in his eyes. What the teacher said is true, not to mention that I only successfully acquired the shares of Philips a few hours ago. Gu Xiu smiled. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Sister Ling, for your help. Me? Liang Ling was confused. Gu Xiu nodded. Yes, last year, didn't you, Sister Ling? Give me some news about his Mai? Huh? Liang Ling was stunned for a moment, then reacted suddenly. Indeed, last year, Gu Xiu called her and asked her about some news about his Mai, mainly business and personnel information. This thing can't be considered very confidential. Although Liang Ling had wondered why Gu Xiu was interested in this at first, she thought that Gu Xiu asked those questions just because he was studying at Stanford and wanted to do some corporate research. But now it seems. So, since that time, you have already started planning to acquire ASML? Liang Ling couldn't help but ask. That's when you started to use various methods to acquire ASML shares. It is true that the acquisition started at that time, but the planned acquisition of ASML should be earlier. Gu Xiu explained with a smile. Really, when he met Liang Ling, Gu Xiu had already thought about acquiring ASML. After all, this company's capabilities and the heights it could reach in the future, but the world's top level. However, Gu Xiu did not have the capital or strength to complete the acquisition back then, so he could only think about it. Since the soybean war last year, Gu Xiu's funds have experienced a crazy increase. ASML. Naturally, it can be put on the agenda. In addition, the results of Lungsen have been officially completed. Gu Xiu naturally started his layout in the semiconductor field immediately. This is all done in secret. Only now has this trump card been fully revealed. Although this acquisition can be considered a big deal, I'm afraid this acquisition is not rational. Unexpectedly, after accepting Gu Xiu as his new boss, Liang Ling was not only not happy, but frowned and said dejectedly, ASML situation only looks good, but in fact it is difficult to have a chance to get ahead. It has even been in a precarious stage in the past 1 or 2 years. Otherwise, Philips, as the parent company, would not be able to sell off its shares. Although he knew that the kid in front of him had become his boss, Liang Ling couldn't help but tell the truth. Sister Ling, don't you think highly of ASMI? Gu Xiu was surprised. Not optimistic. Liang Ling nodded. ASML is currently facing many problems. First of all, the market share is poor. Although technically, ASML is now barely in the first tier, and it can be regarded as a company that has entered the first tier, but it is just a nice word. In fact, ASML's order proportion does not even reach 10% in a year, and most of the time, it is only about 5%. Companies like Nikon basically account for no less than 70% of the market every year. By comparison, you will know how low our share is. Secondly, the revenue situation is terrible. ASML's production model is modular. ASML's lithography machines, projection lenses, and lighting systems are purchased from Zeiss, and the console is also produced by Philips. All its components are outsourced, and only the software is handled by itself. There is no way to do this. This is why ASML wants to be like Nikon, but it does not have such strength. The benefits of doing this are of course more obvious. We can respond to more requirements from customers and some ingenious ideas and plans, but the shortcomings are equally obvious. Costs are rising rapidly and profits are falling rapidly, especially when our market share has never been high. And, at the same time, when peer competition is greater and prices are more transparent, this problem is even more serious. In fact, you may not know that ASML's investment in R&D has been decreasing in the past 2 years, Because if we continue to spend more money on R&D as before, ASML may not even be able to afford employee salaries. To put it bluntly, ASML is a trap now. It seems that it is taking advantage, but in fact it is just causing trouble for itself. As an employee of ASML, Liang Ling obviously knew the situation of his company very well, and he spoke to Gu Xiu without hesitation. After telling the whole problem at this time, Liang Ling looked at Gu Xiu, but it was unexpected. I originally thought that Gu Xiu would look ugly if he poured cold water on him, but to his surprise, Gu Xiu was not only not angry. Instead, his smile became brighter, and Liang Ling couldn't help but wonder, "Aren't you in a hurry? Why are you in a hurry?" Liang Ling was a little confused. "You picked up a mess, and you paid a high price to get it." "Sister Ling, what do you think I should do now?" "Sell it. Sell it." "Yes, our technology has not improved for several years. Nikon has launched 157mm photolithography machine technology. It is conceivable that our market share will be smaller in the future, so you have to sell your shares as soon as possible. Even if the price is lowered, at least you will not suffer too serious a loss." Liang Ling said seriously. There was one more thing she didn't say. She felt. Gu Xiu is now a complete victim. "I'm afraid it can't be done." Gu Xiu shook his head, seeming a little regretful. In fact, when Philips sold ASML before, they didn't really want to sell it to us, but unfortunately they couldn't find anyone else willing to take over. Liang Ling suddenly sighed. She understood that Gu Xiu was telling the truth. Since entering the new century, ASML's development seemed to be good, but in fact, the old club Philips had no confidence in them for a long time. "After all, I invest so much money every year, but what I can earn is not as much as a hair on Nikon. This is exactly what it means to have no prospects and no future." So in recent years, Philips has actually wanted to sell ASML's shares more than once, but no one has been willing to take over. To put it bluntly, it's the kind that you can't sell even if you want to. After all, although semiconductors are hot, high-end photolithography machines are only a tool in the high-end chip production process, and they themselves belong to a niche. Not to mention, ASML is not like Nikon, which is almost a complete set of independent normal capabilities. It is definitely not as good as Nikon in terms of technology. Even if it sells the company and give away patents, it is not that easy to sell. Now Gu Xiu has bought SMI. If you want to resell it, I'm afraid it's not that easy. It's too hasty. I never thought that you would want to acquire ASML. If I had known earlier, I would have tried my best to stop you." Liang Ling sighed. "There's no way. It's done. There's no point regretting it now." Gu Xiu spread his hands and seemed helpless. "I was a little impulsive before, but now I can't regret it, so I have to admit it. So, Sister Ling, can you help me improve the company?" Liang Ling said helplessly, "I will definitely help you. This is the company I work for, and you're still the boss, but to be honest, my ability is limited, and I don't think I can help you." No, Sister Ling, you can help me in many ways." Gu Xiu laughed. "Sister Ling, you joined ASML with your technology, but your abilities are outstanding. You have worked in product development, production, and sales. And now I just lack someone who knows enough about all aspects of this company to assist me. So I hope that next, Sister Ling, you can serve as the general manager of the company, coordinate and manage the company, and ensure the company's overall operation." Liang Ling was stunned. You gave me such a high position. Why? Sister Ling has no confidence." Gu Xiu smiled. "Confidence? To be honest, Liang Ling really has it. She has been in this company for a long time and is very familiar with the working mode and overall operation of each department. But she never thought that she could reach such a high status. After all, she was from the Dragon Kingdom. This kind of company has a glass roof. Normally, if she is exhausted, she will be a senior handyman. Even if the middle management is squeezed out, it is impossible to become a senior executive. But now, the opportunity is here. Do you have confidence?" "Yes," Liang Ling replied. "Haha, congratulations. Mr. Liang has been promoted." Gu Xiu laughed and took the lead in shaking hands with Liang Ling. After the two parties shook hands, Gu Xiu sat up straight and said, Since Sister Ling you accept the position I assigned you, I will arrange your next work plan. Liang Ling nodded. Listen carefully. But when Gu Xiu spoke his first words, Liang Ling was stunned because he heard Gu Xiu say, "First of all, I need you, Sister Ling, to use the company's reputation to announce it to the outside world, because after this merger, Ames already has the technology to compress the wavelength of light to 132 m. Wow, what? Do you know what level of technology we had before?" Liang Ling asked strangely. "I know, 193 m. This is the value that most colleagues are currently limited to." "Then, do you know what the concept of 193 m to 132 m is? Even Nikon has just exceeded 157 m. Don't worry, I will handle the technical aspect, or—" Gu Xiu smiled and looked at Liang Xining. "My teacher and their SMIC will solve it." This. Liang Ling's eyes widened, and he glanced at his father in disbelief, but when he saw Liang Xining nodding slightly, he suddenly understood. What Gu Xiu said was not a joke, but he saw that Gu Xiu had spoken again. There is a second piece of news that needs to be announced. The technological breakthrough is real, but because it is revolutionary, our modular model will not change, but our previous partners also need to be replaced. The next partners have not yet been determined. At the same time, all kinds of manufacturers in need are welcome to place orders with us. In the afternoon of that day, the news from Asmer quickly appeared in relevant newspaper reports. The well-known lithography machine manufacturer, ASML, changed hands. Philips was short of funds. It had no choice but to sell off all the shares of ASML. The investment company from Longhua officially became the new owner of ASML. ASML's acquisition case ended quickly, and it was announced that the technology has broken through to 132 m. Is the technology that surpasses Nikon real or fake? How did ASML do it and quickly get rid of Nikon? The equity changes in ASML are not over. Longhua Lungsin holds 10% of ASML shares and becomes one of ASML shareholders. Has Longhua's chip field risen? Longhua's big move has begun. Lungsin announced that lithography technology has caught up with Nikon. ASML also announced a technological breakthrough after being acquired by Longhua Enterprises. Is there a connection? After all, the Global Semiconductor Conference is just around the corner, and there are countless news about major semiconductor companies. Especially magazines and newspapers related to the semiconductor field are eager to make big news every day. In this case, the news about ASML is extremely big news for all media, and they naturally want to broadcast it around the world with loudspeakers 24 hours a day. Media people want to attract attention. For relevant personnel and companies in the semiconductor field, this is indeed a super industry earthquake. Damn, what's going on? Why is this happening? Dragon Kingdom actually succeeded in taking over Asmer. Damn it, did Philips forget our previous agreement? How do they feel about selling the company and selling it to Dragon Kingdom? We didn't even know about it before, and we only saw the news from media reports. Hell, this is a blatant violation of the Wassenaar Treaty. We must sanction them, make them pay the price, and let them understand that doing so is a violation of the treaty. In a certain conference room, a middle-aged man wearing thick-frame glasses was spitting and cursing. But here's the fun part. In response to the man's curse, the other people's expressions were a little weird. From the beginning to the end, no one agreed or agreed. Everyone seemed to be in a daze. Faced with this situation, the man with glasses couldn't help but said, "Don't you want to say something? We are an alliance. Philips used to be our ally, but now they have blatantly violated the agreement of the alliance. This situation is equivalent to betrayal. Do you still want to remain silent?" That's right. Sitting here is none other than the current leading semiconductor alliance. The members of this alliance are complex. Complex, not just because they're the top companies in the entire semiconductor-related field, but also because they represent different countries and teams behind them. The man who has always been particularly indignant is Kaido Hiraguchi, the person in charge of Nikon lithography, which represents the world's top lithography machine technology. At this time, along with Hiraguchi Kaido's questioning, Other people present were watching with their noses and noses. At this time, there was no way to remain silent. It does make sense. Phillips has gone too far. According to the treaty, we have priority. If they want to sell ASML, they should sell it to us. Why did they sell it to a Dragon Kingdom company? Well, if I remember correctly, last year, Phillips said that they were interested in selling ASML shares, but it seems that no one is willing to accept it, right? Someone couldn't help but reply. And if I remember correctly, they said it again last month. It seemed that their company's financial business had been attacked by others, and the losses were considerable, which would even affect the company's normal capital flow. If I remember correctly, Mr. Hiraguchi, you said you were interested before. I thought Asmai's new owner would be you, but I didn't expect it to be someone from the Dragon Kingdom. These words made everyone look at each other. Kaido Hiraguchi also looked suffocated. Thinking about it carefully, it was true that Phillips did inquire about Asmar when they wanted to sell it, and Kaido Hiraguchi did show interest. But he was backed by a giant like Nikon, and he really looked down upon Asmar, so at that time, he was just a reporter looking for prices. After the other party made an offer, they completely ignored it. But they can't sell it to Dragon Kingdom. Long Kingdom is a company we have discussed targeting unanimously before. How can they do such a thing and cooperate with our enemies? What does this mean? Kaido Hiraguchi said angrily, with dissatisfaction written all over his face. They are betraying us. They are betraying us. We should give them some color. The same goes for Asmai. We need to sanction this company, let them know how powerful we are, and let them be completely destroyed. By the way, the same goes for Lungsen from Dragon Country. They are a company that relied on plagiarism and bragging. These Dragon Country people like to brag, just like Indians. We can't believe what they say. Kick them out. No Dragon Country people are allowed to get involved in this industry. These words were filled with indignation. But unfortunately, Kaido Hiraguchi, who usually gets immediate support after saying these words, found out. This time, no one seemed to support him. Turning to look at the crowd, Hiraku Kaido's heart suddenly sank. This situation, something is wrong. Sure enough, just as he was feeling uneasy, he saw a man say, "Actually, I think that although the Dragon Kingdom is unexpected this time, if they really master such technology, it is not impossible for them to join in." What? Kaido Hiraguchi's heart suddenly sank, and he subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he saw someone beside him had already spoken first. Impossible. This person spoke, and Kaido Hiraguchi breathed a sigh of relief. At least this meant that there was still someone on his side. But he just relaxed. That person had already said, no matter how powerful the Dragon Kingdom's technology is, it really reached 170 meters without us noticing. But how could Asmai's technology be able to break through 132 meters so easily? This is simply impossible and illogical. I think they are exaggerating the facts, and it is impossible to really achieve this level. Of course, if they can really do it, it is not impossible to let these Dragon Kingdom people join our alliance. After all, we do need such technology. Ding! Hiraku Kaido, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt his heart suddenly rise. But what made his expression even more ugly was that other people on the side actually spoke to each other. I also think there is a high possibility of exaggeration. Their technological breakthrough is too fast, even exceeding expectations, but I also support it. If their technology is really reached, it is not impossible to draw them into the alliance. Asmai is pretty good. If this company announces such news, then the possibility of lying is unlikely. Actually, I wanted to say before that I really like dealing with people from the Dragon Kingdom. They're more pragmatic and more efficient at the same time. If I can cooperate with them, I will not refuse. Everyone said something to each other, and in the blink of an eye, the matter of Dragon Kingdom joining the alliance seemed to have been finalized. As for Asmai being acquired by Dragon Kingdom, this matter actually seems less important. What do you mean? The Dragon Kingdom must not join in. We at Nikon are the first to disagree. They are not qualified to sit at the same table with us. Kaido Hiraguchi angrily shouted with a gloomy expression. He must express his position and the bottom line of himself and the company. If he continues to be weak at this time, who knows what else these idiots will do one day. Whether it is true or not, we should not allow the Dragon Kingdom to join the alliance. They have no such qualifications, and we cannot be fooled. We must severely punish Philips, especially the company Asmer. I suggest that we immediately cut off all cooperation with Asmer and impose sanctions on Asmer immediately. This is for the consideration of our alliance. If we tolerate this time, then something like this may happen a second time or a third time. Then what is the meaning of our alliance's existence? At this point, Hiraguchi Kaido looked at the others present. Seeing that everyone seemed to be a little unconvinced, I suddenly felt relieved. Everyone, this is not just my personal meaning, but it also represents the meaning of Nikon lithography behind me. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly became wary. Nikon, after all, he is still the leader in the field of lithography. Almost most of the people present need to deal with Nikon, and even need to wait carefully in order to purchase Nikon's top lithography machines. If it's just Kaido Hiraguchi's personal intention, then everyone has nothing to fear, but if it also involves Nikon behind him, then everyone should be more cautious. After all, in this era of rapid technological development and continuous breakthroughs in the use of technology, everyone knows that whoever can master more cutting-edge technology will be able to capture more market share. No one dares to quarrel with Nikon at this time. After all, the photolithography technology owned by Nikon is the door to the future. Seeing everyone's fear, Kaido Hiraguchi suddenly smiled and stood up immediately. It seems that everyone has the same idea as me. In this case, we have reached an agreement now. I hope that everyone can immediately launch sanctions against the Summa after returning. After leaving these words, Kaido Hiraguchi left first. Now that it has been determined, he must immediately start to implement the next plan against his Mai, taking the lead and charging, and others will naturally have to follow. As for whether this group of people will change their minds, I'm really not afraid of Hikaru Kaito. After all, Nikon's current technology is here. If you want to get top lithography machines from them every year, you must cooperate with them well. He believes it. These people must understand this truth, and naturally they will not do anything to betray Nikon. A bunch of idiots. It's easy, I can still control it for you. Kaido Hiraguchi sneered, very satisfied with his performance of being able to calm everyone down with just a few words. He has even begun to think about how to report his excellent operation to the company. At least, this year's bonus will definitely be doubled. But when Kaido Hiraguchi left the conference room with great pride, other people in the conference room did not leave in a hurry. They were mainly angry. It's too much. These damn neon people are getting more and more arrogant and arrogant. Damn it, have they forgotten that the reason why their field of lithography was able to advance by leaps and bounds and rise to such a level was because we gave them a chance? These damn neon people don't seem to be qualified loyal dogs. They actually want to threaten his master. Damn, why is our local lithography machine company in Alikin so unsatisfactory? It can't even compare to these neon people, a bunch of trash. Everyone started to curse angrily. Hiraguchi Kaido's threat this time made everyone feel aggrieved by technical limitations. Honestly, in the entire chip industry, lithography machines are only one link, but now they find that just one link can completely choke their necks. This is a very bad signal for the foreign adults who have always been aloof. Now you see that they can use their technology to kidnap so many companies to deal with a rising star that everyone is interested in making friends with. What about the future? Will they be asked to do more crazy things in the future? Have to guard against it. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the conference room. Everyone turned around and saw an Oriental woman in professional attire walking in slowly. Everyone in the venue was a little strange and didn't know why. Everyone, I'm sorry to come here without an appointment, but I believe that in 10 minutes, you will be grateful for my appearance here. The woman spoke in fluent English. Although it was a bit baffling, Her confident look made people curious. But I saw that the woman had already spoken first. As for the threat from Mr. Hiraguchi Kaido just now, I believe everyone present has felt it, and it can be seen that everyone seems not happy. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions suddenly darkened, which pot is not opened and lifted. It's really a hell to be able to feel happy after someone points her nose and threatens you. Who are you? What does this matter have to do with you? What do you want to say? Someone couldn't help but ask, and others were more or less annoyed. I think instead of caring about who I am, you should first think about why we are in this situation now. The woman shook her head. A mere manufacturer from Neon can make all of you, companies that represent the world's top technologies, be honest. To put it bluntly, it's because they have the technology you need. You are so smart. Someone rolled his eyes, obviously impatient. Others also pouted. Any fool can understand this reason, so there is no need for this woman to remind them. Thank you for the compliment. The woman didn't seem to understand the meaning of this sentence. Instead, she thanked the compliment, which made people somewhat speechless. She even said something that made everyone present even more embarrassed. And they can threaten you unscrupulously, but you have no way to counter them. From this point of view, I should be at least smarter than you. Wow, these words were so ridiculing that everyone present could not sit still. Some people even stood up and planned to call the security guards to drive this woman out. They feel the arrival of this woman, just scolding them purely. But facing this posture, the woman seemed to have expected it. Even when the security guard came to her, the woman walked towards the door without saying a word. It looked like he really planned to leave after scolding me once. But while walking, the woman said, "My teacher once told me that everyone will make mistakes. The important thing is to be able to correct them in time after knowing that you have made a mistake." There's also a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that knowing your mistakes can make a lot of improvements. And now, I bring you an opportunity to help everyone change. As for whether you want to listen to me or not, it depends entirely on what you think. Friendly reminder. After I walk out of this door, I will not look for you again. After saying this, the woman didn't hesitate at all. She took a step and walked towards the door. She looked very calm and confident, as if she had already convinced everyone in the conference room. But what no one noticed was that the woman's fingers were tightly twisted together at this moment. It was obvious that she didn't want to be as calm as she seemed. Good thing. Just when the woman was about to step out of the conference room, someone behind her shouted, "Wait a minute." After hearing this, the woman looked back and saw that the person asking the question was a middle-aged man with blonde hair. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "You mean you have a way to help us break Nikon's technology monopoly?" Upon hearing this question, the woman's mouth turned up slightly. Of course. Real or fake? Who are you? Although I don't want to admit it, sometimes I have to admit that Neon is indeed very powerful in terms of technology, and lithography machine technology is indispensable. I am very curious. Who are you? And what is the purpose of coming here? Everyone started asking, and many people were still full of doubts. To these questions, the woman did not answer, but asked a question. I want to know, why are you so afraid of that Nikon Hirako Kaido just now? As soon as these words came out, some people were immediately unconvinced. What is fear? How could I be afraid? He is just a dog. I just don't want to yell with a dog. How can we be afraid of him? In this regard, the woman just looked at him with a half-smiling look. No words were spoken, but that look was more or less harmful, but extremely insulting. Facing such a look, the man was immediately speechless. Of course, not everyone will still care about the so-called face at this time. Some people have frowned impatiently. If you have anything to say, just say it. Apart from the fact that we need their technology, what else can we do? If you plan to continue talking nonsense, I think it's better for you to go out. It seems that your patience is not very good. Faced with everyone's rebuke, the woman smiled and shook her head. But fortunately, she also knew that the patience of this group of people had reached its limit. Actually, there are only two reasons why you are so passive. The first reason is technology. Nikon's technology is currently top-notch in your opinion. You are all in the semiconductor industry, and what you ultimately want to do is high-end chips. The more high-end chips, the higher the technical requirements and the higher the technology required. So you don't dare to fall out with Nikon. To put it bluntly, you need their technology. Or to put it another way, they have achieved technological monopoly. So even if the other party steps on your head, you don't dare to fall out with them easily. This is almost like taking a picture of everyone's swollen face and using a magnifying glass to see it for yourself, and also putting it on the big screen in Times Square for everyone to see. Everyone present had expressions on their faces, but they wanted to refute, but there was no way to refute anything. Most people could only let out a dull groan to express their inner dissatisfaction. The second reason is the lack of countermeasures. The woman did not laugh at everyone's thoughts and said directly at this time, normal business cooperation is mutual. Buyers and sellers are in a relatively fair position. Buyers can choose not to sell to whom, but similarly, sellers can also choose not to buy whose products. This is countermeasures at an ordinary level. There are some more powerful countermeasures, such as countermeasures from the supply chain, countermeasures from market demand, and even countermeasures from the technical level. The semiconductor industry also has countermeasures. Even normally, there will be more such countermeasures. But unfortunately, Neon, especially Nikon, they have become a devil without weaknesses in the field of semiconductor lithography. They almost complete the entire industry chain independently. In terms of market selection and pursuit of their top technology, you don't even have any substitutes. This means that you have been eaten up. These words silenced everyone present. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that what the woman said was right. They are indeed in this awkward position now. Technology, monopoly, and industrial chain monopoly. There was no way for them to give up Nikon, let alone give up. They didn't even dare to turn against each other and could only rely on the other party's breath. That's not to say it won't work without Nikon. The main thing is that we originally had a lot of competitors, but now the technology is developing so fast. If we give up, what if our competitors catch up? That's when the time comes. Your own competitors achieve their goal of surpassing themselves. And once they surpass themselves, they may even be unable to catch up with their competitors as their advantages accumulate. These things are not a secret. So, this mysterious lady, what is your solution? Someone couldn't help but ask. The woman glanced at him. This person is David Orton, the CEO of ATI. It can be seen that he seems to be very anxious about this. The woman smiles kindly at him. My solution is very simple. Now that you already know why you are being controlled, the next best way is to solve the problem in a targeted manner. First of all, the technical aspect. This seems unsolvable, but in fact, it can be seen from the recent news that after the cooperation between Longhua Lungsin and ASML, the lithography machine technology has officially announced that it has exceeded 132 m. Compared with Nikon's technology, it is much ahead. I believe you have heard of this news, right? This made everyone frown. Is this the way you said, change a supplier? So far, the breakthroughs I have seen are just their words. In fact, they have not come up with relevant products at all. No one is sure whether this news is true or false. To be honest, I think this is fake news. After so many years of use, how could Nikon be suddenly surpassed for no reason? Everyone shook their heads. Of course, they had heard the news about Ismai, but the problem was the accuracy of the news, so people were more or less unsure. If it is true, that naturally means that Nikon can be replaced. But what if it's fake? For everyone present, that would be a disaster. Not only would it offend Nikon, but it would also give an opportunity to its competitors. A slight mistake could bring irreversible disaster to their company. It's true. The woman smiled slightly, but then shook her head. But I won't answer the question of why I am so confident for the time being. I can guarantee it first. Ismai's technology has indeed exceeded 132 meters. Everyone frowned. No one spoke. Everyone was an adult, so naturally they wouldn't just believe someone's empty words. But if you look carefully, you can see that many people present are actually a little moved, and they are obviously interested. Then comes the second question. Nikon's technology is indeed very good. They have almost dominated the entire industry chain of lithography machines, which gives them an absolute advantage in this field. Whether it is pricing or the order of orders, they have the final say. Even if I want to kidnap you this time, you have no way to resist and counterattack. So, we have to learn a lesson. Create a counterattack bargaining chip for yourself. What chip? Someone became interested. That's very simple. The woman replied, it turns out that if all the technology is now placed on one company, problems like this will one day arise. So we can ask the lithography machine manufacturers to change their models and not be able to produce complete lithography machines on their own. What? Everyone looked at each other with strange expressions in their eyes. Do you think Nikon will agree to such a model? This is simply impossible. Nikon already has such ability. Why would he give such ability to others? It is simply impossible, and their model does not allow such a thing to happen. A naive person, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads, started complaining. The entire photolithography machine link is in the hands of Nikon. Everyone can naturally see this. In fact, some people have proposed changing this model as early as a few years ago. Putting all your eggs in one basket is the stupidest thing to do. If there is a way, people will naturally not put all their eggs on Nikon. But here's the thing. You know it, but you can't change the situation at all. Nikon wouldn't agree. After all, I have the technology and production capacity at my disposal. So why should I give you a bargaining chip? Not to mention, Nikon's model itself will not support this model, even if they are willing to hand it over to others who can fully support Nikon. This is actually a problem. The woman smiled slightly. Nikon's technology is not irreplaceable, and their model is obviously impossible to change, so there is only one choice before you. Change the manufacturer of a lithography machine. You mean change to ASML? David Orton couldn't help but ask, does ASML have this ability? Of course. The woman nodded. In terms of technology, I have just said that ASML's technology has surpassed Nikon. The reason why I don't want to convince everyone to believe my words first is because you will be able to see whether this thing is true or false. As for getting the chips into your hands, that is not a problem. ASML's model itself is modular. At least 80% or even 90% of the accessories for the lithography machine are outsourced or produced by other companies, and these accessories are all indispensable. These companies are ASMR's necessary upstream suppliers. Once they are unable to complete orders, they will inevitably have an impact on ASMR. This is also a means of counterattack. ASMR has also recently been interested in accepting a batch of investments and acquisitions. If you can become one of ASMR's shareholders, are you still worried about being controlled by others like Nikon? These words made everyone's eyes brighten. It was indeed impossible for them to believe the empty words of the woman in front of them, but they had to admit that, according to this woman, ASMR had indeed given them the bargaining chip to deal with him. This can fundamentally solve the possibility of the birth of a second Nikon. Once the transfer is successful, Nikon will become obsolete, and major companies and ASML will create a healthier and benign ecosystem. There's something going on. But how can you guarantee that ASML did not lie about its technological breakthroughs? Some people couldn't help but question. This is the third time this problem has occurred today. However, compared to the previous two times, this time everyone was obviously more concerned about the answer to this question, and even the eyes of everyone in the room were focused on the woman, looking forward to her answer. I can guarantee it in any way, but we are all adults, so naturally we won't believe it. The woman smiled slightly. So this time, I actually have only one main purpose. I want to invite you all to visit ASML. You can bring your own team of experts to visit. No matter how beautiful I say, it will be better for you to see with your own eyes how ASML's products are. After that, the woman smiled slightly. By the way, I've been talking for so long, and I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the CEO of ASML, Liang Ling. This time, more than 5 companies accepted the visit. Everyone is very interested in ASML. Not only the company executives went, but each of them even brought a professional scientific team. As for ASML, we have now completed the preliminary product construction. Fortunately, Lungsen already has a complete module for the infiltration machine. It only needs to be debugged with ASML's existing machine to achieve a breakthrough of 132M. This means that we will definitely not have any surprises during this visit to various companies, and we are guaranteed to satisfy all visitors. At the same time, for this visit, we not only invited representatives from these companies, but also included media magazines from various authoritative academic fields. We will also openly announce the technologies we use. On the other end of the phone, listening to Liang Ling's work report, Gu Xiu smiled on his face. After waiting for her report to end, Gu Xiu replied, "Sister Ling did a great job. You're more knowledgeable than me about what to do next. As for the investment of other companies, I will let the professionals from Yuanxiu Investment handle it." After a few more words, Gu Xiu hung up the phone. "Turn your head." I saw my teacher, Liang Xining, with an incredible look on his face. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Gu Xiao asked. "I have a question." "Teacher, tell me. You are Gu Xiu, right?" "Huh?" Gu Xiu looked confused, and then he couldn't help laughing. "Teacher, if I'm not Gu Xiu, who am I? Or someone else is pretending to be someone else." Unexpectedly, Liang Xining actually nodded. "If I didn't know how to believe in science, I might have really doubted whether you were being impersonated." "Teacher, you think I can't do all this?" Gu Xiu smiled. Liang Xining shook his head. "I think you can do it, but I don't think it should be so fast." "How can it be so fast? Even if the teacher knows that you will not be easy in the future, it is still the future. It has only been a few years. You have achieved this level?" Liang Xining's face was filled with disbelief. This is true. After all, Gu Xiu had lived with him for more than half a year. At that time, Liang Xining was sure that Gu Xiu would not be simple in the future and would even be very successful. But he really didn't expect it. In just a few years, Gu Xiu has become so powerful, not only academically, but he even has an investment company that can acquire ASML. It's unbelievable. Perhaps this is genius. Gu Xiu thought for a while and replied. These words immediately caused Liang Xining to roll his eyes. "Now, I'm sure that you haven't changed. You are still so shameless." "Huh?" Ming Siyuan couldn't help but laugh. "Old Liang, I told you before that Gu Xiu is not simple anymore. You still don't believe it. Do you believe me now?" So you already knew that Gu Xiu was so powerful? Liang Xining asked with a bit of resentment. To this, Ming Siyuan nodded, but then couldn't help but shake his head. "To be honest, I knew Gu Xiu was powerful, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. At least I certainly didn't expect that Gu Xiu would actually think of spending so much money to acquire a smale." This is not a lie. Ming Siyuan's identity itself is not simple. He is not just a scientist. What's more, he was in the media group at the beginning and later went to Hanshin. Ming Siyuan had a lot of contact with Gu Xiu. He actually knew more about some things about Gu Xiu than Liang Xining. But, although he knew more, he did not expect that Gu Xiu could directly acquire his Mai this time. "We are old. After all, we are old." Liang Xining shook his head. However, there was a hint of pride in the old man's tone. After all, Gu Xiu was his student, and his student could be so powerful. Liang Xining was naturally happy, especially when he saw the envious expression of his friend Ming Siyuan beside him. Liang Xining felt even more comfortable. But what makes Liang Xining most happy is not only that Gu Xiu has earned face for himself, but also because Gu Xiu's operation can directly solve their biggest worries about this operation. Several other chip companies will definitely cooperate with Asmara immediately after seeing Asmara's technology. You also reveal that you are willing to accept their investment and shareholding, so that they will not refuse, and they will definitely want to cooperate with Asmara in depth. This means that this alliance can't wait to invite ASML to enter, and at the same time, it can't wait to bring us Lungsen to enter. Before, we were afraid that there would be no orders. But now I am afraid that there are too many orders, and the production capacity may not be able to keep up. Ming Siyuan nodded and couldn't help but admired. "No, before we came here, what we were thinking about was how to find some orders so that we can squeeze in. Now it's good, the problem has been solved. With ASML shares, Even if the Semiconductor Alliance does not want us to join, it has to let us join. Once we join, the Wassenaar Treaty basically does not have to worry about technology blockade in terms of chip semiconductors. This is a big change. At least in the high-end technology manufacturing industry, we have conquered a city. We no longer have to worry about being thrown away in a short period of time, and will be restricted again in the future. Even those who were not as good as buying before will no longer be able to hold us back. When they said this, the two old men, Liang and Ming, looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Liang Xining stood up first and poured himself a full glass of wine. Guxiu, thank you. Teacher, I recommend you this glass of wine. After saying that, Liang Xining raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. It seemed that the strong liquor was too spicy. The old man couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his eyes. Seeing the tears, Guxiu couldn't help but smile on his face. He also stood up and drank the drink in the cup. At this moment, no need to say anything. He could understand the thoughts of the teacher's generation and the feeling of being strangled. Too bad indeed. Good thing. Starting today, at least in terms of chip technology, Longwood can ride the wind and waves and get back on its feet. Although we successfully entered the game with ASML, in order to join this alliance, we also paid a price. ASML can only become a company that requires win-win cooperation, and it cannot even have too much political color. This may bring us an opportunity, but it is definitely not a huge profit, and it is not always safe. Nikon will be eliminated soon. No one is sure whether ASML will also be eliminated. Guxiu reminded. This is the truth. Guxiu didn't want the two old men to let down their guard because of their obvious achievements. Asmai in his previous life had indeed reached a point where he was unshakable and irreplaceable. Even Guxiu deliberately adopted the model of Asmai in his previous life, hoping to make Asmai follow the same path in the future as much as possible. But Asmai in his previous life had nothing to do with the Dragon Kingdom. So Asmai in his previous life was able to cooperate with a Lycan's military, and was even supported by a Lycan's military. This kind of thing is definitely not possible in this life. What's more, at a time when the country is competing, Asmar's situation is also very dangerous, and he may even be replaced at any time. The awareness of crisis must be maintained at all times. But obviously, Guxiu's worries were unnecessary. In fact, when he just said these words, the two elders couldn't help but look at each other with relief in their eyes. We have thought about this a long time ago, and you only gave us 10% of the shares. I'm afraid you had this in mind. If we don't understand this, then our lives have been in vain for these decades. Don't worry, ASML is just a springboard. We will borrow ASML's springboard and use Godson to build an industrial chain that can be completely self-sufficient. At least we will guarantee it. In the future, even if the whole world starts to turn against us, we don't have to be afraid of them at all. Ancestors have told us for generations. Forging iron requires one's own strength. Only if we are strong enough, we will not be afraid of any future. Hearing this, Guxiu smiled. He understands. This small step to change established history. Achieved. At least, the thing that stuck the Dragon Kingdom in the previous life will probably not happen again. This is not just about strengthening the motherland. At the same time, you're also strengthening yourself. With his Mai in hand, for Guxiu, the relationship is even greater. Comprador Liu can get so much support, which has a lot to do with some of the technologies and industrial chains he has mastered. And now, Guxiu, who was holding his Mai, was also accumulating his trump cards and energy. Even his background is not just his Mai. Because Liang Xining suddenly asked again, Guxiu, are you interested in investing in Lungsin? Although Lungsin is an enterprise and has tried its best to separate itself from the government in order not to follow the old path of state-owned enterprises, so the company still operates as a private enterprise. But although the model is like this, but such a company cannot be completely free of political factors. Not to mention that such technology is the country's trump card. Even if there are big problems in the future, Lungsin must ensure that it is in our own hands. So, The staffing and equity allocation of Lungsen are basically in the hands of people who are absolutely loyal to the country and are absolutely impossible to make mistakes. Dragon Kingdom Demon City. In the car, Liang Xining explained to Gu Xiao the current organizational structure of Lungsen. Many of the things he said were euphemistic, but it was not difficult for Gu Xiao to understand. Lungsen is not a state-owned enterprise, but it is not an ordinary private enterprise either. After all, it is impossible for such a key project enterprise to put someone in charge who has no idea what it is. After all, Lungsen will even be linked to key national projects in the future. The person who wants to meet you this time is a big shot who is very interested in you. In fact, he is interested in letting you take shares in Lungsen, but he wants to meet you first. I'm not worried about you, kid, but I still want to remind you that this person has a lot of energy and is from the economics department. When facing him, you should try to pay attention to your identity and don't be irritable. Be careful. Even if the conversation is not happy, you can't fall out. Understand? Accompanied by Liang Xining's slightly nagging words, the car finally stopped at the parking lot of Lungsen Company. Got to the place. Liang Xining didn't nag anymore. He just took Gu Xiao to the door of a small conference room on the top floor of the office building and helped Gu Xiao straighten his clothes. Then he knocked gently on the door. "Teacher Liang, please come back from overseas." "Gu Xiao, we meet again." The door opened, and inside was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who looked to be in his 40s and had a kind face. He looked at Gu Xiao with a smile. Seeing this person, shock flashed across Gu Xiao's eyes. He knows. I want to meet a big shot this time, but I really didn't expect that I was going to meet such a big shot. "Director Wu, this is Gu Xiao." "Gu Xiao, Director Wu, you should know. Now the director of the Development and Reform Commission of Shanghai Magic City. Our godson was founded with the support of Director Wu." Liang Xining was the first to introduce. He didn't say who he wanted to see on the way because he knew that Gu Xiao must know this person. This time he really guessed right. Gu Xiao did know this person. Wu Yongsheng is the current director of the Shanghai Development and Reform Association. When Gu Xiao became the youngest scientist, he met Director Wu, but there was little opportunity to say a few words at that time, mainly due to the disparity in status. Even though he was a genius scientist back then, he was just a small person after all. He could only show his face in front of the other party. After all, this person was not just a director. The elder and his family often appeared on TV now, and this one is indeed not simple. Even though he was influenced by Han Xin in his previous life, he still rose to prominence. At least before Gu Xiao was reborn, he had already reached the top group. This life, Han Xin's influence was reduced, and Lungsen took advantage of the situation to rise. Gu Xiao even doubted that the other party could reach higher heights. Of course, Gu Xiao said hello to such a big shot honestly, and he showed himself to be a good student. Wu Yongsheng laughed, and it was obvious that he really valued this young man, holding his hand and saying a lot of good things. Seeing that the two of them were harmonious, Liang Xining breathed a sigh of relief and stayed with them for a while longer. Then he left wisely. When Liang Xining left, Wu Yongsheng looked at the direction Liang Xining left and couldn't help but admired. "Mr. Liang said that he is a good student, but I think you also have a good teacher." Teacher Liang is indeed a good teacher. Haha, I'm not just talking about how much knowledge Teacher Liang has taught you, but that he will always think about you. Even this time, it was his suggestion to let you take shares in Lungsen, and he convinced many people. Gu Xiao was a little surprised. "It's my teacher." "Yes." After receiving the affirmative answer, Gu Xiao was stunned at first, and then his heart felt warm. In fact, he was also surprised. Why did Lungsen suddenly want to occupy shares for himself? Normally, even if he wanted to acquire shares in Lungsen, it would be very difficult. Even Gu Xiao had not thought about this possibility. The only thing he counted on was the face of his teacher, the core engineer of Lungsen, and the esmai he held in his hand to increase his trump card. As for entering the game, godson, Gu Xiao knew from the beginning that he had no chance. After all, a project company of this level was not something that an ordinary businessman could get involved in. But he never expected it. He had already given up, but Lungsen was suddenly willing to give him shares. This was almost equivalent to giving himself a protective umbrella, and it also gave him a powerful trump card. It seems now, teachers have made a lot of efforts in this regard. Haha, of course, although your teacher has made a lot of efforts, we still support your decision to invest in Lungsin after discussion. Wu Yongsheng laughed. Of course, Gu Xiu knew what he was going to say and immediately expressed his gratitude politely. Regarding his attitude, Wu Yongsheng said, "You are an excellent scientist and an excellent entrepreneur. The most important thing is that you are a young man with great vision and ideas. For such a person to join Lungsin is a good thing for the company and this project. So, we really have no reason to refuse. We can't let the talents down. Of course, if you have any good ideas in the future, feel free to mention them. It's a coincidence. In fact, I do have some immature suggestions. I hope I can give you some guidance, Director Wu." Gu Xiu smiled and accepted the other party's kindness. At the same time, Gu Xiu did not forget to make a gesture. He immediately took out a piece of information from his arms and handed it to Director Wu. Oh, Wu Yongsheng was a little surprised. Xiaogu has a good suggestion so quickly? Gu Xiu smiled. It's not a good suggestion. It's just something I just imagined. I don't know if it can be used. Why don't you take a look at it first, Director Wu? If you think there's something wrong, I'll trouble you, Director Wu, to give me guidance. Wu Yongxing nodded and immediately couldn't wait to open the information that Gu Xiu brought and read it. He was also curious. What kind of good ideas will this young man, who even ASML can think of to acquire in advance, come up with? For Wu Yongsheng, Gu Xiu really filled him with curiosity and surprise. The main reason why he asked Gu Xiu to come in person was to see what Gu Xiu was like. As for asking Gu Xiu to provide opinions and ideas, it was actually just a suggestion. Wu Yongsheng had no hope of doing anything, but he really didn't expect it. His casual mention actually got a response. What's more, he didn't expect that Gu Xiu had already made preparations before he came again, and even handed it over to him at this time. What surprised him even more was, the things Gu Xiu gave actually contained a lot of enlightening suggestions. Promote the process of domestically produced high-tech products. Promote the development of domestic hard technology companies. Promote and encourage related industrial chains in the field of high-precision semiconductors. Continue to increase research and development efforts in material purification. Increase investment in raw material processing. Make full use of existing materials in the country, and minimize the dependence of high-precision semiconductor products on overseas. Encourage the advancement of chip design in the field of scientific research, and provide a certain degree of policy support to domestic-related enterprises to prevent future problems and prepare for the future. Carry out cooperation in the field of aerospace and joint research and development. Continue to make breakthroughs in existing technologies and expand our leading advantages. Gu Xiu gave many suggestions, even covering all aspects. It covers everything from raw materials, processing, accessories, and even the future of the industry, especially the development direction of the semiconductor field, which is highlighted. When Wu Yongsheng saw the dense documents written by Gu Xiu, Wu Yongsheng was somewhat indifferent, and even thought that he might be just Che Luan who talked a lot. But see behind. But Wu Yongsheng couldn't help but breathe quickly, because of what's inside. So important. Even these things can be used immediately and used as the future development plan of Lungsin. Even, it's not just Godson, because it even involves the promotion of the entire industry. This is the scariest thing. Wu Yongsheng pondered for a moment and couldn't help but look at Gu Xiu and ask seriously, is it really only 10 years old? It will be 11 in a while. Gu Xiu explained with a smile. Wu Yongsheng, good guy. So is there a big difference between being 11 and 10? Shaking his head, Wu Yongsheng looked at Gu Xiu with complicated eyes. Finally, after holding it in for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, did you think of these things? Did you think of them alone? My mother gave me some advice. Gu Xiu replied, your mother? Wu Yongsheng seemed to have thought of something, and then nodded. It's amazing, it's amazing. These suggestions of yours can be used as the next development plan of Godson. This won't work. Gu Xiu shook his head. Oh, Wu Yongsheng wondered why. Gu Xiu explained. After all, the boy is too young, and has little experience. He does not think in detail in many aspects. These are mainly suggestions, and they are relatively ideal. Practical operations still require you, Director Wu, to make a decision, think about a practical policy, and then personally order the implementation. After hearing this, Wu Yongxing couldn't help but glance sideways at Gu Xiu, with something strange in his eyes. Gu Xiu looked at him calmly. The modesty in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a brilliance that was neither humble nor arrogant. Are you going to give me credit? Wu Yongxing raised his eyebrows. Wu Yongxing could naturally see that Gu Xiu clearly wanted to give himself credit for being able to get to this point. That's why I remind myself repeatedly. This is for advice. There are many doorways here. Even if Wu Yongxing adopted all Gu Xiu's suggestions and directly said that it was Gu Xiu's suggestion, as the one who adopted the suggestion, he had merit in itself. Not to mention, if he continues to follow these suggestions from Xiu Xiu, Lungxin's development will accelerate again and even achieve good results. At that time, these will also be counted as Wu Yongxing's contribution. This little kid. It's interesting. Director Wu, what you said is very impressive. Gu Xiu shook his head. This is not to give credit. I am just fulfilling the responsibilities of a shareholder or doing my little bit as a patriotic young man to the motherland. Wu Yongxing raised his eyebrows, and for a moment he was a little unsure. But he saw that Gu Xiu had spoken again. My teacher is an older generation of semiconductor R&D personnel. He has devoted his life to the semiconductor industry. However, unfortunately, the development of semiconductors in the early years was really unsatisfactory and even made people despair. And in the Dragon Kingdom, there are many, many scientists like my teacher. They all have a burning patriotism and are willing to shine for their motherland. What I want to do is not to let these people's hearts go cold. I don't want us to be used as a bargaining chip to choke our key technologies in the future. That's all. As for giving credit or not, it doesn't really matter at all, does it? Gu Xiu's words were neither condescending nor overbearing and full of sincerity. At least, even Wu Yongxing couldn't help but want to give a thumbs up and then thought of his old man's explanation. After thinking for a moment, he said, I found that your suggestions are not only about Lungxin, but also include suggestions from some domestic manufacturers. Especially in the field of mobile phones, aerospace, and even automobile manufacturing, you attach great importance to it, and even mention it. Is it because you're optimistic about these three industries? Also focused on the mobile phone field. Are you so optimistic about the mobile phone industry? Not just optimistic about it. Gu Xiu shook his head. Oh, I think mobile phones are an item that our country must break through and conquer in the future. Wu Yongxing was surprised. But the functions of mobile phones are not that powerful. Even now, there are many factories in Guangdong province that can make mobile phones, and the technical content is not that high. If the technical content is not so high now, it does not mean that there will not be in the future. Gu Xiu shook his head. Although mobile phones have not been around for a long time, they are developing very fast. From the earliest, they only had phone functions. Now, they have the ability to take photos, text messages, and even some computer applications. By the way, my Penguin mobile phone users are growing almost every day. And this speed of development shows that the functions of future mobile phones may not be weaker than the functions of today's computers, and may even surpass computers to some extent. In addition, due to the size of the mobile phone itself, the requirements for the use of chips will be higher. High-precision chip technology will even be customized for the mobile phone field. Now that we have gained the advantage in chips, we cannot let go of our advantages in the mobile phone field. This may become a strategic market in the future. What? Wu Yongxing's eyes widened, a little incredulous. Is there such a big prospect in the field of mobile phones? Not just the prospects, but in this field, we cannot lag behind. Gu Xiu shook his head. I am not sure about the future of the mobile phone field, but what is certain is that future mobile phones will inevitably be popularized on a large scale and become something that many people must have. According to the current development, it is almost certain that future mobile phones will no longer be just a tool for making calls, but will have more comprehensive and diversified functions. It has even become a necessity for work. At this point, seeing the surprise in Wu Yongxing's eyes, Gu Xiu spoke again. And more importantly, because the functions of mobile phones will become more and more comprehensive, it may mean that when people use mobile phones, their privacy may be stolen by manufacturers without reservation. If all such things are made by overseas people in the future, then what will happen? Is this impossible? Even if someone really dares to do this, as long as the manufacturer is not crazy and wants to completely offend Longwa's customers, they shouldn't dare to do such a thing, right? Wu Yongxing couldn't help but become suspicious. He felt that Gu Xiu's statement was a bit too shocking, not to mention that Gu Xiu said that mobile phones could develop to such an extent in the future. He just said things like stealing privacy. He thinks the possibility is not high. If a brand wants to be sold in Long country, it will definitely go through multiple inspections. Even if there is such a function, most of them will ensure that the data will not be leaked. And even in his opinion, if this function is known to the user, users will inevitably give up this brand choice. It's impossible. I know that this mobile phone can steal my privacy, but I'm stupid enough to spend money to buy this mobile phone, right? Facing Wu Yongxing's rebuttal, Gu Xiu shook his head. This may indeed be alarmist, and it may even be absolutely impossible to happen in the future. But what do you think, Director Wu? Can we bet? A question immediately silenced Wu Yongxing. Really? Can I bet? Even you and I know that the probability of this happening is very small. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? In the past, overseas countries were able to impose technical sanctions on us and restrict our development through photolithography machines. Will the mobile phone industry also encounter such a thing in the future? Even, who can guarantee that manufacturers will not do this to steal privacy? They can definitely say that these data are used to provide better services, ensuring that these data will never be used by official departments. Do you believe it? I understand. Wu Yongxing pondered for a moment and nodded. He understood what Gu Xiu meant. What you mean is that when facing your opponents, you must always use the greatest malice to speculate on them. Yes, Gu Xiu nodded. It is never too much to speculate on your opponent with the greatest malice, and this is even the most correct approach. Forever, don't underestimate your opponent's limits. The current Dragon Kingdom is still very weak and has not yet shown the ability to threaten the world's hegemony in the future. Therefore, for the time being, it has not encountered any targeted attacks. But what about the future? As the Dragon Kingdom becomes more and more powerful and the threat becomes higher and higher, the Dragon Kingdom in the future will inevitably come into the sight of competing countries, and then will be the real crisis. Preventing problems before they happen is the way to go. Can mobile phones really develop to that extent? Wu Yongxing asked with emotion, still a little unbelievable. Gu Xiu smiled. People 100 years ago never imagined that there would be something called a computer in this world. People 50 years ago never imagined that there was a mobile phone. People 10 years ago also never imagined that a mobile phone could do more than just make phone calls. And similarly, why can't mobile phones in the future replace computers and complete some simple tasks? In fact, the current Symbian system of Nokia is a good proof. Even some domestic mobile phones have begun to expand software applications. This has become inevitable in the future. At this point, Gu Xiu paused briefly. Now that we know that this is the inevitable direction of development in the future, we naturally should not give up on this aspect of development. On the contrary, we should give more support and greater intensity to encourage the rapid development of this industry and occupy greater advantages in the future. Wu Yongxing nodded. In the automotive field, you think so too, right? Absolutely. Gu Xiu nodded. We are different from the EU countries. They can stick together and are willing to be dogs like Neon, so they can get a lot of technical help. But we can't. Now we have seized the opportunity of the WTO and want to build Dragon Country into the world's factory, earn more foreign exchange, and improve the national economy. This method is correct, and the effect is obvious. In recent years, Our economy has ushered in a stage of rapid growth, but this does not mean that we can sit back and relax. The qualification of being the world's factory is, to put it bluntly, the result of our large population, low labor wages, and the results of our own efforts. What also cannot be ignored is that we have won recognition from other countries in the WTO, making them willing to give us this opportunity. But what about the future? When our growth has threatened overseas countries, what else can we do when there are other countries more suitable than us that can carry out the role of the world's factory? There's only one way to develop our industrial chain upward, from industries with low technology demand to industries with high technology demand. In the past, we wanted to make achievements in this area. To be honest, it was very difficult because many key technologies were blocked by others. The chip aspect is our weakness. Now, we have made a breakthrough in this area and have even gained a certain advantage. What we need to do next is to pursue the victory and continue to expand our advantage. It is equivalent to advancing theoretical physics to applied physics, truly combining our technologies to achieve perfect implementation. Well said. Wu Yongxing nodded repeatedly, looking at Gu Xiao with surprise in his eyes. I have ideas. Have vision. These suggestions of yours are great, very, very good. Wu Yongxing was really happy. Originally, he thought that meeting Gu Xiao this time would be a good thing if his eyes lit up, but now it seemed that it was more than just a flash in his eyes. It even gave him a sense of surprise that he had found a treasure. What's more, what Gu Xiao said at this moment was a professional counterpart to him, and many things could even be enlightening. Actually, it's not just the field of mobile phones and automobiles. Many civilian fields have high requirements for semiconductors. Things that we didn't dare to think about before can now be thought about. But at this point, Wu Yongxing turned strange. I am very curious. In addition to these, you also specifically mentioned the aerospace field. This does not seem to be a civilian field. Do you have any special views on this aspect? In terms of aerospace, Gu Xiao pondered for a moment. Sooner or later, we will develop outward in the future. At first glance, in recent years, or even decades, this is still very far away, but sooner or later we will expand outward. Even if we don't talk about future outward expansion, just say that there will definitely be more and more artificial satellites in use in the future. Scientific satellites, communication satellites, military satellites, resource satellites, meteorological satellites, and so on. There will only be more and more of these satellites in the future, but satellites need positions in the sky. For now, there is no special agreement in terms of satellite space. Basically, whoever occupies it first belongs to whoever takes it. In a short period of time, this thing seems to be of little use to us, but what about 10, 20, or even 50 years from now? These positions will probably become less and less. So, in this regard, we have to take a long-term view. For most of the day, Gu Xiao and Wu Yongxing stayed in this conference room, chatting happily about future plans. Gu Xiao obviously has a lot of opinions in this regard. Even if he only touches on everything and puts forward one or two opinions, these suggestions always hit the point. From mobile phones, cars, satellites, to medical equipment, research equipment, robot intelligence, then to material utilization, metal smelting, and even the two of them were chatting in the end. We also talked about the economic situation at home and abroad. Wu Yongxing started to listen to the advice of big shots. But before he knew it, he turned into a man holding a recording tool and even holding a notebook and taking notes like a student. Finally, when the assistant urged Wu Yongxing for the 5th time to make other arrangements, the two finally stopped talking. Looking at the various meeting minutes written in his notebook, Wu Yongxing looked at Gu Xiao in disbelief. Is there anything you don't understand? Gu Xiao was stunned. But Wu Yongxing couldn't help but said, I feel that you know too many things, and you can get to the point of everything. The breadth of your knowledge makes me wonder if you know everything except giving birth. Just kidding, but I'm really curious. You're only 10 years old. You could be a scientist and engage in research and development, and you can also be a boss and invest. These are already outrageous enough. But it seems that you're not only good at these two things, You can even tell me about all walks of life. It's really hard for me to understand. How on earth did you do it? How did you do it? I usually like to read newspapers and magazines when I have nothing to do, especially browsing some information online. The more I read, the more I see. Gu Xiu replied. Wu Yongsheng had a strange look on his face. Is it that simple? Did you read so many things online and read newspapers? Yes, Gu Xiu affirmed. But in his heart, Gu Xiu added, most were seen in past lives. After all, before Gu Xiu was reborn, the internet had already developed to a very high level. What's more, if you look at things from the perspective of the future, what you see is naturally different from that of people in this era. But there is no need to explain this, and no one believes it. It turns out, although Wu Yongsheng was still confused, he did not continue to ask further. I accidentally wasted so much of your time. I have written down everything you told me today. I'm afraid we need to have a meeting to discuss these things. Thank you very much for these things. I will report your credit to the superiors. I will definitely not let you make these suggestions in vain. At this point, Wu Yongsheng seemed to remember something. That's right. I heard that your Yuanxiu investment recently invested in a drone project. Yes, a company called DJI. I think this company has great potential, and the founder of this company is a very thoughtful person. Gu Xiu nodded. If you're optimistic about it, it must be good. Speaking of which, our dragon country really needs this kind of technology research and development company that is willing to be down to earth and boldly innovate. Okay, I will say hello to my company when the time comes and give you some relevant subsidies and policies. This is reciprocating a favor. This happens to be what Taijiang needs now. If there is official help and support for development that is too rigid, will be more beneficial. More importantly, Wu Yongsheng took the initiative to help, which basically meant that he was clearly telling others that there was someone behind Gu Xiu. At least it can be guaranteed that Taijiang's future development can avoid some avoidable problems. Of course, Gu Xiu understood the reason and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Director Wu. Thank you. You don't even know what a precious gift you gave me. Wu Yongsheng laughed and shook the notebook in his hand. Finally, after talking to Gu Xiu for a few more words, Wu Yongsheng said goodbye and left. Wait until Wu Yongsheng leaves. Liang Xining couldn't wait to join in. How's it going? Did this negotiation go well? What's going on with Lungxin? Director Wu, let me use my personal reputation to invest 20 million in Lungxin, using myself and my technology to hold 10% of the shares, personal shares. Gu Xiu replied that this was decided just now, and there's only one process to go through. 10% is not bad. Liang Xining suddenly smiled. And you still hold the shares personally? Gu Xiu nodded. Yes, when investing in Lungxin this time, the shares will not be held in the name of Yuan Xiu Investment, but in Gu Xiu's personal reputation, although they all seem to be the same. But the meaning inside is somewhat different. Thank you, teacher. Gu Xiu immediately felt grateful. This was an opportunity that the teacher had fought for himself. Although he was just a pure scientist, he obviously knew a lot about some things. Obviously, he wasn't ignorant. He was trying to help himself. Thank you for what? Liang Xining laughed. Thank you, teacher. You have helped us a lot this time. Even if you don't have me, you will not be treated badly by the superiors. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled and shook his head. If you want to get into the above circle, you can't just make some contributions. What is needed here is a stepping stone and a ladder to the sky. And my teacher helps me in this regard. Teacher, okay, if you keep nagging, then I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's go. Leave? Where to go? Gu Xiu was surprised. But Liang Xining smiled. Speaking of which, you kid, I haven't cared about you for so many years. I don't know how much I still remember what I taught you back then. Of course, come back with me. I'll take a good test of your teaching to see if your kid has neglected his studies. After hearing this, Gu Xiu's heart skipped a beat. The fear of being dominated by his teacher hit me again like a tide. He wanted to escape. But unfortunately, there is no escape. Fortunately, the high-pressure management of the year finally disappeared. Following Liang Xining back to his dormitory, he saw that the table was already filled with various prepared ingredients. Seeing this, Gu Xiu's heart suddenly felt warm. I was thinking just now that I don't know how long you're going to chat, so the dishes haven't been fried yet. You can eat them after I finish cooking them, Liang Xining said, rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to cook. This made Gu Xiu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Liang Xining noticed this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Why, are you hungry now? Hungry? Gu Xiu nodded repeatedly. Hey, you're such a loser. You're such an old man. How old are you, your student? I'm only 10 years old now. Gu Xiu chuckled and then said, Besides, teacher, I haven't eaten the food you cooked for several years, so I'm thinking a lot about this bite. Okay, just wait. Liang Xining laughed, said hello, and started cooking directly. This scene that even made him a little depressed back then was reappeared again. Not only did Gu Xiu feel no resistance in his heart, but he was filled with nostalgia and warmth. But this burst of warmth ended abruptly as soon as it started. What are you doing? Liang Xining, who was cooking, turned around and said, You have forgotten all the rules. Don't know what to do at this time. Huh? The pen, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table are ready for you. Let me read the copybook first. If it's not good, you won't eat this meal today. Gu Xiu. In this world, no matter you're a billionaire or a successful person in society, in the eyes of your parents and teachers, you are often just a child who has not grown up. This sentence, Gu Xiu was still half understanding before, but now he has a deep understanding of this sentence. Look at your handwriting. It's like a dog crawling. After so many years, you haven't even improved at all. Tell me the truth. Have you not practiced calligraphy since I left? Your biggest problem is laziness. I thought you must have improved after so many years, but I didn't expect that your bad habit is getting worse now. At the dinner table, Gu Xiu lowered his head and accepted the lesson from Mr. Liang Xining. No matter how eloquent you are, no matter how powerful you are, you still need to stand upright when you are beaten in front of your teacher. No way. Gu Xiu did suffer a lot during the half-year period when he followed Mr. Liang Xining. So after being separated from Mr. Liang's supervision, Gu Xiu finally returned to peace. Exercise? Practice calligraphy? What nonsense. Self-control doesn't allow it at all. But now, the homework that he had slacked off back then has finally been punished. At least for the fact that his calligraphy skills have not improved at all over the years. Gu Xiu was severely criticized. Good thing. After all, he was his beloved disciple. Although Mr. Liang Xining scolded him harshly, he saw his student swallowing his saliva and taking a look at the food on the table. Finally, he softened his heart and said, Okay, that's the lesson this time. Let's eat, even. Seeing Gu Xiu's naughty look, the old gentleman's eyes suddenly became a little softer. Teacher, have you been in contact with Sister Ling recently? Gu Xiu asked abruptly. As soon as these words came out, the softness in Liang Xining's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by deep guilt, but it was obvious that he was not willing to show his vulnerability in front of his beloved disciple. Then he snorted, Eat your food well, and take care of things that are not your business. But this is what I should care about. Gu Xiu shook his head. I think, teacher, you and Sister Ling have some misunderstandings. These misunderstandings have misunderstood us. Bang! Liang Xining patted the table heavily. Gu Xiu was interrupted, but Liang Xining frowned and said, I don't want to discuss this matter anymore. After hearing this, Gu Xiu shut his mouth honestly. He knows. The older generation has the stubbornness of the older generation. Liang Xining himself is a stubborn person. When he is stubborn, he is as smelly and hard as the stones in the pit. Typical of eating soft things, but not hard things. Continue talking yourself. There is a possibility that a good apprentice like himself will be kicked out. But there are some things that have to be said. Liang Xining was his teacher, and Liang Ling was the teacher's only child. The two had been quarreling for most of their lives. They originally reconciled, but ended up completely falling out because of Liang Xining. This matter, at the national level or even just on Lungsun's semiconductors, it seems like an insignificant thing. Although Liang Xining was full of guilt, he never refuted Liang Ling's various bad words. Even on the surface, it seemed that although he was guilty, he was not overly concerned about this matter. But in fact, Gu Xiu understood. In fact, Liang Xining felt very uncomfortable. He was full of guilt and debt to his daughter. He even dreamed of hoping to gain his daughter's forgiveness. But he is not good at expressing his thoughts. He didn't know how to save the relationship between father and daughter, and he even didn't want to let others, especially his apprentice, see his vulnerability. Gu Xiu was very clear and understood. So he doesn't want something like this to happen. He doesn't want a person who has risked his life for the motherland to grow old and end up full of regrets. Now the International Semiconductor Conference has begun, but because of our sudden emergence, the conference has now turned into a mess, especially the lithography machine manufacturers over at Neon. Now they're thinking about how to suppress ASML. They have even united with many upstream manufacturers in the hope of boycotting ASML. And those manufacturers who are inclined to cooperate with ASML have not expressed anything yet. Gu Xiu got down to business. Liang Xining suddenly frowned and understood the situation at hand. Those people actually want to see Asmer's ability. If he has leading technology, but is suppressed by Nikon, Asmer may not be a good partner for them. Neon must have seen this problem, so now they will definitely target Asmer crazily. As long as Asmer is suppressed, they will have a chance to breathe. Yes. Gu Xiu nodded. I got news that several manufacturers in the field of neon lithography have been meeting for several days in a row. Many experts even participated in the meeting. They probably want to conquer our technology. The principle of this technology is simple, but the actual operation is not small. It will take time for them to fully research it. Liang Xining shook his head. Gu Xiu said, "It does take time, but they only need to know the principle to attack ASML's upstream manufacturers. I heard that Nikon has spent a lot of money this time and plans to acquire several upstream manufacturers." As soon as these words came out, Liang Xining frowned. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Even if Neon has developed the technology, I'm afraid they don't have the courage to use our technology because these are two completely different paths. If they plan to use the infiltration method now, it means that their previous research and development direction will be completely overturned, and the cost required is not a small amount. Moreover, even if they are willing to sunk costs and waste time to improve the production line, they're already one step behind from the previous traditional technology to infiltration development. They won't understand this truth. After hearing the teacher's analysis, Gu Xiu couldn't help but admire in his heart. Who says scientists don't understand people's hearts? At least my teacher's thinking in this regard is very reasonable. It can even be said that he has completely accurately predicted the problems that neon lithography manufacturers are facing today, as well as the choices they make next. But since Gu Xiu said this at this time, it was naturally impossible to put it in a good light. At this moment, he shook his head and said, "Normally, that's the case. But this time, if ASML is really suppressed and even completely loses to Nikon due to production capacity, Nikon will have time and opportunity to speed up its transformation and turn defeat into victory." Sure enough, when these words came out, Liang Xining immediately frowned. The main problem is production capacity. If the production capacity can be solved, ASML will not be afraid of Nikon this time. There are not many upstream manufacturers now, and there is not much competition. In other words, ASML actually relies on these companies. If there is more competition, this problem will not be a problem at all. Yes, Gu Xiu nodded. That's the key to the problem. So Sister Ling and I discussed it and plan to have some more in-depth cooperation with Lungsen. Cooperation? Liang Xining wondered. Aren't we already cooperating? The previous cooperation was mainly in the photolithography machine. Now we can also cooperate in many aspects, the most important of which is the processing of the first batch of products. Gu Xiu blinked. OEM processing? Lungsen OEM processing. Liang Xining looked confused. I couldn't help but wonder. Although Lungsen overtook once in a corner, compared to technology, it is actually not as good as ASML, at least for now. In addition to technology, production capacity is even more worrying. Lungsen's current industrial chain is not very good. It is expected that Lungsen can produce in large quantities, and even be able to process on behalf of others. Isn't this nonsense? We can't compare in terms of technology, and there is also a problem in terms of production capacity. After hesitating, Liang Xining couldn't help but ask. There is no rush in terms of production capacity. We can take over it and then entrust other domestic companies to produce it, mainly for some upstream equipment. As long as there is technical support, it will not be a problem. Gu Xiu smiled. Oh, Liang Xining's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he had grasped the key. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the domestic industrial chain can be upright and steal upstream technology? Feasible. Very feasible. Sure enough, as soon as the idea came up, Gu Xiu said, as for technology, since it is an emergency, of course professionals need to go to ASML to learn certain techniques. So I hope, teacher, you could go to ASML to study for a while. Is it really appropriate for me to come to this place now? Wouldn't it be bad? Many people in their R&D department know me, and I'm afraid many people have said a lot of bad things about me behind their backs. Does Liangling know I'm coming? What's her attitude is? How about forget it? Lungsun still has a lot of things to deal with. It's hard for me to spare time. And with so many people here this time, it's okay even if I'm missing one. On the plane to Heilin, Liang Xining always looked a little uneasy and talked a lot with Gu Xiu beside him along the way. Gu Xiu even doubted it. If the plane hadn't already taken off, Mr. Liang Xining would have had to get off the plane and run away. This situation, especially as it gets closer to Heilin, it becomes more obvious. However, Gu Xiu had put a lot of thought into getting the old man to come. So how could he possibly let him escape in the middle of the battle? At this time, he had no choice but to smile and said, Teacher, I also know your difficulties, but you also need to understand. Now that you are cooperating with Asmer, you need someone who can talk to both sides to be responsible for communication. This position belongs to you. As for the people from Asmer saying bad things about you in private, you can rest assured. I have already informed people in the company. Such things must not be said. Having said this, Gu Xiu looked at his teacher, hesitated for a moment visible to the naked eye, and then said again, of course. Teacher, if you don't have the guts to see Sister Ling, then it's not impossible for me to replace you with someone else, but it will take some time. At least for the time being, teacher, you have to stay here and wait. When saying this, Gu Xiu also spread his hands. Liang Xining was a little helpless, but he has always been a person who puts the overall situation first. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. Okay, I will try my best. But to be honest, I think your plan is not very good. The time is too short, and Godson's foundation is not good enough. So if you expect Godson to help in other aspects besides the media, the possibility is not high. At least it will be difficult to do within this year. Although I really want to talk big, sometimes I have to face reality. Lungsun still needs time to keep up with development. I want to eat a big fat man in one bite right now. It's hard. This is not to make others' ambitions destroy one's own prestige. This is the conclusion reached through analysis after seeking truth from facts. Although Lungsun has achieved overtaking in corners before and built castles in the air, the meaning of castles in the sky is that the foundation is not solid at all. At least, if as Mai counted on Godson to help, he basically couldn't count on anything. Actually, it doesn't matter whether Godson can help. As long as Godson is here, the problem will naturally be solved. Gu Xiu smiled at this time. Liang Xining didn't know why. What's the meaning? Lungsun reluctantly sat on the table, but for many people, it was just because of ASML. Some people would not hope that Lungsun could really learn all the technologies in the semiconductor field and even have the ability to mass produce. A simple explanation made Liang Xining understand instantly. You mean, as long as we have people here this time, someone will naturally find a way to help us deal with Nikon? Yes. Gu Xiu nodded and smiled. So, teacher, when you come here this time, what you say about helping Asmai solve normal problems must be false. But after this opportunity, it is true that you can openly learn all Asmai's skills. Other than that, teacher, you just have to pretend to be here and treat it as a vacation in Heilin. Liang Xining smacked her lips and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Gu Xiu. I am a student. Awesome. Gushio is right. The problem now is that those semiconductor companies are actually looking at whether ASML can defeat Nikon. If they have the technology to defeat Nikon, they will not be able to defeat it. Whether or not we should fully support ASMI is another matter. But now that so many people from Lungsan have come and announced that they want to start comprehensive cooperation, it will be different. Although everyone knows that ASML is a company of the Dragon Kingdom, it will definitely be more or less biased towards the Dragon Kingdom, and it will definitely be able to make the local technology of the Dragon Kingdom advance by leaps and bounds. But rapid technological advancement is one thing, and production capacity is another. Although everyone with a discerning eye knows that expecting Lungsan to catch up in both technology and production is basically impossible and a low probability event. But what if? There is no way to limit Longwa's current technology in the semiconductor field. Do we still want Longwa to make rapid progress in production? This is not okay. Absolutely not. They value ASML because they value the modular model adopted by ASML, and they also take the initiative to separate the upstream and downstream, making it clear that they're sending out their weaknesses. If you just sit back and do nothing now, in the end, the upstream business was taken away by Longwa. Then wouldn't it mean that Longwa would become the dominant player in technology and even grow into the next Neon semiconductor industry circle? No, even scarier than Neon. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is much larger than Neon in terms of population and area. Once the Dragon Kingdom seizes this opportunity, it can even do more than just the photolithography field, and even the entire semiconductor field can be swallowed up by them. Then, are you guys still having fun? Under this mentality, the only thing those people who originally sat on the mountain and watched the fight between tigers and tigers could do was to make a quick choice whether to support Nikon or ASML. This is even more of a simple question. Nikon has been bullying people before, but if you support Nikon now, you are really screwing up your head. So, there is only one final result. With the intervention of many parties, ASMI's crisis this time will be easily resolved. Even ASMI himself does not have to do anything. Someone will naturally help. And Gushio could think of these accurately. You deserve the word hi. But then, Liang Xining reacted again. Then you still want me to come? If you're just here to learn skills and want a team leader, anyone from Lungsan can lead the team, right? Of course, anyone from Lungsan can lead the team. But if you don't come, teacher, how will you reconcile the father-daughter relationship? Gushio complained in his heart, but of course he couldn't say this. Teacher, you are wrong. Although we are mainly pretending and learning skills this time. After all, there needs to be a respected person here from Lungsan, so that we can calm everyone, and at the same time arouse the suspicion of other parties. Besides, teacher, you must be more familiar with ASMR than we are. With you here, ASMR's technology sharing work will go more smoothly. This indeed made sense, but Liang Xining couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm just afraid. After I came, the situation not only didn't get better, actually got worse. Liang Xining's worries are not unreasonable. It can even be said that Liang Xining's worries are real. Because everyone had just arrived at Heilun Airport. Liang Ling took the lead and embarrassed Liang Xining. She brought someone to receive the Lungsan team, and she was very polite and friendly to everyone from beginning to end, but only when she faced Liang Xining, who was leading the team this time. But her face was full of disgust and hatred. I thought the leader of the team this time would be Teacher Ming or someone else, but I didn't expect that a thief came this time. Inviting everyone here this time is to help ASMI. I will share the technical aspects with you as soon as possible. I just hope that everyone can cooperate fully to help ASMI overcome this difficulty. But if you have anything, just go to my assistant directly. I don't want to see your leader. These words, it can be regarded as a reflection of his dislike for Liang Xining. It's all written on his face. The entire Lungsan science team was extremely embarrassed, and many people even looked at Liang Xining's expression cautiously. After all, Liang Xining was not a good-tempered person in Lungsan. But what is incomprehensible is that Liang Xining faced all kinds of cynicism from Liang Ling without any rebuttal from beginning to end, as if he didn't hear it all. Those who knew the truth just sighed secretly in private. They are clear. Mr. Liang has really paid a lot for today's Lungsin. Now Lungsin has officially taken root and has begun to sprout. And for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Also means the throat that had been choked for so many years could finally take a breather, and not just take a breath, but take the opportunity to flourish. This is a good thing. But because of this good thing, Liang Xining completely broke up with her daughter, and even seemed to have no contact with each other until death. There are many people who know about this, but no one can help to change anything. Liang Xining is a stubborn person, but his daughter is an even more stubborn person than him. In this matter, Liang Xining has always known that it was his fault and that she was unworthy of her daughter. Therefore, when facing his daughter, he never refuted anything, and he was never annoyed even if his daughter pointed at him and scolded him. There's only one problem. That is this old man. He is too stubborn. He has the stubbornness of the older generation, and he also has the absolute majesty of father. So no matter how he is scolded, absolutely, not willing to speak, I apologize properly to my daughter. Liang Ling, who is even more stubborn than him in terms of personality, will naturally not give in this regard. This way, the relationship between father and daughter has worsened. Just like at this moment, despite being ridiculed by his daughter in front of so many people, Liang Xining seemed to have not seen it all and said nothing. He just greeted everyone, got on the bus sent by ASML, and went straight to ASML's factory. On the way, Gu Xiu looked towards the street from time to time. Teacher, it's my first time to come to Helan. Is there anything interesting here? I heard that the working hours in Helan are very short. People basically don't work overtime. The working hours per week are almost 36 hours. Do you have a lot of time to do other things? By the way, I remember that Helan is a country with a constitutional monarchy. Doesn't that mean that the authority of the royal family trumps everything else? Teacher, have you seen the king? I heard that Helan's football youth training is very good. Teacher, do you think I have the opportunity to participate in the youth training and then join the national football team to win glory for the country? Along the way, Gu Xiu was like an ordinary curious baby, looking left and right with bright eyes, seemingly full of curiosity about everything here. This series of questions. However, Liang Xining was unable to answer. Although he stayed in Helan for a long time, he was focused on his own mission most of the time. In fact, he didn't know much about this place where he stayed for a long time. No way. I remember, teacher, you have stayed in Helan for 2 years. You don't know what I'm asking. You actually don't know anything, right? Gu Xiu asked incredulously. Liang Xining was a little embarrassed. Before I was in Helan, I spent most of my time at ASML or at home, so, seemingly feeling a little embarrassed that he couldn't answer even his own students, Liang Xining thought for a while and said, I heard that this is indeed the case in terms of working hours. Helan is based on hourly wages, and the weekly working hours are basically about 34 to 38 hours, and there is very little overtime. It is true that it is a constitutional monarchy, but I have never seen the king of this country. As for football, Liang Xining stumbled in his answer. In the end, out of desperation, he subconsciously looked up at Liang Ling, who was sitting not far away, looking for help more or less. Liang Ling glanced at him, but did not sneer, but took the initiative to take over the topic. Helan is not a king now. She is a queen now. She has been to our ASML before. Gu Xiu, you are the majority shareholder of ASML. You can meet the queen if you want. Football youth training is real. Helan's Ajax is a world-class youth training base and has cultivated many powerful football players. If you're interested, Gu Xiu, you can go and have fun. But my sister doesn't recommend that you pursue a career, let alone go back to China and join the national football team. That's a waste of time and talent. She answered seriously. Obviously, she had been paying attention to the conversation between Gu Xiu and Liang Xining. And it seemed that because of Gu Xiu being here, Liang Ling did not say any unpleasant words to Liang Xining. She didn't know whether it was because Gu Xiu was still a child or because Gu Xiu was her father's student. But, whatever the reason, at least it explained something. Liang Ling actually didn't hate his father deeply. This discovery, Gu Xiu couldn't help but smile. If you want to repair the relationship between father and daughter, to put it bluntly, you still have to see whether the father and daughter really care about each other. If they treat each other as enemies, then no matter how capable Gu Xiu is, he will not be able to reconcile the father and daughter. Liang Xining would definitely not be like this. After all, he had always been filled with guilt, so it was naturally impossible for him to hate his daughter. But it's hard to say for Liang Ling. And now this discovery also made Gu Xiu feel relieved. The rest of the way, Gu Xiu brought up many topics, and always involved both father and daughter, although Liang Ling still seemed to be ignoring Liang Xining. However, when Gu Xiu deliberately took up the topic, the two of them were able to communicate briefly. Certainly, most of the time, it's actually not very pleasant. But there was no rush, and Gu Xiu didn't expect that the two appraisers could resolve their misunderstandings so quickly. Get back together. Anyway, you still have plenty of time in Heilin, right? In the next week, Gu Xiu lay down peacefully in Heilin. In fact, there are many things about the company. Not to mention anything else, a lot of things have happened in ASML this week, and internet giants come to visit almost every day. From the R&D department to the production line, things are taking off. But, as a big boss, what does the company's many things have to do with him, the big boss? Obviously, it doesn't matter. Anyway, while Liang Ling was busy spinning around, Gu Xiu immediately started to live a peaceful life, either traveling around or visiting places every day. Of course, this step was not because Gu Xiu wanted to do something bad. Quite the opposite. He was going to do a great thing. During this week, Liang Xining and Liang Ling actually started to communicate more. At least during this week, the two of them would not stay together without dialogue the whole time. Liang Ling, on the other hand, became sarcastic without opening his mouth again, because during this week, Liang Xining had actually been consciously approaching his daughter. As Asamai was busy with affairs, Liang Xining simply worked as a free labor force for his daughter. Liang Ling refused at first, but when she discovered that Liang Xining came to help sincerely and would not affect her, she was able to let him go. This goes back and forth. Although Liang Ling still didn't look too good every time he saw Liang Xining, at least he no longer said bad words, and occasionally he was willing to say a word or two to this poor old man. Many people can see that. The relationship between father and daughter is being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. For this reason, Lungsen's scientific research team even specially celebrated, hoping that Mr. Liang, who has worked hard all his life, can have peace in his later years. But in fact, only Gu Xiu knew it. The relationship between father and daughter does seem to be slowly repairing, but because both father and daughter are stubborn people, and Liang Xining will never say anything soft, the restoration of this seemingly natural relationship gradually became difficult and unknown. Maybe if the father and daughter stay together for a year and a half, their relationship can relax and recover. But in fact, it is simply impossible. Putting aside the habits and personalities of father and daughter, who are both stinky and tough, it just means that the two of them rarely have the opportunity to get along often and slowly repair their relationship. The restoration of this relationship has added a lot of uncertainty. After all, although Liang Xining is old, at least now that Lungsen still needs a lot of talents, Liang Xining cannot retire even if he wants to. He must stick to his post. And Liang Ling is even more so. Now that she has become the CEO of ASML, she has to face huge and massive problems every day. Even when others are on vacation, she still needs to run around for ASML. They are all busy people. It would be nice to have the opportunity to get together and see each other every day. During this period of time, Gu Xiu was able to find out what the father and daughter were thinking. In fact, they had more or less feelings for each other, but one was more arrogant than the other. This made Gu Xiu understand. The relationship between father and daughter needs an opportunity to repair. As for the opportunity, it is really mysterious and mysterious. Normally, you may not be sure in this life whether such an opportunity will appear. But who is Gu Xiu? The youngest scientist recognized by the Dragon Kingdom, and not surprisingly, he is also the youngest billionaire. Now he is no longer the elementary school student who still needs to think about how to tie his red scarf. In this case, Would he stupidly wait for a so-called opportunity to appear like ordinary people? Obviously, won't. In other words, he will never wait for an opportunity to appear, because even if there is no opportunity, he can definitely create one for himself. No, on the 10th day after Gu Xiu came to Helan, the opportunity appeared. It was a sunny afternoon. After business negotiations with ASML, we found an equipment manufacturer also located in Helan. Liang Ling intends to cultivate this manufacturer to become one of ASML's top manufacturers, but still needs to be adjusted in terms of technology. As a technical expert, Liang Xining was naturally called to visit and inspect it together. The father and daughter drove there together. Accompanying him were several other company executives from ASML. Everything went smoothly in the early stage. Even after arriving at the factory, Liang Ling was very optimistic about the factory. But what no one expected was this. Just as the group was returning, something happened to Liang Ling and Liang Xining. They were kidnapped. I just received news that Liang Ling and Mr. Liang were kidnapped by unknown persons after leaving the factory. The kidnappers were very professional in their methods. They were taken away in less than 30 seconds. The kidnappers' target at first was just Liang Ling, but Mr. Liang rushed forward and fought with the kidnapper regardless of his own safety. In the end, he was knocked unconscious by the kidnapper and taken away together. This matter has been notified to the police, but it is still hidden from the media for the time being. The police are still investigating, and there is no investigation result yet. We don't know what the situation of Mr. Liang and his daughter is yet, and we don't know who kidnapped them and what their purpose is. The situation is very bad now. As soon as he walked to the company, Gu Xiu heard a report from his subordinates. The whole company is quite peaceful. This is because the news has not spread yet, but the company executives know the news. But it was already in chaos. The CEO of ASML and the important engineers of Longwell Lungsan Technology are no small figures. They know it very clearly. This time, once the news got out, it would be a disaster. It's a big earthquake in the industry. At the same time, many people have begun to speculate on who is doing such a thing this time. Judging from who has the highest profit, it can be seen that the Neon people are almost responsible for what happened this time. Yes, these Neon people now see that the situation is over and have started to use such dirty methods. It's really damning. Are they a threat, or what? We must find a way to save Teacher Liang and the others. Everyone was filled with indignation. Although there was no evidence, almost everyone looked at Neon with suspicion. After all, if the biggest competitors of Lungsan and ASML are Neon, they will have to bear the blame, even if they don't want to. But everything must be based on evidence, not just a few empty words. Is there any news from the police now? Seeing this posture, Gu Xiu frowned slightly. Not yet. Although the police have sent out many people, the kidnappers this time were very professional and did not leave too many clues. It will take time for the police to track them. After hearing this, Gu Xiu took a deep breath and slammed the table. Too much. No matter what the cost, we must rescue the teacher and the others safely. The police rescue was launched quickly. After all, a company like ASML is not a small company, even in Helan. Naturally, such a big incident immediately attracted great attention from the local area. But it's a pity. I don't know if it's because such a serious case hasn't happened for a long time, or because the kidnappers this time are really too professional. Within the next 5 hours, there were no clues in the police investigation. Even though more and more police officers were deployed as time went by, what was frustrating was that they did not find any valuable clues from this kidnapping. Who is the kidnapper? What's the purpose? Where are they hiding now? Are the hostages still safe? All this, no one could give an answer. As the boss of Yuanxiu Investment, the major shareholder of ASML, and the important shareholder of Lungsan, Gu Xiu was immediately furious and even had his lawyer scold him in the police station. The pressure is on the police, but the greater the pressure, the worse the outcome. In the blink of an eye, the Liang family's father and daughter were kidnapped for more than 12 hours. The police didn't even know the kidnappers' approximate escape direction. And what's even worse is, the kidnappers did not contact anyone from beginning to end, and did not even ask for ransom, as they imagined. At this time, many people have already cast a shadow in their hearts, and many even think that the Liang family's father and daughter have probably been killed. And things are even worse for the Helan police. Media intervention. After all, these two living people, both of whom had attracted much attention, were taken away just like that. No matter how well the information was hidden, they still couldn't hide it from the eyes and ears of the media after a long time. For a while, countless reports sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, overwhelming and crazy. Shocked, ASML CEO was kidnapped by kidnappers, and we still haven't received any news. Key core figures of ASML and Lungsen were kidnapped. How bad is the security in Helan? This is a kidnapping case that shocked the semiconductor field. The appearance of this series of reports immediately attracted the attention of many people. This kidnapping thing. He is born with an aura of attention. Although this kind of thing is actually not uncommon around the world, the key problem is that the targets of this kidnapping are companies in the semiconductor field that have attracted a lot of attention during this period. This situation is different. Naturally, after reports like this appeared, a large number of people immediately poured in. For a while, more and more news and discussions are emerging. This kidnapping was a premeditated and targeted kidnapping, and the kidnappers were very professional. We even have reason to suspect that the kidnappers this time are actually a professional team that someone paid a high price to find. The kidnappers are most likely to be rich kids with funds and strength. It is rare to target scientists and business executives like this. Can we doubt that this is not an ordinary kidnapping? Even a fool knows that if you want to know who is behind the conspiracy, then look at who is the highest beneficiary and who can get the greatest benefit. If you look at it this way, Asmai and even Longhua are affected, it must have something to do with Neon. But the purpose, although these two are important personnel in their respective companies, neither Asmai nor Lungsen are indispensable. Countless discussions have emerged, and there will be no shortage of masters of conspiracy theories in any era, and this report has given these conspirators an excellent stage to perform. It's obvious. Under such circumstances, Neon's semiconductor field is the first to bear the brunt. Many people default to Neon as the culprit, thinking that they do this to ensure that their industry will not be abandoned by the times, and they want to try their best to save the situation. There are quite a lot of such speculations, and even the good guys started looking for clues spontaneously. Don't tell me yet. After this careful search, a lot of clues were really found. Nikon's vice president met in private with an unknown person 2 days ago. There were reports before that he was a lover. Now, there is reason to suspect that he may be the kidnapper team. Nikon's funds have fluctuated. They used the reputation of overseas investment, probably to pay the kidnappers. Neon has no response at all to this matter. It is obvious that they intend to use cold treatment to completely downplay the kidnapping case. They must be the murderers. Come. Neon has given a response now. They said that this matter has nothing to do with them. They also said that they hope that Liang Xining and his daughter can be safe. This is obviously problematic. If they had done nothing and were upright and not afraid of the shadow, they would never come to avoid suspicion. They must have done it. The news became more and more outrageous. There are more and more discussions among the people who eat melons, especially on the internet. On this platform, where everyone can speak freely, it has set off a wave of public opinion. Neon Nikon said it was wronged, but it's a pity. No one believed the explanation at all, and it even got darker and darker. What was even more disgusting was that at this time, those former allies also began to get into trouble one by one. Many people even began to put on a face that represented justice, and gave various hints, both overt and covert, in the hope that they would give an explanation. Do they want an explanation? There was obviously a legitimate opportunity to terminate the cooperation, because many people took advantage of this opportunity to shamefully interrupt their previously signed subscription contracts, and even blame Nikon. This hurts Nikon. At this time, they had even begun to curse the group of robbers who appeared out of nowhere. If not for them, how could you be so passive? At the same time, they had to start praying for Liang Xining and Liang Ling, hoping that these two people could survive well and then restore their innocence. After all, their crotches are stained with yellow mud now. If this matter cannot be resolved, that will cause a huge blow to Nikon's reputation. Think about it. A big company, a big manufacturer, a big enterprise in the field of cutting-edge technology. But because of commercial competition, it attacked two innocent competitors. And he still uses kidnapping. Even if these are false, just rumors, even the people who say such things can't even provide a little bit of evidence. But for Nikon, sometimes evidence is not that important at all. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it will be a heavy blow to Nikon and other people's senses. So, now, they really hope that the Liang family and his daughter can come back safely and explain to them. Soon, the good news came. Father and daughter Liang Xining and Liang Ling were successfully rescued after being kidnapped for more than 26 hours. This news made many Neon people breathe a sigh of relief. But the tone is not completely relieved yet. They found out. The situation seems to be getting worse. Teacher, Sister Ling, you are finally back. How are you? Are you okay? Are you injured? Are you injured anywhere? How do you feel now? In Healan Luxury Private Hospital, Guxiu asked the two people on the bed with concern on his face. Following him were several company executives. At this time, they both looked at the two of them with concern. It's great that you two can come back. You don't know how much shock it caused during the more than 20 hours you were kidnapped. Yeah, luckily you came back safe and sound. We even thought that you had been killed by the Neon people. Those people deserve to die. Are you injured? How did you escape? Were you released? Released? How is that possible? You must have escaped. Do you know who the person who kidnapped you is? Why did they kidnap you? A series of questions came one after another. Although the two were kidnapped for only a little more than a day, in that little more than a day, both Asamai and Lungsen were transformed. Even the entire semiconductor industry has been affected. The most important thing is, in the face of the power of the media, this kidnapping case showed a very high spread rate, and in a very short period of time, it became a big international news. It's unbelievable. In the face of everyone's questioning, Liang Xining and Liang Ling's father and daughter, who were still undergoing various examinations in the hospital bed, felt confused at this time. Is it such a big impact? What happened? Reasonable. When the two of them were kidnapped, they could more or less guess that the identity of the two of them being kidnapped might have an impact on the normal operation of the company. But they really didn't expect that the impact would be so great. It's all in the international news. This incident was more or less beyond their expectations. Teacher Liang, what's wrong with your leg? At this moment, a Lungsen technician pointed at Liang Xining's right ankle and said, "Why is it swollen?" What? Before the others could say anything, Liang Ling suddenly became nervous and hurriedly came over to take a look. When he saw that Liang Xining's right ankle was swollen into a loaf, he immediately became angry. "What's wrong with you? Your foot is hurt like this. Why didn't you say anything? You were carrying me on your back. You're like this. Hey, it's okay. It's just a minor injury. The doctor will give you some medicine later." Liang Xining smiled sarcastically. "Is this a minor injury?" Liang Ling was annoyed and gave Liang Xining a hard look. Then he hurriedly called the doctor in. Doctor, show my dad's leg quickly. He's also injured on his leg." Soon, the doctor came in. In fact, the injury was not serious. I just sprained my foot while running. There is no need to even prescribe medicine. However, at Liang Ling's urging, the doctor simply bandaged it, prescribed some painkillers to Liang Xining, and told him to rest as much as possible in the next period of time. This is just a small episode. But when the doctor left after treating the injuries, everyone couldn't help but stare at the father and daughter with wide eyes. Especially Liang Ling. This woman who has always been known as a strong woman and who usually acted resolutely no matter who she faced was now sitting in front of Liang Xining's bed with a look of concern on her face. In the eyes. Even more so with undisguised anxiety and concern. This, everyone couldn't help but look at each other a little unbelievable. Although everyone knows that Liang Xining is Liang Ling's father, when have they ever seen Liang Ling look like this, let alone face Liang Xining? To know, She never had a good face when dealing with Liang Xining. She would often make sarcastic remarks and even occasionally use harsh words. But now, that look and gesture was that of a proper father's little cotton-padded jacket. Where's the spirit from before? Teacher, Sister Ling, have you reconciled? The adults were still in disbelief, secretly guessing, and somewhat embarrassed to ask. But as a child, Gu Xiu didn't have so many worries and asked directly on the spot in surprise. As soon as these words came out, everyone also became curious, and several scientific researchers from Lungsan couldn't help but be surprised. Really? Liang Ling nodded, touched Gu Xiu's head, and said with a sweet smile, Sister was not sensible before, so she had a conflict with your teacher. This time I was kidnapped, and I suddenly saw clearly. In fact, a lot of it was just because of my anger. Actually, I understand your teacher. I just need an apology. And this time, your teacher also apologized, so of course there is no need for my sister to be angry anymore. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Liang Xining with astonishment in their eyes, as if they had discovered a new world. Will Liang Xining apologize? Such a person would actually give in? Soon, Liang Xining noticed these glances and actually raised his head to look at everyone. Meeting his gaze, everyone lowered their heads subconsciously. Liang Xining did not have a good temper. His skills are very good, but his personality gives many people a headache. In the entire Lungsan, many people have been scolded by Liang Xining, even those with a higher rank than Liang Xining. Everyone also understands his character, so they don't get into trouble most of the time. Originally thought, I will probably get scolded this time too. But what was unexpected was that after Liang Xining glanced at everyone, he nodded calmly. I realized that I was indeed wrong before. For the so-called face, I hurt the most important person to me. This is completely unnecessary, even torturing myself. No need. He didn't say much, but what he said was extremely serious. People who weren't familiar with him didn't think it was anything, but those who knew him couldn't help but widen their eyes. Incredible. But at the same time, everyone couldn't help but feel happy. It's a good thing that the teacher and Sister Ling can get back together. So, after you were kidnapped this time, you actually did something good out of the blue. Gu Xiu spoke first, and the others nodded. That's true. Haha, the relationship between Teacher Liang and Mr. Liang was so tense before that I didn't dare to take a breath when they stood together. This is probably what the internet said. What is that called? Low pressure. Ha ha ha. Yes, I feel the same way. It's great. Does Teacher Liang have to treat us to dinner? We must. Although Liang Xining was scary when he was serious, it was actually quite interesting when he was happy. Under the guidance of Gu Xiu, everyone became bolder. No surprises. Liang Xining, who had settled her knot, really didn't get angry anymore. Instead, she laughed and said, No problem, treat. We must treat. Tomorrow night. The scene suddenly became joyful. No one asked why not tonight, because everyone knew that there were many things to deal with tonight. First and foremost, it was them. Kidnapped by whom? After. How did you escape again? We were kidnapped by 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. I don't know who they were. The 3 were very professional, and there seemed to be an organization behind them. After we got in the car, we were blindfolded and our mouths were sealed. We couldn't see or say anything, and it seemed that we were put directly in the trunk of the car. After that, we seemed to have changed cars several times in the middle. By the end, I didn't even know what type of car we were changing to. I only knew that the cabin was very big. Just in the car, we drove around for a long time. Although I have no specific way to judge the time, I estimate that we were in the car for at least 2 or 3 hours. In the police station, Liang Xining and Liang Ling were accepting the police transcripts. Although the lawyer told them, the police are not even helping in this regard. So, they can even refuse to assist the police in their investigation. Not only can they not cooperate at all, but they can even sue the police for improper handling of the matter. However, Liang Xining and Liang Ling finally decided to accept this investigation and actively cooperated. Maybe it's for this reason. The police took the transcript very easily this time. It was placed in the VIP lounge of the police, and hot coffee was even provided. But, after listening to their stories, the Heelan police felt helpless. After being kidnapped, he did not immediately find a place to hide. Instead, he walked around the streets for several hours by frequently changing vehicles. Don't say anything else. This alone makes people lose their temper. No wonder we tried to track the suspect vehicle before, but found nothing in the end. We apologize for this, very sorry. The person in charge of the police apologized helplessly. It's really embarrassing. This incident has put a lot of pressure on the Heelan police. It has even been humiliated internationally. Now you only need to open the internet to see that the whole world is laughing at them. Then, where did you go? The police chief couldn't help but ask. Liang Ling hesitated. He looked at the police officers present and seemed to be hesitant. Someone said, maybe he didn't know where he was. His mouth and eyes were covered, and he changed cars frequently during the trip. He must have fainted by then. Others nodded repeatedly. But, just when everyone was planning to skip this question, Liang Ling finally said, if I guess correctly, we should be here. As soon as these words came out, the entire police station fell into a deathly silence. All the police officers looked at Liang Ling with dull eyes. Are you kidding me? After this kidnapping gang kidnapped someone, actually took them to the police station? It should be around here, and maybe right behind the police station. Liang Ling added again, pointing towards the small building opposite from the window. What? Everyone looked confused and looked toward the opposite side. It was a shop with a restaurant on the second floor, but there were some rental houses above. We were taken out of the car late at night. At that time, we could feel that I went upstairs to several floors, and then we were locked in a room. In that room, I could often hear the sound of police cars, and I also heard you using the police radio to rush the police to gather. If I remember correctly, just this morning, you also played Heelan's national anthem, right? These words came out. Everyone immediately looked at each other. It's true. Liang Ling's guess was true. They were really across the street. At that time, the entire police station mobilized a large number of police officers and even made a lot of efforts just to find the kidnapper and find the two hostages. But in the end, the person was right across from him, maybe even watching their every move from behind a window. Is this the boldness of a skilled artist? Or just to slap them in the face? It's dark under the lamp. Liang Xining said, we have a word in the Dragon Kingdom. It's called black under the lamp. This group of kidnappers had a big list, and they were very well prepared, and they didn't even alert anyone in the process. But think about it. This is normal for professionals. Professionals? Someone from the police team noticed this term and asked immediately, do you know their identities? I don't know. Liang Xining nodded. But I know that this group of people is very professional. These 3 people come from almost all over the world. I was stunned before, but I woke up early and overheard something. Liang Xining spoke again. They seem to be a mercenary organization because I heard them calling a leader. Although we only saw 3 people, it seemed that there were many people behind to help. This is a very professional team. Then do you know who assigned them? The police asked. I don't know. Liang Xining shook his head. I only know that the 3 people we met can speak Neon. What? Neon language? Since they are 3 mercenaries from all over the world, why do they still use Neon language? But this doesn't seem to prove anything. Liang Xining shook his head. There are many people who can speak Neon language. I didn't say whether there is any connection. Besides, mercenaries may have higher cultural standards, and it seems normal to master more languages. If there is no such sentence, it seems to be normal. But with this sentence, it always feels a bit abnormal. Do you know what their purpose of kidnapping you is? Someone asked. This is the crux of the matter. Why else? Money. Liang Xining spread his hands. They want to ask us for money, and they ask for 10 million meters. Want money? Everyone looked at each other, more or less surprised. What happened next? Then the kidnappers found out that we were father and daughter, and we had no relatives to blackmail, so they left us alone. I guess they went to contact the company. They seemed surprised, and they seemed to have called and cursed us, and then they moved us. Liang Xining said, by the way, when your police station gathered, we were taken to the car again, and then pulled to a wooden house in the forest. After we were imprisoned there, there was less supervision on us. Someone came and seemed to have a quarrel with them. Some people even wanted to kill us. That's when Liang Ling and I settled our differences. Liang Xining said it very plainly, but many people could feel the danger in this plainness. He almost died. Fortunately, after they argued in the end, it seemed that they didn't intend to kill us just like that, but they continued to argue. After finding the right opportunity, the two of us ran away. Next, Liang Xining began to talk about their experiences during this period. In fact, the process was similar to what he said, with more or less twists and turns, and he escaped through various chances and coincidences. After all, it's the victim's perspective. They still couldn't explain what was going on, and they didn't even know the real purpose of the kidnapping. But they don't know it's okay. Someone will help them know. We have said everything we can. No matter how much more we do, we don't know. As a resident of the Dragon Kingdom in Helan, I like the country of Helan very much. So I hope that you can catch the murderer as soon as possible to prevent them from doing anything crazy again. Now, I'm not sure whether these people will do anything again, so I hope that the Helan police can give us an explanation. In 2 hours, the transcript was finally completed. Liang Ling said the above words to the Helan police seriously and solemnly, which made all the senior police officers in the reception room feel more stressed and even looked stiff. But it's impossible to blame the victim for this. Naturally, everyone nodded at that moment, promising that the criminals would be arrested and brought to justice as soon as possible, and the safety of all overseas personnel in Helan's country would be ensured. Liang Xining and his daughter did not continue to make things difficult in this regard. After saying a few more words, he followed the legal team and left the police station. Although there was no danger before, after all, such a big thing happened, and his own state needed to be adjusted, and the respective company teams also had many problems that needed to be solved urgently. The two of them really have a lot to do. After the two victims left, the senior police officers of the Helan police had promised that they would definitely bring the criminals to justice. But all of them couldn't help but look embarrassed. Especially for Eindhoven, Captain Wenza of the municipal police headquarters had an extremely sad look on his face. Looking at his subordinates who were whispering, Wenza waved his hand. Have a meeting. This kidnapping is a provocation to our Helan police and a contempt for our Eindhoven police. We must do something. In just this day, I have received at least 20 phone calls, and even Her Majesty the Queen personally called. I believe everyone knows what this means. This means that if we cannot give an answer to this kidnapping case, then our Helan police and our Eindhoven police will become the laughingstock of the whole world. Wenza laid out the facts and reasoned, intending to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. But it's a pity. Chief, we have no way of investigating anything. Yeah, you heard it too. This is a group of professional mercenaries. We didn't even have any clues before, and now they may have escaped. The current situation is very bad, and it cannot be solved by our efforts. The other party can even take the victim to the opposite side of our police station and lock it up. This is enough to show that they don't take us seriously at all. It can also be seen that they are not afraid of us at all. We tried our best, but we couldn't find any clues at all. It's not that we are useless, it's that the opponent is too powerful, so powerful that no one can find any chance to counterattack. Everyone wants to regain face. But in this world, whatever you want to do is not guaranteed to be done. At least in this kidnapping case, they were really helpless. Bang! Trash, a bunch of trash. Her Majesty the Queen called me personally to ask about this matter, and you told me that there was no way. Do you deserve the attention of Her Majesty the Queen? Wenza was furious and reprimanded loudly at his men. But it's a pity. Faced with Wenza's rebuke, everyone present did not do anything except lower their heads, and many people even dared not even fart. Apparently, there is nothing anyone can do. Seeing this posture, Wenza suddenly felt a headache. He doesn't know how difficult it is now, but no matter how difficult it is, he still has to find a way. But unfortunately, at least the current situation is unsolvable. The kidnapped victim is back. This is what everyone hopes for. But the problem is that they absolutely do not want the victim to find a way to escape on his own. After all, this will have nothing to do with the police. The more critical question is, the victims all found their own ways to escape, but after getting the clues provided by the victims, they still made no progress, even though they immediately investigated the house opposite and the cabin in the forest. But the building had long since been deserted, with no hair left. That's what hurts the most. If the kidnappers continue to cause trouble, maybe they still have a chance. But if the kidnappers just run away and leave, then the police will be embarrassed this time. That would be considered completely lost. Damn it, is there really nothing we can do? Wenze cursed in his heart with great annoyance. He knew that this time he was doomed, and he didn't even have any chance to turn around, let alone take a step forward in his official career. He may even be dismissed in a matter of minutes, and he may even be blamed for it, making his retirement life less than ideal. No way. This is reality. But just when Wenze was still worried, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. He turned around and saw that the person coming was a young police officer, which made Wenze frown. Fortunately, the other party also understood that the smell of gunpowder in the conference room was a bit strong, so he did not get into trouble at the moment, but said directly, "Sergeant, the boss of Yuanxiu Investment is here, saying he wants to come to thank you." What? The boss of Yuanxiu Investment? Come to thank you? Wenze's face was full of confusion, and he didn't understand. Someone on the side reminded, Yuanxiu Investment is the largest shareholder of Asmer. The boss of Yuanxiu Investment is the actual controller of Asmer, and this person seems to be a shareholder of the company where the Longwo executive in the kidnapping case belongs. Hearing this, the police chief suddenly felt even more confused. What's going on? Since the boss of Yuanxiu Investment has a relationship with both companies, that means he has a relationship with the victim this time. It is understandable that the police chief is coming to his door now. But what does it mean to come to thank someone? Let's go and have a look. After saying hello, the police chief took the lead and led people out of the conference room. He was still a little uneasy, thinking that the other party might be here to investigate. But as soon as this man walked into the lobby of the police station, the police chief was confused. I saw a group of police officers standing at the door, looking out. The police sergeant stepped forward and saw a group of workers unloading goods from a large truck. However, because everything was sealed in boxes, it was impossible to see what was inside. While these workers were unloading, there was a child with a distinctly oriental face directing them. Seemingly noticing Wenze's gaze, the child raised his head and glanced at him, then smiled and walked towards Wenze first. "Hello, Director Wenze." Hello," Wenze replied repeatedly, somewhat inexplicably, but there were many reporters and media outside, ready with their guns and short guns. Even though his face was full of questions, he still showed a smile. "Hello, kid. What are you doing?" "We are here to thank Chief Wenze." Gushio blinked. "Thank me?" Wenze's eyelids twitched. "I haven't done anything myself. This is to thank myself, but isn't it a different trick to mess with myself?" But seeing the child in front of him, he nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Of course I want to thank you. Not just Chief Wenze. I want to thank all the police officers in this rescue operation. Because of you, we successfully helped us rescue people and killed all the bad guys. Of course I want to thank you." As soon as these words came out, the media reporters who had been paying attention to this scene suddenly became energetic. But Wenze only had one expression at this time. Is it really the person who was rescued by the police? What's going on? Isn't there news that the hostage escaped on his own when he found an opportunity? How come it turned out that the hostage was rescued by the police? When did this happen? What's going on now? Is there something hidden in this matter? Although Gushio's voice was not loud, it was absolutely guaranteed that everyone present could hear it clearly. Naturally, these words immediately attracted the attention of reporters from all walks of life. During this time, this kidnapping case was serious international news. The whole world's attention was focused on it, not to mention local media reporters. Even many reporters from major newspapers traveled thousands of miles to come here just to get frontline reports. In fact, everyone was really happy. After all, the police were incompetent, and the person who was kidnapped was a sensitive person, especially since there was a suspect involved in the matter who could be criticized without restraint. Isn't it a perfect topic? But this time, Liang Xining and Liang Ling successfully escaped and returned, and reporters immediately launched an investigation, especially after they hear about it. When the two kidnapped people actually escaped on their own, a group of reporters became excited. This is a good opportunity to mock the Helan police to death. There are countless points that could be reported. So after hearing this time that Yuan Xiu invested in the police station, all the reporters were excited and hoped to witness a fierce battle. Many of them even thought of the title before coming. Yuan Xiu invests in investigating the crime and reprimanding the Helan police for their poor performance. The Helan police's face has been swollen. Look, the Helan police were angrily rebuked by entrepreneurs. Hundreds of police officers got nothing in the end. The safety of the people of Helan still needs to rely on themselves. Many people have already prepared this type of title, and even the faster ones have even finished the copywriting. They can publish it immediately after taking a few photos today. But what I never expected was, they suddenly discovered that the copywriting and titles they had prepared before seemed to be no longer needed. The situation seemed to be somewhat different from the news they had received before. Isn't Yuan Xiu Investment looking for trouble? All the reporters were stunned, and then many people started asking each other in confusion. Obviously, they did not expect that things would take such a turn. But the reporters are confused. Wenze was the most confused person at this moment, especially after hearing Gu Xiu's words. He looked even more weird. What's going on? Credit from heaven? But soon, Wenze shook his head quickly. What a damn credit. This was just said by a child. This child may not know what is going on. If you can lie to this child, don't turn around and be slapped in the face. That's a big joke. After thinking about this clearly, Wenze shook his head and decided to bite the bullet and tell the truth. Although it would be embarrassing, there was no way he could get rid of the blame. Kid, you may have misunderstood. Although our police have worked hard on this matter, unfortunately, we have not been of much help. Oh, when the reporters heard this, they immediately became excited. The flashlight flashed crazily, making Wenze want to find a crack in the ground to hide. No help. No. But at this moment, Gu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief, and then he seemed to think of something. Chief Wenze, you must be humble. You have been very helpful to my teacher this time. Wenze didn't know why. Teacher? Very helpful? You may not know yet. Gu Xiu turned around and faced the reporters who were already in position outside. My teacher is Liang Xining, and she is also one of the victims of the kidnapping. The other kidnapped is my teacher's daughter and my sister. After the two of them were kidnapped, Chief Wenze immediately set up a task force and even mobilized police forces from surrounding areas to devote a large number of police officers to this hostage rescue operation. It's very efficient. These words made the reporters look confused. Is there any? To be fair, all their attention during this period was focused on the ineffectiveness of the police, and they were even tricked by the kidnappers from beginning to end. As for whether the police have such a powerful operation, everyone is really not sure. At this point, Wenze was a little moved, but at the same time a little helpless. Gu Xiu was telling the truth. This kidnapping incident was indeed a case of great concern to the police. After all, ASML was a large local company for the local area. Not to mention that it attracted so much attention later. Even if they wanted to mess it up, it would be impossible. This time they really spent a lot of resources. But it's a pity. Even though they made a lot of efforts, they still achieved nothing in the end. Even their efforts were ignored by everyone, leaving only ridicule and ridicule. I didn't expect that. The person who understood him best turned out to be a person from Yuan Xiu Investment. It's just a pity. This man is just a little kid. Not to mention anything else. This alone is enough for us to express our gratitude to the local police officers and Officer Wenze. Before Gu Xiu finished speaking, he continued. What's more important is, earlier today, Officer Wenze immediately obtained relevant clues after an emergency investigation, and then launched a secret operation without hesitation. And we finally succeeded in rescuing my teacher and sister from the bad kidnappers 3 hours ago. This matter, of course, we want to express our gratitude. After these words were spoken, the whole place was silent, and the media in the distance were even more excited. Their eyes widened for the first time, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Was this really the person rescued by the police? Why is it different from the news they heard before? But although the reporters and the media were confused and not sluggish, at this moment, for all the police officers present, they were really a little sluggish. What situation? When do we launch the rescue? Don't people come back on their own? Wenze looked even more strange, looking at Gushio with questions in his eyes. Wenze police, thank you so much. Because of your help, my teacher and sister were able to come back safely. It's all because of your help. So, I decided to give away a batch of supplies to the local police for free. Gushio did not finish his words, but walked to the side of the completed cargo box and asked someone to open one of the boxes. I have been to the police station once before and found that the facilities in the police station are old and the office equipment has not been replaced for a long time. So, I decided to give away a full set of office equipment. At the same time, I noticed that many public transportation cameras in Eindhoven are damaged and obsolete. So we ordered the latest road cameras to help the police work in the future. These are just a few small touches, but we still hope to use such small thoughts to thank Officer Wenze and the police officers for their help. From now on, Yuanshio Investment, ASML, and even Lungsin will always be loyal partners of the Eindhoven Police Department. In front of the Heelen Eindhoven Police Station, a large number of boxes were opened at this moment. It's packed inside. All are brand new desks, chairs, benches, computer accessories, and various office appliances. In addition, there are a bunch of tightly packaged, completely brand new surveillance high-definition camera equipment. There are a lot of these things. But compared to the visual impact, what Gushio said was even more shocking. The reporter won't say anything. The police officers at the police station are the most confused. We rescued the hostages. Why haven't I heard the news before? Does this really have something to do with us? Don't they all say that they escaped on their own? I went to that wooden house to see before, and all the people were gone. It was not done by us at all, right? From what I just said, it sounds like it was a secret operation. There is a shitty secret operation. Don't we ourselves know whether there is a secret operation? There is no such thing. There must be some mistake. Who can tell me what's going on now? Why can't I understand the situation at all? The police officers started talking among themselves, and some monks were more or less confused. Some people think this is definitely a lie. Some people think that they may not understand the situation and therefore dare not jump to conclusions. The former were mostly high-level officers, while the latter were obviously ordinary police officers who did not understand the specific situation and were a little unsure of what Gushio said. Wenze was also confused, looking at the dazzling array of gifts in front of him, and looking at Gushio, who was looking at him with a sincere and grateful face. How many? It's a bit messy. Officer Wenze, this is the receipt for Yuanshio's investment and gift of materials. You can click on it if necessary. While Wenze was in a daze, Gushio had already handed over a receipt. Wenze looked at the list and then looked up at Gushio. Kid, can you invest on behalf of Yuanshio? Although Wenze is still a little confused now, he can probably feel that this child seems a bit unusual, at least not an ordinary child. Really? Before Gushio could say anything, a man wearing glasses on the side spoke first. It turns out that Officer Wenze doesn't know yet. This is our boss of Yuanshio Investment, Mr. Guzigu. What? Wenze froze on the spot. After looking Gushio up and down again, he couldn't help but ask, You? Really? It's true. Gushio smiled. In fact, if Mr. Wenze can investigate carefully, he will soon know my identity. Wenze was speechless for a moment. He has many problems. I wanted to ask Gushio how old he was now, but felt that it was a bit inappropriate to ask him. I also wanted to ask Gushio, as the boss of Yuanshio Investment, if he had any purpose in suddenly doing this. But this question was more difficult to ask, and I felt awkward for a while, not knowing what to say. There must be an explanation for what happened this time. My request is very simple. I need to ensure that my teacher and sister will not be harmed again, and their safety will always come first. Besides, Officer Wenze, you have really tried your best. I think people should understand each other. Isn't it? Gushio deliberately lowered his voice to ensure that only Wenze and one or two people around him could hear this. When Wenze heard this, he understood instantly. He glanced at Gu Xiu gratefully. Gu Xiu's intention was already obvious, which was to give him this favor. Have to admit, Wenze really needs this kind of favor now. After all, if things develop normally, he will be completely unable to continue his job as director, let alone his career promotion in the future. Don't worry, I will do my best to ensure the safety of all members of his MI. This will never happen again. There was no hesitation. No one who can get into this position is a fool. Wenze took the lead and directly guaranteed it. At this, Gu Xiu just smiled and said, "By the way, there's one more thing I forgot." Immediately afterwards, Gu Xiu turned around and went to the pile of cargo boxes. After groping for a while, he took out one. "What is this?" Wenze took what Gu Xiu handed over with a confused look on his face. "It's a bit like something in a traditional Chinese medicine hall." "A banner." Gu Xiu answered, and then pulled it open. "I saw that this was just a very ordinary banner, which you can basically see in small clinics, but it didn't say anything like Master of Gynecology or Miracle Rejuvenation. But crack the case quickly. This is Chinese. Our Dragon Country police generally do not accept any form of remuneration, so it is more popular to send such banners," Luo Xiang said from the side. As soon as these words came out, it was obvious that Wenze's face was slightly stiff. But then he gratefully accepted the banner. This scene, it was directly photographed and recorded by many media. After finishing these things, Gu Xiu did not stay at the police station longer, but directly handed over the home court to Wenze. Although Wenze was passive this time, he knew exactly what to say when facing reporters and media, and he handled it with ease. With Gu Xiu's words, he generously acknowledged his contribution this time. The hostages were indeed rescued by us. The reason why it was not announced to the outside world is because the impact of this case was too great and too many people knew about it, so we could only operate secretly. We encountered resistance during the arrest operation, but we were well prepared and started a firefight with the criminals as soon as possible. It's a pity that this group of people is very professional and well-equipped. In order to ensure the safety of the hostages, we have no choice but to give up the chase. However, we are working hard to pursue it, and we will do our best to stop this group of vicious bad guys. As for who is behind this, we don't have many clues at the moment, but this group of people does seem to have something to do with Neon, but it is still under investigation. That night, the news directly played Wenze's interview with the camera. He obviously knew how to deal with interviews from media reporters, and even gave himself a complete action after Gu Xiu's reminder. Certainly, he also knew that what he said could not withstand too much scrutiny, so he released another specious, misleading statement. What happened this time is really related to Neon. Regardless of whether it is really related, Wenze needs a target to attract attention now, so that people will not hold on to him anymore. The effect is obvious. It can even be predicted that the next public opinion will be even more terrifying. Until then, even if the police still can't produce any evidence, this matter has been able to be determined. Neon, this time I was really hammered. We, Heelan, have always been a country that loves peace and welcomes new things, and our police will always be steadfast in protecting everyone in our Heelan territory. We strive to make Heelan the safest country in the world, so that no one who comes here will be illegally violated. We uphold justice, we enforce the law impartially, and we are willing to fight against all evil forces and put an end to all criminal acts. Looking at the TV, Wenze looked proud as he welcomed the flowers and applause, and Luo Xiang turned off the TV. I couldn't help complaining. To be honest, I really didn't expect this person to be so good at bragging. He has nothing to do with him, but he can tell lies with his eyes open and talk so much. The first key to lying is to deceive yourself. Wenze must understand this truth. Gu Xiu smiled, but he is so shameless. Teacher Liang and the others came back on their own, but they actually fabricated it and said that he carried them back. This is completely shameless. And what he just said, that he personally served as the leader of the special operations team, that the bullet passed by his ear and his ear was torn. I'm afraid it's not as simple as deceiving myself. I'm afraid he found a top hypnosis master to replace all his memories. Luo Xiang's desire to complain was high, and he was obviously very unhappy with Wen Zhe, who accepted the flowers and applause. Listening to Luo Xiang's complaints, Gu Xiu smiled. Although Wen Zhe is not a very good person, we do need to have some contact with the local officials. At least we can ensure that our company will not be affected. Because of this matter, it is not good for us to have an ugly fight with the police. After all, we can leave, but the Asmer factory cannot leave. If we encounter some problems in the future, we will also need the help of some local functional agencies. Instead of having a grudge with them, it's better to form a good relationship. After all, many friends lead to many paths. This is Gu Xiu's true thoughts. But there is actually something Gu Xiu didn't say. Wen Zhe, who is now making a splash on TV, has reached a very high position in the Helan officialdom in later generations. And behind him, there is actually a giant Buddha. Such people, worth acquaintance. If used properly, it can even have some miraculous effects. At this point, Gu Xiu paused briefly. Don't say you don't know this truth, Sanpao. Haha, I understand, but I still want to complain. Luo Xiang laughed. Lawyer Luo is a mature person. Of course, he knows Gu Xiu's thoughts very well. He just said so much just to complain. But complaints are complaints, and after complaining, Luo Xiang couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, although these police officers are unreliable, and they are very happy with their success, fortunately, Teacher Liang and the others are safe, otherwise I would have reported them to the police station. The only good thing is that they have increased the number of police officers near a factory. I don't know if the mercenaries invited by the little devils will come to cause trouble. The kidnappers were a group of mercenaries. This group of mercenaries is related to Neon's semiconductor manufacturer. These two conclusions are now the consensus of the whole world, especially after various hints from the Helan police. Even Luo Xiang feels it at this moment. This is really a matter of looking for mercenaries to cause destruction, and the ones looking for these mercenaries must be Neon's semiconductor manufacturers. These Neon manufacturers are damned. They can't compete with normal business competition, and they're using such dirty tricks. It's really not possible. Boss, you'd better go back to the country with me first. After all, in our dragon country, even if mercenaries come, they have to be honest. Luo Xiang suggested. In the past 2 years, as Gu Xiu has been active overseas for more and more time, the probability of him being exposed has also become higher. Ordinary people may not know it, but if someone is interested, they want to investigate. Everyone can see that Gu Xiu's identity is not simple, and this is tantamount to increasing risks for himself. But, regarding the suggestion, Gu Xiu just shook his head. It's not necessary. Besides, this time he may have really wronged Neon's semiconductor manufacturer. Huh? Luo Xiang was confused. What do you mean? Is there someone else who attacked Teacher Liang and hired mercenaries? Who is it? At present, we only seem to have conflicts and competition with the semiconductor manufacturers over at Neon, right? If there are other people involved in this matter, could this be a borrowed knife to kill? Then this person is really hiding. It's me. While Luo Xiang was still brainstorming, Gu Xiu suddenly answered. Luo Xiang's train of thought was interrupted. He was stunned for a while before he suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Gu Xiu in disbelief. What? What did you say? Gu Xiu smiled. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and Zhan Wu walked in first, saying in a low voice, Everyone has gone to Alikin. I also left some clues before I left. The Helan police are now on drugs, and they will probably find those clues soon. There shouldn't be any direct evidence left, right? Gu Xiu asked. No. Zhan Wu shook his head. We listen to you. Just leave some clues that can be suspected, but there will never be any direct evidence. Gu Xiu suddenly smiled. Very good. Help me thank Sister Dao and the others. No need to apologize. The reward you gave her before allowed her to change her equipment, and she was worried that she would not have the chance to thank you. Zhan Wu shook his head and then asked, That's right. I have here a surveillance video of you and your teacher getting back together after they were kidnapped. Do you want to take a look? Forget it. Gu Xiu waved his hand. I've seen that kind of stuff in TV dramas so much that I'm not interested in it. It's good to know that they got back together. The two of them were talking happily. But Luo Xiang next to him became more and more confused as he listened. What's going on? Good thing. Lawyer Luo's head turned at a speed comparable to that of Takumi Akina. After listening for a moment, he suddenly reacted and glared at Gu Xiu with bright eyes. Boss, you? This kidnapping was done by you? Did you ask someone to do it? Didn't I already tell you? Gu Xiu said helplessly. I originally planned to tell you this from the beginning, but you were busy confronting the police when you got here, and I didn't have the chance to tell you in advance. Luo Xiang was speechless. Good guy. He thought from the beginning that this was a serious kidnapping case. Especially when he saw that the local police found nothing. He was very angry. In addition to urging the police to solve the case as soon as possible, they also started to collect evidence and were prepared to immediately sue the local police for their inaction after the worst outcome occurred. The result? Turns out the kidnapper is one of our own. Is this a play? I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you this in advance. But one thing is, it's because I didn't tell you in advance that you can perform so well, Lao Luo, and you deserve praise. Gu Xiu laughed. In response, Luo Xiang just rolled his eyes at the fact that he had been deceived. Lao Luo said he was very hurt, but at the same time, I have to admit it. The boss's hand. Okay, kill two birds with one stone. Not only does it solve the conflict between teacher Liang and her daughter, it can also frame the blame and throw some dirt on the neon semiconductor manufacturers. Now, everyone will definitely be wary of them. Even their former allies will definitely be wary of them. This is a very good move. Luo Xiang couldn't help but sigh. But Gu Xiu smiled. You said that wrong. Wrong? What's wrong? Luo Xiang was a little surprised, but then he saw Gu Xiu saying, this time it's not killing two birds with one stone. This time, it's killing 3 birds with one stone. 3 birds with one stone? Where's the other eagle? But soon, Luo Xiang understood because Gu Xiu received a special invitation. The inviter's name is very famous in Helan. Joan Friso. Joan Friso. Is this the name of the man who loves beauty but not the country? He invited you, boss. But when Luo Xiang saw the name written on the invitation letter in front of him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. This is the invitation letter sent to ASML this morning. There's only one content. Invite the 2 frightened victims this time, and the boss of Yuanxiu Investment to a dinner. In fact, I have received many invitations like this during this period, but most were rejected. But this invitation is not so easy to refuse, because this invitation has a special name on it. Joan Friso. For the people of the Dragon Kingdom, many people may be confused by this name, but if this name is placed in Helan or even in Europe, it can definitely be regarded as an existence that no one knows. Because this person has had an identity that surpasses 99% of the people in this world since he was born. Helan, a member of the royal family, and he's a serious second prince. But if it is just this level of status, then it will only be a great reputation in the country, which is not that great in the overall European environment. What really makes him world famous is that 3 years ago, he publicly gave up his royal status in order to marry a woman with a seemingly not-so-glorious background. It attracted a lot of attention and enthusiasm at the time. A realistic version of loving beauty, but not country. Even more than 10 years later, this matter is still mentioned often. After all, for a woman, giving up the status of a prince, or even leaving the royal family, is an unthinkable thing in the eyes of anyone. Why don't we reject this invitation? When Luo Xiang heard that Gu Xiu planned to accept the invitation, he immediately approached Gu Xiu and put forward his own suggestions. Regarding this suggestion, Gu Xiu Dao was not angry. Instead, he asked with interest, why? Boss, this Prince Yon, although everyone calls him Prince, he has actually given up the heir to the throne. More importantly, Luo Xiang hesitated and said, more importantly, although he voluntarily gave up his identity as the heir to the throne, his status as a member of the royal family was directly deposed. And the one who deposed him is the queen. And after deposing him, the queen also strictly prohibited any official personnel from contacting him, and he did not enjoy any treatment as a member of the royal family. So, Gu Xiu asked, So, we should stay away from this prince. Although we don't participate in Heelan's internal politics, we can't do anything that goes against the queen. After all, although ASML is a very important company internationally, its roots are in Heelan. If the queen doesn't like us, there are many ways to target us. There is no need to take risks. Luo Xiang analyzed it carefully for Gu Xiu. To be honest, it is indeed an honor for a prince to invite his own boss, and he can even brag about it to others. But the premise is, this prince can't have a bad reputation, right? One thing to say, Heelan currently only has 3 princes in total, and the reputation of these 3 princes has always been very good. Even because after the incident about loving beauty but not country came out, the second prince's reputation even surpassed that of his elder brother and younger brother. But the relationship between this prince and the current queen is very bad. It is even said that this year's queen's birthday, the second prince was turned away even if he wanted to attend her birthday. You can see how disgusted he is. If you get too close to such a person, you will more or less easily be targeted by others. Can't do it. But in fact, Luo Xiang also knew in his heart that since the boss had previously promised to kill 3 eagles with 1 stone and now agreed to accept the invitation, the last one would be the eagle. Definitely here. Even if you try to persuade him, there is a high probability that you won't be able to change anything. But we are employees of the boss and veterans of the company. Based on our status, we need to give our boss opinions and provide him with suggestions to think about the problem in a different way. As for whether to answer or not, that's something else. Really, Gu Xiu solidified his opinion without hesitation. Others think that this invitation should be rejected, and they should even distance themselves from the second prince and try not to be affected by him. But in my opinion, there is no need at all. Boss, Luo Xiang smiled bitterly. I know what you are worried about, Lao Luo. To put it bluntly, you are worried that mother and son will not get along, and we will be affected, right? Gu Xiu asked. Luo Xiang nodded. This is indeed his concern. But Gu Xiu had another opinion on this. Lao Luo, what do you think is the most impossible thing to break apart in this world? What? Family and blood ties. You're talking about the queen and the prince? Yes, but they have already quarreled, and even the queen hates the prince very much. But he is still the queen's child. This, my teacher and sister Liangling, don't they often have conflicts? But in fact, conflicts are conflicts, but don't they also have each other in their hearts? But this is the royal family. Luo Xiang reminded. The imperial family, I'm afraid. Wake up, the Qing dynasty is dead. Gu Xiu smiled. Although Heelan is a constitutional monarchy, even the king cannot say that whoever wants to die will die. The authority of the royal family is not the same as that of the Dragon Kingdom, and the 3 brothers do not have much intention to compete for the throne. So what I mean is that sometimes members of the royal family can actually be treated with the same eyes as ordinary people. Gu Xiu said, the queen and the prince have conflicts, but they are still a family after all. As long as we do not harm the second prince or encourage the second prince to seize the throne, there will be no possibility of being resented. Even if there's a chance, we can make the second prince live a better life. I am afraid that the queen will actually be happier. So in my opinion, this invitation is not only to go, but also, we also want to become friends in the shortest possible time. Listening to Gu Xiu's words, Luo Xiang was somewhat shocked. Be your own boss. It seems like you're always standing very high and seeing very far, right? Even, boss, you had the idea of contacting members of the royal family from the beginning, right? Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. Even this kidnapping. Did you expect that you would receive this invitation? This is somewhat incredible. After all, who would have thought that Gu Xiu had so many plans from the beginning? Facing this question, Gu Xiu just smiled and said, what do you think? Luo Xiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Have to. Damn it, the boss has already calculated all this from the beginning. After thinking about this clearly, Luo Xiang couldn't help but get excited. Originally thought, the boss just used a small plan to help Mr. Liang and his daughter get back together. As a result, the boss dragged Neon Semiconductor into the quagmire. What's even more outrageous is, after doing a good deed and throwing dirty water, the boss actually has a follow-up plan. Meet the prince. What should a royal banquet look like? The arena is full of nobility, luxury, beauties, cups and cups, power and money intertwined, and is full of circles discussing finance and world structure. This is what Guccio thought the royal family's banquet looked like before. But in fact, let me tell you, the taste will change during pregnancy. Some people like to eat sweet, and some people like to eat sour. This means that the baby likes to eat. It is better to use this brand of diapers. Our 3 children all use this brand. Forget about the milk powder. Just use our own healing. I recommend you a few, and let them get you the best one. What kind of bait did you use for fishing? The fishing line I used before was not good, and the quality was very bad. Do you have any good recommendations? You still have to make the fish hook this way. Let me show you. First do this and then this and that, and you can get it done quickly. I broke the roof yesterday and planned to repair it myself, but the roof almost collapsed. It will be better for everyone to hire professional workers in the future. In a manner on the outskirts of Heelan, Guccio looked at the luxurious and exquisite decoration in the banquet hall and then listened to the topics of conversation among the guests. Even if you call yourself a chat expert, it's a bit too much. No way. The people and women here gather together to discuss not the newly launched bags or which perfume is better, but the knowledge of parenting. As for the men, they either gathered together to smoke, or the fishing guys were exchanging fishing experiences. No politics, no economics. There are no national events. There is also no international situation. Only the family is good or bad. The only thing that has something to do with the economy is probably how we can accomplish the most things with the least amount of money. This surprised Guccio. After all, he had attended high-end banquets before at clubs in Palm Springs. At that time, rich people exchanged glasses and kept looking for opportunities for cooperation. This was obviously not Guccio's overthinking. But obviously, there is no such thing here. You seem a little uncomfortable. At this moment, a woman with a big belly came over. She is very beautiful, with blonde hair and blue eyes, like a porcelain doll. Looking at her protruding abdomen, it can be seen that the woman is about to give birth, and she has a bit more maternal glory. Mrs. Mabel. Guccio smiled and answered truthfully, I just feel that this kind of party is different from some parties I have participated in before. The woman in front of him had already been introduced when she arrived at the banquet hall. Mabel V.C. Schmidt. He was the one who caused Prince John to split from the royal family and directly gave up his royal identity. She was supposed to be a noble princess. But now, she was just Mrs. Forso. Compare with those banquets that always like to talk about the economy and the world structure, we prefer to talk about small things. Neither John nor I like to talk about too heavy topics at banquets. In our opinion, instead of discussing big things, it is better to think about what to eat tomorrow. Mabel said with a smile. Guccio couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You understand life. No. We're just learning. Mabel hid her face and smiled. Although she said she was modest, it was obvious that she was very happy with Guccio's praise. Guccio quickly began to change his mind. The biggest advantage of being young is that your adaptability will also become very good, at least even if this banquet is different from what you imagined before, but is also very convenient to adjust. In just over 10 minutes, Guccio successfully integrated into the party. After all, although we have never given birth to children, and we are not professional fishermen, we are handsome after all, and Guccio specially prepared the outfits carefully. Appearance is justice, especially when there are a bunch of elders in the family and younger ones in the family chatting happily. There is such a cute, handsome, smart, and well-versed child. Even if everyone knew Guccio's identity to some extent, it could be seen in the eyes of those housewives that they wanted to hug Guccio and hold him high. Is this person really the boss of Yuanxiu Investment? On the other side, Prince Yon, who was watching this scene, asked with disbelief. Only 10 years old? He became the boss of Yuanxiu Investment, ASML's largest shareholder. Standing next to him was Mabel, shaking her head at this time. Although I feel unbelievable, I have to admit that this is indeed true. The registrant of this company is his father, but it seems that this child is the actual controller. How is this possible? He is only 10 years old. Prince John was in disbelief. I remember I saw the information of this investment company. It seems that this company has been established for 3 or 4 years, right? Are you going to tell me? This child had already set up an investment company 4 years ago, when he was 6 years old, and successfully invested in penguins. Is this possible? This time, Mabel was silent. After all, there is not much information from the Dragon Kingdom, and they actually don't know much about Yuan Shio's investment. But the current CEO of ASML has always called this kid boss. Even Luo, the CEO of Yuan Shio Investment, also calls this kid boss. Mabel shook her head. Prince John was still in disbelief, and kept mumbling that there must be a mistake, and it was absolutely impossible to say something like this. Seeing her husband like this, Mabel sighed and reminded, "Dear, no matter whether this child is really the boss of that investment company, one thing is certain. He has a very big say in Yuan Shio Investment, and now we need someone like this to help us." Then will he help us? Joan was a little doubtful. We have approached many people so far, but have been rejected every time, including some well-known investment banks in the country, as well as large investment companies in Heelan's own country. Even our own people are not willing to help us. Will this person from a Dragon Kingdom be willing to help us? Invite Gu Xiao. Of course, it wasn't a casual suggestion, and it was even more impossible to really ask Gu Xiao to talk about the family's problems. They want to talk about some cooperation. However, it was not Prince John who proposed this matter, but Princess Mabel. Hearing her husband's doubts, Mabel pursed her lips and said, "Besides him, we have no other choice. If we don't even try, we will miss this opportunity." Of course, Gu Xiao didn't hear the discussion between the prince and the princess, but to Gu Xiao, it didn't really matter whether he heard it or not. After all, we are from the future. Since he had the intention of killing 3 birds with 1 stone from the beginning, he naturally calculated correctly that he would definitely be able to contact the royal family this time. And his target is Prince Yon. What's more important is that Gu Xiao knows it very well. Don't worry yourself. The other person is anxious, because Gu Xiao had seen some reports about this prince in his previous life, except for giving up his status as heir for his wife and the sudden avalanche. This Prince John also has an identity that doesn't seem to be that dazzling. The largest low-cost airline in Eastern Europe, a partner of Ryanair. As a prince, even if he has given up his right to inherit the throne, even if he has fallen out with the aloof queen, the prince is still a prince after all. Just like this low-key but luxurious manner, John also has certain things that his identity brings to him. For example, he owns an airline called Buzz. This airline is actually a very small airline company, which is affiliated to Heelan Royal Airlines. But, although there is such an airline, in fact, John has not made any money through this company, even losing money every year. There was nothing we could do about it. After the incident on September 11th, the entire airline industry began to fall into a downturn. After finally taking a breather, oil prices began to rise again. This directly resulted in many airlines being unable to make ends meet. In such a situation, naturally, there's also a major reshuffle in the aviation field. Large companies with sufficient size and sufficient funds have begun to acquire small airlines. It can be regarded as a consolidation of the aviation industry. And unfortunately, Buzz, the airline, is in an extremely embarrassing situation under this situation. Let's just say this company is not good. In fact, it's not bad. Although it is only a small company, it is backed by Royal Dutch Airlines. It has a very strong background and sufficient financial strength. Even if the income continues to decline, there is actually nothing to be afraid of. It can be biased. John had a conflict with the Queen, and he could not let Buzz Air get more fund from Royal Airways. Now he had only 2 choices facing him. The first is to accept investment, dilute your shares, and give the company a chance to survive the cold winter. The second is to accept the acquisition and sell the company directly to cash out. For both options, Prince John and his wife actually prefer the former. After all, although Buzz Airlines is not having a good time now, Buzz's current routes and the status of being affiliated with Royal Airlines bring convenience. In fact, as long as you can hold on, run it well. In fact, there is a high probability that Buzz can make a comeback and even bring a lot of profits to the couple. But it's a pity. This is not the case in this world. If you want to attract investment, you will definitely be able to do so. Now Prince John and his wife have actually encountered many obstacles over this matter. Major international investment banks either already own shares in world-class airlines or are not interested at all in this area, making it difficult to attract investment. There's a lot of capital in Heelan, and there are many people who are willing to invest. If it were normal, as long as Prince Yon opens his mouth, many people will come to him with money. But because the relationship between Prince John and Her Majesty the Queen is now at a freezing point, these investors who originally liked to sell him a face and cooperate with the royal family, one by one, they also began to give out rejections. In this case, Prince John was very embarrassed. If he wants the company to survive, he must continue to invest money, but he cannot come up with so much money at the same time, which means that the company may explode at any time. But I want to avoid thunder. Then there's only the second option, selling oneself. But there is another problem. In fact, although Buzz Air is just a small company under Royal Airlines, its routes and equipment are quite good. If it sells them normally, the price is pretty good. At least we can all make some money. But it's different now. The entire aviation environment is not good, and oil prices have begun to rise. Under this situation, countless airlines have gone bankrupt. Naturally, those who come here to purchase are not doing charity. They're definitely trying to lower the price to death. For now, as of now, Buzz Airlines has actually received a lot of acquisition intentions. But most of them go to extreme lengths to lower prices. And those who are a little more conscientious can still make a small profit, while some who are more black-hearted even just ensure that they don't lose much. They are all a group of masters who take advantage of the situation. After much discussion, Prince Yon and his wife were actually leaning towards selling themselves, and the target had already been chosen. However, because of Gu Xiu's appearance, they felt that they still had one last chance to fight. Gu Xiu, who understood this, naturally sat firmly on Dai Tai. It was the prince who should be anxious, not him. And indeed it is. While Gu Xiu was gradually becoming the target of everyone's attention during the banquet, Prince Yon and his wife were a little out of control, especially when seen. When Gu Xiu and an executive from Heelan Royal Airlines stood together and chatted happily, their hearts were lifted. Finally, seeing that the conversation between Gu Xiu and the airline executive was over, Prince Yon immediately walked over and said, "What were you talking about just now? You seem to be having a great time chatting." "Oh, we just talk about airplanes. I asked if I could get a pilot's license at my age." Gu Xiu replied casually. "Oh, you want to fly a plane?" Yon's eyes lit up. He was still thinking about how to bring the topic to the airline naturally, but unexpectedly Gu Xiu actually brought it up. Humans always have the desire to fly into the sky and travel in the sky, and I am the same. Gu Xiu nodded, and then felt helpless. But unfortunately, my age and height are not up to standard, and I can't take the license now. Hearing this, Yon looked at Gu Xiu, and then smiled and said, "There is no way. Operating an airplane requires physical conditions such as body height, leg length, hearing, and vision. Otherwise, accidents may easily occur. After all, although the accident rate of airplanes is not high, once it occurs, it is the most serious accident." At this point, Yon looked at the regret in Gu Xiu's eyes and immediately changed the subject. "Of course. If you're interested, I happen to have an airline with several training aircraft for beginners. Although there is no way for you to get a pilot's license, it is not a problem for you to learn to fly an airplane." As soon as he said this, Gu Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Really? Can I learn to fly a plane?" "Of course, my friend. You may not know, I also hold the qualification of a pilot instructor. If you're interested, I can teach you." "Wow, this is great. When can we go?" "As long as you want. We could go tomorrow morning." "That's great, my friend." Seeing the excitement on Gu Xiu's face, Prince Yon couldn't help but put a smile on his face and look back at his wife who was looking over here. He immediately gave her an okay gesture. See this gesture? Mabel suddenly smiled. But what the couple didn't notice was that the innocent Gushio couldn't help curling his lips and then sighed. Lead the team. It's so difficult. Because he had made an appointment with the airline to fly to Princione tomorrow, Gushio didn't go back that night and stayed at Princione's manor. This is a manor established in the 17th century. It is surrounded by a very flat lawn and orchards, and there's a man-made lake next to it. But let's talk about the most unique one. It is also the castle in the center of the manor. Although this castle built in the 17th century is quite old, it can be seen that it has been carefully repaired and maintained. Especially now that modern society has arrived, the exterior of the castle still inherits the classical style of the past, but the interior has obviously been transformed to make living more convenient and comfortable. Castles are not uncommon in Heelan. The country of Heelan alone has more than 500 castles. It is even called the country of castles, and new castles are basically built every century. As a member of the Heelan royal family, I am naturally very familiar with this thing. But for Gushio, staying in a castle for one night is a novel experience. As the hosts, Prince John and his wife were very enthusiastic about this young guest who stayed at home overnight. After seeing that Gushio was interested in the castle, immediately accompany him throughout the entire journey. Wandered around the castle. Actually, it is called a castle, but ours is not really a large castle. There are no real large castles now. In the Middle Ages, a castle was even a city. It was divided into an inner city and an outer city, and the functions and divisions were completely different. Most castles can even house thousands of troops. This mine can only be regarded as a small inner castle, with only more than 200 rooms. After all, John is a prince, and he can be considered clear-headed when talking about these things. Of course, there is actually no need for a castle of that size to exist now. Even a castle like mine is still far inferior to modern apartments and manors in terms of living in it. It is one thing that life is not convenient enough. The most important thing is that the expenses and maintenance costs are also very high. This one is better for me. I know a nobleman who owns a 15th century castle. He is busy repairing the castle almost every day, and the daily cost is an unimaginable astronomical figure. Then what is the difference between this and spending money to repair cultural relics yourself? Gushio couldn't help but be happy. Haha, that's not bad. Prince John smiled helplessly. After all, if a castle falls down, one will be lost. Many times, castle owners have to ensure that their castles have no problems, and they need to spend a lot of money on repairs every year. But to be honest, smaller castles may be okay, but the larger the castle, the higher the cost. And the larger the castle, the more places that need to be repaired and renovated. Many people even feel that they're not the owner of the castle at all, but just the administrator of the castle for a certain period of time. Although I say that, owning a castle is also a dream of many people. Gushio said, think about how many people in previous lives emptied 6 wallets just to buy a house. As for the castle, that is even more unthinkable. By the way, if I want to buy a castle, can I buy it? Gushio asked. Of course, that's no problem. John smiled and said, many private castles are sold every year in Fagua and Dagua, and a small number are sold in Heelan. In terms of selling price, the price of castles in Fagua is generally not very high. But my suggestion is that if you want to buy a castle, don't buy a French one. It's even better not to buy a castle if you don't have anything to do. Why? Gushio asked. In addition to the high cost of repairing and maintaining the castle, France's annual land tax and housing tax are also very high. It may even be more than what you spent to buy the castle in a few years. What's more, many castles are products of the 14th or 15th century. There are many areas that need repair and improvement, and these expenses are not small. The most important thing is, if it is a castle at the level of cultural relics, any changes need to be approved by the official. It cannot be done just by throwing money. Hearing this, Gushio suddenly lost interest. I bought a castle and made it my own home. But if you want to improve your living environment and change your living conditions, do you still need to apply for a report? It's not just these. Many people buy castles hoping to use them as family inheritance. But in fact, as for the inheritance rights of the castle, Although each country is different, the inheritance cost is basically very high, basically reaching an inheritance tax of about 45%. In this way, it is basically destined that the castle cannot be passed down from generation to generation, and may even cause trouble to their descendants. If you want to invest and plan to sell in the future, it will be even more difficult. There is no shortage of castles in Europe, and the number of buyers is decreasing every year, not to mention the various taxes and repair costs that need to be paid every year. If you hold this thing in your hand, there's basically no possibility of appreciation in value. Even if it does, after deducting those huge expenses, you will basically not make much money. This is the truth. Even Gu Xiu couldn't help but nod. Really, if you look at it this way, this thing is really a trap. Gu Xiu, who had originally planned to buy an old castle, suddenly gave up the idea. But after Gu Xiu gave up on buying the castle, Gu Xiu was thinking about another thing. What if I want to buy an island? Buy an island? John was stunned, a little unbelievable. Just asking, I don't know much about this aspect. Gu Xiu replied, if you want to buy an island, it's not impossible. Basically, every country has unclaimed islands. If you want to buy them, it's not too troublesome. Even if you don't buy undeveloped ones, you can buy ones that others don't want to transfer. But it's the same as the castle. Most of these islands will also face some tax and inheritance issues. The taxes are generally not too high, but the inheritance aspect is more of a headache. Gu Xiu smacked his mouth, completely losing interest. But at this moment, Prince John suddenly changed the topic. Of course, whether it's an island or a castle, there is another way to solve these problems. Oh, Gu Xiu asked curiously, what way? Become a noble. Becoming a noble? Can these problems be solved? Gu Xiu was stunned, and then he thought that this was not the single-born noble that everyone often said, but a serious noble with a title. Yes. Zhou nodded. Whether it's Gaul, Spain, or Arhelan, there are nobility titles, and most nobility are hereditary. As a nobility, you also have preferential treatment in many aspects, including inheritance rights and land tax exemptions. Especially in Arhelan, after becoming a noble, the land tax is not high, and the inheritance tax is also very low after the hereditary title. So what we talked about before, if you can get a title and become a noble recognized by the royal family, then many problems can be solved. These words made Gu Xiu interested. But just when he was about to ask how he could become a noble, he saw Yon shaking his head. But unfortunately, Helan has not been a noble for many years. It is very difficult to obtain a noble, especially now that there are more and more nobles. Basically, unless you have made a great contribution to the country and have been highly recognized by the royal family and the prime minister, it is basically impossible to become a noble. Gu Xiu couldn't help but roll his eyes at these words. So, what did he say? Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Or, this guy just wants to show off his status as a prince in Versailles? However, Gu Xiudao didn't care too much. Whether it's buying a castle or an island, it is just a hobby. If you have it, you can have it. If you don't have it, forget it. Gu Xiudao will not pursue it too much. What's more, in fact, if he really wanted to buy an island, Gu Xiu could just buy an unclaimed island, choose the local policy, and make it his own private territory. Theoretically speaking, there is no messy problem at all. After walking around the castle again, Gu Xiu slept in his room for the night. One thing to say, after sleeping all night, Gu Xiu felt only one thing. SOSO. It's really SOSO. After all, living in an ancient ruins is actually not as comfortable as imagined. Especially because of the need to protect the appearance of the building, there are no large floor-to-ceiling windows that are popular today. Even because of the particularity of that era, thick castle walls were built for safety. It gives people the feeling of living inside a turtle shell. The only thing that made me feel more comfortable was the amazing view of the greenery outside the castle through the window under the sunlight the next morning. It turns out that what I like is this forest, not this old house. Gu Xiu murmured to himself. Next, Gu Xiu, accompanied by Prince Yon and his wife, enjoyed breakfast together. After breakfast, the three of them set off immediately. Head straight to Prince Yon's airline. It is worth mentioning that although Princess Mabel was pregnant, she still insisted on accompanying her husband there, and even took the initiative to bring up many topics during the trip to avoid an awkward silence. Have to admit, this woman is indeed very extraordinary. Even compared to Prince Joan, she is better at leading topics and is very sociable, as if she can easily get closer to everyone. Apart from anything else, Gu Xiu couldn't help but sigh with emotion just because of his ability. No wonder he was able to meet so many well-known people, and even later became the CEO of Mandela's International Company. This ability is indeed not something that can be built. Certainly, naturally, Gu Xiu would not refuse the other party's contact. Anyway, he was very interested in cooperating with Prince Yon, and he was naturally happy to chat and laugh with the other party. Not long after, the car arrived at Prince John's airline. This airline is not large, but it is affiliated with Royal Airlines after all. Although the route is single, it is a popular route. Obviously, because of this, many companies want to acquire it. Since they were supposed to bring Gu Xiu here to experience flying a plane, they naturally couldn't keep an eye on the company. So, the three of them didn't stay in the company much. They just said hello briefly, took Gu Xiu for a casual visit, and then went directly to the practice venue. Due to the sluggish business, Buzz Airlines also opened an aircraft leasing service. And leased aircraft. They're basically some aircraft collected by the prince himself. It can be seen from this that Buzz Airlines is really having a hard time right now. Otherwise, Yon would not have rented out all the airplanes in his collection. But Gu Xiu didn't pay too much attention to this matter. He was more focused on the pile of airplanes in John's private collection. Looking at the 8 different planes docked in the hangar, Gu Xiu understood for the first time how valuable the title of the prince was. Think about what the rich second generation, play. Luxury cars, luxury watches, and internet celebrities. But the prince plays with airplanes. Of course, this is actually related to the differences between domestic and foreign countries. It is not that simple to fly a plane casually in China, but it is relatively more convenient overseas. Have you ever flown a plane before? Yon asked Gu Xiu after showing off his collection. Gu Xiu shook his head. He originally wanted to say that he had played 3 men and 1 dog, experienced everything from airships to gliding, from Valkyrie helicopters to Tiansha fighter jets, and even won gold medals in all flying events. But after thinking about it, I decided not to show off my shame. If you have never flown an airplane, you need to learn it from scratch, and it is best to use professional instruments for flight simulation. Only after you are familiar with and understand the simulator can you proceed to further study. As for learning, it is some theoretical knowledge. To be honest, a lot of content is relatively boring, but it is very important. Especially before taking off, the first thing you need to know is what kind of theoretical knowledge the airplane relies on to fly, and what kind of control it relies on. But we are not learning this now. I'll teach you the way I learned to fly. I'll teach you how to check your own plane first. This is a very, very important thing. Every pilot, no matter what his level, must do a very careful and strict inspection before taking off. This is responsible for his own safety. Gu Xiu nodded naturally. It can be seen that Yon is indeed an avid airplane enthusiast, which makes Gu Xiu understand that the 3 children of the Heelan royal family have all loved flying airplanes since childhood. Even before he was reborn in the future, the prince who had become the king would participate in a flight every week. But it is precisely because of such a hobby that Yon did not take Gu Xiu through any conventional learning process, but directly planned to take Gu Xiu on a flying flight. After all, Gu Xiu is a child, and a child without any flying experience. So Yon prepared a single-engine, fixed-wing light aircraft for him. This small, all-red aircraft was produced in the 1980s. This light aircraft is very suitable for beginners to fly. It is slow, lightweight, and has excellent gliding maneuverability. Even if you run out of fuel in midair, it's still enough time to find a safe place and start landing. Gu Xiu was already very interested in this completely unfamiliar thing, not to mention that Yon's teachings were also very interesting. He didn't start with any messy theoretical knowledge like an ordinary flight instructor. Instead, he directly took out a tube of oil from the mailbox and taught Gu Xiu how to judge the quality of the oil. If you don't listen, you don't know. There is a lot to learn here. It is not just as simple as identifying quality, but you also need to see whether there are layers to prevent water from penetrating. Then I tested the height of the fuel tank to see if the fuel level was sufficient. I personally experienced the tail lift control, left and right control, and learned the basic principles through actual operations. This was followed by deceleration controls, tires, propellers, engine cooling windows, aircraft speed gauges, tank evaporation testers, and so on. Obviously don't understand anything, but after looking around, Gushio discovered this thing is actually very simple, and there's not even any high technical difficulty. It seems that your learning ability is very good. Now that you have completed the inspection and understood the general things, let's do a test flight next. Yon seemed very talkative in this interest. After seeing that Gushio had understood the basic information, he couldn't wait to push the small plane onto the runway with tools. Next, it's about to take off. No one can refuse to fly. Just like no boy can refuse a straight stick without any flaws. Just a series of inspections and understanding made Gushio full of expectations for flying, especially after seeing one option after another on the checklist being ticked. This full sense of ceremony is definitely not comparable to rushing into the hangar and taking off with a hail of bullets in the game. My friend, you sit in the co-pilot's seat and we continue the teaching. Get on the plane. Fasten your seatbelt. Bring noise-canceling headphones. Prince Yon started his second wave of teaching to Gushio, mainly teaching Gushio the main functional operation areas and the functions of each button. After all, it is a light aircraft suitable for beginners to learn. It does not have a dazzling array of complicated operating function options, but retains the most basic control ports. Stuff like rudder, throttle lever, pedals, brake pedal. At first you might think it's too complicated. But after Prince Yon's explanation, Gushio discovered that this thing was only slightly more complicated than a car. Even if it comes to the difficulty of operation, he thinks it may not be as difficult as an excavator. Because it was a training aircraft, it had 2 operating joysticks. However, it was his first flight after all, and Gushio didn't expect to get started directly. We're ready to go. This plane is actually very simple. I believe you can learn it quickly, John said, and then no longer hesitated. Turn on the engine. Start the plane. The front propeller began to turn slowly, and at the same time the wheels turned, and the plane began to move forward slowly. It wasn't too fast at first. With the help of drive, the inertia is brought about, mainly sliding. It's about to take off. When the speed reached the critical point, along with Prince Yon's shout, Gushio only felt the plane shake slightly. Then it rose directly into the air. Next, it's climbing. I don't know if it was because of the plane or the seat, but the feeling Gushio felt at this moment was something he couldn't experience on a passenger plane. Holding the seat belt in hand, watching the ground getting further and further away. That feeling of being released inside makes people's adrenaline surge like crazy. After all, he was a beginner, and it was a small single-engine aircraft, so the flying altitude was naturally not too high. After taking off to 800 feet, John did not continue to rise. Instead, he began to teach Gushio how to control his plane in the air. It was the same as Gushio guessed. This thing is indeed not difficult. It is just a few rudder controls. Yon obviously noticed Gushio's learning speed, so after making sure that Gushio knew how to operate it, he immediately turned on Gushio's control device. Let him personally control the plane in the sky. Be reasonable. Gushio felt from the beginning that piloting the plane would not be too difficult. But after actually getting started, Gushio realized that he was wrong. This thing is even easier than driving, especially when flying in the sky. You don't even need to worry about vehicles that need to be avoided. The vast sky is all a racetrack, and you can go anywhere. Been driving for 20 minutes. Gushio only had one feeling. Cool. The feeling of freedom, and freedom is even fascinating. This kind of aircraft is not very maneuverable, more like a glider. But normally, if you want to fly an aircraft, you usually choose to learn how to operate a glider. You can feel it now and try to integrate yourself with the aircraft. Through your control, the aircraft can fly in any position in the sky. Very well done, my friend. I found that you are really talented in flying aircraft. Okay, Now we could try some more difficult methods. Well done. Throughout the flight, Prince John was very patient and very passionate. This kind of passion was not shown on the ground. After experiencing it for about an hour, Gushio was completely satisfied, and then the two of them operated the plane and started to land. Landing and takeoff are both the most difficult. Landing is the most challenging. If it is a large aircraft or a fast jet, you even need to contact the ground control console to understand the wind, weather, and landing conditions. However, that kind of aircraft generally has an auxiliary function for automatic landing, and the operation difficulty is actually lower. What I prefer is this kind of single-engine glider aircraft. Landing depends more on the skill and level of the operator. Of course, although it is difficult, it is not too difficult. If you can control the plane freely in the sky, landing will definitely not be a problem. The first thing we have to do is to align with the runway, make normal turns and adjustments within an appropriate distance, and adjust our posture. Maintaining a stable posture and vertical speed can effectively avoid excessive up and down bumps. Then there is observation. This is very important. We need to pay attention to other aircraft and obstacles that may exist on the landing path to ensure a safe landing. Okay, everything is normal for now. Next, let's approach the landing runway, reduce our speed, brake appropriately, but not force the brakes. There is no way. Whether the aircraft is flying or landing, we need to learn to follow the trend, and we must know that we are traveling with the help of wind and air resistance. We can't just slow down. Sometimes if the landing attitude is not suitable, we need to speed up and readjust appropriately. Now, let's pull the control stick and keep balance with the ground. It's okay if the first contact is not successful. Don't panic at this time. After controlling the fuselage, let's try again. Successful. My friend, you are really great. Finally, under the patient guidance and assistance of Prince Yon, Gushio landed smoothly, completing his first flight learning and driving experience. I'm watching you fly below. You should be learning well, right? Princess Mabel asked immediately. It went very well. Prince Yon is a very good flight instructor. Gushio couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Prince John laughed and said, Although I'm a qualified flight instructor, you must also be considered a very, very talented student. At least you are the most talented person in flying that I have ever seen. The two of them have entered the business mode of exchanging compliments. Yon even invited Gushio to come and learn to fly at any time if nothing happened. Even if he was absent, he could have pilots from the airline with flight instructor qualifications guide him. But while the two were chatting happily, an executive from a subsidiary airline suddenly rushed over. Boss, the acquisition representative of Ryanair is here and asked what we thought about it. How should we answer them? Have they made any changes in the contract? Yon asked, and then couldn't help but glance at his wife. There was no expression on Mabel's face, but it could be seen that there seemed to be some special brilliance in her eyes. Gushio saw all this and understood immediately. Main dish, this is where we come. No, the executive didn't have much idea. He hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. Why are they coming if there are no changes? Jones suddenly became dissatisfied. I have said before, if they are not sincere, there is no need to continue talking. Let them leave. The executive sighed and said bitterly, But the boss. The international situation is not good recently, and the valuations of many airlines have begun to fall. This time they did not change the contract, which is already considered good. But we still have the best routes, as well as the best team and machines, don't we? Before the executive could finish his words, Prince John interrupted him. If Ryanair is only sincere like this, then I think there is no need to continue such negotiations. Although our airline is not big, it is definitely not such a cheap thing. Hearing his boss's words, the airline executive suddenly fell silent and looked helplessly at Princess Mabel next to him. Princess Mabel sighed at this time and lowered her voice to remind. I heard that the head office, Royal Airways, is currently negotiating with Air Gallic, and the two parties intend to merge. What did you say? When these words came out, Joan was startled and asked incredulously, When did Royal Airways merge with Gallic? When did it happen? Why haven't I heard about it? It was the news that just came out last night. The executive explained beside him. At present, the delegations of both parties have gone through the first negotiation. The result is not yet known. But judging from the situation after the negotiation between the two parties should be smooth. Even this morning, Prince William personally accompanied the Gallic delegation to visit Royal Airlines. If nothing else happens, this merger may really happen. If you want to say, when is the most difficult time for the airline? That was definitely in the last 1 or 2 years. Following the crisis on September 11th that shocked the world, airlines around the world were greatly affected, and their stock prices were beaten to the point of being out of breath. What's even more frightening is that the passenger traffic of major airlines has also dropped significantly, causing many companies to enter a financial crisis. Now it's even worse. With the rise in global oil prices, major airlines that were already unable to make ends meet have become even more difficult. In fact, Healing Airlines, not only Buzz Air held by John, was having a hard time, but even Royal Airlines was not having a very good life. Now within a month or two of this kind of time, many airlines have already begun to take action, and many have even proposed to merge, expand, and join forces. Originally, Joan thought that although Royal Airways was also in financial crisis, it should be able to persist, but now it seems that the situation is not as good as he imagined. After thinking about this, Joan was a little angry. Royal Airlines was established by our royal family, and everything was built little by our family. Now it is merged. Then does Royal Airlines still exist? Will the children of our family still have something to do with this company in the future? This kind of anger seems a little unfounded. But in fact, for the Healing royal family, Healing Royal Airlines itself is one of their family assets, not to mention that this company once had a very long history. Certainly, the main thing is, everyone at Royal basically started in this company and fell in love with flying. Even today, the biggest hobby of the 3 princes in the royal family is flying, and they're also inseparable from this company. From Johan's perspective, this airline is not just a company that pursues profits, but is also directly related to his childhood growing up. This is the first time I heard that the Royal Airline, which I regarded as a treasure in my heart, was about to undergo such a big change. Prince John obviously couldn't accept it, but it has become a fact after all. After all, I heard that Royal Airways has been losing money almost every year in the past 2 years. Mabel shook her head at this time and said, "The financial crisis has forced Royal Airways to even enter the layoff stage. It just announced plans to lay off 4,500 people this year. This itself is a helpless choice. At present, cooperation with Air Gallic is the only option. Once the merger is completed, the new airline will become the largest airline in Europe. I guess they must have thought of this, so they chose to merge. But once the merger happens, it means that some of the preferential treatment we were able to get before will probably disappear. So, I'm afraid, I still need to meet the Ryanair person." This, John frowned, obviously not too happy, but after Mabel's persuasion, he still planned to meet the Ryanair person again. Immediately, after Yon and Gushio apologized, they hurriedly left with the airline company executive. Soon, only Mabel and Gushio were left. Mabel said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Gushio. I'm afraid we have no way to continue flight training for the time being." "I can understand." Gushio nodded and then asked at the right time, "However, I am not sure what happened. What I heard just now is that your airline is planning to sell it." "Yes, because the company has temporarily encountered some minor difficulties." Mabel sighed, seeming to hesitate to speak. Gushio had an innocent look on his face. "Since it's a minor difficulty, why can't we just solve it? Why sell the company? We don't want to, but you just heard that the current environment is not good. Although John and I are unwilling to give up this company, many times, even if we are not willing, we have to make some choices and give up." But from the look of Prince John, it seems that he is not willing to give up. Gushio looked confused. "It's no longer a question of whether we think about it or not. We can't prevent many things from happening," Mabel said with a deep face. "Since we got married, our life has not been as beautiful as it seems on the surface, and we have put a lot of effort into Buzz. We are full of confidence in this company. We have several of the best routes, 35 large passenger planes, and a professional aviation team. We even wanted to expand the company before. We have opened up several countries in Northern Europe and are preparing to build a few more routes. We also plan to expand the scale of the company and add new aircraft models. But unfortunately, none of this can be done anymore. If there is no large-scale financial support now, Buzz may be on the verge of bankruptcy at any time. Hearing this, Gu Xiu frowned. He seemed hesitant to speak. But in the end, Gu Xiu didn't say anything, just nodded and fell in a deep thought. These expressions change. Mabel saw everything. The expression on her face remained unchanged, but she felt a little proud in her heart. A child is just a child after all. Even though this child's identity is very unusual, in the end he is just a 10-year-old child, and it may not be possible for ordinary people. But a team master like himself is different. Handle a little kid. Absolutely no problem. But what Mabel definitely didn't know at this moment was that although the expression on Gu Xiu's face was still heavy, his heart was calm. Talking about T-Art, it's really not certain who is strong and who is weak. That night, since Prince Joan was still busy with the airline business, he originally planned to treat Gu Xiu to a French dinner. It can only be temporarily stranded. Amid Princess Mabel's Chun-Kin apology, Gu Xiu was sent back to ASML in a special car, and then the princess left in a hurry. Look, obviously worried about the upcoming acquisition of the airline, Gu Xiu's behavior was always consistent with that of an underage child. He hesitated to speak, worried about his good friend, but for some reason, he couldn't promise anything. Even when parting with Mabel, Gu Xiu finally seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and added, I think if it is something you really like, money cannot measure it. This is a small problem. After leaving these words, Gu Xiu left in a hurry. Even Mabel could vaguely hear that Gu Xiu took out his mobile phone and called to ask about Yon's airline. This discovery made Mabel couldn't help but smile. How's it going, honey? Does that kid want to invest in U.S.? Just returned to the car. I saw Prince John, who was supposed to be conducting business negotiations, but he was already sitting in the car without knowing it. When I saw Mabel coming back, he couldn't help but asked impatiently. No. Mabel shook her head. Joan was a little disappointed. Dear, didn't you say that this child might be willing to invest in U.S.? Don't worry, dear. Mabel smiled. Don't you like fishing? You should know that the bigger the fish, the less anxious you are. Even if you have already taken the bait, you still need enough patience. Prince Joan nodded, but still a little confused. You mean, already hooked? Mabel smiled. Although I am surprised how this child can become the boss of such a big investment company, one thing is for sure. A child is just a child after all. Simple. Although we never asked him to ask for money. But believe me, my dear, it won't be long before he takes the initiative to sponsor and invest in us. This, John scratched his head. In fact, he knew more or less what his wife was thinking, but he couldn't help but say, actually, if we want to invest, we can tell him openly. Why bother? This is Yon's true thought. There is absolutely no need to go around in such a circle. What he prefers is to go straight. If I can pull back the investment by normal means, there is no need for me to do this. Mabel sighed. The current environment is not good, and many investment banks are simply unwilling to continue investing in the aviation field. I have also learned about the company Yuanxiu Investment. All the investment directions of this company basically focus on the internet and high-tech. As for other fields, their interest does not seem to be great. As far as I know, there have been airlines looking for investment from Yuanxiu before, but they were all rejected without exception. So, if we talk directly, I'm afraid there's no way to get investment, so we will have to sell this company. Then do you think Gu Xiu will agree now? Prince Yon couldn't help but ask. He is just a kid. Although he seems to be the boss of Yuanxiu Investment, in fact, I'm afraid the decision-making power is not in his hands. Even if we act in front of him, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. I'm not sure about this. Mabel shook her head. Prince Yon was a little confused, but Mabel said again, but I am sure. Even if this child has no decision-making power, he definitely has a say in the entire company of Yuanxiu Investment. We became friends with him and attracted his ideas. He will definitely pay attention to us, and even help us overcome difficulties. This depends on whether Gu Xiu is willing to help us and whether the decision-makers behind him are willing to listen to him. I have carefully investigated the company of Yuan Xiu Investment. Although this company only comes from a developing country like Longhua, they have strong financial strength. Once they invest, they're often supported by a large amount of funds. As long as we have the support of Yuan Xiu Investment, we will definitely be able to overcome this difficulty. Hear this. Prince John couldn't help but sigh. I'm sorry, dear. I have wronged you after you married me. If you hadn't married me, your life would be better now. He felt very guilty. Although Mabel did not have the false title of princess, she at least lived a very free and unrestrained life, which could even be described as carefree and free. The moment he met this woman and fell in love with her, he wanted to give the woman in front of him the happiest life. But it's a pity. Married life did not go smoothly, but Mabel was deeply affected by rumors. Even now, people in China often abuse the princess. More importantly, the queen who had always been very good to him also stopped helping him after he got married, making his current life extremely difficult. Just like what he told Gu Xiu last night about the renovation of the castle. That problem is not only faced by other nobles, but also by him, the prince. More importantly, his status as a prince does not even allow him to make his castle into a tourist attraction to earn income, so he can only grit his teeth and hold on. Even among the collection of airplanes that Gu Xiu saw today, he had actually sold half of them after he got married, all to subsidize the family. When a prince is reduced to the point where he needs to sell off his beloved collection, you can believe how miserable his life is now. But, in response to Yuan's apology, Mabel smiled softly. My dear, I married you because I love you and because I want to give birth to a lovely baby with you. If there are problems, we will solve them together. If there are difficulties, we can solve them together. Even if there is nothing in the end, we still have each other. And our baby is about to be born. Prince Yuan said movedly, holding the woman in front of him into his arms. But it's all sensationalism. But for Prince Yuan, the current problem is still unresolved. If Yuan Xiu Investment is not willing to invest, we will have to sell the airline. At least it will give us a breath of relief. However, even if they are willing to invest, the subsequent equity distribution and subsequent development will still be a problem. This is practical. Selling the company is naturally the easiest. After signing the contract, you can just take the money and leave, cash out and leave. Although this makes people somewhat unwilling, but at least it saves trouble. But if Yuan Xiu Investment really accepts the investment, then the next problems still need to be solved. Although John's airline does have some potential, to put it bluntly, it is just a small effort. Compared with those large airlines, his small airline does not actually have much competitiveness. Even the addition of elective investment allows the company to take a breather in terms of funds. But it's been a long time. I'm afraid the final result is still death. Nowadays, a major reshuffle in the industry is beginning, and it will even continue for several years. Under such circumstances, a simple financial support will only allow them to breathe a sigh of relief at most. If you want to turn the company around completely, you still need the company's future planning. Mabel was also silent when she heard this. She can think of ways to help her husband retain his beloved industry, but as for how to proceed in the aviation field, she is still unable to solve it. It's not even just them. Even Helan Royal Airlines is facing difficulties. But just when the two of them were still worried, Prince John's cell phone rang. After answering, I heard exciting news. Hello, is this Prince Yuan? This is Yuan Xiu Investment. We heard that you were looking for investment recently. We wonder if you're interested. How about we talk about cooperation? Your Majesty the Queen. Good morning, Your Majesty. 3 days later, Helan Palace. This is a splendid building supported by 13,568 tree stumps. It once had a very glorious history. It was built in the 16th century and has since become the political and economic center of this land. Even Napoleon once lived here. The current owner of this palace is the current royal family, the Olani family, and it is still a symbol of the country's royal power. But it's different from before. Today's royal family does not live in the palace. and they rarely even have offices in this place. This splendid building is only used for major ceremonies and dinners. Certainly. In addition, there are actually some things that the Queen will deal with here. For example, some questions about the Wang family's private property. And now, the Queen is busy with matters related to her private industry. Royal Shell's profits last quarter were still stable, and the goals for the new quarter have been submitted. The new seed for the plantation this year have been sown, and they will enter the growth period. This is the next budget expenditure. The real estate aspect is currently progressing very well, and today's housing prices are still rising steadily. In terms of banking business, Royal Bank has recently had more bad debts. We plan to transfer some of the bad debts next, and at the same time, the EU. A meeting like this is basically held once a month. It mainly summarizes the status of enterprises and companies under the royal family's name. Her Majesty the Queen, who is nearly 70 years old, always listens to these reports absent-mindedly. The only thing that attracts her idea is the work report on royal aviation. The negotiations between Royal Air and Gallic Air have come to an end. Gallic's intention to merge has been sent over, which is full of sincerity. They gave a stock price of 600 million euros, which is now a premium of more than 100 million euros. It can be seen that they really hope that we can complete this merger. The cooperation model we have discussed is Phi as Silhold EG. That is, the merger will take the form of a holding company, and a new holding company will be formed in the form of securities transactions. At present, the shares they are willing to retain for us are 15%, and I will continue to communicate with them. This is indeed a big event. Many people have even looked up at Prince William. Compared with other companies, Royal Aviation is one of the core industries of the Heelan royal family. Such a merger of core industries has touched the hearts of many people. What do you think, William? The Queen, who had always remained silent, asked at this time, asking about her eldest son. I think this merger is inevitable. William answered truthfully. In the past 2 years, the economic situation of Royal Airlines has been very bad, and layoffs have caused a lot of rumors. If the status quo continues, the situation will only get worse. Air Gallic's situation is relatively better than ours, but only a little better. Although they rank first in the world in total passenger volume, fourth in total cargo volume, and have remained profitable for 6 consecutive years, the funds and costs they need to invest each year are also increasing year by year. But such costs are rising year by year, and their income has actually been gradually declining. Although they are still profitable, what is visible to the naked eye is that their potential is declining. And the fact is that high-speed trains, T1GV and Eurostar, EU Asta, trains shuttle across the European continent, making Air France almost embattled in the domestic and short-distance transport markets across the English Channel. So for Air Gallia now, short-distance aviation has no way to defeat trains. If they want to break through, flying higher and farther is the best choice. At this time, they are indeed sincere in our acquisition, and are even willing to pay a high premium. Because after merging with us, they can not only change the current situation and pave the way for flying higher and farther in the future, but they can also follow this merger and use our destiny to lay off employees. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So they are very interested in merging with us, and if there is no better option, they will never give up on this merger. I personally feel that, in this case, we can fully accept this merger, which can effectively solve our current predicament and at the same time find a smoother route. After saying this, many people present nodded. Really? In fact, Royal Airlines has long wanted to reform and change in the past 2 years. They even hoped to cooperate with Alitalia, but were ruthlessly rejected. Now, when they had all given up, suddenly someone like Air France appeared. So what's there to hesitate about? We must cooperate. If you have money and prospects, only a fool would not do it. Even those shareholders must be very happy with this merger, especially if this merger is carried out at a premium. Just want to. You can immediately transfer and cash out at a premium. The premium has reached 10%. If you don't run, will you die? Certainly. Support is support. This person still didn't show much. He just looked at the Queen. This cooperation is inevitable. With such a premium, everyone can make money, even if it is an economic gain. But not everything in this world can be measured by money, especially for the royal family. For members of the royal family, Royal Airways is not just a company asset, but also carries the memories and beauty of the royal members. In fact, normally this cooperation has already been signed. The reason why it has been delayed until now, it is because the Queen is not willing to give up this Royal Airlines, which she and her husband have worked hard to build. To put it mildly, it's a merger. To put it harshly, in fact, it is just taking the money and then leaving it to others. After all, the major shareholder of Air Gallic is the Gallic royal family. There are two royal families in one company. Compared with the Heelan royal family, I am afraid they are not big names. And indeed it is. When she heard that even her eldest son supported this cooperation without any concerns, the Queen's eyes flashed with disappointment. She felt his eldest son does not understand the emotions of the royal family. This reminded her of her second son, who made her heartbroken. If Yon were here, he would probably stand up to fight the merger immediately. After all, he is that kind of person who is more emotional than rational. In fact, the Queen understood that her second son's character was destined to not be a qualified king. But it was undeniable that his second son's character was destined to become her favorite son. It's a pity. What's going on with Joan? Isn't their Buzz Airlines also having a hard time now? The Queen changed the subject and asked. This seemed to be just a casual question, but everyone present couldn't help but look at William. The relationship between the two princes has actually been very good since childhood, but it is inevitable that people always compare them with each other. Especially after John publicly gave up his identity as heir, there have been more comparisons like this. Now that even the Queen suddenly mentioned this, people couldn't help but wonder what the eldest prince's reaction would be. But it's a pity. What was disappointing was that they did not see any unusual choices in the eyes of the eldest prince. William said directly without any hesitation, I heard that Joan was discussing an investment recently. Investment? The Queen nodded. You were talking about the acquisition of Ryanair, right? No. They have rejected the acquisition of Ryanair and found a new investor. I met with Joan the day before yesterday and talked about this matter. Oh, the Queen became excited. What kind of investor and which investment bank? Is it domestic? These words made everyone look weird. Everyone knows that Her Majesty the Queen and the second prince have fallen out. Who in the country still dares to invest? They are also curious, who is so brave? But the next second, everyone's expressions changed. Because I only heard the eldest Prince William gently spit out a name that everyone has heard all this time. Yuanxiu Investment. Yuanxiu Investment? Why this company again? Aren't they mainly engaged in high technology and the internet? Why are they still engaged in airlines now? This company is really wealthy. I heard that there was a lot of commotion in the media some time ago. Our Heelan police almost embarrassed themselves in front of the whole world, but Yuanxiu Investment didn't let them completely embarrass themselves. I feel embarrassed when I talk about this. Wenza actually has the nerve to take all the credit in front of the media. Actually, I don't blame him. He is a professional mercenary. Who would have thought that so many people came, mainly those bastards from Neon, who used this method for good business competition? When mentioning Yuanxiu Investment, everyone naturally thought of the kidnapping incident that had just calmed down a little. Ordinary people don't know the truth, so of course they will be fooled. However, the group of people who are often around the Queen and serve Her Majesty the Queen naturally know what the original truth was. Naturally, most people are quite optimistic about the company Yuanxiu Investment. The Queen was also a little surprised. Iowan still has contact with Yuanxiu Investment? There was no contact before, but I heard that a few days ago, Yoan invited the apparent boss of Yuanxiu Investment. They had a pleasant chat, and the boss of Yuanxiu Investment even stayed in Yoan's castle that night. The next day, they went to Buzz Airlines together and practiced flying. It seems that the kid from Yuanxiu Investment is interested in flying. That night, Yuanxiu Investment took the initiative to contact Buzz Airlines and propose the acquisition. Prince William was obviously very familiar with the situation inside, and in a few words, he explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Obviously, he also knew about this. But at this time, Everyone's attention was not on this, but they couldn't help but look up at the queen. When they saw Her Majesty the Queen's face looking a little ugly, everyone's heart tightened. Yuanxiu Investment is so ignorant. They are really ignorant. They're just messing around. I think it is necessary for the relevant departments to get involved in the Yuanxiu investment industry and let them understand some of the rules they need to know in Healing. This investment is still under negotiation. Maybe they don't know the situation. Maybe we can have someone intervene. Everyone started talking one by one. Everyone began to denounce the cooperation between Yuanxiu Investment and Buzz. Actually, in my heart, they are also scolding Yuan Xiu for being a fool for investing. Really stupid. After all, Yuanxiu Investment, a company that had not received much attention before, became a hot new star in Healing by virtue of its entry into ASML. Plus in Asmer's kidnapping case, Yuanxiu Investment not only did not pursue him fiercely, but actively protected the face of the local police system, and even severely damaged his sense of presence. In this case, it is basically certain that as long as Yuanxiu Investment does not commit any taboos, even the Queen will treat them differently. But what's the result? I had just sat down, and the seat was not even completely warm, so I went directly to Prince John, who had already fallen out with the Queen, and was even hated by the Queen, to seek cooperation. Isn't this a fool? This is purely giving up your own advantages. The harder everyone scolded, the uglier the Queen's face became. This made everyone think that Yuanxiu Investment was completely in trouble this time. Okay, finally, the Queen frowned and scolded. For such a normal business cooperation, if both parties want to cooperate, then let them cooperate. What do you mean by what you just said about stopping it? Do you still have to thankless hinder other people's normal business cooperation? If this is the case, who will dare to come to our Healing for business investment in the future? What will the investors who are now rooted in Healing think? Let's break up. Today's meeting is over. You need to go back and carefully review and think about how disappointing what you just said is. The Queen was angry. Although it was not enough to kill many people, it was enough to scare everyone present. After snorting heavily, the Queen stood up first and left the table. Your Majesty. Queen, go slowly. Everyone hurriedly stood up and bent down to see her off. They waited until the Queen left completely before they looked up. You look at me, I look at you, big eyes and small eyes. Somewhat confused. In fact, they all know. What they said about preventing cooperation and causing trouble for Asmai was actually a lot of lies, and they had to do it for real. Healing's official image may fall to the bottom immediately, but at least we have to make a statement, right? Normally, the Queen wouldn't be so angry, but she was so angry now. So what does this mean? I'm afraid I'm really angry this time and want to beat Yuanxiu Investment, but I don't have any good reason to beat them, someone speculated. This statement won the approval of many people. That must be the case. The whole country knows that Prince Yon and Her Majesty the Queen are in conflict. Yuanxiu Investment is so stupid that he would do such a stupid thing. Alas, it's still Prince Yon's own problem. He was the most favored and most admired prince by the Queen, but he ended up in the current situation because of a woman. Sure, it's better not to say such things. After chatting for a few more words, everyone shook their heads and dispersed. They're all people who hang around the Queen. They're more or less clear in their hearts about what they should say and what they should not say. But after everyone left, the door of a nearby room quietly opened. The Queen, who was supposed to leave. He is currently sitting in it. Next to her, the eldest Prince William was also among them. At this time, Prince William lowered his head like a child, ready to be scolded by his parents. Really? You really surprised me, the Queen said coldly. If I remember correctly, I have reminded you more than once not to help John or have too much contact with John. William lowered his head and nodded. You have indeed said it many times. Then you still disobey me? The Queen suddenly scolded. Perhaps because of the majesty he had grown up with since childhood. When the Queen was angry, even Prince William, who was nearly 40 years old this year, trembled subconsciously at this moment. But he still persisted and said, "But he is my brother. I can't be indifferent to him. Mom, you have told us since we were young that a family should always be able to rely on each other. As he spoke, William felt a little lack of confidence and raised his head to glance at his mother quietly. But what surprised him was his mother, the most authoritative woman in Heelan now, did not get angry as usual, but was unusually calm. Even William noticed. There was even a look of appreciation and approval in his mother's eyes. But it was fleeting. It made William wonder if he had seen it wrong. You and Shio invested in this company. Do you have enough knowledge about it? What is the situation of this company, and is it a threat to us? Many people should have done the investigation of this company, right? For a country, accepting overseas investors is always an important part of the national economy. Whether it is foreign exchange earnings, increasing local employment, and boosting the local economy, the benefits are obvious. But since we are taking a national stance, we naturally have to be cautious about these external investments. What we need to know in particular is whether the company has any political intentions. Certainly, naturally, no one pays attention to ordinary small-scale foreign investment, but investment companies like Yuanshio Investment have directly grabbed the neck of high-tech. It must be taken seriously. The first thing to do is naturally to investigate this company. Even the authorities and even some local organizations that are interested in them will also investigate them. Faced with the Queen's inquiry at this time, William was well prepared and answered immediately. Yuanshio Investment was first established 5 years ago. At the beginning, it seemed that it only invested in a very small after-school tutoring and training company. After that, they began to focus on the internet industry. Currently, in their Dragon Kingdom, Yuanshio Investment has firmly captured the majority of that country's internet communications, entertainment market, and electronic game market. This company is very mysterious, and there has always been controversy about who the boss is. Many people say that the boss of this company is the kid, but more people think that the kid is just a card on the bright side. I don't know the specific situation. In addition, Yuanshio investments are also involved in the financial field. Yuanshio Investment has also appeared in the previous Longmi soybean dispute. I have to admit it. Prince William's investigation was indeed very careful, and he even investigated the Little Genius Trusteeship Training Center where Yuanshio Investment first invested. But, regarding his report, the Queen looked somewhat impatient. Seeing that he was going to continue, the Queen interrupted him. You should know that what I want to ask is not their growth history, but whether Yuanshio's investment in this company has any political mission. This? William shook his head in embarrassment. I'm not sure about this. Not sure. Yes, not sure. Seeing that his mother was obviously not satisfied with his answer, William hurriedly explained, the first thing I investigated was about the equity structure of Yuanshio Investment, and I found that the company's equity is basically in the hands of a man named Gu Jianjun. Only a small part involve the Yanjing family and Longhua, but that family's shareholding is very small, only 1%. Other than that, Yuanshio Investment and that company don't seem to have any more dealings, and there's basically no overlap in the industries between the two parties. From this point of view, Yuanshio Investment is unlikely to have any political background. This answer made the Queen nod. Then why are you still not sure? Because of what Yuanshio Investment does. William answered. What are you doing? Yes. William nodded. In the past 5 years, Yuanshio Investment has created many classic investment cases, especially in the financial market, and fought many beautiful battles. But this company, in all investments and financial wars, basically never destroys the local market of Dragon Kingdom. And even in the international market, it often protects its own national interests. Including this ASML acquisition, Yuanshio Investment is actually helping Longhua's semiconductors take root. Many of the things they do have political intentions. So I'm not sure whether this company is not really just a pure businessman. William talked about his confusion. In fact, this kind of confusion is not only strange to William, but also to many people who have investigated Yuanshio Investment. After all, those who open a company or an investment company, most of them are for making money. To put it bluntly, they are all for accumulating more capital. How? Can there be an investment company that protects national interests in various ways? Not nothing. But basically, most of these companies will be tied to some state-owned assets, and those behind them are basically various state agencies. How can there be anything like Yuan Shio investment? It's obviously personal capital, but he always protects his country's interests? It's a bit confusing. Is this patriotic? The queen couldn't help but ask, but as soon as she said these words, she couldn't help but laugh. The word patriotism. It's not uncommon in any country, but for a capital with more than tens of billions of assets, it's about patriotism. Most of them are placed without affecting making money. If there is a conflict between patriotism and making money, I am afraid that most capital will immediately choose to become a trader. Shake his head. The queen pondered for a moment and then said, no matter what the ingredients behind this company are, as long as they get along with us normally, there's no need to target them. And they have now become shareholders of ASML. They should greet us often in the future if it is not a matter of principle. If you can give them some preferential treatment, give them appropriate preferential treatment. These words came out. William was immediately surprised. He even wondered if he heard it wrong. Normally, after her mother hears the news about Yon, she will basically become furious and furious. Many people even encounter some problems because they are too close to Yon. Originally, this time Yon had even prepared some good words to help Yuan Shio invest, but his mother was not angry at all. Also remind yourself not to bully Yuan Shio investment. Do you know the details of Yuan Shio investment in Buzz? The queen ignored her eldest son's surprise and asked directly. I know. William nodded repeatedly. The current negotiation between the two parties is that Yuan Shio Investment will invest 200 million Dragon National coins to acquire 32% of the shares of Buzz Airlines. At the same time, Yuan Shio Investment will invest an additional 100 million Dragon National coins, ultimately accounting for 48% of the shares. Then that adds up to 300 million Dragon National coins. The queen frowned. How many euros is that? After conversion, it is almost 40 million euros. William answered. As soon as this answer came out, the queen was immediately surprised. So high. Can Buzz be valued at 80 million euros? That makes sense. This result really surprised the queen. 80 million euros is not a small amount. Even for the current Royal Airlines, the normal valuation is only 4 to 5 billion euros. For a small company like Buzz, a valuation of 60 million is pretty much it. This float is indeed a bit too high. The float is indeed high. In fact, John didn't intend to ask for so much at the beginning. In fact, the price was raised by the other party on his own initiative. Of course, another reason why the float is so high is that the other party requires that this investment must be completed in Dragon Kingdom currency, and it is determined that for future investments in Yuan Shio investment, all those who can use Dragon Kingdom currency will choose Dragon Kingdom currency. William nodded and glanced at his mother. The meaning is obvious. You see, this investment company, which obviously has no red background, has begun to work hard for its country again, even take advantage of such investment cases, to promote the circulation of Longwa coins. If you want to invest in Longwa currency, isn't the circulation too small? The queen couldn't help but frown. William immediately smiled bitterly and said, but there is no way. The rigid requirement of Yuan Shio investment is that the investment must be made with Dragon country currency, which is one of the reasons why the premium is so high. 1. The queen noticed the key. What other requirements are there? They need to establish a board of directors and reselect a new CEO. They want to intervene in the management of the company? The queen couldn't help but frown. If only it was a monetary issue. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is not impossible to solve it, even if this matter is equivalent to a disguised recognition of the royal family's attitude towards Dragon Kingdom coins. But this is actually not a big deal. After all, compared with such a high premium, even if you exchange all these Dragon Kingdom coins at a discount, you can still make a lot of money. It's just a little troublesome at most. What's more, since Longwood joined the WDO, although Longwood coins are still niche, they're not unusable. But investors want to get involved in company management. That's different. This problem is serious and may even affect the development of the entire company. Yes, they are very firm in their requirements in this regard. William nodded and answered honestly. The queen suddenly frowned. Has Yuan Shio Investment done this business before? Or do they have experience in this area? No. William was a little embarrassed. No experience? The Queen questioned, since there is no experience in this field, why do they want the management of the company? Don't they know that all the management of Buzz Airlines are professionals transferred from Royal Airways? They don't think that they, a layman, know more than these experts? Well, William smiled bitterly, but hesitated to speak. The Queen was a little impatient. Just tell me if you have anything. Yuanxiu Investment said there. They participated in the management because they feel that there are problems with Buzz's management itself. Otherwise, Buzz's situation would not be as bad as it is now. As for Royal Airways, they feel that the current situation of Royal Airways is so bad. It is actually the same reason, because the company's management does not understand management at all. After saying this, William couldn't help but hold his breath. Even he felt it. What Yuanxiu Investment said was a bit too much. According to him, the Queen would probably go crazy on the spot when she heard this. Really, as soon as these words came out, the Queen's face suddenly turned ugly. However, there is a difference. The Queen, who originally thought she would be furious, suddenly shook her head after her face changed several times. Maybe what they said does make sense. Everyone in Royal Airlines is a brave master with outstanding flying experience and skills, but they still make the company lose money every year. Huh? Now it was William's turn to be confused. You mean Joan can accept this condition? The Queen raised her eyebrows. Do you think I will care about this issue? William reacted immediately. The current relationship between the Queen and Joan has reached an unprecedented bad stage, and he almost thought that his mother would give some advice. Your first priority now is to negotiate this cooperation with Gaul. As for other matters, I don't interfere in private time, but during working hours, don't forget your identity. The Queen said coldly. Yes, Queen. William nodded quickly and agreed. Seeing that the Queen seemed to have no interest in talking anymore, William bowed again, performed a monarch minister salute, and then turned and left. Hard, but he was still thinking about the meaning of the Queen's words. What William didn't know was that just when he left, a smile suddenly appeared on the Queen's cold face. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your crown prince is now looking more and more like a king. A voice sounded, and then a middle-aged man walked out of the shadows of the room. If William were here, he would definitely recognize him. This person, it is the current Prime Minister Heelan, Pete Young. Although William has grown a lot, he is still not yet able to serve as a qualified king. The Queen gave her own evaluation. Peter Young said, at least he has matured a lot, hasn't he? The Queen shook her head. She seemed unwilling to dwell on this topic and said directly, you should have done a lot of research on Yuanxiu Investment. Tell me, what do you think of this company? In fact, I can't find much more about Yuanxiu Investment than Prince William. Peter Young said, as for your views on this company, my suggestion is that you can make friends. Can you make friends? The Queen raised her eyebrows. She did not ask Peter Young if this company really had any political background. Since Peter Young said it, it must have been taken into consideration. And indeed it is. Actually, if Yuanxiu Investment is just a normal investment company, we would welcome it. After all, we can't refuse such capital to come to Heelan to drive the economy. If they really have some political intentions behind it, my suggestion is that we can still cooperate. Longwa, a country that has developed rapidly in recent years, has begun to enter a period of rapid development. I think it will not hurt us to be closer to this country now. This is straightforward enough. Of course, the Queen understood what he meant and nodded immediately. In that case, this company can indeed be well contacted. If you take the time, you can meet with the other party, visit it, and give some preferential treatment appropriately. If there's a topic of cooperation between the two countries, we can also talk about it and see what this company is like. As for the rest, the Queen was talking, but at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. The Queen frowned slightly, but she also knew that if someone could knock on the door at this time, something big must have happened. Really, the door opened, and a subordinate delivered 2 messages. The cooperation between Yuanxiu Investment and Buzz has been completely finalized. Just half an hour ago, the two parties formally signed a contract. Yuanxiu Investment will become the second largest shareholder of Buzz from now on. This news is not unexpected. There is nothing surprising about the arrival of two people. But when the second news came, it was difficult to stay calm anymore. Yuanxiu Investment has sent an investment intention to Royal Airlines. They want to invest in Royal Airlines. What? Didn't Yuanxiu Investment just invest in Buzz? Why does it want to invest in our Royal Airlines again? What's going on? I don't understand. Buzz isn't bothering enough, and he wants to get involved in our Royal Airlines. So Yuanxiu Investment wants to do something big this time. An emergency meeting was being held in the conference room of Helan Royal Airlines. Just now, they received a call from Yuanxiu Investment, hoping to visit Royal Airlines and expressing their hope for cooperation. This news is tantamount to bringing some new changes to Royal Airlines. In half an hour, representatives from Yuanxiu Investment will arrive. I called everyone to hold this emergency meeting just to discuss it. Currently, no matter what the purpose of Yuanxiu Investment is, we don't know yet. But what is certain is that they seem to be very interested in our Royal Aviation and may even make an investment. Although it is not yet certain, there should not be much difference. The eldest Prince William spoke, and after taking a look at everyone present, he spoke again. So, I think we should hurry up. If you have any ideas, you can put them forward now, and we will discuss them together. Although William was the host of this meeting, his posture was not high. Not only because he was relatively humble and low-key in the past, but more importantly, basically all the people attending the meeting this time were elders. Either they're the absolute top management who have served Royal Airlines for decades, or they're shareholders who also belong to Royal and hold Royal shares. In Helan Royal Airlines, except for a small amount of shares used for company incentives, the majority of the shares are basically in the hands of the royal family. But the Helan royal family is not just the queen and her 3 children. In fact, in addition to the most noble lineage, there are many branches of the royal family. Naturally, although the shares of Royal Airlines appear to be unified in name, the shares are actually scattered in the hands of various companies. There are pros and cons to this. The advantage is, of course, that it can maintain family ties and consolidate the family status. But many times when major decisions are made, a meeting similar to a shareholders' meeting needs to be held for voting. In fact, for this case, we shouldn't call all these people to discuss this matter early. The main reason: the current situation is rather special. I think we have nothing to talk about. Our merger with Air France is now inevitable, so there is no need to worry about this long-distance investment. Indeed, Royal Airways is not just short of an investment. What we need is the future development of the company, and the merger is inevitable. Air Gallic's capabilities are sufficient, and our Royal Airline can perfectly merge with them to become a super airline in Europe. Moreover, now is the critical stage of negotiations. There is no need to add extraneous matters. Someone spoke first. They felt that there was no need to deal with a pure investment company like Yuanxiu Investment when the talks with Air Gallic were in full swing. After all, the current Royal Airline can not only be revitalized by investing a sum of money, but also needs to start from a strategic perspective. However, there are those who oppose it, and naturally there are those who support it. There is one more option, not to mention that Yuanxiu Investment has more funds. Maybe with their intervention, we can even acquire Air Gallic. If there's an investment at this time, we could take more initiative in the merger with Air Gallic. Just let's see. I don't know whether to invest or not. I think we can be normal. Although Gaolu is sincere this time, I heard that Yuanxiu Investment is also very wealthy. Just Buzz's investment just now, and the premium is not low. In fact, there are not many supporters. Everyone is more focused on interests. It is definitely not a bad thing to have contact. The two sides disagreed on this issue. Oh, you want us to make more money. What benefits can accepting investment bring to us? Even if Royal Airline accepts investment now, it will still lose money in the end. You're farting. I'm here for the better development of Royal Airline. Tantan's investment is to change the status quo, and even in the subsequent merger, we can take more initiative. Haha, take the initiative. Have you ever thought that we are not the only choice for Air Gallia? I heard that they're also in contact with Alitalia. If they don't merge us, they will definitely merge with Alitalia. Once we cooperate with Yuanxiu Investment, it may be counterproductive in the end and affect the merger. Merger, merger, merger. Why are you so eager to merge this business with others? You are talking nonsense. The merger is for better development, to make Royal Airways more sustainable. Haha. After accepting investment and starting cooperation, can our royal airline break through on our own and have to be treated like dogs? We are also a royal family. Why should we be subordinate to others and let the Gallic royal family stand on our head? What are you talking about? What do you mean by being a dog? This is a normal business cooperation. It's cooperation again. I heard that many of you have contacted Gaul privately and plan to sell your shares to Air Gallic immediately after the merger. You only have money in your eyes, and Royal Airways is just a money-making machine for you. You're talking nonsense. I don't have such an idea. The biggest problem with the dispersion of equity is that everyone has the right to speak, but lacks a backbone. Originally, the Queen was the backbone, but in recent years, the Queen has left everything to William to handle. Although this is the first heir, he is likely to become the future king of Heelan. He tells the truth. He wants to suppress these shareholders, but he is still somewhat unqualified. Seeing everyone making noise at this moment, and the normal royal meeting turning into a vegetable market, William only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This situation. Now this is not the first time. He wanted a change. And he even knew that his mother's decision to let him take full responsibility for this merger was actually a test and experience. But it's a pity. Weak-hearted. Enough is enough. Finally, William reluctantly stopped and said, "If we continue to discuss like this, we will never come up with any results." That's good. Since the people from Yuanxiu Investment are almost here, it's just preliminary contact. Even if we want to cooperate, invest, etc., it will take time. We won't continue the discussion. Why don't we let me meet the people from Yuanxiu Investment first? At that time, we will review their conditions and then hold the meeting again. There was nothing wrong with this. The people who were already noisy and blushing did not refuse. But someone still reminded him. Everything needs to be approved by their group of shareholders, so he should never make random decisions on his own. Such a situation. William couldn't help but clench his fists. But even though his back molars were broken, all he could do was smile. "Don't worry. I can do it." "Hello, Prince William. This is Luo Xiang. We have communicated on the phone before. This is the boss of our Yuanxiu Investment, Mr. Gu Xiugu. Boss, this is the current eldest prince of Heelan, Prince William." In front of Royal Airlines, delegations from Yuanxiu Investment and Buzz Airlines arrived smoothly. But surprisingly, the person responsible for welcoming them is not just the leadership of Royal Airlines, but Prince William, who holds a high position and may even inherit the throne in the future. This made many people feel flattered, especially the people from Buzz Airlines, who were somewhat at a loss. But, while being flattered, many people couldn't help but look at the child at the head of the team who was chatting and laughing with Prince William. That's it, not even adult children. Now he has become their boss, the second largest shareholder of Buzz Airlines. The major shareholder, Prince Yon, needs to be treated politely and personally act as a flight instructor. Mr. Gushio is really young and surprising. Prince William couldn't help but sigh like almost everyone else when they met Gushio at a formal occasion, even if he is a prince. But when I saw this child with my own eyes, who could no longer express his age in terms of youth, it was still incredible. Although I am young, my life experience and knowledge reserves are obviously not comparable to yours. Gushio smiled and said, "Besides, your prince must have been better than me when he was young." This was quite useful. At least the sense of surprise when I first met Gushio disappeared a lot, and at the same time it made people feel better. Although the person in front of him is a child, he obviously cannot be treated as an ordinary child. There is less sense of dissonance. Prince William said with a wry smile, "You are wrong. At least when I was young, I was definitely not as powerful as you." Immediately, the two parties entered the company. As usual, it is of course a visit to the company. What I have to admit is that although Heelan Airlines is in a terrible situation now, after all, It was once one of the top aviation hegemons in Europe. The company is huge, at least compared to Buzz Airlines, which Yuanxiu Investment has just invested in. Royal Airlines is really a fairy standing on the top of the clouds. We currently have more than 90 aircraft, and most of them are from McDonnell Douglas. In terms of routes, our Royal Airline is currently one of the airlines with the most routes in Europe. Whether it's Europe or South America, by the way, even if it's your hometown, Mr. Gushio Long Country, we already opened routes 20 years ago. With William's introduction, the group visited several major areas of the company in half an hour. We even visited a few old aircraft that were sealed for collection after being retired. They're all items of historical significance, and we had a lot of fun talking along the way. Finally, at the end of the visit, the group was invited into the reception room. Prince William also went straight to the topic. I communicated with Mr. Luo on the phone before, and he told me that Yuanxiu Investment seems to be interested in investing in our Royal Airlines. Yes. Gushio nodded. I am very interested in aviation, so after successfully investing in Buzz Airlines, I heard that Royal Airlines seems to have encountered some problems. So I hope that I can help Royal Airlines solve some difficulties. Encounter problems? William shook his head with a smile. First of all, I am very grateful to Mr. Gu for his goodwill to help our Royal Airlines. But you may not know that we have not encountered any difficult problems at present. In fact, Royal Airlines is currently on the rise. Last year, our annual turnover reached 14 billion meters. Moreover, we also plan to carry out in-depth cooperation with Air Gallic and establish the Sky Alliance. Once this is completed, we will become the most powerful airline in Europe. Prince William talked eloquently, and his expression and tone highlighted his confidence. If you don't know the situation, I'm afraid I really think that everything is fine with Royal Airlines now. But, of course, Gushio knew that this was just a bluff, but he did not expose the other party. Instead, he nodded in agreement. That may be because I know too little, so I don't understand the whole situation. However, since Royal Airlines is now on the rise, and will even form an alliance with Air France, then it will require a lot of cooperation in terms of funding and development, right? Speaking of which, there is indeed the possibility of cooperation. William nodded. I just don't know, Mr. Gu, what are your plans this time? Gushio replied, I want Buzz Airlines and Royal Airways to merge. As soon as these words came out, William was immediately confused. What's going on? If it wasn't Yuanxiu Investment, how could it merge with Buzz Air, a company that was once spun off from Royal Airlines? What is this? Selling yourself? Yuanxiu Investment has just invested in Buzz Airlines and became the second largest shareholder of Buzz Airlines. Now, it is anxious to sell the company? Turning to look at the senior executives accompanying Buzz Airlines this time, William found that the expressions on these people's faces had not changed at all. Obviously, before coming, they already knew this. Something is wrong. Yon had tried his best to secure investment before, just to keep the Buzz Airlines company in his hands. But he had just received the funds, and when the company could breathe a sigh of relief, he was planning to sell himself out. More importantly, even if you sell yourself, you won't sell it to Royal Airways, right? To be honest, I didn't understand a bit. William hesitated for a moment. Mr. Gu, what you mean is that Buzz wants to merge into our Royal Airlines. No. Gushio shook his head and said something that made everyone present sit still. I hope that Royal Airlines merges into Buzz Airlines. Put another way, we, Buzz Airlines, plan to acquire Royal Airlines. The tone of these words was so loud that everyone present could not help but gasp. I thought they were here to invest, but it turned out that they were here to sell themselves. At first you thought they were here to sell themselves, but you were told that they wanted to be the boss. What the hell? Even if you don't talk about these changes, just talk about one. Buzz Aviation. Are you eligible to acquire Royal Airways? This is the snake swallowing the elephant. Are you kidding? What qualifications do they have to acquire us? Have they forgotten that Buzz Air itself is separated from our Royal Airline, and they actually have the courage to acquire us? Are you crazy? Such a small company, even if it wants to sell to us, we need to hesitate, but they actually plan to acquire our Royal Airline. Although I have heard before that many investments made by Yuanxiu Investment are very crazy, but I still didn't expect them to be so crazy. Although we are in dire straits, we can't buy just any cat or dog, right? With Buzz's size, what qualifications do they have to want to buy us? Do they have the ability to eat such a big thing in one bite? Aren't they afraid of indigestion? That afternoon, after sending away the delegations from Yuanxiu Investment and Buzz Airlines, the meeting was held again in the Royal Airline Conference Room. But this is different from the previous differences of opinion. This time, everyone's attitude was surprisingly consistent. Anger. It's really infuriating. After all, Royal Airways is still Heelan's largest airline, ranking among the top 3 in the entire European aviation field. And what about Buzz? Not to mention that this company was part of Royal Airways before, but it can be seen now. The number of aircraft is small, the models are old, and although the routes are good, they're only what they can get under the care of Royal Airlines. To put it bluntly, he's just a disgrace who should rely on his own breathing to survive. The status and size of the two are not in the same class at all. Snakes swallowing elephants are not suitable. It should be microorganisms and dinosaurs. But due to such a gap, Buzz Airlines dared to raise the topic of acquiring Royal Airlines. To be honest, this is even considered a personal insult to Royal Airlines, which has been in a high position for a long time. Does this mean that Royal Airlines has completely failed? What kind of clown dares to show up? Although I find it unbelievable, Buzz Air seems to be no joke this time, and their offer is also very sincere. Prince William reminded, although Buzz is only the first contact this time, the offer is very good in all aspects. First of all, in terms of merger, they gave a valuation of 650 million euros, which is even 50 million higher than Air Gallia. Secondly, they said that after the merger, Royal Airways can continue to retain the name of Royal Airways, and the company will not make large-scale personnel changes within 6 months. At the same time, they will help us solve the problems caused by previous layoffs. These conditions were put out, which immediately surprised many people present. It's not about anger now. It's incredible. Is this true or not? Buzz Air intends to invest so much. Air Gallia already had a serious premium before, and now they are willing to give such a high premium. Is this really planning to make a big splash? People are all realistic. The angry mentality that might have been provoked because of his dignity before was instantly subdued. No way. They give you a lot. With Gushio's current price, they will be making a pure profit no matter what. Even, the guarantee they gave as a condition was that there would be no large-scale layoffs, no major personnel changes, and even a name would remain unchanged and development would continue as usual. This is simply for charity. All the benefits are taken by them. In addition to the above 2 points, Buzz Airlines plans to merge Buzz into Royal Airways after the acquisition, and Royal Airways will still be the main body. If said, the first 2 words are surprising enough. Then this last sentence. It's really unbelievable. Stonehammer. This is not an acquisition. This is obviously spending money for charity and even destroying himself for charity. Well, have you seen it? When a company acquires another company, does it directly merge its own company into the acquired company? Isn't this the feeling of spending money to find someone to live in? And in terms of equity, Buzz's requirement is that they want at least 51% of the shares, and they can take at most 100% of the shares. That is to say, each shareholder can choose whether to continue to hold some shares. If you want to sell them all, there is no problem. Compared with the shock of the previous posts, no one had any reaction to this one, and many people even curled their lips, seeming to be a little disdainful. Obviously, no one is going to hold on. After all, if Royal Airways sells itself to Air Gallic, then everyone can really do something about it, and the shares may indeed continue to appreciate. But if it is sold to Buzz Airlines, is there a future? Ask yourself. No one thinks that such an acquisition will have any future. If it really wants to be sold to Buzz Airlines, the best way is to sell everything. At least, this is the real thought in the minds of many shareholders at the moment. These are the conditions. Do you have anything to say about Buzz's acquisition? William asked first. Everyone below looked at me, and I looked at you. Finally, someone took the lead and said, "Not for sale." Huh? Everyone was a little surprised when they saw the man say, "The offer is too low. We can't accept it." After all, a group as big as Air Gallia has offered 600 million euros. It's obviously not enough for them to just add 50 million. Let them add another one. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood instantly. This is planning to raise the price from the ground up. It is true to say that, after all, Buzz Air is only a small company, and it is definitely much easier to handle than Air Gallia. What if they give up? Someone asked worriedly. 50 million euros. This is no small sum of money. Then let them not give up. The man smiled and said, "Isn't Gaul also competing? If we let the news out, Air Gallic will definitely increase its stakes. In the past, only Air Gallic was interested in merging with us. In this case, we can negotiate the price. Now that there are new competitors, we have taken the initiative. Yuanxiu Investment is a company that has always been willing to spend money. As long as we control the price and slowly increase it within the range they can accept, we will definitely make a profit by then." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many people present suddenly lit up. "That's right, let's do it. Yes, this suggestion is very good. Royal Air is the hard work of our family and the symbol of our healing. It must not be given away so easily. Yes, Buzz Air and Air Gallic are nothing. We Royal Air cannot just take it away. How can we do it without paying the price? We must take the initiative." Each one of them had bright eyes and spoke the most greedy words in the most righteous tone. Although everyone talks about the glory of Royal Airways. But actually, all I have in mind is money. Thinking of this, he thought of what Gushio said to him in a low voice before leaving today. The Royal Airline is a rotten ship, and what I have to do is cut off all the rotten parts. Okay, Mr. Bruno. I understand. Of course there is no problem. We are sincere. We just encountered a small setback temporarily. It is not a big problem for us. Thank you, Mr. Bruno, for telling me this. Haha. Speaking of which, I happen to know a place where the barbecue is very delicious. Let's go and experience it another day. Okay, goodbye. In the president's office of Buzz Airlines, Luo Xiong hung up the phone with a smile, although he was smiling the whole time he answered the phone. But when the phone was hung up, Luo Xiong's face suddenly turned ugly. Rejected. Gushio couldn't help but laugh when he saw his expression. "Boss, you're always clever and clever," Luo Xiong said with a wry smile. "As you predicted before, Royal Airlines rejected our investment proposal, but they did not reject it directly, but specifically reminded me. To be honest, the people above are interested, but there is still some resistance." Haha. It is resistance, but they just want to knock us a little bit more. I'm afraid they have been trying to hang us up from the beginning. They hope that we can add more chips. These bastards are really evil. It's just healing Royal Airlines. Who knows what they are like now? Giving them 4 to 5 billion euros is considered too high, but our high premium is not enough. It's ridiculous. Regarding this, Gushio just shrugged. This result really didn't surprise him at all. After all, he had already calculated this before. Luo Xiong obviously knew this very well. So after he finished complaining, he couldn't help but laugh. But these people are greedy. But these greedy people happen to be the easiest to calculate. This time, boss, you have laid out the plan from the beginning. No matter what, they can't escape from your grasp. Although confidence is a good thing, we should still be more cautious. Gushio reminded. Haha, boss, don't worry. When it comes to caution, Lao Luo and I have the most say. On the contrary, you, boss, rarely make prudent choices. These words were filled with undisguised complaints and resentment. This is obviously impossible in a normal superior-subordinate relationship, but in a relationship between Gushio and Luo Xiong, such harmless complaints are certainly fine. Gushio even took a sip of tea in embarrassment. Really, the main reason is that there is basically no investment case that he is involved in that does not take risks, although it can be proved every time that Gushio's risks can win. But the same thing. Every time they take a risk, most people who invest in Yuanxiu will be frightened. So cautious? At least in the eyes of those who invest in Yuanxiu, this thing has absolutely nothing to do with their own boss. In fact, before your explanation, boss, we have already begun to investigate the information of various shareholders of Royal Airlines in advance. Tonight, our people will start to try to contact. When Luo Xiang got down to business, he was a little nervous, but, boss, are you sure that since our investment has been rejected, will the acquisition of shares be successful? Yes, acquisition of shares. From the very beginning, Gu Xiu had not made any preparations to put all his eggs in one basket for the Royal Air Company's plan. On the contrary, Gu Xiu always used a tactic. The plank road is built openly and the warehouse is secretly built. The so-called plank road is naturally the willingness to invest in Royal Airlines, and even a personal visit today for the first official closing. This seems to be a normal investment acquisition, but it's actually just a cover. The real important PowerPoint is the secret passage. Acquire shares. Rather than having a comprehensive discussion with the company about investment and acquisitions, the best way is to directly find the actual controlling shareholders and acquire their shares. No matter what you negotiated, anyway, the final result is that I can still get the controlling interest. Rich, it's really good. For an ordinary company, this operation is indeed a bit difficult, but for a company like Royal Airlines, it is not that complicated. The first thing you need to know in order to do this is the shareholding structure of Royal Airlines. In addition to the shares issued on the market, the remaining shares of Royal Airlines are all in the hands of the Heelan royal family. But the Heelan royal family is not just the queen and her 3 children. After all, it has been more than 70 years since the royal family was established. In the development of so many years, the Heelan royal family has actually branched out and has many descendants. In order to maintain the family, the original equity was proportional to all members of the royal family. In doing so, it can be regarded as maintaining the connection between the entire royal family through the shares of the Royal Air Company. And at the same time, it also allows future generations to understand that they are family. This idea is actually very good. But in fact, after so many years, various problems began to appear. First of all, the biggest problem is the members of the royal family are not monolithic. Although everyone is a royal family, even ordinary relatives are still close to each other, let alone the descendants of the royal family who have developed over so many years. After so many years, some people even have different class levels. So in theory, as long as you find the people who actually control the equity, it is not difficult to buy the shares from them. Of course, this is not what Luo Xiang is worried about. That's what he's worried about. Air Gallic. Now that Air Gallic is negotiating an acquisition, and we are stepping in, it is a fight between Jade and Clam. From the current perspective, it can be seen that these shareholders are very thieves. They are eager for us to have a head-on conflict with Air Gallic. It is best to raise the price to the sky. And all fools know that once this merger is negotiated, the market value of this new alliance will inevitably increase again. If they sell it to us now, won't they lose even more? If the situation is indeed like this, then they will never sell it to us. Gu Xiu nodded and then changed the subject. But in fact, the current situation is not like this. Luo Xiang was a little confused. But Gu Xiu smiled. No one knows how determined Air Gallic is to them. After all, it has been persisting for so long, and the price has not increased more. Although everyone has the idea of competing with each other, there must be many who are unsure. Luo Xiang nodded. This is indeed the same. But if you just rely on this, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Of course, Gu Xiu couldn't be sure on this point. For the shareholders of Royal Airlines, what they need to worry about is not just whether they will get rid of water in the end. They also need to think about how their equity will be diluted after the change in their status and after the merger. You mean, Luo Xiang understood instantly. These shareholders are actually afraid that their equity will be over-diluted after the merger. Of course, wouldn't you worry if something like this happened? Gu Xiu asked. This, Luo Xiang thought for a while and asked. This kind of thing rarely happens. After all, there are contractual constraints, and they're all children of the royal family. It is impossible for the queen to trick them, right? Gu Xiu did not answer this, but looked at Luo Xiang with a smile, and met Gu Xiu's gaze. Luo Xiang suddenly understood. Own, asked a stupid question. No matter how powerful a family is, when it has just blossomed and reached a level of luxuriant branches, it is absolutely impossible to be as united as possible. This is not speculation. This is actual. It can be seen from the status of the various shareholders of Royal Airline. It can be said that the gap between the rich and the poor is very large, and even the classes are different. Those who have done well have become queens, while those who have done poorly now have nothing but their royal status. When there are many people, the mind becomes complicated. Maybe you didn't have to worry before, but when a huge change occurs, not many people can rest assured about leaving their future rights and interests in the hands of others. I'm afraid. As for the contract, equity dilution is a problem that occurs in any company around the world, and there really aren't too many ways to deal with it. For princes and queens, they hold the majority of the shares, their status is unshakable, and their power is unshakable. Even if the two companies eventually merge, they will still get the majority. But what about these down-and-out royal children? Once the merger of the two companies is completed, everyone will lose some equity, but it is not certain who will lose more and who will lose less. Just have this thought. Then think again. Should we sell our shares at a high price now? Or should we look to the future, after the merger, to see if the other party has a conscience and can be fair and just take care of its own distribution? They also need to bet on whether the price of their shares will increase after this merger. On one side is real money. On the other side, there are vague speculations. How to choose? Moreover, we don't need the entire Royal Airline shares. All we need is the right to intervene in voting. Gu Xiaoyi smiled and said, according to the current equity structure of Royal Airline, we only need to acquire 35% of the shares, which is enough to give us enough say. And if we can acquire 51% of the shares, we will have a complete veto power. For us, today, of all the shareholders in their conference room, we only need to convince half of them. In this way, things won't be too complicated. I understand. Luo Xiang nodded repeatedly. In this case, our acquisition is indeed very feasible. At this point, Luo Xiang added, but boss, you have to be fast enough. If we follow the normal acquisition, I'm afraid we won't be able to increase the speed too much. That's good. Tomorrow I will let the major media begin to report the news of the contact between Gaul and Alitalia. By then, these shareholders will definitely be more anxious and anxious. As expected of you, Gu Xiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Look, this is his big butler, who knows how to draw inferences from one instance to other cases. Even Gu Xiao can imagine that once such news starts to appear in large numbers, those shareholders who thought they could sit back and relax, I'm afraid there will be a huge gap in my heart. And at this time, take advantage of the opportunity. Get the equity. I'm just a little smart. When it comes to great wisdom, it's you, the boss, who has insight into people's hearts. Luo Xiang became humble when faced with the praise from his boss. As a veteran in the workplace, I will never miss an opportunity to flatter you without looking for traces. But as a veteran in the workplace, he also knows that flattery should be appropriate. In fact, work matters come first. But what about after taking the shares? I understand, boss, that you want the next airline to insert helium into the chest to expand your power, and the result may be very good. But to be honest, there are specializations in the industry, and we have no experience in this area at all. Even domestic airlines do not have such experience. In addition to having money, we cannot solve many of the difficulties currently faced by Royal Airlines. In this case, it may end up becoming a hole that requires burning money and losing money every year. These words, Luo Xiang actually wanted to say a long time ago, and now he finally couldn't help but bring it up. He could understand that Gu Xiao wanted to expand the investment industry and increase the diversification of his industries. This was the right choice in the investment circle itself. But here's the thing. What about after the investment? Investment must make money, and today's Royal Airline is not like the original Penguin Peach Treasure, which has just begun to emerge, or even a bud covered in dust. Helium Royal Airlines is now very old. Although it seems to have many advantages, its potential has actually declined a lot. If there are professional management personnel, they may be able to make a comeback. But the problem is, there is simply no such talent. This thing can be produced by more than just throwing money. The current aviation environment is indeed very bad. More importantly, even Luo Xiang himself feels that the merger of Royal Heelin Airlines and Air Gallia is actually the best choice, so that there will be more opportunities. But after they took over the equity, their first request was to reject the merger of Air Gallic. To be honest, if this was the case, Luo Xiang couldn't see any chance of making a comeback. Royal Airlines really needs to change from beginning to end. Faced with Luo Xiang's inquiry, Gushio thought for a moment and said, "Besides, I don't plan to completely master Royal Airlines. I'm just making a profit-making investment." Huh? Luo Xiang was a little confused. What does it mean to just make a huge profit investment? Are you talking about Royal Airlines? And I don't plan to completely control Heelin Royal Airlines, so what does this mean? Boss, are you planning to attract investment? After attracting investment, you will carry out reforms and upgrades? Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. Gushio nodded. That's half right. Only half right? Luo Xiang was a little curious, but seeing that Gushio had no intention of continuing, he finally had to swallow all the doubts in his heart. But in my heart, more or less, my confidence was restored. After all, the boss, who is like the god of investment, already has plans and confidence. What reason do I have to doubt my boss? There is only one thing to do at this time. Trust the boss. In the next 2 days, Yuanshio Investment began to take action quickly, same as previously estimated. In the face of Yuanshio Investment's intention to acquire equity, although Royal Aviation as a whole is not very willing to accept investment for individual shareholders, the situation is quite the opposite. Even when Yuanshio Investment was fully mobilized, these individual shareholders did not even resist and signed the equity transfer contract directly. Still the same sentence. Instead of gambling on the uncertainty of the future, it is better to take action now as soon as possible in exchange for the money that can be obtained. Of course, Royal Aviation was aware of this kind of thing at the first time, but even if it knew it, it could only shake its head helplessly. After all, the shares are in other people's hands. Is it possible that you can still prevent others from selling the shares in your hands? This is not realistic. Because of the equity distribution of Royal Airlines, there was no restriction on the transfer of private equity from the beginning. After all, this is the property of the Heelin royal family. The predecessors must have never thought that their descendants would not be monolithic, and they would both prosper and suffer. So, in this case, a completely new situation emerged. The tone of Royal Airlines is to prevent everyone from selling their shares privately, but privately, everyone is eager to sell their shares as soon as possible. To this situation, the most troublesome thing is the main line of the royal family, especially the Queen's line, which is even more troubled. After all, although the shares of Royal Airlines are basically in the hands of various branches of the royal family, the majority is definitely in the hands of the Queen, who have always been the well-deserved major shareholders. But now, in terms of shares, their status as a major shareholder has begun to become precarious. This is a sign that the company is starting to lose control. Even Her Majesty the Queen originally gave the power of Royal Aviation to William, intending to use it to train the future king's abilities. When he realized all this, he finally could no longer stay behind the scenes. Instead, he chose to step out as soon as possible and prepare to personally take charge of the overall situation to prevent this core industry of the royal family from being snatched away from the royal family by others. But it's a pity. Even though the Queen was already moving very fast, they were still a step slower after all. The new shareholders of Royal Airlines are requesting a general meeting of shareholders. The new shareholder this time is Buzz Air. They directly bought their shares from other shareholders at a premium. Today, Buzz Air has mastered 41% of our shares in Royal Air and has become the largest shareholder of Royal Air. When she heard the news, the Queen was furious. Rumor has it that Her Majesty, whose means and character are beyond ordinary people, lost her temper for the first time and even smashed her pen holder. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not, but one thing is certain regarding the loss of control of Royal Airlines. The Queen was very angry. Therefore, when the Royal Airline shareholders meeting was proposed by this new shareholder, Her Majesty the Queen, who had been busy a second ago, showed great concern for Royal Airline. Didn't even show up to participate. However, he only sent one of his assistants there, and this assistant was not a serious person in charge of affairs, just a daily life assistant. Obviously, she was expressing her dissatisfaction through her actions. The reasons are well known to everyone. But precisely because of this reason, the shareholders' meeting became much smoother. At least some of the shareholders who originally didn't know how to face the Queen breathed a sigh of relief. Although most people have sold their shares, not everyone will sell all their shares. More people. In fact, some reservations have been made more or less. Originally, many people did not plan to attend this shareholders' meeting for fear of being stared at by the Queen with murderous eyes. It's fine now. At least you don't need to worry about this anymore. And I think the same thing as everyone else. In fact, it is not only the shareholders of these companies, but also Daniel, the second prince of the new shareholder. My mother didn't come. To be honest, I was relieved. Before I came, I was afraid that I would confront her in the conference room later. It's fine now. At least I don't need to have such worries anymore. In the preparation room, Prince Yon said to Gu Xiao with a wry smile. He is the representative attending the shareholders' meeting this time. Although Gu Xiaocai holds the majority share in the purchase of Royal Airlines shares. He personally holds 35% of the shares, and the remaining 6% is owned by Buzz Airlines. But this acquisition was all in the name of Buzz Airlines, so it was natural for Yuan to become the representative of the new shareholders. That is to say, he will face his mother directly, and even according to the plan, he needs to refute his mother and convince the other party. To this end, Yuan didn't even sleep well last night. Now that I heard the news that the Queen would not attend the meeting, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding his words, Gu Xiao just shook his head and said, "Although Her Majesty the Queen is not here now, our plan will definitely be opposed by Her Majesty. In other words, we still have to convince Your Majesty. This, to be honest, I'm not very confident." Joan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "But we don't need to do this, right?" Gu Xiao shrugged. Yon sighed deeply and finally nodded. "Don't worry. I will try my best to convince everyone." After leaving these words, Yon stood up first, walked out of the lounge, and went straight to the conference room where almost everyone was present. Next, you'll have a fierce battle here. What's the end result? He wasn't sure, but he knew he had to try. And seeing him working up his courage, Gu Xiao couldn't help but smile. Next comes the critical stage of planning. It can even be said, whether Prince John can succeed this time will be directly related to the final result of his overall plan. This is the core of the problem. "Boss, I have obtained the information you requested. With this, we are likely to be able to negotiate successfully." At this moment, Luo Xiang hurried over with a piece of information in his hand. Seeing this information, Gu Xiao had a smile on his face. "There's this thing. The next thing will be much easier to handle." No longer waiting, Gu Xiao took the information and followed Prince Yon, pushed open the door of the conference room, and stepped in. As soon as he entered the door, many people looked over. "Kid, did you go to the wrong door? Whose child is this? Why is there another child attending the meeting? This is a shareholders' meeting. Why would a child show up at a meeting of this size? Isn't there even a person responsible for taking care of the child at the door?" Many people present started to complain. Fortunately, such complaints had just appeared, but Yon had already spoken. "You may not know yet. This kid is not an ordinary kid. He is the boss of Yuanxiu Investment and a partner of Buzz Airlines. He is also currently the largest individual shareholder of Royal Airways." This kid is the boss of Yuanxiu Investment? Real or fake? I heard before that the boss of Yuanxiu Investment is a kid. I thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect it to be true. How old is he? How could he become the boss of such a big investment company? Prince Yon's words caused the entire conference room to explode after a brief silence. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Although, there has actually been news before that the boss of Yuanxiu Investment is a child. But more people are actually skeptical. Even most people thought it was a joke. But now, when Gu Xiaojin stood in front of them and became the company's largest individual shareholder. The situation was completely different. Hello, fellow shareholders. I am here to participate in the meeting as a shareholder this time, so I hope you don't look at me in a strange way. Gu Xiaoka said politely as a greeting. After all, he was experienced in this matter. As for asking people not to look at themselves differently, of course this is just talk. Because after Gu Xiao came in, everyone always looks at him from time to time, as if he is the focus of everyone's attention. To this, Gu Xiao seemed calm and composed. He knew very well that it wouldn't be long before these people would look away from him, because John has finished his opening remarks and some polite words over there. He started serving the main course. As a current shareholder of Royal Airlines, and also the largest independent shareholder representative, the purpose of calling everyone here is not only to meet and get to know each other. There's one more thing. John spoke slowly, and when he saw that many people had turned their attention from Gu Xiao to himself, he continued, "We want to exercise our rights. I hope that the company will immediately interrupt the negotiations with Air Gallic and reject the merger and acquisition of Air Gallic." What? As soon as these words came out, even the group of people who still didn't look away from Gu Xiao turned to look at Yon one by one. What do you mean? Reject Air Gallic's acquisition? Do you know what you're talking about? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why refuse? We have been preparing for Air Gallic's merger plan for more than half a year. Why do you give up just when you say it? How can Royal Airways go forward without Air Gallic in the future? I don't accept it. As expected, as soon as Yon said this, he was immediately refuted by everyone. No one would agree with Yon's approach. After all, merger with Air Gallia. It was not decided directly with a slap on the forehead. In fact, the matter was decided after countless discussions and meetings before the final result was reached. Everyone understands. This matter is a huge opportunity for Royal Airlines. Even after constant discussions, many people actually understand one thing. Only by seizing this opportunity can Royal Airways avoid being completely crushed by the wheels of history. Let's take a step back. Even if no one cares about the future and life and death of Royal Airlines, at least everyone has decided to treat Buzz Air and Air Gallia as their partners, raise prices on the ground, and cause a lot of bleeding for both parties. This is the best strategy. What if I refuse Air Gallic now? Doesn't this mean that I have given up this great opportunity to choose one of the two places to raise the price? Of course, everyone will not agree. Prince Yon, I know you are the boss of Buzz Airlines and want to fight for your own interests, but I also hope you can understand. Since you're sitting here now, you are here as one of the shareholders of Royal Airlines. You cannot let us all sacrifice our own interests to make profits for you. It is absolutely impossible for us to accept such a thing. A veteran player spoke up, and the question went straight to the core. This statement won the approval of many people. Yes, Prince Yon, don't forget your identity. You are a prince, but you're just a shareholder. We will never agree to sacrifice our interests to achieve your own goals. Why should we give up? There is no need to talk about this matter. If, Prince Yon, you let us come to this meeting to fight for your own interests, then I think there is no need to continue this meeting. If Heelan hadn't had an abacus, they would probably have said that Prince Yon's abacus was so loud that they could hear it. However, Prince Yon was not surprised at all by these people's rejection and did not even refute anything. After waiting for everyone to finish saying what they wanted to say, Yon said, I am very happy that you are so considerate of Royal Airlines, but I also need to tell you that I am not doing it for my personal interests, but for the overall interests of Royal Airlines. For us, the veteran who had been angry before couldn't help curling his lips and mocking. Does Prince Yon think of us too much as fools? I don't have this idea. In fact, I think everyone here is smarter than me. John shook his head. No. The man chuckled and said, Then, can you ask, if Prince Joan asked us to reject Gall's investment, are you planning to let us accept investment from Buzz Airlines in the next step? Faced with this question, Joan nodded without hesitation. Yes. Suddenly, the whole place was in an uproar. Good guy, are they just quitting the show? They even made it clear to everyone that they just wanted to reject their competitors so they could take over on their own. All I can say is, it's a good idea, but it makes others look like fools. I know you don't believe it. That's why I convened the shareholders meeting. Jones spoke again at this time. Since I want everyone to give up the merger with Air Gallia, I naturally have my own reasons, and this reason is not what everyone thought. In this regard, the scene was filled with boos. Apparently no one believed him. Jones shook his head. Everyone wants Air Gallia to acquire it more, because you know that once the merger is completed, Air Gallic and Royal Airways will have a huge impact on the company's market value. But have you ever thought about why Air Gallic is so eager to merge with us? These words made everyone frown. What else is there to ask? We have joined forces with Air Gallia, and we will definitely be even more powerful in the future. They want to merge with us because they want to find better development opportunities. Don't you even know this? Air Gallic is the largest airline in Europe. They merge and acquire normally and want to strengthen themselves. Is there a problem with this? Asking this question, I don't even understand what you want to say. Why did Air Gallic acquire us? Do you still need to ask? They want to fly higher and farther. Don't you even know this? Everyone complained. After all, this question is too simple. But for everyone's answer, John shook his head with a hint of sarcasm on his face. I once heard a saying, in this world, there is never any hatred without a reason, and there is also no love without a reason. There is another sentence. In this world, if you want to gain something, you will definitely lose something. Everyone frowned slightly. Good thing. Joan did not continue to lie, but said directly, Air Gallic merged with us, not to give us a huge opportunity. Rather, to give us a pit that we will never be able to get out of. In other words, what they want to give us is a huge scapegoat. A scapegoat? What a scapegoat? Is there any other reason behind this? Air Gallic wants us to take the scapegoat. What's going on? Sure enough, as soon as Prince John's words came out, they immediately aroused a lot of discussion and attention. Of course, some people questioned, are you being alarmist? Air Gallic is now the largest airline in Europe, with top-notch funds and equipment. What kind of blame can it have? You want to create panic first and throw dirty water, right? Is it necessary for Air Gallic to deceive us? Haha, at first glance, it is just trying to deceive us. There are many similar words. Anyone who can sit here is not a fool, and naturally they will not be deceived by a few words. But Prince John was not in a hurry at all. This time he was well prepared and waited until everyone had finished expressing their opinions and made sure no one would interrupt him again. Prince Joan then continued, it is undeniable that Air Gallic is currently the largest airline in Europe. Whether it is financial strength, the number of aircraft, or even the number of employees, it is at the top level in the world. Under normal circumstances, such a company needs to invest a lot of money every year as operating costs. It may be able to quickly seize the market, but the financial situation will not be very good. Even many companies will basically have ugly financial reports during this period. Most of them will survive, and after the market is completely conquered, they will start to harvest wildly. Everyone nodded. This is true. The faster and bigger the company develops, most of its early-stage financial statements will not be very good-looking. This is the consensus of the aviation industry. After all, the cost for airlines to invest is too high. The price of a large civilian aircraft is an unimaginable figure, not to mention the high maintenance costs, expensive oil prices, and massive employee wages. It is actually difficult to get back the initial investment in a short period of time. But what does this mean? But I don't know if you have paid attention to Air Gallic's data in recent years. Prince Jones said as he took out a USB flash drive and plugged it into the computer. After some operations, a piece of information appeared on the projection screen. After seeing this information, many people subconsciously raised their eyebrows on the spot. In fact, they have seen this data before, but not as detailed as today. More importantly, when they saw this data at that time, and when they see this data now, their feelings were completely different. If you don't tell me, I didn't find it. There's indeed a problem with this data. Air Gallic has replaced and purchased many new aircraft models in the past 2 years, but the financial statements have always been profitable. This is wrong. Some people found the problem, and some people ask confusedly, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this data? How many years has Air Gallic been in existence? And the previous investment has already paid back and started to make a profit. Isn't this normal? And it can be seen that their profits have only begun to grow slowly in the past 2 years. Isn't this a good thing? Many people ask this. After all, basically all the people present here are shareholders, but sometimes shareholders really don't necessarily understand the operations of airlines. Good thing. Someone who is more familiar with the situation said, there's indeed a problem with the data. Air Gallic's large-scale purchases and upgrades in the past 2 years were not cheap. Although their profits have started to grow, it is impossible for the profits to exceed the investment. Even back then, because the business was so good, it really exceeded the investment and generated profits. But this was not the case for only a few years. Since the attack on the Pentagon, the aviation field has almost been cut in half, and all companies have been in crisis at this time. But Air Gallic not only did not decline, but started to increase, and the increase was very fast. A layman might be deceived at a glance, but an expert would think it over carefully. It is impossible. Although we are not as good as high-speed airlines, it can be seen intuitively that we have been greatly affected. It is absolutely impossible for such a reverse situation to occur. Indeed, in fact, in recent years, all airlines have been losing money. The only one that has not lost money is Ryanair, which specializes in low-cost airlines. But they can barely guarantee that they do not lose money. The equipment is old and the service is poor. This has been said by many people. Air Gallic is not a low-cost airline. How could this be like this? Normally, they should be facing the most difficult financial situation at this time. So why are they still willing to pay a premium to merge with us? Some problems were actually there from the beginning. It's just that at the beginning, everyone selectively ignored this problem. After all, such a large company wanted to merge and acquire at a high price. Why should you care about anything else at this time? But after Prince Yon's reminder, someone immediately noticed something was wrong. Are they doing financial fraud? For the stock market, someone immediately thought of the key issue. Financial fraud stabilizes shareholders and protects the stock market. This is almost a common practice of many companies. But what does this mean? Then what is the purpose of merging us? Is it a way to protect the stock price? Does this have anything to do with us? Everyone was confused, but compared to before, they were no longer as confident. Of course, there is no problem in maintaining the stock price normally, but the problem now is, obviously in this situation where everyone is losing money, Air Gallic can declare that it is indeed in financial difficulties. In fact, many people can accept this, but they still choose to hold on. That is only one possibility. Their financial situation has reached a very bad point, and they even urgently need to transfer firepower. Joan shook his head and waved his hand as he spoke. I saw his assistant at the side, who had already taken out the matter, and dozens of printed materials were handed out one by one, before anyone could open it. Then Prince Yon added again, the document sent to you now is a private document. After reading the contents, I will take it back and destroy it. Also, I hope that when you read this document, no matter how surprised you are, you will not show it. As soon as these words came out, many people raised their eyebrows. This time, instead of using a projector directly, I chose to use formal paper documents, and even directly stated that they would be destroyed after reading them. In such a formal situation, everyone couldn't help but become serious. Open the file silently. In an instant, many people's eyes widened on the spot. Some people were sweating on their backs and seemed to be restless. More people were silent and began to look through the information in front of them. In the originally noisy venue, it was completely quiet at this moment, and the only sound was the sound of flipping through papers. It seems. It's the calm before the storm. Is this true or false? If these things are exposed, the consequences are unimaginable. It can't be true, right? But the sources of these data are clearly marked. I think it is probably not a lie. I'm afraid this is true. Isn't this too scary? Is this the true situation of Air Gallia? So the acquisition of us is not to join forces, but to find an opportunity to save ourselves. The key problem is that it's okay if they succeed in saving themselves. But if they don't succeed, not only will they themselves be unlucky, but we will also be dragged into the water. 10 minutes later, the entire conference room, from quiet to audible, began to whisper, and many shareholders began to whisper among themselves. In fact, the information is in everyone's hands. Not too much. Naturally, with such skill, everyone has actually read the information over and over again. The real reason why no one made a loud noise is because everyone was shocked by what they saw in front of them. This information includes various problems hidden under the gorgeous annual report of Air Gallia. First and foremost is financial pressure. However, unlike what everyone expected, the pressure mainly comes from equipment and machinery. Gall's financial pressure mainly comes from a large number of employees who have signed contracts. With more than tens of thousands of employees, Air Gallia's monthly salary alone is a huge amount. After all, the per capita salary in Gall is not low, and it can even be said that the biggest cost is labor cost. Besides, these are the same batch of aircraft that were updated in the past few years. At that time, Air Gallia was under great pressure, but after all, it was a big business and could use its profits to tide over the difficulties. In addition, old equipment can also be dismantled, refurbished, and recycled, so the pressure is definitely there. But as long as we get through the difficulties, we can live a very comfortable life in the future. But here's the problem. The attack on the Pentagon was a heavy blow to all companies in the entire aviation field. After all, in addition to the social impact at that time, the biggest impact was on the people who were sitting on the plane. No one wants their plane to be hijacked and cause a terrorist incident. The aviation industry is experiencing a cold spell. It is a huge storm for the entire industry, not to mention companies like Air Gallia that hope to rely on normal operations to recover. In fact, most companies that normally encounter this situation will choose to reduce company expenses by laying off employees. This method is common all over the world. Alikin is the best at it. The same is true for Royal Heelin Airlines. Their previous controversial layoff plan even caused protests from many people. Fortunately, although Royal Air is having a hard time, it can still afford layoff subsidies to its employees. But Air Gallic is different. Where's Gall? It was a revolutionary area. If anyone in the world asked who was the most professional striker, it would definitely be Gall. The workers' welfare they were proud of was definitely something the whole world aspired to. Even if there are layoffs, the compensation will be more than others. Originally, this was a good thing that allowed the Galls to stand tall and proud in front of workers all over the world, but it became Air Gallic's biggest trouble. Them don't dare to lay off employees. Not only are they afraid of getting involved in all kinds of troubles, but they also have no way of paying the sky-high compensation to their employees once they are laid off. This is an astronomical figure. Maybe it would be better in normal times, but at this critical time, when Air Gallic has just made a drastic move and is seriously short of funds, it is still waiting for a recovery. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. In this way, Air Gallic began to fall towards the abyss, unable to resist at all. Layoffs. They can't afford to cut them. Keep developing. It also cannot develop, because the problem itself has not been solved. The staff salary alone is a huge astronomical figure, which can only keep snowballing. It's not like Air Gallia hasn't thought of other ways, such as financial allocation, seeking investment, or even choosing a mortgage out of desperation. But these methods, after all, it only treats the symptoms but not the root cause, and even the results are not ideal. If this continues, Air Gallic may not even know when it will explode. In fact, there is no way. As long as Air Gallic can return to its former glory and its profits can increase, these problems will naturally be solved. But it's a pity. In today's general environment, all airlines are undergoing transformation. This is because there is no way to change the status quo of the industry, and naturally, there is no way to improve profits. The current problem facing Air Gallia is that they have no retreat and can only bite the bullet and move forward. Can be biased. If they continue like this, it will be a dead end. They can only tear down the east wall to make up for the west wall and continue to borrow money. But the stakes are high. Under heavy debts, Air Gallic finally couldn't hold on and faded away. And at this time, he thought of a solution that was not a solution, or in other words, found a completely new direction. Acquisition. Transfer. Air Gallic wants to acquire us, and the purpose is obvious. They just want to transfer their debts to us through mergers, and even transfer all employees who need to be laid off to our Royal Airlines. By then, all the bad reputation will be on us, and all the blame will be on us. Although our two companies have completed the merger and formed a new alliance, according to the previous cooperation negotiations, we are actually separated from each other. Hill and Royal Air is still operating independently, but it has more business cooperation and contacts with Gaul. In this way, once the merger is completed, I'm almost certain that Air Gaul will mobilize a large number of personnel who need to be laid off to join our company as soon as possible. And there are only two results facing us. Either, with this opportunity, Air Gallic can successfully turn around. Either Air Gallic successfully throws all the problems to us, and they can develop well after reducing their burden, and we, Royal Airways, may eventually be liquidated due to bankruptcy. Even the former. The benefits we can obtain are limited. We will still be struggling due to large layoffs and large debts, and even always struggle on the dangerous line. At this point, Iowan looked at everyone present. So, what do you think now? Do you still think that we must accept Air Gallic now? Final. Under Prince John's teachings, no one refuted it. Even if there were still people who had concerns when all the data was put in front of them, it's clear to everyone. The high probability that Prince John said is not a conjecture, but a reality. At least, risks exist, and this risk is something that no one present can bear. In such a situation, in the end, the shareholders' meeting resulted in 53% of the votes, and the final decision was made to reject the merger of Air Gallia. When the meeting ends, after everyone left one after another, Prince Yon, who had always been extremely confident and calm, breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Gushio was still sitting in his seat with no intention of leaving. Prince Yon immediately stepped forward and said, "How was it? Was your performance good just now?" "Very good." Gushio gave a thumbs up and praised. "If your next performance is still so good, you will definitely become the most persuasive prince in the world." "What's next?" Prince Yon scratched his head. "A bit unclear. I feel strange. Now that the shareholders' meeting has ended and everyone has decided to reject Air Gallic's acquisition, what else can happen next? I'm wondering." However, they saw the door of the conference room being pushed open, and then they saw that the Queen's assistant, who had quickly left to report the situation after the meeting, had returned. Seeing this person, Yon suddenly felt something bad. Really? The Queen's assistant came back again, and the first words he said were, "Hello, Your Highness, the Queen has summoned you." As soon as these words came out, Prince Yon, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly became nervous and subconsciously turned to look at Gushio. His eyes were full of panic. "I originally thought that this shareholders' meeting would go smoothly due to Her Majesty the Queen's absence, but I didn't expect that this matter would not be able to escape in the end. The Queen's summons." But unfortunately, Yoan's request for help did not receive a response, because the assistant had already looked at Gushio again. "Mr. Gushio, Her Majesty the Queen has summoned you as well. I hope you will not refuse to meet." "Of course not. I am more than happy to do so." Gushio smiled slightly, like a little gentleman, but the bitterness on Prince Yoan's face became more and more intense. It's over. Not only did his mother want to see her, but she even wanted to see Gushio. This clearly meant that she was very dissatisfied with what happened. Next, a group of people walked out of Royal Airlines. When they arrived at the door, they saw a transfer car parked in the parking lot at the door. The assistant immediately led the way and took the two of them to the car. John hesitated. Gushio didn't have any worries. He opened the car door first and got in directly, with a calm expression on his face. "Your Highness, please." Following the assistant's urging, although John still felt his scalp was numb, at this time he could only sit down beside Gushio obediently. But in the car, as the car got closer and closer to the destination, Prince John became more and more nervous. He looked out the window frequently, and it was obvious that a battle between heaven and man was going on in his heart. "Your Highness, there's no need to worry." Gushio noticed his nervousness and comforted him. "Just think that we are having a normal business conversation, and don't put so much psychological pressure on yourself." In response, Prince Yon just smiled bitterly. Normal business talk? Who can maintain this mentality when facing the queen? What's more, this is her own mother. Actually, when we go there this time, she may not necessarily scold you. She may even look at you with admiration. Gushio said. Yon's face was full of doubts. "Look at me with admiration? At me? Yes. How is this possible?" Yon smiled bitterly. "You may not know that my mother's been very strict with me since I was a child. She often even scolded me for being useless. I even went against her this time. It will be nice if I can avoid being killed by her, but don't think she looks at me with admiration." When he heard this, Gushio knew. This child has probably been in the denial of his mother since childhood. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so afraid of his mother. Gushio couldn't help but sigh. Even the royal family is actually not as comfortable as an ordinary family in some aspects. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, Gu Xiaodao did not comfort him anymore. He just patted Joan on the shoulder to tell him to calm down, and then he closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the next meeting with the queen. Not long after, the car drove into a royal manor, with birds singing, flowers fragrant, and lush greenery. Just looking out the window made people feel particularly comfortable. This place is indeed a good place. After all, he was a prince, so John behaved very normally in this place. But his mental state was very tense, and Gu Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. "Your Highness, Mr. Gu Xiao, please come with me." After getting out of the car, a man in a tuxedo who looked like a gentleman appeared and led the two of them through the long corridor toward a castle in the center. This castle is more glorious and taller than the one in Joan. You can see many servants busy inside, which reminds Gu Xiao of the former emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. But it seems that he is not as powerful as the emperor. The person leading the way was obviously the housekeeper here, who was friendly to others. On the way, he saw Gu Xiao curiously looking at everything around him, and he also introduced the situation of the manor to him kindly. But despite this, the group's speed was still not slow. Timeless. The two were taken to a living room decorated in medieval style. "Tea or coffee?" "Tea." "Please wait a moment, both of you." The butler left quickly, not forgetting to bring some snacks and tea. Gu Xiao did not speak to Prince Yon. Instead, he was concentrating on admiring the various famous paintings hanging on the wall. Gu Xiao's appreciation of these things was limited, and to be honest, he couldn't quite understand them. But you probably also know that if you take out any painting here, it will probably cost you at least $1 million. Finally, before long, the queen came. This is the first time Gu Xiao has seen Her Majesty the Queen in person. To be honest, she's indeed older. Although she is well-maintained, the breath of time can still be seen on her face. She has short brown hair and a kind smile on her face. But even the queen couldn't help but ask Gu Xiao his age when she first said it. "God, are you really only 10 years old? At this age, I am still learning etiquette, but you have already become the boss of such a big company. Unbelievable." Faced with these emotions, Gu Xiao, of course, smiled kindly. His age gave people a natural affinity. At this time, he was intentional, and within a moment he was chatting and laughing with the queen. It feels a bit like meeting each other too late. As the Prince of John, he was a little embarrassed. He stood there alone, feeling a little restless. Good thing. The queen didn't really forget about her son. After chatting for a while, she looked at Joan and said, "If my child can be half as good as you, then I can breathe a sigh of relief." These words made Joan look embarrassed. But what made him even more embarrassed was that Gu Xiao actually agreed. "I think so too, Queen." But he saw Gu Xiao blinking. "After all, I am only 10 years old now. There is no way that Prince Yon can become 5 years old." As soon as these words came out, everyone burst into laughter. "You are praising him. I don't think he deserves to be praised." The queen smiled. Gu Xiao shook his head. "Prince John is a very far-sighted and thoughtful person, just like the reason why we came to see Her Majesty the Queen this time." "Oh, The Queen smiled slightly and said, I heard that you rejected Air Gallic's investment. Is this just to convince me? Don't worry, I have heard what you said at the meeting. It is undeniable that I am willing to do so. No. We are not here to talk about this. Gushio shook his head. The Queen was surprised. Then you are. Gushio smiled, glanced at Prince Yon, and then said something that stunned both of them. We are here to attract investment. Queen. John? Pursuing investment? Are you looking for me to attract investment? The Queen's face was full of astonishment. Gushio's words exceeded her expectations to a great extent, and even made all the words she had prepared before become ineffective. Turning to look at his son, he saw that Yoan was also confused. Just when he was about to ask another question, he saw that Gushio had already spoken first. Speaking of which, our Buzz Air's plan to acquire Royal Airlines is not my decision alone. Oh, the Queen raised her eyebrows. Subconsciously, he glanced at Prince Yon again, only to see that Prince Yon's face was stiff, extremely nervous, and he didn't even dare to look at him at all. This discovery did not make the Queen angry. On the contrary, the expression on the Queen's face even softened a lot, but she did not speak. Instead, he turned to look at Gushio and motioned for him to continue. Prince Yoan is a very qualified partner and a very far-sighted investor. Gushio said slowly, but for me, the biggest advantage of Prince Yoan is actually not the above, but a quality that I value more. What quality? The Queen became interested. Family honor. Family honor? The Queen laughed, shook her head repeatedly, and turned to look at Yon. It seems that you don't know much about this prince. Do you know what he has done that embarrassed the entire family? Pursuing love and being loyal are good qualities. In fact, Prince Yon's incident did not bring shame to the Alexander family. Gushio shook his head. On the contrary, because of this incident, the outside world now has a very good reputation for Prince Yon, thinking that he is a person worthy of trust and reliance. After all, giving up the right to inherit the throne that is unattainable for others for the sake of the one you love, this kind of thing only appears in fairy tales most of the time. This is the first time that Gushio has given his own opinion on Prince Yon's previous ridiculous behavior. Even Joan couldn't help but be touched. He looked at Gushio with great gratitude. This was the first time that someone supported his actions in front of the Queen. Even his eldest brother did not dare to say such words openly in front of the Queen. But, grateful as he was, Yon inevitably looked at his mother with a little worry. He knew how much his mother hated him, and she would be very angry even if anyone mentioned this matter in front of her, not to mention that Gushio directly and openly refuted the Queen's ideas. The wrath of an emperor. It's not something that ordinary people can bear. Really, the Queen's originally full smile suddenly stiffened, and her entire face became gloomy, as if she could drip water. But Gushio thought he didn't see the change in the Queen's expression. He was still talking to himself at this time. Furthermore, what really makes me value Prince John's character is the acquisition plan of Royal Airlines. This itself is related to family honor. The Queen raised her eyebrows. Is this personal interest? What does it have to do with family honor? Or do you want to say that because you discovered the thoughts of Air Gallia, so in order to prevent Royal Airlines from being destroyed, he did this on purpose? Is it for the sake of family honor? The Queen said this with a bit of sarcasm. The shareholders were fooled around by Prince Joan and even agreed to reject Air Gallic on the spot. But the Queen knew it very well. If Air Gallic didn't have those little thoughts, how could it possibly want to acquire Royal Airways at a premium? This itself comes with a price. It just depends on whether the price is acceptable. Of course. Gushio nodded. Seeing that the Queen seemed to want to speak, Gushio did not give her a chance to speak and said directly again, Prince John did this not only because we discovered the conspiracy of Air Gallic, but more importantly, Prince John hopes that Royal Airline can truly be controlled by his own people. As soon as these words came out, the Queen, who was originally disdainful, instantly changed her expression. Royal Airlines itself is owned by the royal family, but due to some mistakes made by its predecessors, this company that should have been monolithic fell apart. In fact, Prince John told me about this matter more than once. In fact, The reason why Royal Airlines is in such a situation is that the shareholding is dispersed and the shareholder meeting mechanism is not perfect. Even the shares can be sold and transferred at will, which is a drawback in itself. This time when we acquire Royal Airlines, we are indeed considering our own interests, but at the same time, more importantly, we actually hope to change the current situation of Royal Airlines and change the current situation. Gucciot's eloquent talk made the Queen feel incredible. It's not just you. It's just that when this child faces a queen like himself, he behaves neither humble nor arrogant from beginning to end. What's more important is Gucciot's words. Can't help it. The Queen turned her head again and looked at her second son, with a bit of questioning in her eyes. In fact, the Queen was really angry about Buzz Airlines' acquisition of Royal Airways. But the reason to be angry, it wasn't because the industry she loved was acquired by a child she didn't like, as was rumored, but because she was there from beginning to end. None of them are optimistic about this acquisition. This is a snake swallowing an elephant, and it is a snake swallowing an elephant that is very overestimating its capabilities. After all, Buzz Airlines is too small. They even had to climb up Royal Airlines, but now they have some money and can acquire Royal Airlines. But that doesn't mean they can lead Royal Airlines down the road. This is not an easy road, nor can it be taken if you want to. These problems cannot be solved by just spending money. If Buzz Airlines plans to throw money in without thinking, then what will be the final result? It means losing all your money. Therefore, in the Queen's view, Joan's promotion of the acquisition of Royal Airlines may have some grudge against her, which made the Queen even more dissatisfied with him. But now it seems the situation seems to be different from what I imagined. The snake swallowing the elephant is real, but his purpose is not just pure anger, but he even has other ideas. So, you acquired Royal Airlines and even privately bought the shares of so many people because you had Royal Airlines completely in your hands. So you eliminated those guys who are no longer a whole. The Queen couldn't help but ask, "Really?" Gucciot nodded. "Yes, Royal Airlines problems are at the root. If you want to solve the fundamental problem, you can only start from the source. I believe Your Majesty must have discovered that in recent years, those people at every shareholders' meeting can do nothing but hold back, right?" The Queen nodded. This is the truth. With the shares in their hands and the voting rights in their hands, those shareholders sometimes like to prove themselves and sing the opposite tune. But in fact, they're all a group of idiots who follow what others say and have no effect other than holding them back and showing off their lower IQ. So, what do you mean by asking me to invest this time? The Queen suddenly became interested and asked curiously. But Gucciot replied, "It's very simple. I want Her Majesty the Queen and your royal bank to give us loans and investments to help us fully acquire Royal Airlines. So this is your plan? Let me, the shareholder, make additional investment, then take the opportunity to seize all other people's shares." Gucciot said. The Queen was somewhat disappointed. One thing to say, is Gucciot's idea a good one? Good indeed. In fact, the Queen herself has wanted to take the shares of Royal Airlines more than once, because although she has the largest share, she does not have a veto power. Coupled with his sensitive identity, many times he has nothing to do with these small shareholders who stick together. It can be said that she has dreamed of recovering her shares. Even in the early years, the Queen actually tried hard. But it's a pity. Without exception, her plans failed. If this is what you think, then I can only say that once I invest more, other people will immediately squeeze the shares in their hands and be unwilling to let go. The Queen shook her head and sighed. Your Majesty, do you think that because you hold shares, those people will hold shares because they know that you will not let them suffer? At the same time, they also know that if you are not willing to run away and plan to support instead, it means that you may make more big moves against Royal Airlines in the future. Is that so? Gucciot asked. The Queen nodded, originally thinking that Gucciot didn't know, but she didn't expect this child to have thought of this from the beginning. Since you know, it should be clear that there are still many shares in the hands of other people. The two of us can indeed have absolute control with our combined shares. But it is absolutely impossible to get the shares of other shareholders. They will not transfer them. The Queen talked about her troubles. She wanted her shares back and was even willing to buy them back at a premium, but she failed every time. Because of her identity, many people have an almost mindless admiration and suspicion of her. Even now, one can achieve veto power. But many times she needs to seek everyone's opinions even more because she is the queen and represents the royal power and the royal family. If she really used her veto power to decide the company's development plan, she would be on the international news the next day. Now, the media all over the world are eager for some big news. Even a lot of media just look for various royal scandals every day to gain attention. This is the dilemma the Queen faces now. Want reform? It cannot be changed. Even if you want to take back your shares, you can't. Since Your Majesty the Queen can't acquire it, why don't we find another way? Gushio smiled. Another way? The Queen wondered what way. Gushio replied, we will pledge assets to other banks and financial institutions in Heelan for financing, fully acquire Royal Airlines, and guarantee that these banks have nothing to do with Your Majesty. What? The Queen was stunned. What's going on? Do you still need to pledge assets for acquisition? Are you specifically looking for someone who has nothing to do with you? So what is this? In order to drive away annoying flies, attract a bunch of crocodiles smelling of blood? Are you sure? You're not joking? The Queen said in disbelief, looking at Gushio as if she were looking at a madman. I feel a little bit emotional in my heart. Is this what young people are? Why can't I keep up with his jumping thoughts? Of course I'm sure. In fact, when I come to see Her Majesty the Queen, I just hope that Her Majesty can help us convince the capital and banks. We need a lot of investment this time. But for now, Buzz Air's plan to acquire Royal Airways is seen by many people as a snake swallowing the elephant. Many people are even waiting for us to explode. Under such circumstances, the attitude of capital towards us will be very unusual, and many times they will even be unwilling to invest in us because they doubt us. Gushio spread his hands and spoke helplessly. The Queen was silent for a moment, and finally couldn't help but said, these capitals and banks are not so easy to deal with. If it's just these small shareholders now, although it is troublesome, it will not threaten you. But if these capitals and investment banks join, I am afraid that will cost a lot in the future to get the shares back from them. These people are all blood-sucking people. I know these people suck blood, but at the same time, these crocodiles who come smelling the smell of blood are sometimes very good targets. Gushio smiled. Besides, I am using a mortgage model. The purpose is to help us get the Royal Airline as soon as possible. Once we take the Royal Airline, we only need to repay the debts, and the mortgaged assets will naturally return to my hands. In this way, won't many of your problems, Her Majesty the Queen, be easily solved? As soon as these words came out, the Queen instantly understood what Gushio meant. This is the plan. A white wolf with empty hands. Gushio replied directly, this is a proverb from our Dragon Kingdom. I know that Your Majesty, you want to say something similar to this. Your idea is very dangerous. The Queen couldn't help but say. Gushio just smiled. If I do this myself, it will definitely be dangerous, but if Your Majesty can help and do your best, then the risks involved can naturally be eliminated. What's more, if this thing succeeds, Your Majesty and Prince Yon will have absolute control of royal aviation. Isn't it? This is a very tempting proposal, and even the Queen can't help but think about the credibility of it. It looked like the two of them were talking in circles. But the strategy is actually very simple. First of all, it is known that Buzz Air's acquisition of Royal Airways will become a foregone conclusion, and Royal Airways still has many individual shareholders. If you want to recover all these shares, you need some special means. This acquisition is an excellent opportunity. But, after all, such an acquisition is a snake swallowing the elephant. The risk is very high, and it requires a lot of funds. So Gushio adopted the simplest method. Mortgage loan. They used the Royal Airline Company shares they held in their hands to conduct asset evaluation, and then found professional investment banks to raise funds. This stuff is risky. If there is no way to repay the money within the agreed time, the shares in hand will become the property of the investment bank. Just making wedding clothes. But the Queen was behind this matter. The Queen could directly choose to invest at this time. With the company having funds, it would naturally be able to repay the mortgage funds. What Gushio wants to use is this method, which can not only perfectly avoid the Queen's additional shareholding when the royal airline at a low price, but also increase his favorability in front of the Queen. It turns out, Gushio's idea came true. After listening to Gushio's thoughts, the Queen looked at Gushio, how pleased she was with him, and Yon, who was acting as a backdrop. There's a lot less eye-rolling and blaming. But I still have a question. The current problem of Royal Airline is not just about these shareholders, but also how Royal Airline should develop in the future. Even if I hold 100% of Royal Airline shares, if Royal Airline has no way to continue to develop, then what I get is still a broken ship that may sink into the sea at any time. The Queen's question goes straight to the core. And to this, Gushio was already prepared in his heart. In the next few days, various commercial reports in Heelan ushered in spring. There were new topics to report on almost every day, and most of the sales were not bad. In other words, the spring of business media reports has arrived some time ago. First, Philips gave up on ASML. Then ASML was acquired by Yuan Shio Investment, and then ASML's core executives were kidnapped. Now, the topic has returned to the various melons of Buzz Air and Royal Airlines. Even the latter attracts more attention than holding hands. After all, no matter how good ASML is, to most ordinary people, it is just a company that has little to do with them. But things are different between Royal Air and Buzz Air. After all, it only involves the royal family. More importantly, it also involves the controversial issue of Prince John and future conflicts. Many ordinary people like this kind of report. And today, business reports are even more popular. Because after Buzz Air took a stake in Royal Airways rejected Air Gallic as soon as possible and as quickly as possible. The final acquisition of Royal Airways began. This drama is quite lively. Especially during the process, some individual shareholders stood up from time to time and accused Prince John of deliberately tricking them, saying that rejecting Air Gallic was their way to satisfy their selfish desires. This is obviously shocking and has attracted the attention of many people. But for these discussions, to be honest, it's just like that. Many people don't even take this matter seriously at all, mainly because no one wants to seek justice. What's more, after thinking about it for a moment, you will understand that this is obviously a normal business method, and even the rejection of Gall's investment was approved by these shareholders. Regret at this time? There is no such thing as a good thing. Say it again. Even though this matter involved the royal family, the Queen did not express any opinion from beginning to end, and stayed away from the incident from beginning to end. If you can't even keep up with the hot topics, this method of using public opinion will naturally be ineffective. Certainly, for the individual shareholders of Royal Airlines, media and public opinion are of no use, and they have no other ways to resist. As soon as they realized something was not going well, these people took quick action and even set up a shareholders committee. 4. Just hope to fight against the acquisition of Buzz Airlines. It's not necessarily a confrontation, because everyone knows that after Air Gallic was rejected, Buzz Air has become the only successor. What they want to do is just expand their own interests, hoping to make the company's value rise even higher so that they can earn more. But it's a pity. They had the opportunity to choose one of the two before, but now they don't. Buzz Air's attitude has also undergone a subtle change at this time. Before, I held it carefully. Later, it was immediately destroyed. You're not selling it, are you? If you don't sell the business, at worst I won't buy it. And I even plan to sell my shares. What did you say? Can't sell? That's easier. I can directly use these shares to go to an investment bank for mortgage. Just do it. The entire Royal Airline shareholders became nervous on the spot. After all, the situation of Royal Airlines is really bad. Now, they have the opportunity to get rid of the mess, but they just let this opportunity go. If this is really the case, so what should everyone do? Are you going to die with Royal Airlines? And in this panic, the situation began to become more subtle. Shareholders began to scold each other. In particular, those shareholders who had previously sold their shares to Buzz Airlines became the targets of the criticism immediately. They felt that it was because of these people that everyone was in such a difficult situation. The scolding sounds unpleasant, but in fact they are all envious scoldings. And the shareholders who were scolded were not the type to sit back and wait for death, refusing to retaliate. Instead, they immediately began to blame those shareholders who were holding on to their shares and were reluctant to let them go. He scolded these people as being troublemakers, destroying the company's development, affecting the company's future, and being idiots who hinder themselves. The two sides suddenly became two camps, and they were arguing all day long, which was a good meal for the people of the whole country. After all, these people are all considered members of the royal family. Big or small, things like a fire in the royal backyard are something that everyone likes to see. Just when the situation intensified and was almost out of control, the Queen, who had always been silent, finally stood up and gathered all shareholders to reconvene a shareholders' meeting. This meeting basically has only one content. The Queen hoped that Buzz Air could continue to complete the acquisition and that the price would not be too outrageous. She also asked the attitude of other Royal Air shareholders on the spot. At last, with the Queen's help, Buzz Air, which had originally given up on acquiring Royal Airways, finally came back. Moreover, because of the Queen's reputation, Buzz Air's price was considered fair and conscientious, and the company merger was successfully completed at a valuation of 500 million euros. And, immediately after completing the merger, Buzz Airlines began to ask the original shareholders whether they planned to keep their shares or transfer them. The result is no surprise. No one was optimistic about the merger of Buzz Airlines and Royal Airways, even though everyone was hyped about it before the merger. But after the merger, they immediately began to sell off their stocks without mercy. The whole process went incredibly smoothly. In just 3 days, the equity war came to an end. All shareholders fled, and the only ones left were Buzz Airlines and the Queen's private investment company. In their opinion, these two are the kind of people who want to hold each other until death. Certainly, on the surface, everyone still wants to say something nice, and they're generally optimistic about Royal Airlines. However, due to financial difficulties, they can only withdraw their capital early, and they express regret for this. To the outside world, this incident made the people love and like their Queen even more. If you're willing to lose money yourself, you must help other shareholders. Such a good person and a Queen deserves to be written about by all the media. However, when this group of people wrote a lot about it, new news is still coming out. The first is the Queen's purchase of Buzz Airlines shares, which expanded from more than 30% to 49%. If John's shares are included, mother and son already own all the shares of Royal Airlines. Buzz Airlines, which received the money, immediately took out the money to repay various previously pledged funds. It was only then that the major investment banks discovered that they had become a big scapegoat for doing good deeds without leaving their name behind. But what can you do at this time? I can only hold my nose and admit it. Originally thought, even if the reports about Royal Airlines end here, many people have even begun to predict that Royal Airlines may start a series of reforms. Many people even predict that Royal Airways will comprehensively expand the low-cost aviation business, reduce passenger experience, and reduce budgets. However, many people are not optimistic about this, because no one thinks Royal Airways has a future, until a new piece of news appeared, completely disrupting everyone's expectations. Royal Airways will negotiate merger with Air Gallia again. Liar, liar, this is a group of liars. They deliberately deceived us and took away all our shares. Joan and the Queen are both liars. It's too much. They encouraged all of us to reject Air Gallia before. They said it was for our sake, but they came to trick us. Yes, damn it. Why do they go to Gaul to cooperate again? This is to make it clear that they want to get rid of us. Damn it, damn it, damn it. This is a trap, this is a trap. The new news immediately caused an uproar as soon as it came out. The most violent reaction among them. Obviously, it belongs to the group of former shareholders of Royal Airlines. They even gathered a group of people, walked to the entrance of Royal Airlines, held up banners, and took up arms, planning to hold a free and democratic demonstration. Of course, reporters from all walks of life will not let this opportunity pass by. Many have even begun to write explosive headlines. The Queen's conspiracy turns out to be like this. I'll give you an in-depth understanding of Queen Helen. In order to achieve her goal, she used any means to instigate her own children to attack her own clansmen. Driving wolves and devouring tigers is like driving wolves and devouring tigers in the Dragon Kingdom. The Queen's methods are ruthless. Reports like this appeared in major printing plants as soon as the news broke out, and they began to rush printing. But it's a pity. Although European countries have long begun to advocate democracy and freedom of speech, how can it be possible to really have freedom of speech in this world? Even Alikin, who claims to be free and democratic every day, encounters major events. I'll give you all the same silence. These newspapers with similar titles ultimately failed to get out of the major printing plants. As media personnel, they were naturally dissatisfied with this result and immediately planned to start exposing them on the internet. But they were frightened as soon as their action started, because the former shareholders who were protesting were dispersed by the police at the entrance of Royal Airlines. And these people were immediately sued by a lawyer's letter from the Royal Airlines legal team on the grounds that they affected the reputation of Royal Airlines and smeared the image of Royal Airlines. Good guy. This method shocked many people in the first place, because this is the first time since history has been recorded that the royal family has taken a knife to one of its own people and even put it directly on the table. To know, although the former shareholders of Royal Airline have a lot of free money, they are still considered to be of royal blood. No matter how troublesome they were in the past, they would not resort to any means. Even often they turn a blind eye. As long as it is not excessive, the royal family will not interfere with anything. But this time, we provide one-stop service for directly prosecuting and spreading rumors. 2 people even had conflicts with the police on the spot and were arrested for assaulting the police. This is definitely a thunderous blow. He doesn't feel any pressure even to kill his own people, let alone others. Naturally, in this situation, the media reporters who had originally planned to force now became cowards every minute and dared not show their heads no matter what. In fact, it is not just that they are afraid of the royal family's revenge. What's more important is that they know. In fact, the former shareholders of Royal Airlines are not reasonable. After all, they were the ones who signed the contract, but they were the ones who agreed to reject Air Gallic. Even they were the ones who ran away immediately after their own company completed the merger. At this time, you regret it and want to do something? How can there be such a good thing in the world? To take a step back, even if this matter really has something to do with the Queen, it is really the Queen's plan. There is one thing to say. Just look at the contract, and you can see that the previous share purchase price for these former shareholders was itself a premium. Definitely not treating them badly. What does this belong to? What they did was legal and reasonable, and even from another perspective, it was definitely worthy of their conscience. After these media carefully assessed the situation, a magical scene appeared. The media was originally prepared to slander the royal family on a large scale, to get the masses to spurn the royal family's conspiracy, and to expose the embarrassing things about the royal family. The tone suddenly began to change. The best queen in the world, the Queen of Helen. The Queen, in order to protect the interests of her descendants and avoid losing everyone's money, actually paid for it herself and took the risk. Salute to the most beautiful Queen. Count the outstanding contributions the Queen has made to the people of Helen. The Royal Airline is facing transformation and the future is uncertain, so the Queen has invested heavily to avoid losses to the royal family. Similar reports. Suddenly, madness began to spring up like mushrooms after a rain. It really came true. Black to pink. Of course, not everyone is so unprincipled, and a small number of media still adhere to the original principles and original intentions, still persevering in discrediting in various ways. But such slander, when filled with flowers and praises, may have indeed gained attention, but has also gained a lot of infamy. What's more, they each received a court summons. Next, they will also experience the experience. What is a constitutional monarchy? Overall, this storm went away quickly as it came. Not only did the Queen not pay any price, But because of the crisis public relations of this matter, she gained a lot of attention and became even more loved by the people. This is more than just talk. At that time, the media also calculated the Queen's support rate. Public opinion showed that the Queen's support rate was several percentage points higher than before after this incident. This is a very rare good thing. But the only regret is that when Her Majesty the Queen received flowers and applause, she had no time to accept this honor. On the contrary, she is busier. After all, as the Queen of a country, although many miscellaneous and trivial matters are left to the Prime Minister to handle, Her Majesty the Queen, who has been in power for more than 20 years, has always been a model of diligence. Whether it is various large or small ceremonial activities or some major domestic decisions, her participation is required. And, in her free time, she also has to deal with her own assets. Although most of the time it seems that it is her men who are leading the charge, but behind every incident, there is actually the Queen's personal decision. This, at least during this period, Gushio, who was often summoned by the Queen and went to the palace for tea every now and then, could see it all. Be a queen. Very tiring too. Even Gushio somewhat understood why John would choose to give up his right to inherit the throne without hesitation. This life is really tiring. Yes, Gushio was summoned by the Queen every now and then, but it wasn't the Queen who liked to take a moment to take a look at this cute child. What's more important is what she discovered. This child has some very unique opinions, and can even find new ways and give different opinions in all aspects. Even some of the servants around the Queen privately call Gushio the Queen's little teacher. To such a title, every time, Gushio would remind the other party with a serious face that his identity must be addressed in Longwa language. Imperial Master. The Imperial Master is here again. The Imperial Master is here again this time. Do you want to continue drinking tea? Or do you want to try our hand-ground coffee first? The Imperial Master is indeed the Imperial Master. Even the drinks he drinks are different from us. I'm also a tea drinker, but they're all French black tea. Teas like yours feel very bitter to me, and it is difficult to adapt to them. Dragon Kingdom is really a magical place. To have a kid like you, Imperial Master, are there many people in your country who are as powerful as you? Just like this day, when Gushio just arrived at the Queen's manor, he was surrounded by many people in the manor. No way. This kid is so lovable. Being able to act coquettishly and cutely in front of ordinary people, being able to scold Fangxio with the Queen, and even being able to give advice in front of Prince Yon perfectly interprets what a good human being should look like. As for the title of Emperor Master, after Gushio's previous correction, many people also like to call him that, but the accent was a bit unstandard, which made people feel funny. The title Imperial Master is of course a joke. Not to mention that Heelan himself did not have such a special position. Even if there was such a position, Gushio would not be able to take it, because he himself knows how much he weighs. Even though he was prosperous in this life, in his previous life he was just an average independent game producer, which is nice to say. To put it bluntly, he is just a broken programmer. Even if he knows what the future world will look like and what the future industry development direction will be, to be honest, he can only talk. When there are really specific problems that need to be solved in detail, Gushio will actually be blinded in many cases, especially when some issues involve a national level. But even though Gushio thinks so, the reality sometimes always goes in the opposite direction. Just like now. America has now launched in-depth cooperation with the EU and is highly tied up in terms of economy, military, and even politics. Do you think this is good or bad for us? Faced with this question, Gushio answered directly without hesitation. It's a mixed bag of good and bad, or more bad. Oh, the Queen became interested. Can you elaborate on it? Let's talk about the good first. Gushio thought for a while and said, the purpose of the establishment of the EU is to unite in all aspects for warmth, because everyone knows that if separated, each has actually entered a stage of decline and is very easy to be defeated by each other. You are always wary of the country Alikin, and the EU itself exists to fight against Alikin to a certain extent. In fact, the EU's effect is very good. Alikin has not used a knife against you, and has even been very close to you. Whether it is high-tech industry or other aspects, it likes to cooperate more with you. The benefits of this are obvious, at least in the general economy. Because of the EU's guarantee, it can prevent a major economic downturn. It can also restrain some capital from launching attacks on the national currency. In fact, these words are not too comprehensive, but the Queen does not think there is any problem. After all, the EU cannot be explained in a few words. Looking at it from another perspective, the EU does have the intention to unite to fight against the most powerful country in the world. And these benefits are indeed real. What about the disadvantages? The Queen asked. The disadvantages. Gu Xiu thought for a moment. You will live in peace and happiness and die in sorrow. What? The moment she heard this, the Queen raised her eyebrows and looked directly at Gu Xiu, her eyes full of fierceness. For any king, I never like when someone mentions the word death in front of me, especially when Gu Xiu is talking about the death of a country. But, facing the Queen's sharp gaze, Gu Xiu seemed not to feel any pressure at all and remained calm from beginning to end. It's interesting. Finally, the Queen withdrew the sharpness in her eyes and showed some appreciation. Can you explain it in detail? It's actually very simple. Gu Xiu said, after the EU is bound, it will indeed make the EU countries stronger, unify the currencies of multiple countries, implement the protection of local enterprises, enhance the international status of each country, and at the same time restrain the United States from pursuing a unipolar world map. These benefits are obvious, but the disadvantages that will also exist are also obvious. The first is the issue of interest distribution. With so many countries in the EU, how should the interest be distributed? How should the decision-making mechanism be used? And whether internal unity can be guaranteed? Your Majesty the Queen must be aware of these issues. In addition to these issues, in order to protect your companies from being squeezed by foreign capital, or to reduce competitive pressure, you will take tax measures to make imported goods more expensive, so that domestic companies can have room for survival and profitability. However, anyone who has studied economics knows that imposing tariffs hinders the international division of labor and hinders global economic development. This series of problems are all problems that the EU must face. These problems do exist, and in fact we have been looking for solutions. The Queen nodded and then asked, but what about the relationship with Alekhine? You still haven't answered me in this regard. The relationship with Alekhine is even simpler. Gu Xiu said, America is the most powerful country in the world today. Especially after the end of World War II, they have completely emerged as a superpower. To put it bluntly, they have been invincible for so many years. Before the alliance, they can squeeze you at will, but after the alliance, you have been able to pose a threat to aim-like to a certain extent. Threat is sometimes a double-edged sword. In the past, if we didn't have any important resources, Alekhine wouldn't bother to talk to you. But after the alliance, the EU will become the force that Alekhine pays most attention to and is wary of. Your every move may have been monitored by Alekhine. As soon as these words came out, the Queen looked around uncomfortably. But now Alekhine is showing that it is very close to the EU. We have just signed a lot of cooperation, and many of these cooperations will last for more than 10 years, or even decades. The Queen did not elaborate on what kind of cooperation it was, but it must be cooperation in all aspects from military, political to economic. Of course Gu Xiu understood, but even though he understood, he shook his head and smiled. That's why I said it. Be born in peace and happiness, die in sorrow. This sentence again? The Queen frowned, but didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Gu Xiu and motioned for him to continue. Although I don't know the specific details of Alekhine's many cooperations with the EU, I think many of them are resource exchanges, right? Gu Xiu asked. The Queen nodded. This was actually a nonsense question. After all, no cooperation in this world is unilateral. It must all be resource exchange. Are many of these cooperations led by Alekhine? Yes. The Queen nodded. Although the EU is considered a whole, there are still many member states under this whole. Naturally, most of them are actually Alekhine. As for the EU, many projects and cooperation are actually scattered for individual countries. Isn't that right? Guccio smiled. What? The queen didn't react, but Guccio added, if you were a Millican and your opponent was someone like the European Union and you wanted to attack this alliance, what method would you choose? This, I will add another condition. If many countries in this alliance need to rely on your cooperation, what will you do? In an instant, just one sentence made the queen react. Destroy them one by one. The answer is correct. Guccio nodded. The queen shook her head. But if that's what they think, I'm afraid a Millican will be disappointed. We in the European Union are very determined. We are even promoting the abandonment of the original national currency in our own country, such as the Holland Shield. We are now canceling it and plan to make this currency disappear completely within 5 years. Although the future euro system will not be as powerful as the US dollar oil system, it will definitely be at least the second largest economic system in the world. Under such circumstances, our alliance will naturally be unbreakable. It is not that simple to break through one by one. Many EU countries have discussed and deliberated on these issues for a long time, and it can be said that they have been considered very comprehensively, including what Guccio mentioned. They have also gone through careful consideration. At this time, the queen only felt that Guccio was just a child after all. No matter how powerful or talented he was still just a person and could not think so comprehensively. But Guccio may indeed be just a person, but as a later generation who has experienced the era of the euro's great dive and depreciation, he really knew something about this aspect. I understand that Her Majesty the Queen believes that the European Union is unbreakable, and the basis is that the status of the euro will remain stable. But I want to ask, do you really think it can be stable? Of course I know Your Majesty will say that it can definitely be stable. Then let's assume. Guccio did not give the Queen a chance to refute and said directly, if in the future crude oil prices continue to rise, a Millican raises interest rates crazily, capital confidence is insufficient, capital outflows continue, and there is an energy crisis in Europe. Oh, by the way, if a pandemic virus like SARS happens to happen again, you still think, is the euro system unbreakable? These words silenced the queen. Good guy. This kid really dares to assume that this is a stack of buffs. If this happens, there may be a certain probability that something will go wrong, but I think this is just a small probability event. A small probability event? When he heard this answer, Guccio couldn't help but feel happy. This matter was indeed a small probability event. If he hadn't come from the future, then this is something that most likely won't happen. But Guccio was not interested in explaining anything about this, but changed the topic. Since Your Majesty thinks this is a low probability event, let's talk about a high probability event. You say, these next in-depth cooperation will become the most important cooperation among the EU member states, and they will even firmly grasp these cooperations and never let go. In the early stage, all countries will definitely make a lot of money, and not just the early stage, the entire industry chain will begin to develop in related aspects, ensuring that it will still be profitable even 10 or 20 years later. The Queen nodded. This is indeed the plan of all countries now, focusing on key projects. After all, a Millican took the initiative to show his good intentions. Don't want it for nothing. Is there any problem with this? There's indeed no problem at the moment, but I have heard a saying that in the political field, what needs to be considered is not only the immediate, but also the longer term. So, we might as well take a longer term view. Since the whole country intends to firmly grasp the core industry and not let go, does it still have the energy to take care of other areas? The Queen was silent. Each country in the European Union seems to have a well-known name, but in fact they are generally not large in terms of land area or population. Just like a country like Heelan, they are developed countries, and their economic and technological levels are among the best in the world, but this does not mean that this country is comprehensive in everything. In fact, although Heelan, a small country, has become a major exporter of agricultural products in the world due to the improved efficiency of large-scale mechanization and its unique geographical advantages. But in many other aspects, it is lacking. After all, The plate is only so big and the resources are so many. It's good to have one thing stand out. Since you plan to focus on one place, it is natural that there will be losses in other aspects. This is inevitable. But is there a problem with this? Normally, of course, there is no problem, but what if your cooperation partner intends to give you a soft knife from the beginning? Gu Xiao shook his head. Such a high degree of cooperation is indeed profitable. Even if there are no problems with the cooperation project itself, this is still an excellent contract that cannot be ignored. But similarly, with your increased investment, the reliance on Mi Dao will become greater and greater, and the cooperation with a Milliken will become greater and greater, and even become the focus of the country. But for a country, this center of gravity has been controlled by others. Can you still maintain your political independence? For example, 20 years later, a Milliken hopes to attack the Rakshasa kingdom. He needs you to provide money, food, and bullets. Otherwise, he will have to reduce cooperation or even directly break the contract because of the tight war situation. This will cause heavy losses to you. But what is the only thing you can do at this time? At that time, how should you choose? This question silenced the queen. It has to be said that although Gu Xiao's ideas are somewhat unreasonable, his questions are indeed very troublesome. If it were you, how would you choose? Counter to Aliken? Can it? Your core industry is related to Aliken, which means you are the blood bag. At that time, apart from scolding a Lycan's group of damn vampires in your mind, you could only continue to donate blood in your blood bank. And in your heart, you are extremely eager to hope that all the troubles will be over soon and all the troubles can end. As for resisting Aliken, at that time, Hila no longer had the courage, confidence, or even the guts to resist. I say so. Your Majesty, can you refute this? Can you refute it? What a fart. The queen has always prided herself on being a true supernoble with culture, and aristocratic demeanor. But now she was faced with the problem of Gu Xiao. But she felt like she was swearing. No way. Gu Xiao's words gave people a very, very deep sense of despair. Even, it's so hopeless that it feels suffocating. It's so hopeless that it makes you feel suffocated. Because she had no way to answer Gu Xiao's question, because there was no way to change the answer she chose in the end. Is it possible that superpowers like Helan and Aliken can still challenge it? Impossible. So, since you have seen the problem, does that mean that you can actually think of some solutions? The queen couldn't help but ask. Gu Xiao shook his head. Your Majesty, I am just a 10-year-old child. Are you a 10-year-old child? Whose 10-year-old child can tell so many things? The queen complained in her heart, but fortunately Gu Xiao had spoken again. Of course, although I am young, I still have a little bit of my own opinion. It depends on whether your Majesty is willing to listen. All ears. The queen replied hurriedly, her eyes full of curiosity as to what kind of answer this child could give her. There's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that is, don't put eggs in one basket. If I remember correctly, Helan also has a similar proverb. Gu Xiao said, there's indeed such a proverb. The queen understood instantly. You mean cooperation can continue, but there must be a way out? As expected of Her Majesty, the queen. Gu Xiao nodded in praise. The queen just shook her head. Although she is a queen, she always feels unsure of herself in front of this child. Queen, what you're doing is Helan's interests after all. If you're asked to lose your own interests to safeguard the interests of the EU, you obviously can't agree, right? Of course. That's right. Everything in this world has two sides, and the establishment of the EU is the same. There are pros and cons. Yes. Gu Xiao nodded. The benefits of the EU are obvious, and the flaws and possible problems cannot be ignored, especially when facing a superpower like a Milliken. Since the overall attitude of the EU is to launch in-depth cooperation with Aliken in many aspects, and Aliken is also interested in this, it means that this is a ready-made benefit. But in the same way, Aliken is a poisonous snake after all. The more benefits it gives now, the more it will have to pay in the future. As for the European Union, this alliance does have great benefits. At least it can ensure that several European countries will prosper and suffer, which can be regarded as a protective umbrella. But to be honest, it will be very difficult for such a large alliance to make breakthroughs. There may even be no economic growth in the next 10 years. This may be safe, but in any era, standing still is suicidal. In this case, another way is needed. "Where's that road?" the queen asked. But Gu Xiu replied softly, "Dragon Kingdom." "Dragon Kingdom?" The queen suddenly raised her eyebrows. She was not unfamiliar with this country. After all, both the Gu Xiu in front of her and the Yuan Xiu investment that had made a lot of noise before came from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, at the beginning of the century, she personally visited the Dragon Kingdom. But that visit did not make any effective progress. Instead, she went to the Philips branch in Longhua. The impression was not that profound. The only thing that can be said to be profound may be limited to the ancient and magnificent history and culture of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the current Dragon Kingdom, to be honest, even though this country has a large population, its economic development seems to be growing rapidly in the past few years. But in fact, for the Queen, this country is still that poor, backward, closed, and even incomprehensible country. Treat such a country as a fallback? To be honest, the first thought in the Queen's mind was bullshit. You don't seem to agree with what I said. Although the Queen has not expressed her position yet, Gu Xiu can tell what she is thinking just by looking at her expression. Sure enough, the Queen nodded. "I like the Dragon Kingdom very much. I have visited the Dragon Kingdom before, and I had a lot of interactions with the Dragon Kingdom's ambassador and his family a few years ago. I am very interested in the culture and history of the Dragon Kingdom. It is a magnificent picture. Speaking of which, I have also collected a lot of ancient calligraphy and paintings from the Dragon Kingdom. The kind of paintings called dancing ink paintings allow me to witness another kind of beauty in this world." At this point, the Queen changed her subject. But as for cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom and even treating this country as a fallback path, to be honest, I don't think we have any more opportunities for cooperation. Seemingly feeling that she was a bit direct, the Queen hesitated and continued. "I know that since the Dragon Kingdom joined the World Trade Organization 2 years ago, its manufacturing industry has gradually begun to develop in the direction of the world's factory. This is a country with full potential. But we in Helan actually don't have many cooperation opportunities with this country. Our geographical location is far away and the transportation is not convenient. The main production capacities and fields involved in the two countries are often unable to complement each other. To be honest, I don't know what kind of cooperation we can have with Longhua." This is a polite rejection. In fact, there was one sentence she didn't say. Dragon Kingdom is too backward. Compared with Helan, who was a developed country decades ago. In the eyes of the Queen at this moment, there is not much difference between the Dragon Kingdom and India. The same poverty and backwardness. Of course, her reasons for rejection are not unreasonable, but it was analyzed carefully. There is indeed not much overlap in the pillar industries of the two countries. Agriculture and food are the first of Helan's 3 pillar industries, and the two sides currently have some cooperation in this field. Secondly, there is basically no possibility of cooperation with Longhua in the chemical industry and water management technology. Even if the Queen doesn't mind the poverty and backwardness of the Dragon Kingdom, there will be no more possibilities for cooperation between the two parties. What's more, they wanted to make a bet this time and leave a way out for Helan in the future. They even needed to choose sides at critical moments. This requires that their retreat country is strong enough and tough enough to even be able to face Alekin and even the European Union in the future. Originally, she thought Gu Xiu would talk about Richest Kingdom. Although this powerful country fell apart after its disintegration, it is still one of the world's powerful countries. But Dragon Country, is this country reliable? Although I know that you are from the Dragon Kingdom and will definitely speak to your country, there are some things I may still have to say. After a long silence, the Queen finally spoke. If we really need to find a way out, the Dragon Kingdom will not be my best choice. Gu Xiu nodded. He was not angry or eager to defend, but still looked at the Queen with a smile on his face, waiting for her to continue. His reaction made the Queen breathe a sigh of relief, and she began to speak freely. "First of all, I have no prejudice against this country. let alone any malice. In fact, I am very interested in this country. But unfortunately, I need to consider my own country. I don't have much confidence in the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps in your history, you were once the most powerful empire in the world. But don't forget that your country has suffered many disasters, and then it took some detours. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has hit rock bottom. What I said may not sound good, but we must also look at reality. The current Dragon Kingdom. It is too weak. Even if you join the World Trade Organization and seize this opportunity to start developing the world's factory, and it seems that the economy has rebounded, but in fact, the strength of a country will never be a factory for the world. You should understand what it means when the downstream lines of your factory are willing to be given to others, but you do not choose to do it yourself. It means this is a thankless thing, and it also means that no matter how good you are in some basic production and manufacturing, you can only use your own labor and sweat to create a better and happier life for developed countries. Moreover, I have been to many places in the Dragon Kingdom at the beginning of the century. The infrastructure there was very poor, and the people were ignorant. They were poor, but happy in it. But in fact, many people have not even seen some of the latest technological products. In my eyes, this country does not seem to have anything special except for its history and some culture that are worthy of appreciation. As for the Dragon Kingdom you mentioned, I even think that your territory, Neon or Goryeo, may be more suitable. If they weren't too close to Alekhine, I wouldn't even hesitate to bet on these two countries. These words are very direct. It's even direct, which is a bit unlike the way the Queen should act in the past, because it would be a bit hurtful. A more angry young man would probably be furious on the spot. But Gu Xiu was not angry at these words, not just pretending on the surface, but because Gu Xiu knew it in his heart. The Dragon Kingdom indeed has such a status in this era. Not to mention a queen from a foreign country. Even within China, many people have no confidence in their country. Don't say anything else. Just in the past 2 days, Gu Xiu saw a scolding war in a well-known forum in China. The two sides of the scolding war debated one topic. Can Longwu surpass Neon before 2030? When this topic was brought up before rebirth, almost everyone would laugh and curse. Silly, it will take that long for a badass to surpass it? But in this era, everyone's reply was the same as scolding, but the content was completely different. You idiot, you are overthinking. You are an angry young man. You can't ignore the facts just because you have been learning to be patriotic since childhood. We must be down to earth and seek truth from facts. You are overthinking it. Neon's GDP is twice that of ours. Do you know what this concept is? It may be possible to surpass them, but more than 20 years is still too short. There are many similar remarks, and it can even be said that they account for 80% of them. This is not because we're not confident in our country. But today's Dragon Kingdom's report card is indeed not impressive enough. Although it has developed very fast in the past few years, and its economic growth has also been very obvious. But few people still believe how long Dragon Kingdom's development can last, and whether Dragon Kingdom is really on the right path. In this situation, even many people in the country who have understood the situation and know how to use the internet do not have much confidence in their own country. Expect others to believe you? Thinking too much. But understanding is understanding. But as someone who was reborn from the future and witnessed the behemoth of the world's second largest economy with his own eyes, Gu Xiu obviously couldn't just sit back and wait for death. After drafting a few ideas in his mind, Gu Xiu spoke of his own ideas. Your views do make sense, but as you said, when looking at problems, we can't just look at the past without looking at the present. Besides, I have one more thing to say. When looking at problems, we can't just look at the present without thinking about the future. Since the past, future, and present need to be considered, let's think about it from these 3 directions. At this point, Gu Xiu paused briefly. When the Queen signaled him to continue speaking, Gu Xiu spoke again. First of all, the past. Since you already know the history of the Dragon Kingdom, you should know that the Dragon Kingdom is a country that can never be defeated. Maybe I can't describe it as a country, but should describe it as a civilization. Chinese civilization. As long as you understand how many glories it has experienced, how many troughs it has experienced, and how many troughs it has experienced, and finally its glory again in the long history of the Dragon Kingdom, you can understand. This civilization will never be defeated. This civilization has self-improvement and endless life engraved in its genes. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's talk about the last 100 years of history. We have truly started from the lowest point and gradually completed the rise of a great power. With all due respect, if your country has experienced the same experience as the Dragon Kingdom, can your country continue to exist? This is a bit heartbreaking. The queen shook her head in embarrassment. After all, Helen had once destroyed the country. The difficulty 100 years ago was too high. How about we lower the difficulty and place it 50 years ago? Gushio asked again. At that time, our country was just unstable, and we didn't even have much visibility in the world. If the country you led at that time had the same experience as us, what do you think it would be like? This question made the queen shake her head for the second time. Although the Dragon Kingdom had been established 50 years ago, the problems at that time were still very serious. He was so poor that he even seemed to be bullied. This is still held difficulty. Can't handle it. Can't handle it. In response, Gushio smiled. Well, let's go back to the Dragon Kingdom 20 years ago. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom already had weapons of peace, had fought the war to found the country, and had solved its internal problems. In this situation, it should be the simplest, right? This question. The queen wanted to nod, but after hesitating, she shook her head for the third time in embarrassment. Really? At that time, although the Dragon Kingdom had basically stabilized, there was one biggest problem. Poor. The country is poor, and the people are poor. Although she is the queen, she has been the queen for more than 20 years. But to be honest, the country she inherited is a smooth, safe, and happy country. Let her do it. Be reasonable. This queen, I can't handle it. The queen suddenly felt embarrassed. Originally, in her mind, the Dragon Kingdom was just a decayed and weak war relic. Now, in her mind, the Dragon Kingdom is synonymous with poverty and backwardness. Even if this country once had the brightest and most glorious culture in the world, even if this country once reached its peak in history. But that was just the past after all. Rome was so glorious back then, but now it has also turned into dust. So, regarding the Dragon Kingdom, even though the queen has been there in person, she does not have high expectations for the future of that place. This is not just her opinion. In fact, this is the Dragon Kingdom in the minds of most Westerners. Even media reports mostly use similar vocabulary to report on this country. But now, after Gushio's reminder, the queen suddenly realized that she seemed to have been led astray by these media reporters from the beginning. The current Dragon Kingdom is indeed lagging behind, but they've been making rapid progress. From the country's collapse 100 years ago to its weakness in the early days of the founding of the country 50 years ago, it seemed that anyone could bully it to its economic backwardness 20 years ago, and even the country introduced regulations during the childbirth period. And now, in just 100 years, this country that originally stood at the lowest point has gradually begun to enter people's field of vision. It's almost a miracle, because she found that no matter what era she was in, if the situation of the Dragon Kingdom were placed on herself, she would have no way to make the Dragon Kingdom develop better than it is now. This moment, the queen suddenly had a feeling. Wrong. Wrong. Many people are wrong. Many Western countries are wrong. In their eyes, the Dragon Kingdom, which is no threat at all, may re-enter the center of the world stage in the future and become the overlord of the world again. And now, the funny thing is that no one noticed this country at all. Even everyone. When looking at this country, they all bring prejudice and arrogance. You said that you have been to the Dragon Country and saw its poverty and backwardness. Even its infrastructure and social welfare cannot be improved. I cannot deny this. After all, the situation in the Dragon Country is even different from any country in the world. We have experienced the bottom of the valley. We have had countless invaders set foot on the land to cause destruction, and we have lost unimaginable wealth. So, the Dragon Country is very poor. Only after we have solved the problem of food and clothing can we start to solve the infrastructure construction. As for social welfare similar to Europe, we also long for it, but it is obvious that we cannot achieve this level in a short time. Because our population is too large, because our conditions are so poor, we are not standing in front of the heritage of our predecessors to dig for treasures. We are standing in the desolation of ruins, working hard to open up a new world. Only by surviving can we go on. Thankfully, the current Dragon Kingdom has passed the stage of survival, and we are now moving forward on this path. At this point, Gu Xiu paused briefly and said again, "In fact, we have made great progress on this road. First of all, the economy. In the late 1980s, a Lycan's GDP was even 22 times that of ours, and Dragon Kingdom didn't even have a chance to appear on the world GDP rankings. But now, Dragon Kingdom's national GDP has reached the 6th place in the world. Although Lycan is still well-deserved to be number 1 in the world, the gap between us has narrowed from 22 times to 7 times. And just in the past few years, Dragon Kingdom's economic level has begun to enter the fast lane. This can be seen from the data. Dragon Kingdom's overall economy is now growing rapidly. In addition to the economy, we are also making rapid progress in the military. Not to mention the superweapon of world peace. Let's talk about the aircraft carrier. The keel of our first aircraft carrier has been laid in the 1980s. Although it has not been declared completed yet, it is actually basically completed. It seems like we don't even have our first aircraft carrier now, and it doesn't seem worth bragging about. But you have to know that this aircraft carrier is a technology that we have completely in our own hands. Once the first one is completed, the second and third ones will be faster, and we will even be able to build a super fleet that is not weaker than the Pacific Police. In addition, in terms of military, we have begun to try to develop towards modern tactics, a comprehensive coordinated combat method, continuous breakthroughs in sea, land, and air, and every year our military exercises can shine. Economically and militarily, we already have endless potential, and in addition to these two, there are also high-tech fields. The current Lungsen and Uzmai are of the same spirit. In addition, our biomedicine and various aspects are also making continuous progress. If we say what stage the Dragon Kingdom is now, then I think it should be gathering momentum. We have not exploded. We are still low-key or even unknown, but it does not mean that we are really vulnerable. It does not mean that we really have nothing. In fact, the entire Dragon Kingdom is waiting. When we are stronger, we will stand up completely and become a supernova that the whole world cannot ignore. If this is a speech, then in fact this speech is not very professional. But Gu Xiu's words were indeed very contagious. Even Queen Helan couldn't help but begin to reevaluate the strength of the Dragon Kingdom in her heart after hearing this. She also began to think about Gu Xiu's initial proposal. Helan really needs a way out. A Millikan is not a fallback option. If the EU cannot be relied on, it will need a more powerful and harmless country as its ally. Maybe it's too early to think about this now, but in fact, it's never a bad thing to prepare for a rainy day. Maybe the future is still far away, and it's even possible that the bad situations Gu Xiu mentioned won't happen. But who can say for sure what will happen in the future? What politicians have to do? Always take the long view, catch big fish, focus on the future, and consider the future. Moreover, in addition to the economy and military, the Dragon Kingdom has one of its biggest advantages. What? The Dragon Kingdom is a completely neutral country. It will not rely on anyone or favor anyone, and it has always loved peace. Gu Xiu said, and after a brief pause, he added, "This means that the future Dragon Kingdom will not betray Helan because of a Millikan. Even looking at the world, the Dragon Kingdom is the best choice, and is also the only country that can act as a fallback. In other words, Dragon Kingdom is the only choice. But I have one last question. There seems to be no more possibility of cooperation between us and Longhua, even if we want to seek cooperation with them, but I don't think there are too many opportunities for cooperation." Finally, the queen couldn't help but ask, and when she looked at Gu Xiu, she even looked forward to it. People's ideas will always change. But now, the Queen's concept of the Dragon Kingdom has changed, and she has even really begun to think about the possibility of cooperation between the two countries. This is obviously good news. But the problem actually does exist. Although Heelan is a developed country, compared with the Dragon Kingdom, it is only a palm-sized place, but there are not so many industries. At least for now, Heelan has several pillar core industries. There really isn't much interaction with the Dragon Kingdom. After all, if you really plan to have more contacts, the first thing you need to do is economic cooperation. If there is no possibility of cooperation, then there is no point. As long as you want to cooperate, there is nothing in this world that you can't cooperate with. Gushio shook his head and smiled. Academics, economics, even economics, environmental protection, and other aspects actually have the direction of cooperation. Not to mention that Heelan now has an advantage that the Dragon Kingdom values most. What advantage? Gateway to Europe, Gushio replied. Heelan has the largest port in Europe, and even many in the world. Cargo ships destined for Europe will land at this port. This is one of the biggest advantages. In the past, this advantage was of little use to the Dragon Kingdom. But now that the Dragon Kingdom has begun to develop in basic manufacturing, it means that a large number of goods leave the Dragon Kingdom every month, or even every day, and are shipped to all parts of the world. And in this regard, Heelan has an absolute advantage. Now that we have the advantage, wouldn't it be better to use this advantage to start expanding other aspects of business? Gushio reminded. These words made the Queen's eyes light up. She understood what Gushio meant. On the surface, there seemed to be no chance for cooperation between the two parties, but many things in this world were actually created without conditions. As long as he can hold the chips, he can naturally find opportunities for cooperation. With the port in hand, Heelan doesn't even have to worry about cooperation issues at all. Because this is not only something they have to consider, Dragon Kingdom will definitely consider it too. The biggest advantage of the Dragon Kingdom is that it has a vast territory and abundant resources. It has a large population and industries. There is even a saying in the Dragon Kingdom since ancient times. 360 professions will lead to the number one scholar. But in fact, the industry of the Dragon Kingdom has already exceeded the 360 professions and even exceeded the 36,000. With so many industries, the Dragon Kingdom can always find opportunities to cooperate with people in various aspects. Especially in recent years, the Dragon Kingdom has been researching an express train called the high-speed rail. These are all opportunities for cooperation. Similarly, Heelan's water management is also the best in the world. There's the possibility of cooperation between the two parties, isn't it? Yes, yes. The Queen laughed. You are absolutely right. Now the Dragon Kingdom should also hope to cooperate with more countries. We also have large-scale mechanization technology, which seems to be something that the Dragon Kingdom does not have. There are definitely many possibilities for economic cooperation. In terms of culture, we in Heelan are at the forefront of the world in our pursuit of art. In fact, many people in Heelan particularly like the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. We can even carry out some cultural exchanges between the two countries. It's the Queen after all. Gushio's reminder gave her more ideas and even new ideas from all aspects. To this result, Gushio expressed his satisfaction. In fact, they have talked so much now, but after all, it is just talk on paper. Cooperation between the two countries cannot be achieved with a simple sentence. It requires countless subsequent negotiations and communications. But for Gushio, it would be enough to make the Queen interested in the Dragon Kingdom and willing to cooperate more with the Dragon Kingdom. He believes that relevant domestic personnel will find ways to achieve cooperation. Perhaps Heelan is not a very powerful partner on a global scale, but the difference is that this country is the gateway to Europe. It is also one of the developed countries. At the same time, it is also one of the high-tech alliances. If it is used properly, this country will definitely be much better than some white-eyed wolves who turn their backs and refuse to recognize others. It's unimaginable that you are just a 10-year-old child. The Queen once again spoke in a cliché. Gushio smiled. If I remember correctly, Your Majesty has said this many times. I don't think it's strange for you no matter how many times I say it. You are really amazing. Perhaps you're interested in joining politics? I can give you Helen's nationality and join our cabinet. I believe your future achievements will be very high. These words made Gushio embarrassed. No, I'm just an ordinary kid, but I don't have this ability. You are too modest. The queen shook her head and said, but I understand you. Thank you for understanding. Gushio quickly replied that he still knew how much he weighed, and it was okay to talk a lot, but he really wanted to go into politics. I'm afraid that my true colors will be exposed in any minute. To put it bluntly, we are only suitable for guiding the country, not implementing policies. But the next second, the queen said, I also understand that the potential of the Dragon Kingdom is indeed much greater than ours. I'm afraid you will have to serve the Dragon Kingdom in the future. I just hope that you will not forget our friendship in the future. That. You may have misunderstood something. Apparently, in the queen's view, Gushio rejected her because she looked down on Helen's position. Think about it. He has already achieved so much at this age. It will definitely only go further in the future. Although Helen looks bright on the surface, to be honest, she also knows that Helen's potential is obviously not as good as Longhua. Gushio couldn't help but smile bitterly at the idea of a queen. I could only smile bitterly. Can you still deny that you are actually very interested in becoming an official in Helen? That is obviously even more impossible. Fortunately, just when Gushio was still embarrassed, the queen's assistant came in and brought good news. The negotiations between Air Gallia and Royal Airways have made key progress today. News has just arrived. They have completed the first step of the merger signing. Now that the key issues have been resolved, the next negotiations will only go smoother, if nothing else happens. This merger is completely completed. The merger of Royal Airlines was a hot topic before. There seemed to be no news in the next few days, and the popularity began to drop a lot. However, in fact, merger negotiations are still continuing. This merger, it was Gushio's plan from the beginning, and the result was exactly the same as in his previous life. Royal Airways merges with Air Gallia. For Royal Airlines, this is their only way out because Royal Airlines' own problems are so backlogged that they cannot be easily solved by their own transformation. The rectification of internal issues has been relatively good. The most difficult thing is that it has lost its core competitiveness in the general environment due to internal problems. In this regard, Royal Airlines has fallen far behind. If you want to change, you can only make fundamental changes inside and out. And this merger, a strong alliance, is the way to go. Because competition in today's aviation field is too fierce. Once the core competitiveness is lost, there is no way to fight out of the chaos by relying solely on one's own strength. The merger with Air Gallic will indeed allow Royal Airways to stand out and become the largest airline in Europe and even the entire West. This can prevent Royal Aviation from completely disappearing or being banned in the upcoming melee. As for Air Gallic's own problems, these ranges are minor issues actually. Prince John was able to convince other shareholders in a few words because of the atmosphere at the scene and the encouragement of others. But in fact, anyone who calms down and thinks carefully about anything can actually see it. Although Air Gallic's problems are real, they are not unacceptable. First, there is great pressure on external funds. This point is a matter of opinion. After all, a company as big as Air Gallic has many various assets in the company. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. In fact, as long as we find the right way to solve the current debt crisis, it is not impossible. Secondly, there is the issue of taking the blame. The blame must be taken. The difference in the locations of the two companies is something that any company must take advantage of. Using Royal Airways as the executioner to deal with the redundancy of Air Gallia is a reasonable exchange of interests in itself. After all, the price given by others for the merger itself is at a high premium. You can't take benefits and not pay, right? As for the impact on the reputation of Royal Airlines, in fact, this is not a big problem. After all, after the merger, the request of the head office can be completely dismissed, which is not difficult to accept. The only problem is just that. Will the new super airline formed after the merger of the two large airlines, really be able to go global? But if you want to say whether it is really no different from the previous life, it is not the case. There's still a difference. First of all, the shareholders of Royal Airlines have changed. From a large number of individual shareholders before to now only 2 major shareholders remain. The second is Air Gallic's asking price. If historical development continues, Air Gallic will eventually acquire 89% of KLM Royal Dutch Airlines for a price of €833 million. In normal history, the premium has actually exceeded the premium of €250 million. But this life, after Gucciot's intervention, Air Gallic offered more, and during the final negotiations, the 2 parties agreed on the final result. They will acquire and merge 89% of the shares of Royal Airways at a price of €998 million. This premium has increased again. For this matter, Royal Airlines and Air Gallic had a lot of quarrels, and the 2 sides even turned over the table at the negotiation table before. Even the 2 princes in charge of Royal Aviation Affairs had worriedly asked Gucciot more than once if he wanted to lower the asking price. But every time, Gucciot had only one answer. They will accept it. The reason why he was so sure was not just because Gucciot knew that Air Gallic's only option was KLM. All the more, because he knew better. Air Gallic itself understood that the only way to avoid destruction was to form an alliance. This is not something that can only be seen in the future, but because this is the current situation. Since 1997, 5 major alliances have emerged, including Star Alliance, One World, Wings, SkyTeam, and Qualifly. Alliance partners coordinate flight times with each other, conduct joint operations on routes, and jointly use aircraft, ticket offices, terminals, and other ground facilities. The 5 major airline alliances are fighting fiercely. Under the conditions of increasingly fierce competition in the industry and increasingly difficult survival and development, among the various cooperation carried out by airlines, airline alliances are the most rapidly developing and most effective form of cooperation in recent years. In this form, alliance partners coordinate flight times with each other, conduct joint operations on routes, and jointly use aircraft, ticket offices, terminals, and other ground facilities. These are considered the norm now, and they're also the future that many people are determined to have. Air Gallic itself belongs to the SkyTeam Alliance. In this fight, the only way to avoid being destroyed is to be strong. The merger with Royal Airlines became inevitable. And, no matter how high the premium is, once the merger is completed, the strength of the SkyTeam Alliance can be immediately enhanced in a short period of time, and the benefits that can be brought are more than enough to make up for the loss of the premium. Looking at it this way, this deal is a sure profit for Air Gallic, and it is also a route that Royal Air must take. That being the case, it must be sold, and it must be sold at a higher price as if it were a ripoff. As long as it does not exceed Air Gallic's acceptance level, it can be sold anyway. If you don't take advantage of it, that will be the biggest loss. Overall, Gucciot was the winner in Royal Airlines' move. The actual profit gained was already very considerable. By reselling a single share, Gucciot was able to earn at least nearly €50 million this time. And this is only the profit that can be obtained currently, not to mention that he will also retain a part of Royal Airlines shares in the future. The future Air Gallica will have a very high market value, especially Royal Airways, which seems to be in danger now, will become the most profitable airline in the entire alliance in the future. This is enough to grasp both the present and the future. But, compared to the friendship established with the Heelan royal family because of this incident, these profits are really not that important. Next, as long as the cooperation between Heelan and Longhua is successfully completed, the 2 countries will reach strategic in-depth cooperation. That's for Gucciot. That is the greatest benefit to him. Stand closer, stand closer. Yes, smile. Boss Gu, please smile more naturally. How come you still smile as if you were kidnapped when taking a photo with your wife and children? Okay, read it with me. Eggplant. Click. With the dazzling light of the flash, a brand new family photo was taken. Today is a special day. Gucciot's 11th birthday. After so many years, Gucciot's birthday has always been an extremely important day for the Gu family. This is not just Gucciot's birthday. Same. It was also the day when Goo's mother disappeared. But from now on, this day is destined to have no more sadness, and only joy will remain in the future. Dad, I think the uncle in the photo studio just now was right. It's rare for us to take a family photo. Why do you smile so stiffly? After walking out of the photo studio and looking at the photos in his hands, Gu Xiao complained to Comrade Gu. Comrade Gu Jianjun couldn't help but rolled his eyes and shook his bandaged arm. You brat, can you try what it feels like to be stabbed in the arm? Go, why are you talking? Before Gu Xiao could speak, Gu's mother could not help but blame her husband. This made Comrade Gu Jianjun feel a toothache, and he muttered in disgust. I am a wounded person, a sick patient. Sure enough, when these words came out, Gu's mother immediately softened her heart. Gu Xiao, too. You know that Dad is injured, so don't irritate him anymore. Dad needs to recover well now, you know? How's it going? Does it still hurt? It's been so many days, and the wound hasn't healed. How about we go to the hospital and have a look? This gentle and lovely appearance immediately made Comrade Gu Jianjun smile crookedly and shook his head with a silly look on his face. It's okay. The wound should have healed a lot now. It's just that the sutures are a bit painful. As long as the range of movement is not too big, there's no problem. That's good. I'll take you to change the medicine later. If you feel tired later, tell me that you still need to rest more. Yet don't worry, my wife. My body is very strong. This small injury is nothing. It doesn't matter how old you are now. This is not a small injury. You must pay special attention to it. Yeah, wife, you are so kind. Seeing the two couples showing off their affection, Gu Xiao couldn't help but smile. Such a picture. It was only possible to imagine it in a dream, but now it really appeared in front of his eyes. Every time he faced such a scene, Gu Xiao was even afraid that it was a dream. Or rather, if all this is really a dream, then Gu Xiao only hopes that this is a dream that he will never wake up from. But, seeing the injury on Comrade Gu Jianjun's arm, Gu Xiao couldn't help but remind him, Dad, in the future, you should make sure that you're safe before you do something like this. I know, you've said this so many times. Gu Jianjun replied helplessly. I've said it so many times, I just did it casually. How could I have thought that this person actually had a knife on him? We haven't seen him for several months. Comrade Lao Gu is in trouble. Gu Xiao only discovered this after he came back. Although they would call him every now and then, his parents never told him on the phone, apparently because they were afraid that he would worry. Only when Gu Xiao came back and saw it with his own eyes did he know what happened. This matter is indeed a disaster from heaven. After the heart-to-heart talk between Gu Xiao and Gu Jianjun during the new year, Comrade Gu Jianjun regained his energy in the past few months and started a new chapter in his life struggle. He followed the repair proposal and began an almost crazy industrial expansion. Whether it is the two brand restaurants under Gourmet Mike or the large supermarket, such as Guja Supermarket, in just a few months, the number of new stores has been continuously expanded. Although Comrade Gu Jianjun has not stopped expanding his stores in the past few years, the speed is ultimately limited. Gu Jianjun's store expansion has always been developed under a relatively stable tone. But during this time, Gu Jianjun changed his previous stability and caution and began to open his own store crazily. The hotel is okay. After all, there are too many things that need to be prepared to open a restaurant. Just the training of clerks and chefs is destined to be impossible to expand on a large scale. Therefore, the number of Gourmet Mike's branches is still relatively stable, and even for Shoe 1 and Shoe 2, which is not technically difficult, the speed has only accelerated slightly. But supermarkets are different. There is really no technical difficulty in this thing. The only difficulties are only three aspects: new store event planning, store lining up, and pre-opening store promotion. As for supply of goods, rent, and even supermarket promoters, to be honest, you can get them as long as you are willing to pay, especially in terms of supply. As the country's production capacity increases, major domestic new small brands begin to emerge, and the original first-tier market begins to be squeezed. Competition among various manufacturers becomes increasingly fierce, indicating that the era when inventory is king has passed. A new era in which channels are king has begun to emerge. Manufacturers who could sell products as long as they had goods had to change their thinking and admit that having sales channels is the real king. In this case, manufacturers began to involuntarily begin, and supermarkets naturally became the target of competition from major brand manufacturers. Local brand supermarkets like Richest Supermarket are the favorite partners of major manufacturers. In order for some brands to put products on the shelves, even if you have just confirmed the location of the store today, the brand's goods will be delivered to you in the supermarket unloading area 3 days later. Sometimes no deposit is even required. Under such circumstances, Richest Supermarket's store opening speed has naturally increased rapidly. At the fastest time, it opened 5 supermarkets in a row in 1 month. Comrade Lao Gu, as the boss of the company, is naturally very busy. But his injury had nothing to do with the supermarket. He went to a new store that was being renovated. When he went to the bank after confirming the order, he encountered someone robbing someone in the street. The person who robbed was an old man in his 70s who had just come out of the bank. A person like Gu Jianjun had a righteous heart. When he sees something like this, of course he goes to help without saying a word. But he obviously didn't expect that. When the robber saw Gu Jianjun blocking him, he actually took out a knife and stabbed Gu Jianjun. Fortunately, Comrade Gu reacted quickly and avoided the vital point in time. But the stab wound still required 3 stitches on his arm. It's just that the results are somewhat chilling. When he saw Gu Jianjun covered in blood, the old man actually blamed Gu Jianjun for meddling his own business because he was afraid that Gu Jianjun would ask for his medical expenses. Without saying anything, he took 200 yuan and robbed him, and then left quickly. It made Comrade Gu Jianjun feel the danger of the human heart. Dad, I know your personality is like this. You always like to draw a sword to help when there is an injustice. But at our age, sometimes we have to weigh our own strength. We can't fail to do good things, but make a fuss, right? Seeing his father's expression of not having much regret, Gu Xiu couldn't help but remind him aloud. Gu Xiu still felt a little resentful about this. My father is good at everything, but sometimes he has too much sense of justice. This kind of character was like this before, and it has been like this for many years now. He can be considered a big boss, but in terms of personality, but always the same. Nothing changes at all. Just like now, faced with Gu Xiu's reminder, Comrade Gu Jianjun waved his hands a little impatiently. I know. I'll just be more careful in the future. When you get verbose, I feel like I'm not your father. I'm your son. Gu Xiu. These words have come out. What else can Gu Xiu, his son, say? Dad, don't think. Okay. Seeing that his boy was still preaching, Gu Jianjun interrupted him. Your boy has told me so many times about this since he came back. Although I know what you said is right, we men must also have some character, right? When the road is rough, draw your sword to help. Isn't this what we have learned since we were young? If something happens, we will just look on with fear and cold eyes. What does that mean? Don't go abroad for a few days and learn all about capital. Isn't the best quality of us long with people the spirit of a chivalrous person? This anger completely overturned the rhetoric that Gu Xiu had prepared. Have to. The old man couldn't make sense, so he could only ask him to help the old man more. Gu's mother did not express her own opinion on this matter. Looking at her boy's deflated appearance, she couldn't help but smile and comfort her. Your dad is such a person, no matter how much you say, it's useless. Besides, isn't the dad we like this kind of person? These words, Gu Xiu couldn't help but froze on the spot. Yes, he always felt that his father had a very good character and was the most admirable, even when he was drinking and bragging about his family to others in his previous life. Gu Xiu would always talk about his father, who kept his promises, was loyal, and was willing to be taken advantage of, but also to be loyal. But after being reborn, many times, Gu Xiu would feel that his father's thoughts were old and outdated, and that he was an honest man who would suffer in future generations. But think about it. Is this kind of character really wrong? What if people all over the world would not be willing to help an old man up if they saw him fall, would choose to stand by and watch others suffer, and would be the first to flee when in danger? So what kind of world is this? What's more, Most of the things that my father gave me since I was a child were to teach me to be a good person, and he always taught me by words and deeds. Is this wrong? Ahem. I must have said something too harsh and made you sad, right? Just as Gu Xiu was thinking of this, Comrade Gu Jianjun felt numb due to his gaze. Don't stare at me like that. Don't worry. I also know that I was impulsive before, so I should be fully prepared. I am. I promise. Comrade Gu Jianjun was a little lacking in confidence. Gu Xiu chuckled. Dad, you are right. It was me who was wrong. Huh? Anyway, we have money and can compensate. Just pay attention to your own safety when doing anything in the future. Gu Xiu patted his chest. Isn't it because helping the elderly is afraid of being blackmailed and helping others is afraid of being deprived of medical expenses? We have money. As long as he ensures his own safety, Gu Xiu will not refuse any good deed he does. If I want to extort money, I will blackmail you. Is it possible that the richest man in the Chengdu Dragon Kingdom is timid even if he wants to do some good deeds? Even if you do encounter blackmail, a team of professional lawyers can arrange it for you in minutes. In this case, then why bother pouring some ink on your already spotless good character? With this in mind, Gu Xiu suddenly discovered, when I saw the wound on my father's arm again, my blood was still boiling and I felt proud. He even looked at his father. They all brought up a bit of admiration, and it felt like I was back in my childhood when I thought my dad was a Superman. Gu Xiu felt fine. Comrade Gu Jianjun was really in a mood. The smile on his face increased, his waist was straight, and the wounds on his arms looked like medals of merit. Since it's a birthday, it must have looked like a birthday, so the family went directly to the newly built amusement park in the city. After arriving at the amusement park, Comrade Gu Jianjun was a little injured. He found out, my kid is not interested in things like merry-go-rounds and Ferris wheels, but is particularly interested in things like jumping machines, big pendulums, and pirate ships. You can't rest assured that your son will attend these projects on his own. Gu Jianjun feels that as a father, he should set an example. But when he was about to sit down for the entertainment event, he saw his wife coming out with 3 tickets. Honey, this is very scary. If you are scared, just tell me later and I will protect you. Comrade Gu Jianjun patted his chest and said. When he noticed Gu Xiu's gaze, he felt that he couldn't be biased. He then said to Gu Xiu, you too. If you're scared, just tell Dad. Dad will protect you. Gu Xiu and Gu's mother naturally nodded repeatedly. Looking at Gu Jianjun, his eyes were filled with stars, which made Comrade Gu Jianjun's little fear completely disappear. Gather up your courage and board a pirate ship. When he first sat down, Comrade Gu Jianjun even had the heart to pat Gu Xiu on the head and said with a proud face, don't worry, kid. If you get scared later, just close your eyes and grab Dad. Dad, you are so awesome. Gu Xiu's eyes shone. Comrade Gu Jianjun chuckled. No, otherwise I wouldn't be your father. However, although these words were beautiful, as the machine started running, Gu Jianjun found that his confidence gradually began to fluctuate as the pirate ship rocked. Son, are you afraid? No, Dad. You gave me strength, and I found that I am not afraid at all. Ah. Gu Jianjun thought for a while. It was normal for children to like this kind of excitement. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at Niangu aside. My wife. Are you afraid? No. Niangu shook his head. Gu Jianjun suddenly looked embarrassed. Gu Xiu raised his head and asked, Dad, it's not you who is afraid, right? Me? Gu Jianjun swallowed his saliva and shook his head repeatedly. How could I be afraid? Let me tell you, I'm not afraid at all. Then why are you shaking, Dad? Just be afraid. A man must be brave enough to admit it. Well, let me be honest, Gu Jianjun said. Noticing his boy's gaze, he suddenly stiffened his neck. I'm not afraid. Not afraid at all. 30 seconds later. Honey, hold me tight, I'm scared. Gu Xiu's birthday plan was actually very well prepared by Gu's mother. It includes activity plans such as amusement parks, zoos, hot springs, and even video arcades. But it's a pity. As soon as the plan reached the first step of the amusement park, it was immediately ended early. The reason was that Comrade Gu Jianjun had vomited too much and had no energy to continue shopping. This is a stubborn middle-aged man. Even though he was so vomited that he couldn't even walk, he still said stubbornly in front of Gu Xiao, "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all. You said my legs were shaking? No, you must have seen it wrong. How could I be shaking? I'm not afraid at all. It's impossible for me to shake. You said you were right? That must be because it was too windy up there just now. My legs are a bit cold. Isn't that normal?" Well, he was such a stubborn middle-aged man. Gu Xiao was embarrassed to laugh at him, but he still kept talking harshly. But, after all, Gu Xiao was a sensible child, and naturally he would not repeatedly tear away his father's scars and sprinkle some salt on them. So he just laughed at his father for more than half an hour and then put it down. Mainly because Gu Xiao felt that he had compassion and would not add insult to injury. Anyway, it was definitely not because of Comrade Gu Jianjun's action of rubbing his hands and stroking the 7 wolves from time to time. Certainly, although Comrade Gu Jianjun was a hindrance and disrupted Gu's mother's previous plans, it was Yi Runin who was once known as the savior of the Yi family, and her ability to adapt to changes was absolutely superb. We immediately got in the car and started a camping trip as a family of 3. Gu Xiao originally thought that his father might have handled these things. After all, his mother had a special status, and she had definitely become accustomed to giving orders over the years. But something unexpected happened. All the arrangements were made by my mother, who had to do everything herself. Gu Jianjun and Gu Shuya only had to carry their heads and go shopping from beginning to end, truly experiencing the enjoyment of life under their mother's careful arrangements. The point is, Gu Xiao found that when his mother did this, she never felt any grievance or reluctance from beginning to end. On the contrary, she always smiled and seemed to enjoy it. Gu Xiao couldn't help but ask and receive this answer from his mother. "What's the point? You don't know how much I have wanted to live with you all these years. Even my biggest wish before was to be able to wash and cook for you, take care of your daily life, and stay with you all my life." These words, the family of 3 couldn't help but look at each other. No one will be able to separate us from now on. Gu Jianjun was the first to speak. "I promise." "Yes, Mom, you're back. Unless you want to leave, no one can make you leave us." Gu Xiao nodded repeatedly. Facing these 2 men, one older and one younger, Gu's mother also smiled tearfully. "I won't leave, and I won't leave again. There is no room for sensation in this house. All are rare." This is the case even now, but within a few minutes, the family was laughing and laughing again, forgetting the previous experiences. But no one likes to keep unhappy things in their heart. People, you have to learn to look forward. Beside the dam, the 2 men were sitting under an umbrella, each holding a fishing rod in their hands. On the box next to them was a pile of barbecued meat that Gu's mother had just baked. It seems that the little life was so pleasant that Comrade Gu Jianjun forgot about the bad experience at the playground this morning. He turned to Gu Xiao and asked, "Speaking of which, is it really okay for you to take leave from school and come back now? I had planned to go to Alikin with your mother to see you, but I didn't expect that you ran back by yourself." Gu Xiao was a little embarrassed when he asked this question. "School? What school?" There is a saying, when he first entered Stanford, Gu Xiao really planned to be a good student who studied hard and made progress every day. But it's disappointing when your net worth exceeds tens of billions. In many cases, it is not possible to study well if you want to. After all, we are pretty busy people, right? Since returning to China with his mother, Gu Xiao has not been to Alikin again. Instead, he has been busy with his own career. To be honest, if Comrade Gu Jianjun hadn't mentioned it, he would have been there. Gu Xiao himself almost forgot that he was still a college student at Stanford. Well, there aren't many college courses for Alikin. It's enough to get enough credits for graduation, and most of the credits are for course-based supplementary research. Your son and I are already a top student, so it's not easy to get credit. So, coming back to celebrate my birthday will not affect my studies at all. Gu Xiao understood what his old man liked to hear, so he naturally picked what he liked. Really, a smile suddenly appeared on Comrade Gu Jianjun's face. A little proud of myself. But at this moment, Gu Jianjun didn't notice the embarrassed look on his boy's face. Although it is indeed not that difficult to get credits at Stanford. But no matter how easy it is to obtain credits, some credits still require mandatory courses. I haven't reported to school for almost half a year, and I don't know if I've been expelled. Academic qualifications were secondary to Gu Xiao. After all, he's already a billionaire. Even if he doesn't need a diploma, it won't have any impact on Gu Xiao. It's what he really values. He was still a student at Stanford School, which was the main reason why Gu Xiao went to Stanford. There may not be too many super bosses coming out of Stanford, but there are quite a few executives from Fortune 500 companies. Gu Xiao's greatest pleasure at Stanford is to capture all of these future top executives into his own hands. And not only these talents, but also various research topics with great prospects in the future, including cloud service research, artificial intelligence computing, and 3D reality screens that Gu Xiao has participated in before. These things are not something that can be entered casually, but Gu Xiao's status as a Stanford student allows him to easily enter the core of these projects. These are all gains from Stanford. Wouldn't it be a big loss if I was kicked out of school? Shaking his head, Gu Xiao got rid of these messy thoughts, because the fish float floating on the water, which had never moved at all, suddenly began to fluctuate. The fish is coming. Look for the right moment and be decisive. Now, with the personal guidance of comrade Gu Jianjun, Gu Xiao successfully hoisted a small fish, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. As for those worries, let's think about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. That night, the family of 3 returned home to the old staff dormitory in Zhou County. There was a cake on the table, and the family of 3 sat around the table. Candles lit. Gu Xiao clasped his hands and made a small wish. Before this year, Gu Xiao actually had many wishes, but this year's wishes are different. It seems simpler, and with the candles blown out, it really means 11 years old. Coming. Gu Xiao's birthday is over, which means that the busyness of the new year is about to begin again. Comrade Gu Jianjun and Gu's mother set off for Pengcheng. According to Comrade Gu Jianjun's words, he plans to expand the scale of the supermarket, not just within the province. So he's going to Pengcheng for inspection, and maybe he will start the headquarters of Gujia Supermarket in Pengcheng in the future. This is, of course, an excuse. The biggest reason was that Gu's mother worked in Pengcheng, and Comrade Gu Jianjun couldn't bear to watch his wife flying back and forth every now and then. So I might as well go there and develop myself. This decision was approved by both Gu Xiao and Gu's mother. Now, both the gourmet food department and the Gujia Supermarket department are among the top companies in the country. It is very difficult to make another breakthrough. The only way next is to get out. Pengcheng itself has a superior geographical location and good policies. Whether it is recruiting talents or other aspects, it is quite suitable for enterprise development. This place is a first choice for those who want to start a business or something. What's more, Shi Chunlai's family had already moved to Pengcheng a long time ago, so the two families could always have someone to take care of them when they were together. Some people always have to leave their hometown and leave their homeland. It's not because my hometown is not good, but because in most cases, if you want to move forward, you have to leave your hometown and find a more suitable soil. And after Mom and Dad left, Gu Xiao didn't stay in the country alone, but directly boarded the plane to Alikin. From the last Christmas vacation to now, Gu Xiao had been absent from classes for half a year. As a student who loves learning, this is unimaginable. The entire journey was silent. After successfully arriving at Alikin, the first thing Gu Xiao saw was a bear hug full of grievances from Shi Qingsong. This guy was like an angry little daughter-in-law. Brother Xiao, you are finally back. You don't know how boring I am alone in Alikin. Don't come here. I heard that I was away during this period. You often attend various birthday parties, have fun every day, and even stay up at night twice. Gu Xiao curled his lips and looked at Shi Qingsong playfully. I also heard that you have 2 suitors who are jealous of you. Ahem. Shi Qingsong was a little embarrassed when the truth was revealed. He coughed a few times and looked at Gu Xiao in disbelief. Brother Xiao, where do you know this? Then he added, You won't tell my dad, will you? Don't worry, is Brother Xiao that kind of person? Gu Xiao patted his chest, and before Shi Qingsong could breathe a sigh of relief, Gu Xiao added, Uncle Shi said, it's good for you to promote our country's prestige abroad, but young people still have to be careful not to kill people. What? Shi Song was startled. This time, he really wasn't calm and quickly asked what his old man knew. Pity. Gu Xiu was tight-lipped about this and was unwilling to reveal too much. So for most of the next day, Shi Song was scratching his head and wondering whether to negotiate for leniency. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled. Of course, Gu Xiu has no interest in telling his parents that a child like this does bad things. We still have loyalty, and it is definitely not Gu Xiu's character to betray his brothers. Isn't it better to use your chips as a threat? As for the fact that Shi Song attracts people, there is nothing to say. Is it possible that he can also prevent others from having their first love? This is normal. As someone who has been through this, Gu Xiu will not interfere too much, as long as he treats it correctly. But it is necessary to scare him, give him a long memory, and remind him not to be restrained. All the way back to his home in Aliken. There are basically no changes at home. After all, we are considered rich. Housekeeping likes employers who have a lot of money but little to do, as long as the money can be received on time. Even if Gu Xiu doesn't come back for 10 years, housekeeping can still ensure that the place is spotless. After having a dinner with Shi Song, Gu Xiu sent Shi Song away to school, and Gu Xiu himself packed up and walked to school. Good thing. Although he didn't come to school for half a year and lost a lot of credits, and even Gu Xiu himself forgot about going to school, the school didn't say much about his return. He even reminded him to rest and take care of himself. After asking, I found out that it was his current acting guardian, Dao Lan, who took a sick leave for Gu Xiu after receiving a call from the school. This made Gu Xiu, who originally thought he would be fired or have to invest some money to continue studying, breathe a sigh of relief. After going through a series of procedures, Gu Xiu wandered to Stanford's most famous entrepreneurial park, where Gu Xiu participated in several projects. Even a lot of them. All have received financial support from Yuanxiu Investment. Projects established by students in this kind of school actually have a low probability of survival, and many even lose money after a short time. However, Gu Xiu still likes to invest in these projects. Even if sometimes he knows that a certain project will definitely lose, he is still happy to do so. After all, this kind of project basically does not require much funding. But just one success can bring endless profits. More importantly, no matter whether it is final success or failure, some of their technologies and patents will also become one of the assets of Yuanxiu Investment due to Gu Xiu's investment. Gu Xiuka has never forgotten being a patent pirate. In fact, Mi Hongdo had already been responsible for helping Gu Xiu more than 2 years ago, acquiring all kinds of useful and useless patents from all over the world, including some weird ones. There are many and miscellaneous, and more than 80% of them seem to be of little use. In the eyes of those patent holders, most of the patents they sold were garbage that had no use and may never be used in the future. In the eyes of those people, the company Mi Hongdo represented was just a serious garbage patent recycling company. Anyway, you can sell them for some money, big or small, so naturally everyone is happy to sell them. But these people would never think of it. Such a patent may seem useless now, but no one is sure whether it will suddenly become something useful in 10 or 20 years. A simple example. I invented that 1 + 1 = 2. You invented that 1 + 2 = 3. Even 10 years later, you have invented something like 10,000 plus 10,000 = 20,000. It doesn't seem to be directly related to my invention. But when your new product is about to be launched, your company is about to be launched, or at some particularly important time, I suddenly sue you for infringement. The reason is that these things of yours are based on my inventions. This is what the public says is right, and the mother-in-law says the mother-in-law is right. Even if I do file a lawsuit, I will probably lose the case after several months of litigation. But I can accept losing the lawsuit. At most, I will be busy for several months in vain. But when you're in a critical period, what should you do if you are entangled in such a lawsuit and cannot successfully complete the launch or launch the new product on the shelves? In this case, for most companies and brands, the only option is to settle out of court and pay tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars privately to resolve the trouble as soon as possible. This is fair and square blackmail, but no one could do anything about it. After all, what I have may not only be 1 plus 1 equal to 1, but I also have 2 plus 2, 3 plus 3 for plus 4, and so on. Once you are at a critical moment, I can even directly send you hundreds of lawyer letters and indictments. How else can you cope with this situation? Patent piracy will become a headache for countless technology companies and large companies in 10 years, but there is no way to solve the root cause. In particular, many companies in Long will have actually suffered losses from this. Gu Xiaodao had no intention of using this method to attack his opponent. But just because we don't use it doesn't mean we can't live without it. Anyway, I took all the cheap ones and kept them in my hands, even if I didn't use them, to use them for the protection of my own products in the future. It's also very effective. Stanford's Entrepreneurship Park is such a good place to do big things with a small amount of money immediately after the acquisition. But today, Gu Xiao, who came back after half a year, found out. Today's entrepreneurial park is a little different. What's going on? Isn't it better yet? Damn it, who did this? Don't let me find it, or I have to let him know what it feels like to have his nose broken with a fist. Oh damn, my computer is useless. Data. These data must be preserved. Everything stored in it is our hard work. If it disappears, it will be over. Think away. Damn bastard, you want so much ransom. When I walked into the entrepreneurial park that should usually be busy at this time, was full of yelling and noise. Many people even walked out of the office and started scolding the people next door. This damn bastard. Shouldn't you go to a big company if you have the ability? What are you doing against us? It's over. All our recent data is in the computer, and now the computer can't even be turned on. Me too. Damn it. What should we do next? This virus is too scary. I heard that they've asked the school for help. The school has specialized network security protection staff. We can only wait until the engineers come to see it before we can determine whether it can be solved. I'm afraid it's not that easy. I heard that the school's forum and official website have been attacked, and the school is still worried. Discussions like this reached Gu Xiao's ears. After Gu Xiao randomly asked someone, his expression suddenly became strange. The world-famous Stanford University. It has been attacked by hackers, especially Stanford's most well-known entrepreneurial park, which was directly breached. Various startup companies have been hijacked by hackers. Lidapu. But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem too outrageous for something like this to happen in a place like Alekin in this era. Let alone this era. Even in later generations, there will be countless types of ransomware software. This kind of thing has always been quite normal, and the other party only targets some startup companies. It can be seen that the level is probably not very good. Shake his head. Putting his thoughts away, Gu Xiao came to the door of an office located in the corner of the 5th floor of the office building. There was a sign on the office with the name of the company written on it. Travelers. This is one of the companies Gu Xiao invested in this building at Stanford, and it is also his most promising company in the entire Stanford Entrepreneurship Park. But, although optimistic, the company's situation is not good, and even now it can be described as terrible. It's not just that their business is running normally now, also because they're also the victims of this hacker attack. Even compared to other companies in this building, this hacker attack will cause an unimaginable blow to them. Even, it is entirely possible that this company, which was founded less than half a year ago, will completely disappear and be destroyed. Gu, are you here? I heard that you were sick and took a leave of absence from school. How are you doing now? Are you really okay now? Great, our idea king and technical director are here. Although the company situation is bad, when they saw Gu Xiao, even though the situation was very bad now, several of the company's startup staff showed expressions of surprise. Gu Xiao not only used Yuanxiu Investment to invest in many projects. He himself has even personally participated in the startup work of many companies. He mainly serves as a consultant to many technical experts and has given many suggestions to many companies here. This includes the passengers in front of me. I heard that everyone here has been attacked by hackers. Is this true or false? After a brief greeting, Gu Xiao took the lead in asking. Speaking of which, Everyone who was originally happy suddenly turned ugly. Isn't it? This hacker is so damned. All our computer systems have been hijacked now, and the price is 50,000 yuan to restore them to us. The hard drives have also been encrypted, and we have no way to crack them. Now all customer information and registered user data are gone. The main thing is that there is also a problem with the server. Now we are trying to find a solution, but it is of no use. There have been heavy casualties in this entire park. These hackers are really damned. What are they doing with a startup company like ours? They are blackmailing us when we have no money. The biggest problem now is what we should do next. If it doesn't work, we should pay the ransom. If the customers we have accumulated with great effort are lost like this, then we will really lose a lot. Compared with traditional industries, companies like Travelers, which rely entirely on the internet, are in dire straits. This company's main business is short-term house rentals, but it is different from Gu's mother's previous hotel reservations. The company Travelers mainly targets individual homeowners. To put it simply, it is to take out your unused house and list it on the website for rent, and it is not a long-term rental, but a short-term hotel-style rental. It's still a novelty in this day and age. In later generations, it would be equivalent to a very popular B&B. Speaking of which, it's quite interesting how the idea of this company came about. The two co-founders spent money lavishly and squandered all their money at the beginning. They didn't find out until they paid the rent. They have no money to pay rent. After urging them several times to no avail, the landlord gave them an ultimatum, requiring them to pay the rent within a time limit or pack up and get out. The two brothers became distressed at that time. But Silicon Valley happened to be holding an emerging technology exhibition conference, which attracted many people from all over the world. The various local hotels were even full, and many people couldn't even find a place to stay. The two brothers thought that they might be able to make some extra money using their soon-to-be expired house. So they bought an airbed in their house and launched an air bed and breakfast service on the internet. The price is not expensive, only 80 meters per day. Originally, they just planned to use it as a living doctor, but what they didn't expect was that this thing was immediately well received after it was launched. Not only did they earn back their rent, but they also came up with the idea of starting a business. And this is today's Traveler. However, neither of them were professional programmers. Although they had a concept about this thing, it was just a concept. They simply returned to Stanford to receive entrepreneurial subsidies and open this company here. Although the company's performance is still very poor at present, it is still a small and well-known niche company with a bright future. But now, encountering a hacker means that their customer information and even homeowner information will be lost, and they even have no data backup at all. If this information is lost, then this company, it can be considered completely gone. The current situation is definitely the worst for us. These data and information are the lifeblood of our company. If they're lost, we will be doomed. Not only this, if these data are stolen by hackers and used to do bad things, then we will also be jointly and severally liable. Yes, even if the data is recovered now, if the news of our data leakage is spread, the users we have accumulated with great difficulty will probably leave us immediately. There are many problems faced by Travelers. Although there are many companies linking accommodation and the internet these days, companies that develop the model of homestays are currently very rare. This means, while they have greater potential, it also means that the problems they need to face will multiply. Especially now, the system is paralyzed and the host computer is hijacked, which is definitely a fatal blow to the entire passenger company. I have learned a little about network information security on my own before. Why don't you let me see if I can solve it? After understanding the situation clearly, Gu Xiao prepared to take action immediately. After all, although this company is still very small, it is still our own company, and we cannot just watch our industry being wantonly destroyed. But as soon as Gu Xiao said these words, others couldn't help but shake their heads. You? I'm afraid that's not possible. This time the virus is very powerful. Several of us have already dealt with it, but there is no way to solve it. This time the virus is very powerful. I don't know what mode it uses, but this virus can encrypt all PDF, WOD, Excel, PPT, compressed files, and other types of files in the computer hard drive as soon as it invades the computer. There is no way to solve it now. The current computer CPU usage has reached 100%, and it is all caused by this ransomware virus. This cannot be solved by amateurs. Someone just organized a lot of experienced people to try to break the virus. As a result, the files in the computer were directly deleted and cannot be restored. Although Gucciot's genius is now well known to many people at Stanford, in the final analysis, he is still just a child. Perhaps he has given many people some fantastic ideas more than once. But in the professional field, most people are unwilling to believe how powerful this kid Gucciot can be. After all, he is only 10 years old and has already come to Stanford to study. This fact in itself is outrageous. Even at the age of 10, he can give advice and act as a consultant to many companies in the Stanford Entrepreneurship Park. It is even more outrageous and unbelievable. If you say now, maybe this child is better than others in some professional fields, is this possible? I am afraid that any normal person would immediately shake his head and reject this possibility. How old is he? 10 or 11 years old. At this age, no matter how talented a child is, it is impossible to do everything, right? Originally, this idea could be sustained, but such determination, until everyone saw that Gucciot was already sitting in front of a hijacked computer, minding his own business, and was clicking the mouse casually. Window, when he instantly switched to a system port full of code. Can he really know it? Gu, are you kidding me? Do you really know how to hack? This seems to be the code interface of the computer system. Can you see the virus in this? Everyone started asking questions. Although I still don't know what Gucciot's skills are, at least he can easily create this interface on this computer that even ordinary people have no way to operate. One thing to say, it can still scare people. At least it proves that Gucciot really understands something, which is quite remarkable in itself for most ordinary people. Questions from everyone around him. Gucciot didn't answer. At this time, he was carefully looking at the dense series of program codes in front of him, but it took him only a moment to find the location where the virus was hiding. But instead of rushing to clean up the virus file, he began to study the codes of the virus file. Someone stepped forward to take a look, but quickly looked away. No way. Can't read. The code here is like a series of garbled codes. Even though he is also a professional programmer, he still feels confused when faced with the code that specializes in conquering network services. I can't understand it at all. However, seeing Gucciot looking at it with interest, the programmer couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Do you see anything?" This is an encryption virus. It uses a special encryption method. After the virus enters the computer, it automatically drives the program. This virus will encrypt all the files in the hard disk. Only by getting the key can the lock be unlocked. Gucciot answered. As soon as he said this, the person next to him nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's it. All our files are encrypted, and there are TXT files in the folders of each file. By the way, look at this, it's also on the desktop. As he said, he pointed to the TXT document on the desktop. After opening it, you can see that there are a few lines of words written in it. Important information. All your files have been encrypted by us. Only the private gold lock and decryption program on our confidential server could decrypt your files. If you want to accept your private gold lock, please click the link below. Next are several websites and detailed unlocking tutorials. One thing to say, this thing is quite thoughtfully made, and even a computer novice knows exactly how to pay the ransom. It's just that the asking price is a bit outrageous. 50,000 meters of knife. For a startup company, this is not a small amount of money. It is a direct stuck in the throat, although it is not so much that a company can't afford it even if it sells everything. But here's the thing. For these startup companies, selling everything may only be enough to pay the ransom, and it is basically impossible to continue to maintain the operation of the company. In this case, of course, no one will pay the ransom. More, still hope to find other ways to solve it. Since the files are encrypted, there is obviously only one best way. That's code breaking. But, obviously, such a thing is not so easy to solve. I'm afraid it's not that easy to crack. We don't even know what his password algorithm is. Yeah, it can't be that easy. We don't even know how many digits there are in the password. It's not that easy to crack. I randomly entered a string of numbers before, and it prompted failure. It also reminded me that I have 4 chances left, which means there are only 5 chances. Once failed, our files will be permanently destroyed, and our ransom will be increased to $100,000. Damn it, who did it? $50,000 is not going to kill us. Everyone cursed angrily, and they were extremely angry at the person who created and released this virus. But anger is most useless at this time. The top priority right now is to solve the problem. Otherwise, the startup company will probably go completely cold. This virus is quite creative, but some of the core programs are not very clever, especially in the encryption part. In fact, it is even quite primitive. Guccio had studied the virus thoroughly at this time and shook his head. It is not difficult to crack. But what I'm curious about is, where did this virus come from? And why did it appear on your computer inexplicably? This question made people confused. Since it is an internet virus, it is possible for it to appear in the computer. Nowadays, viruses are very powerful. Just browsing the web may bring viruses. Yes, we have to deal with so many files every day. Maybe there are viruses contained in spam emails. There is no use thinking about this now. Shouldn't the top priority now be to solve the virus first? As for how the virus came, there's no point in discussing it now, right? Everyone spoke one after another. A little strange that Guccio was curious about the source of the virus. After all, the virus is already in the computer. There's no point in thinking about where the virus came from. The most important thing now is to solve the immediate problem first before talking about other things. But for these answers from everyone, Guccio raised his eyebrows. The reason why I asked where the virus came from is because I found that the size of this virus is not small, and it is not suitable for spreading through the internet. It is more like what? Everyone was surprised. Guccio shook his head. It's more like a local implant. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. How is it possible? What does local implantation mean? Is it possible that someone could bring a virus and copy it directly on our computer? Are you kidding me? Although you have skills, it seems you still don't understand how powerful hackers are. How can any hacker do such a laborious thing? Everyone suddenly smiled. He felt that Guccio was too young and didn't understand how powerful hackers were. So he said such ridiculous things. To these, Guccio just shook his head and didn't try to explain anything. Just looking at the people in this office, he studied each one carefully for a while. At this moment, a young man wearing glasses appeared at the door of the office. Hey, Rhodes, has your network virus problem been solved? Not yet. Rhodes, one of the founders of Passenger Company and the general manager of the company, suddenly showed a bitter look on his face. We can't deal with this virus at all. We are still waiting for Stanford's technical security officer to come and help. As he said that, Rhodes felt something was wrong. You asked this, have you solved it? Yes, my friend. Just 10 minutes ago, our company's virus was eliminated and the data has been fully restored. Now our people are backing up important data so that we are not afraid of this kind of problem happening again. The man nodded and said proudly, he is also one of the entrepreneurs in this entrepreneurial park. He also works in internet-related industries. After all, they are in the same building. Sometimes they like to visit each other for coffee when they have nothing to do. Hearing this, Ross was surprised. How did you solve it? Did you pay the ransom? How is that possible? You don't know how poor our company is now. If we really pay 50,000 yuan, I think our company can declare bankruptcy directly. The young man with glasses laughed. Did Stanford's technical safety officer solve it for you? Rhodes' eyes lit up. Stop talking about that guy. The man with glasses curled his lips and said with anger, that bastard is a rookie. He usually brags about being very powerful, but in fact he has no strength at all. He has been busy in the office downstairs an hour ago, and he still has achieved nothing. He has no way to deal with this virus incident. I really don't know what ability he has to deserve that salary. Listening to the eyed young man's complaints, Ross felt a chill in his heart. He had no intention of paying the ransom. Although their company has received investment from the famous Yuanxiu investment, It is only a startup company after all. The amount of investment is very high priority, and there is no budget for paying the ransom. So from the beginning, he was waiting for a security technician to help solve the problem. But now it seems this security technician seems a bit unreliable. While feeling disappointed, Rhodes suddenly had some hope. Then how did you solve it? My friend, we are in a very bad situation now. I hope you can help us. No, this is not solved by me. The man with glasses shook his head to show whether he had solved the virus by himself, but said it was the person from the antivirus software that was just established last month who helped me solve it. Antivirus software company. Rhodes thought for a moment and suddenly thought, are you talking about the new company on the 3rd floor of the building next door? What's the name? Titan Antivirus. I remember there are only 2 people in this company. Are their technologies so powerful? The young man with eyes nodded. I doubted their technology at first, but I didn't expect them to be really capable. I heard that as soon as the virus appeared today, they immediately checked and killed it, and even added this virus to their antivirus software virus library. To be honest, when I first met their company, I thought they couldn't do anything. I didn't expect them to be really capable. When all of us here were helpless, they were the only ones who could solve the virus problem. And because of this virus, their company also provided a service. Come to your door to solve the virus and recover deleted files. Is there anything else? Ross, who had originally planned to ask for help, suddenly lit up when he heard this, but then he felt a little distressed. Their charges aren't cheap, are they? It's not cheap, but compared to $50,000, they're a lot more conscientious. They're asking for a price. Only $500. If the antivirus fails, or the data is deleted, they don't charge a penny. Can it be solved with only $500? Are you sure you're not joking? Is it true or false? $50,000 can be turned into $500. This can be done. If we can solve this problem, let alone $500, we have to pay even if it is $5,000. Can they really solve it? Go find them for help. The words of the bespectacled young man suddenly gave everyone who was still 2 years old and suffering from the virus a glimmer of hope. A ransom of $50,000 is a considerable expense for a startup company, but $500 is different. Although it is not a small amount of money in normal times compared to $50,000, it is really a small problem, which can be solved with a sprinkle of water. This is a great thing. I'm going to find them for help now. Ross made a decision immediately, got up, and headed toward the company called Titan Antivirus. Lucio was a little curious. Also following Ross, Stanford's Entrepreneurship Park has many benefits and subsidies. The biggest advantage is that the internet and rent prices here are very low, but the low prices also mean that the office environment here will not be very good. Most entrepreneurial teams will simply set up here and start working. And Titan is more decisive in killing viruses. They didn't even make a plaque for the company's front door. They just used a printer to print out the name Titan Antivirus and stuck it on the company's door. As for the inside, there is basically no decoration, just some old desks and chairs that come with the office and a few computers. But here's the surprise. It's such a company that doesn't even look like a company at all, but it actually has a front desk. She was a girl with colorfully dyed hair. There were already many people in front of her, but when she saw Rhodes and his group coming in, she still said, "Do you want to seek antivirus help? Leave your company and location. Our engineers will come to help you solve it later. They're still busy now and don't have time for the time being." After hearing this, looking at the lively scene of people queuing up to fill out forms in front of the girl, Ross immediately stood up and started a line up with the team. Fortunately, everyone was in a hurry, so the speed was considered efficient. However, we arrived at Rhodes in 3 minutes. Rhodes took a look at the form, which was basically some basic information. He filled it in without hesitation and asked, "How long will it take to solve it? Our company is very anxious now. Can you trouble your people to help us solve it as soon as possible?" "You are anxious, so others are not anxious." The girl rolled her eyes. "First come, first served. According to the order of filling out the form, our security officers will solve it one by one. Anyway, we will definitely be able to solve it for you today." But Ross wanted to say something more, but the girl said directly, "Do you have anything else to do?" If you don't have anything else, hurry up and let the person behind you fill out the form. Yes, although this attitude is not really good. But who said that others were his only savior? Even though he felt a little depressed, Ross could only obey the arrangement honestly, fill out the form, and return to the company. Good thing. Although the attitude of the front desk of Titan Antivirus is not very good, their technicians are still very efficient. I waited anxiously for more than an hour. A technician from Titan Antivirus arrived. This is a young man with medium to long brown hair. Because he had done enough business today, he didn't say much after arriving and just took out a contract. Request to sign. Guccio glanced at the contract. The content is not surprising. It is mainly an entrustment agreement. The content is basically to entrust Titan Antivirus to help solve this ransomware virus. The charge is $500, and a solution is guaranteed. If it is not solved, there will be no charge. It was just a small matter of $500, and a contract was issued, which made Rhodes sigh that although this company didn't look like much, it was still quite interesting. What made Rhodes even more emotional was this. This technician's skills are indeed very professional. He was operating in front of the computer, and within 10 minutes, he directly replied, "Okay, the virus has been resolved. The files are being restored now." This speed, everyone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Is it so fast? Isn't this too powerful? Is it solved so easily? God, it's so fast. Let's see if it's okay. Soon, it only took 10 minutes to solve the problem, but it seemed like it took almost 20 minutes to recover the files. When the file recovery was completed, everyone cheered. Remember to back up important files in the future. Don't mess with emails from unknown sources. Don't download unknown things, and protect important data. The technician dropped these words and planned to leave. Everyone was naturally grateful, but Guccio suddenly said, "You didn't do anything just now. Why was the virus cracked?" "Huh? What did you say?" The technician was stunned. Only then did he notice that the child had been following behind to watch his operation when he was operating it. He said casually, "I have been killing viruses just now, but you didn't understand my operation." "Really?" Guccio touched his chin, his eyes full of doubt. Facing this kind of gaze, the young man was a little uncomfortable, but he still nodded. "Of course, kid. How old are you?" It's normal to not understand computers. Sometimes some viruses look complicated, but they are not that difficult to solve. "But you really didn't kill the virus just now, right?" Guccio shook his head. "You just opened the back-end interface, and it seemed like you were typing code operations, but in fact, you were just repeating some completely meaningless things. If there is any meaning, it's probably just that you helped optimize the computer a little bit and cleaned up some junk in the hard drive. Other than that, you didn't involve the virus at all. You're talking nonsense." The young man immediately retorted, "Then tell me, why did I kill the virus and crack the password? Isn't it because you entered the password?" Guccio tilted his head. "I saw it clearly just now. You were wasting time before entering the password at the end. Isn't it because you knew the password from the beginning, so you were able to do it directly? Looking at it this way, you didn't actually complete the antivirus in 10 minutes. You did it in a few seconds at the speed of light." "What?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, and the eyes looking at the programmer were full of suspicion. Can this happen? Know the password from the beginning? Even deliberately pretending to work hard? So what does this mean? You don't look at me like this. Do you believe that a child is serious? What can a child understand? Besides, no matter what, I have indeed dealt with this virus, and your document encryption has been broken by me. No matter what method I use to solve it, your problem has been solved anyway. Isn't that it? What? You're looking at me like this now. Are you trying to cheat? Are you trying to go back on your word? And you're not even willing to give me $500. Facing everyone's gaze, the man said in a panic, "This works well. At least everyone who originally felt something was wrong now feels that there's no need to worry about this. After all, their appeal is to solve the problem of the virus. Now the other party has indeed done it. As for the method, it's really not that important. What if someone has good technology and can solve it in a few seconds? But in order to make everyone feel that the $500 is worth the money, why do they deliberately pass the time like this? Such people do exist. Although this approach is not recommended, it is not unacceptable. Not to mention, who knows whether what Guccio said is true or false? Guccio knows something about this, but to be honest, no one is sure about his level. What he says is true, but it won't have much impact. If what he says is false, everyone will be embarrassed. With this idea in mind, Rhodes and others immediately laughed. No, we have signed a contract. How can we go back on our word at this time? It's only $500, and we won't default on it. We will settle the account now. Yes, of course we will pay attention to you, buddy. Speaking of which, we will definitely deal with you in the future. When your product is released, we will have to trouble you to sell us the antivirus software. Yes, although there was no near miss this time, it was really scary. I even thought that our company was going to go bankrupt. These damn hackers. Everyone was talking to each other, while decisively paying the $500 in commissions they had promised before and saying all kinds of nice things. After all, they're all in this entrepreneurial park. You will never see it again if you look up, not to mention something like an internet virus. No one is sure whether they will encounter it again. Who knows when I will need help from the other party again? There is no benefit in offending others now. That's pretty much it. The young man was obviously relieved. When everyone comforted him and the cash of $500 was handed to his hand, he stood up immediately and planned to leave. But he seemed to feel that this breath was somewhat difficult to swallow. So when he came to the door, he couldn't help but turn around and muttered to Guccio. A child of only a few years old starts talking nonsense when he thinks he knows something. 2. Originally, he wanted to say something ugly. But when she met Guccio's gaze, she suddenly felt a little speechless. What kind of look is that? The young man felt that he didn't know how to describe it. In that gaze, there was a bit of indifference, a bit of cynicism, and a bit of seeing through everything to see the truth. Such a look made him swallow the words he originally wanted to say. In the end, I could only leave quickly and in despair. As for Guccio, he didn't make any excuses. He just glanced at the young man and then looked at Ross in the office, with some admiration in his eyes. Interesting. I'm sorry. Noticing Guccio's gaze, Ross explained immediately, "It's not that I don't believe you. It's because our problem has been solved now, and there is no need to delve into it any further." I understand that. Guccio shook his head, saying that he didn't care at all. This was also the reason why he did not continue to expose the so-called technician on the spot. After all, he had already made it so clear, but Ross and the others still acted extremely suspicious at the time. Either there is something wrong with this, or someone is already aware of it but intends to disguise it. The person who can sit here and start a business may not necessarily be a genius, but he is definitely not a stupid idiot who doesn't understand anything. So Guccio did not continue to expose the other party. Now it seems that is indeed the case. In fact, Rhodes had already suspected the other party through Guccio's words, but he didn't show it because he was the boss of a company and the decision maker. He needs to do it. I'm not going to get to the bottom of it, to find out if this virus was created by Titan Antivirus itself. He cares. It's more about the company's interests. There is no point in searching for the root cause. As long as the virus is truly solved and the data is saved, that is the most important thing. As for whether someone has cheated someone for $500, it is not that important. The most important thing for us now is to learn from this experience. From now on, we should pay more attention to data security. The most important thing is to back up some important data. Moreover, our website has been inaccessible during the past few hours, and the data has been delayed. It may have affected the normal operations of some users. We have to make up for this as soon as possible. So, I'm really sorry. Rhodes explained to Guccio apologetically. His attitude was quite sincere, and Guccio was not angry. If he was just here to help, he might have a grudge in his heart. However, he is still the company's majority shareholder. That's different. After all, this means that the boss of this company is someone who focuses on the interests of the company. As long as it is in line with the interests of the company, it doesn't matter no matter how much he swallows his anger. And Guccio estimates. In fact, in this entrepreneurial park, there are probably many people who have discovered that this virus is related to Titan Antivirus, but no one has said anything so far. I am afraid most of them think it is unnecessary. $500 is enough to give in. Many people may even want to have a good relationship with Titan Antivirus. But Guccio wasn't someone who didn't fight back after being bullied. He didn't encourage the people in the entrepreneurship park to crusade, but returned to the dormitory by himself. Turn on the computer. Both hands started typing on the keyboard. Hacker stuff. Of course, hackers have to be used to solve it. In just a moment, he successfully invaded the Titan Antivirus company's network. At the same time, all the information of everyone in the company appeared in front of him. But when he saw the information of one of the people, a strange color suddenly flashed in Guccio's eyes. It's him. Ha! We made a lot of money this time. These idiots lined up to pay us one by one. Look at how much it is, at least tens of thousands of dollars. Haha, this idea is really great. We made the money easily without any effort. Even if some people doubted us, no one dared to question us. Speaking of which, I met a child today. This child was a bit outrageous. He actually saw my problem. If he was not too young and others didn't believe it, we would be in a really bad situation. What are you thinking? Even if others believe what he said, you go out and ask, who dares to cause trouble for us in this park now? Everyone is afraid of offending hackers, and absolutely no one dares to go against us. Speaking of which, what else do we do with antivirus software? We can just use viruses to extort money. Don't forget that 2 companies actually paid $50,000 today, which is more money than we make selling antivirus software. This is a good idea. I didn't expect that I would actually be willing to spend so much money. That night, in the simple office of Titan Antivirus, for young people were sitting and celebrating, with beer in their hands and proud smiles on their faces. Yes, the virus swept through the entire entrepreneurial park, and it only took 1 day from its emergence to its end. In this virus attack, the leaders are the 4 young people present, or in other words, the leader is this company called Titan Antivirus. They're all young people who are proficient in computers, because they thought they knew enough about internet computers, especially the various attack paths of hacker viruses. They even worked together to research a core for killing worm viruses. This opened their eyes to opportunity. I saw a meteoric rise and an opportunity to gain both fame and fortune. So at the first opportunity, they jointly founded this company called Titan Antivirus, because in their eyes, their software is the most powerful antivirus software in the world and will surely dominate the world. But it's a pity. The imagination is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Their antivirus software is indeed excellent, and some cores even surpass most professional antivirus software on the market. But they can't sell it, because although internet viruses occasionally appear on the market, in most cases, viruses are not that common, even if they can kill the most powerful viruses. But there is simply no chance to show off one's strength. Most viruses only need an ordinary antivirus software to solve them. Their antivirus software is not needed at all, and there is no need for others to come to them for help. And most importantly, no matter what kind of software it is, it needs to be well known and requires a lot of marketing, especially for internet products. If you don't spend a lot of money on publicity, others won't even have a chance to know about you. But they have nothing but technology. If you want money but no money, and if you want fame but no reputation, the company almost went bankrupt just after it was successfully established. It didn't give up either. On the contrary, after thinking clearly about the situation, they planned to move forward step by step. Since you don't have money to spend on publicity, then do it yourself. The first thing they did was to start promoting their products to other startup companies in the entrepreneurial park. These computer masters who liked sitting in front of the computer and typing code began to transform into product business salesmen. They visited the entire Stanford Entrepreneurship Park and planned to use this entrepreneurship park as a basis to start expanding into happy areas throughout Silicon Valley. Just take these 2 places. They will be able to gain a foothold smoothly, and even various investments will come one after another. These hardworking technicians can also buy Lamborghinis immediately and live a life without worries about food and clothing. But unfortunately, facts have once again proved how naive their ideas are. Hit a wall. Hitting walls everywhere. hitting a wall all the time. After all, if you want to ask them how to write code, how many loopholes and attack methods there are in firewalls, and what methods should be used to spread network viruses, perhaps many people can answer them. But ask them how to promote your products and what method you should use to promote them. I'm afraid everyone will be blinded immediately. Don't even know how to answer. After all, there are specialties in the art industry. Even if they are really willing to put down their face and start to take the initiative to sell it everywhere, the effect is very weak, and most of them still refuse. Sometimes, they're not just rejected. After some people are rejected, they will inevitably be ridiculed. Why should I use yours? The XXX antivirus I use is much better than yours. Your price is higher. What should I use your antivirus for? You say your technology is better? To be honest, I don't think good technology is of any use. There have been no such things as viruses for many years. What else can your software do besides occupy my CPU? Why should I spend money to buy yours? Viruses? We're not afraid of viruses. So what if there's a virus? At worst, I could just reinstall the system and reprogram it. People still have to understand their identity and status clearly. You say you have the technology, so you have the technology. Since you have the technology, why doesn't your company even have any money for advertising? There are many similar doubts. Amid such doubts, this group of young people were originally full of vision for the future and had a bright future. But gradually his heart grew cold, especially when the company's situation becomes worse and worse, and even continued survival becomes a problem for everyone. Everyone's heart is cast into a shadow. At this time, someone thought of a special method. Since no one buys their antivirus software, it's because their antivirus software is often of no use at all. In the past few years, internet viruses have appeared occasionally from time to time, but most of the time they are pranks and do not cause any actual losses to everyone. Not to mention, viruses are indeed rare. It is considered rare for ordinary people to encounter them once a year. Under such an environment, antivirus software will naturally not attract everyone's attention, let alone something that must be installed in everyone's mind. But what if there's a virus that sweeps across and even directly paralyzes everyone's computers and makes all the company's computers useless? At that time, the virus will naturally attract attention. And then on this basis, through this virus attack, they can also promote their company and make their Titan antivirus become everyone's first choice for the first time. Make these victims. Will everyone become his customers? This idea emerged, and naturally, the horrific disaster that hijacked the virus and swept the entire Stanford Entrepreneurship Park was born. In fact, they use viruses to attack their customers to improve their core competitiveness, speed up their product iterations, and improve their company's various data. This method is not strange in the antivirus industry. It can even be said that it is a very common method. Even change the method to another method. But while the core remains the same, this method is applicable to any company in any industry. After all, creating panic and then making huge profits is a very common business method in itself. And in this regard, this group of young people are still very careful because they are antivirus themselves and have some understanding of most virus software on the market. And this time it's a hijacked virus. They decided it after careful consideration. First, assurance is needed. Viruses are real, can affect the interests of customers, and can indeed pose a huge threat to customers. It is best to scare them once and for all. Secondly, after all, this is the first time they have done this kind of thing, and they have to try their best to act as if it has nothing to do with them. So they need to ensure that there is at least no evidence that they did it. If there is really no way to remove their connection, then they must ensure that the influence of this incident is within a controllable range. At least he couldn't let this matter get too big and end up causing trouble in the cell. At last, they also need to ensure that only they can handle this virus. At least the current mainstream antivirus software on the market has absolutely no way to solve this problem. With these three prerequisites, the subsequent virus selection and operation is very simple. The first is virus selection. The viruses they use cannot be very aggressive and destructive viruses that directly damage CPUs, GPUs, and various hardware. This will cause permanent harm to customers and increase fear, but it will not do any good to themselves. This is not in the interest. The best way is actually to allow customers to compromise with themselves. And at this time, the hijacked virus appear in front of them. This kind of virus mainly hijacks the other party's important information. This virus can only be cracked by using a specific password. This kind of virus is nothing to ordinary gamers, but it is definitely a fatal blow to various startup companies in the entrepreneurial park. As for the price of 50,000 yuan, this is actually a strategy. If the price was set at 500 meters at the beginning, then everyone would definitely be willing to pay it directly. But to be honest, in this case, it would have nothing to do with their Titan antivirus. But the price of $50,000 is different. This price is something that many companies are absolutely reluctant to part with, and it is impossible to come up with it. This will undoubtedly have a psychological impact. Give people more pressure. At this time, Titan antivirus appears as a savior again, easily solving the virus. Those who once treated them coldly will become their customers again, and even need to flatter them carefully, which will naturally open up the situation. It can be said, this is a very sound plan, but there are actually two biggest problems in this plan. The first one is the password issue. Since each account must have a different password, and each file has a different password, a specific algorithm is needed. If it is simple and other programmers can break through it casually, then it will naturally have nothing to do with them. Therefore, this cryptographic algorithm must be very complex and even require specific calculation formulas to calculate it. The second problem is the influx form of the virus. Virus. It doesn't just appear in other people's computers out of thin air. In fact, any virus invasion needs a medium to carry it and a channel to spread. What they need is that all startup companies in the startup park are attacked by the virus, and they must try to ensure that only these startup companies will have problems. Otherwise, they were not sure whether this matter would cause too much noise, so they ended up asking themselves to pick up the silver bracelet. These two questions, it's actually quite a headache. Fortunately, in this world, there are always more solutions than difficulties, and these two problems were quickly overcome. The first is the issue of encryption. Finally, there's a method that a young man named Demis and the team came up with. He used the MD5 model module to build a 16-32-bit cryptographic algorithm model. Through this algorithm, it can be ensured that even if the mechanical code of each computer is different, the password will be completely different. At least in a short period of time, even the most talented person will not be able to obtain the key immediately without knowing the formula. The solution to the second problem is even simpler and cruder. Since there is no way to guarantee that these companies will be infected by the virus, or even to limit the spread of the virus and its greater impact, the best way is to spread the virus through real people. To put it bluntly, it means that a person sneaks into the other party's company with a USB flash drive and quietly uploads the virus directly to the other party's computer. This method seems quite low, but in fact, hackers are often not as advanced as people think. Some operations that seem exquisite may sometimes just use the most primitive methods, and a real person appears on the stage, physically uploading the virus. This is definitely the simplest and most effective mode. Certainly, it's impossible to do it all. They follow the network connection model of each building and each floor, adding Trojan viruses from a source. As long as these companies are powered on and connected to the internet, these viruses are estimated to enter your computer immediately in the form of a package. And because the virus package also has the ability to infect the local area network, it can ensure that your company will be completely paralyzed immediately. This also resulted in so many companies in the entrepreneurial park encountering the virus at the same time. And now, this series of plans were executed perfectly by them, and the final result was very exciting. They succeeded. Not only did he capture everyone's computers in the entrepreneurial park, but he also lost face in front of these companies. The price of a company's main computer is $500. This alone is a huge amount of income, not to mention that because this time they have shown their faces in front of many companies, and some people even chose to buy their Titan antivirus on the spot, and become members of Titan Antivirus. It truly became an instant hit. But these are just small tips. To everyone's expectation, the $50,000 was just something they used to scare people. They didn't expect anyone to actually pay such a huge sum of money. But in the end, two families chose to pay $100,000. It even exceeded the money they spent on pretending to repair it in the real park today, and they did it without even being tired at all. In this case, everyone's thoughts began to wander. You can easily get $100,000 without doing anything. In that case, why do you still work so hard for an antivirus company? Just use the virus to continue the blackmail. Money comes quickly. Save time and effort. The moment this idea was raised, everyone's minds immediately started to wander. Several of them even looked at one of the young men wearing glasses. That man was at the heart of the operation, because he is the main engineer who provided this algorithm model encryption. Demis. In fact, this person is not like everyone else. Others are doing this to flex their muscles and hope to make this company's products into world-class antivirus software. But he is different. His purpose from the beginning was to make money. The purpose of making money is even more unusual. He made money because he hoped to return to the academic field and go to the University of London to study for a PhD in cognitive neuroscience. I think, in fact, there is no need for us to continue to waste time on antivirus software. We need skills and experience. We did a good job with this virus. We can continue to study in this area. That's right. If we want to develop antivirus software, it will be better to just develop this kind of ransomware virus. How much money can we make in a year with this software? With this virus, we only need to do it for a month, and we can have food and clothing for a year. I agree. This matter can definitely continue. A startup company like this is willing to give us $50,000. What if it is another company that is developing steadily? What if it is a top company in the Fortune 500? Before Demis could speak, others had already begun to express their opinions. Everyone is young. He used to be considered a proud and arrogant person. And it is this kind of young people who sometimes don't understand the principle of persistence. Maybe it's not because they don't know how to persist, but because they see a brighter road to making money. Or you'll be miserable and continue to use this unpopular antivirus software. Either, just get the ransomware virus. Obviously, everyone is leaning towards the latter. After all, the money comes in too quickly, and there is more money for less work. Even if they work hard for more than half a year, they may not be able to make so much money. But it's a pity. While everyone was expressing their opinions, Demis, the core member who had been silent from beginning to end, shook his head. We took advantage this time because most of the companies we faced were startup companies that did not have very powerful technologies. But if we encounter someone with better technology and stronger capabilities than us, our method will not make money, but dig our own grave. What's more, I only make money in the hope that I will have money to continue my studies. So if I want to commit a crime, I'm sorry that I won't agree to it. As soon as he said this, it was like a bucket of cold water being poured on everyone's heads, instantly calming down everyone's already heated hearts. After all, Demis is too important. His algorithm is the key to the success of this virus. Without such a sophisticated algorithm, even if they created the virus, it would never be so easy and simple. It can threaten these companies. Demis, I think your skills are sufficient. It is absolutely impossible to be traced. As long as we do this without anyone noticing, no one will know that we did it. Some people were unwilling to give up and began to persuade. Others nodded again and again. Yes, this is more profitable than us doing antivirus software. As long as we do it, we can live happily for a few years. I have a feeling that we are the pioneers of this virus. We can definitely continue to engage in it. It is the most unwise to quit now. We have earned 100,000 this time, and it may be 1 million or 10 million in 10 days. This is faster than robbing a bank. I think we can definitely try it, and the risk is smaller than robbing a bank. The target of our attack is a lichens company. After we are done, we will go directly to other countries and disappear. No one can find us. Behind the internet, we will always be safe. The taste of money is definitely the most intoxicating and addictive thing in the world. It is said that it is easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to simplicity. And now, after they witnessed with their own eyes the spectacular scene of more than $100,000 of funds arriving in their account within a few hours, they no longer wanted to accept the precarious life they had before with no meal left. No one wants to do it. They are unwilling to go back to the precarious life they had before, and even their original plan to open up the Titan antivirus market and step by step towards the pinnacle of life has faded away. What else are you doing to kill viruses? Is it faster to make money by doing antivirus than by making viruses? Is it easier to do antivirus than to get a virus? Write a good virus and spread it with a horse. Then I wait for others to pay the ransom, and I only need to hide behind a monitor the whole time. I don't have to be exposed to wind and sun, sweat profusely, or be looked down upon by others. I don't even have to suffer from cold or starvation because of poor performance. This is simply heavenly life. Looking at everyone's mental state, Demis couldn't help but sigh. He had actually emphasized this more than once when he was dealing with this virus. They do this just to promote their own antivirus software. Because he was afraid at that time that these people would finally choose to take this step because they couldn't stand the temptation. It seems now, what I was most worried about finally happened. No matter what, I will never accept such a thing. I don't want to commit a crime. We have technology, ability, and understanding of electronic computers, which is enough for us to make legitimate and clean money through legitimate means. But if we want to be professional hackers, to be honest, we are still far away. Kevin Mitnick is good enough, the godfather of hackers, but he has been jailed several times and announced his resignation at the beginning of the century. Robert Tappan Morris is good enough, the founder of the Worm, and now he is also facing multiple charges. Kevin Poulsen is very powerful. His story is enough to make a movie, and he can even control the FBI's tracking. But now this man has been arrested several times and then changed his career. There are many such powerful people in the entire circle. Do you think you are better than them? But even if you are better than them, you can't escape the fate of being investigated and arrested. So, the money you made this time was just a fluke. If you don't want to spend the rest of your life in a prison cell being dominated by gangsters, homosexuals, and all kinds of garbage people, it's best to just think of it as just luck and earn a vote. Demi's persuaded with a serious face. He hopes that this team can continue to maintain stability, and he hopes that everyone will not forget their original intentions. But it's a pity. Not everyone has the vision and awareness of Demis. In fact, more people prefer to muddle along, drinking now and getting drunk the next. Why do one do so much? Let's make a little money, do it once, and then run away and do it again in another place. Yes, those people were so powerful before, but they were still arrested. To put it bluntly, it was because they were too ostentatious. As long as we are low-key enough, no one can control us. As long as we are careful enough, making money is not a problem for us at all. Our team has the skills, drive, and even experience. We can definitely keep doing this. Think about it. It only takes 10 days and a half to be worth our hard work for more than half a year. Are you going to give up just like that? Money is touching. The money came so fast that everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Under such circumstances, no one wanted to listen to Demis' long lectures. And faced with this situation, Demis was suddenly as big as two, and even began to regret that she should not have agreed to that plan before. But there's no point regretting it now. What should I do next? But just when Demis was still distressed, Demis glanced at his computer subconsciously, and suddenly discovered that his computer had been encrypted at some point. What is that? Is it encrypted? Our own computer has our own virus. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the operation? Others noticed the scene that Demis noticed at the first time, and then they all shouted in surprise, with more or less weird expressions on their faces. Because of their computers, also encrypted and locked. Just looking at the appearance, it looked exactly like the viruses in other people's computers they had seen today. Document encryption, program encryption. This is outrageous. They were the originators of this virus, but the virus poisoned their computers and locked them up. Are you kidding me? Oops, that algorithm model is in the computer. Our computer is encrypted and the model cannot be used. Someone immediately noticed the key problem. What they were most proud of at that time was the encryption algorithm of the virus, which was not a simple string of numbers. Instead, the formula import is encrypted based on the unique number of each computer, even down to the sorting of each file. It is a very complex mathematical model formula. Even if they want to know the password of a certain computer, they still need more computer code to pour the formula model and deduce the password. But now, what the hell? Why did this virus suddenly appear in our computer? Did someone make a mistake? And haven't we already installed the antivirus logic of this virus? Why are we still infected? Could it be a mutation of the previous virus? What nonsense! This is a computer virus, not a biological virus. How could there be inexplicable mutations? We have never done it. Moreover, even if it is a mutated virus, how come it invades our computer inexplicably? Is it time to discuss this now? The top priority now is not to think about what we should do next. Our model is also locked, and there is no way to crack the password. What should we do next? Who would have thought that the virus they are most proud of would eventually become something that limits themselves? This is more or less embarrassing, and the embarrassment is secondary. The most important thing is that their computers are now encrypted and locked, and the keys to crack the password are also locked at home. What should they do next? Formula. Although the model has been lost, we have formulas. If we follow the formulas, we can also calculate the password. Demis finally spoke. Because this encryption program was created by himself, although the model was temporarily locked. But fortunately, he still remembered the formula. As long as you take out the data and use formulas to calculate it, you can calculate the final key. That's it. Although we have a formula, to be honest, the calculation of this formula is also very complicated. It will probably take a long time for just a few of us. Having a formula is one thing, but the amount of calculation required for the data is too huge. Without a mathematical model, this calculation process will be very long. More importantly, I also need a usable computer. Even if I don't have a computer, I still need a calculator. Mental arithmetic is impossible. No one in Europe or the United States likes such boring arithmetic problems. Everyone is better at using tools. Fortunately, no one will complain about this kind of thing. Soon, a computer that was not connected to the internet and had not been baptized by viruses was placed in front of Demis. After all, he was the one who made the previous encryption program, and now he has re-revealed the result. Although it is impossible to directly calculate it as fast as a computer mathematical model, it is not too difficult with the core formula. Next comes the brain-burning calculation time. While Demis was cracking the code, the others were not idle either, and were still discussing the next direction. And, because Demis was too busy to get away, the following discussion basically focused on how to operate next, and how to use the virus to make more money. They were completely intrigued by the fact that they could easily make money. No matter how much Demis said, they were not willing to give up this opportunity. These thoughts about them. Demis listened but felt helpless. He can't change everyone's minds. But soon, these thoughts disappeared from Demis's mind because he discovered, what's wrong? Why is there an error in my calculation? This shouldn't be the case. Demis looked at the error message on the computer in front of him, then turned to look at the various calculation formulas and results next to him, repeatedly confirming whether he had made a mistake in his calculations. But the more he looked at it like this, the more confused Demis became. It seems that the calculation was correct. But why does it show an error? How about recalculating? There may be a calculation error somewhere, which causes the result to be deviated. Don't worry, we can wait. Yes, take your time and don't rush. Everyone came forward to comfort them. Although this calculation had lasted for more than half an hour, no one would blame Demis. Demis nodded. Although he felt that his previous calculations should not be wrong, the results in front of him forced him to start calculations again. But half an hour later, this is impossible. The results of my two calculations are the same, which means that my calculations cannot be wrong. But why is the password wrong? This shouldn't be. Perhaps, is it possible that you made the same mistake in some part of your calculation? How about we help you check it together? And if there is an error, we can find it out as soon as possible. someone suggested. This proposal was unanimously agreed by everyone, and Demis would naturally not refuse everyone's help. Present. A group of people quickly started to enter the calculation again. But it's a pity. 20 minutes later, this is impossible. All the results of my calculations are correct, and the password should be this. Same here. There is no way such a big problem can occur. Try again. An hour later. There's something wrong. I don't think there's a problem with our calculations. Is it possible that, in fact, there's no problem with our calculations at all? The real problem is the formula. Could it be that I remembered the formula wrong? Otherwise, the result cannot be changed. Try again. 2 hours later. The expressions on everyone's faces were already a bit broken. There are so many of them, all of whom are experts in computers or networks, but now they can't even solve their own computer problems. Even viruses they made themselves. Even I can't figure out myself. Is this a virus we made? How could this be so powerful? Why we tried so many methods, but it still doesn't work? Everyone collapsed and felt unbelievable. Demi's face was even more gloomy. After performing the last calculation, he finally stopped what he was doing. He looked at everyone and said, We were betrayed by others. Being hacked by others? How is it possible? Who can hack us? Isn't this our virus? Even this encryption mode was created by ourselves. How could it be hacked by someone without knowing it? Are you kidding? How is this possible? Demi's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone present to explode on the spot. Incredible. Incredible. But in the face of everyone's rebuttal, Demis just shook his head. Then can any of you tell me what is going on now? We have been calculating carefully for several hours using the previous formula, but it is useless. Everyone looked at me. I looked at you, hesitating for a while and not knowing how to answer. Yes, so many people before them spent several hours calculating, but the final result was that all their calculations were wrong and incorrect. Then maybe there's only one possibility. This virus was not made by them at all. In other words, this virus is theirs, but the internal algorithm has been changed by others. What's more, the other party's changed algorithm seemed to be more complex and sophisticated than they thought before, otherwise they wouldn't have noticed it until now. Here, look at this file. The content has been changed. At this moment, someone pointed to a reminder file on the computer desktop. This file was previously included in their encrypted virus. It mainly teaches people who have been infected with the virus how to pay the ransom and how to unlock the files later. After all, we are regular hackers, and our purpose is to make money, not to cause damage. Originally, they didn't pay attention to this document. After all, they wrote the content, so they naturally wouldn't open it to take a closer look. But when they noticed something was wrong, someone immediately noticed it. Result: they were surprised to find that the content inside had been changed from what was supposed to be a ransom payment website to a paragraph of text. Your virus idea is quite good, and this model algorithm is also very clever, but it is still too simple. Of course, this is not your fault. The 16 and 32 bits of MD5 are the current mainstream, so it is no wonder that you will use such an algorithm. So, I have made a little improvement for you. I no longer use the MD5 algorithm, but the more advanced RSA algorithm. This should be one of the most secure algorithms currently, and even in the next 10 or 20 years. The RSA algorithm is the first algorithm that can be used for both encryption and digital signatures. The general principle is to first design a pair of public and private keys for encryption and decryption, and then use the public key to convert the file into a specified encoding and then encrypt it. After receiving the encrypted file, in order to decrypt it, you must obtain the private key and restore the encrypted character encoding to the source file. Is the principle the same as yours? But don't be too happy. The RSA algorithm I use has a high encryption depth and supports the generation of keys with a length of 1024 and 2048 bits, so it is probably impossible for you to break my password. There's a lot more to say, but when everyone saw this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Dark. They were really hacked. They were the creators of the virus, but they were successfully hacked by others, and the other party even changed their virus encryption algorithm. The most craziest thing is The other party openly told them the logic of his cryptographic algorithm. But even if they knew this, it was impossible for them to crack it. Their password algorithm and password digits are basically only 16 or 32 bits. This is already considered a very complex and mainstream algorithm at present. Basically, in the minds of people in this era, it is not something that can be easily cracked. But what did this guy use on them? They didn't quite understand the rest. But the words supporting the generation of keys with 1024 and 2048-bit lengths made everyone present feel like they were on the verge of tears. Isn't this bullying? It's as if everyone is playing real-life CS with water guns, and you suddenly take out a rocket launcher and even add a Tiger tank and a Tianxia fighter jet. How to play this? These computers are useless. With their technology, there is simply no way to crack such a password. Think about it. You are an account hacker, and it turns out that the person who wants to hack your account is an account with a password of more than 2,000 characters. Can you steal it? Don't talk about forcibly cracking it. Who can crack it? Don't even think about it. If this thing is tricked, it is impossible to be forcibly cracked. Even if a computer is used to perform high-intensity calculations to crack it, there will be no results even if the computer calculates and smokes on the spot. After thinking about this clearly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, but they could only bite the bullet and continue to look down. They understand one thing. The most terrifying thing is not that there is a virus in their computer, nor is it that after the computer is encrypted, they have no way to access the password. What is really scary is that what they did was discovered. Not only did the other party discover that they were doing this to make money, they even directly deepened the virus and targeted them. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. I have said before that our technology is nothing in front of real professional hackers. Demis couldn't help but repeat what he said before. When he said this, no one believed it, but when he said it again, no one dared to refute it. This is no longer a technological crush. This is plain crushing. Seeing how everyone was scared out of their wits, Demis suddenly felt that being infected with the virus this time. Maybe it was a good thing? Shaking his head, Demis continued to look down and saw a lot of text at the bottom of the document. You are lucky. I personally value your abilities and ideas, so this is just a small lesson. Your computer password is JK6 and HUYU%S. What follows is a long string of password characters, which at first glance looks like a string of garbled characters. The length is very scary, more than 2,000 characters. In fact, you can use code to directly shorten the password length, but it is obvious that the other party did not intend to do this, but directly produced all the long string of more than 2,000 characters. There's a saying that this kind of deterrence is very strong. At least after seeing this string of characters, everyone understood that such a password was impossible for them to crack, let alone the calculations of writing and drawing on paper with a pencil. Demis didn't have so many ideas and immediately started to operate. Copy the password and paste the password. Finish. Sure enough, after entering this long password, the lock file was immediately safely unlocked. Then what? The password is correct. Then what? Is this hacker boss really just torturing them like this? This hidden hacker would torment a large circle like this, but in the end he just played tricks on them and then let them go? The answer is obviously no. Although the operation of this matter was actually quite simple for Gushio, and he didn't even put much effort into it, but Gushio was not the kind of person who liked to go around in circles and then give up. So, when the computer document was unlocked for the first time, everyone's faces didn't even have time to smile. Just found out. A brand new document also appeared on their computer desktop. This document actually existed before. Even before that, many of them had considered that this document might be a virus-implanted document. But unfortunately, because all documents were encrypted at that time, even they could not open it. And now, the first time the system was unlocked, they hurriedly opened the document, only to see that there were already several files in it, and the names of these files. Hell, why is my name in these files? And mine. Mine is also there. These are the names of all of us. And here detailed information about all of us. How can this information be so comprehensive? God, what kind of people have we met? For a moment, everyone is wrapped in fear, and no one can remain calm at this time. It's even more terrifying than having their computers hacked. After all, even if they're counterattacked, it is just because their skills are inferior to others. If they're not technically as good as others, then they can just accept their crushing. Nothing much to say. But when all their information appeared in such a suspicious document, then the situation is different. What is a hacker? Hiding in the dark, hiding behind a computer screen. No one will know whether he is tall or short, fat or thin, or even male or female. The internet is their best hiding place because this place can hide some and all of them. But now, everything has changed. Their information. It was picked out in detail and completely. Take a closer look at the information. From where they went to school, what they did when they grew up, and even whether they have any tax records. Everything is clearly written in the information. What does that mean? This means everything about them was clearly seen by the person hiding across from them, and even their underwear was pulled off. And what do they think of this mysterious hacker? Nothing. Nothing is clear. There's another file here. Someone carefully noticed that in the document, in addition to their personal information, there was also a named document with no special meaning. There was no hesitation. Everyone opened the document immediately, but unexpectedly discovered that there was no nonsense in the document, only a web link. What's this? Should we open it? Someone asked. There won't be any messy viruses or Trojans in this. Or should we stop clicking on this web page? He was really a little scared. Even as a hacker, you understand now. Websites you shouldn't click on. Don't mess around. He was scared, but it was obvious that there was no point in being timid, because there was another person nearby who had no choice but to pour cold water on everyone. What are you thinking? Even if there's really some kind of Trojan horse virus in this, there is nothing we can do about it, right? Do you think that if this person can even achieve this level, does it need to be so troublesome to implant a Trojan horse virus? This is a bit heartbreaking. At least it made everyone in front of me completely lose their temper. Really, people can use their own viruses to fight against hackers, and they can even optimize the viruses to the point where they cannot crack them. More importantly, people can also get all their personal information clean. In this case, if the other party really wants to inject some Trojan virus into them, it is impossible for them to prevent it, let alone use such a website to carry out Trojan virus. Then think of the identity information of everyone here. Someone swallowed. Is this a threat? No one answered. It's clear to everyone. This is the threat. A naked threat. To be honest, it is actually a bit frustrating. But in the face of real technology, even if you feel frustrated, the only thing you can do is to endure the frustration. Open it and take a look. A hacker of this level is beyond what we can imagine. His purpose is probably not just to let us see his strength. At least for now, we can only follow his arrangements. Demis also spoke at this time. His face was even uglier than the others. After all, others don't have such far-reaching revenge, but he is different. He has quite far-reaching prospects and revenge. He has a long-term plan for his future life plan. But now, his fault fell on others, and he was even unable to resist at all. Even at this moment, Demis began to regret why he came here to participate in entrepreneurship. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Demis has said this, and others will naturally not refute it, even if they know that there may be problems with this website, or even that their visit may bring about some changes. But now, they have no choice but to choose to open this strange and mysterious website. When a web page loads, many people have a lot on their mind. Some people thought that it might be a shady dark network, some thought that it might be the back end of the Olikin government, and some thought that it might be a breeding ground for worms. But when the web page was completely wiped clean and the contents were fully displayed in front of everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. What is this website? This is a website exclusive to us hackers. This person doesn't want to harm us, but even wants to give us a chance to use our abilities to make money openly? What's going on with such a website? Can this kind of website succeed? Everyone exploded, feeling incredible about the actual content of this website. Demis was even more astonished, because the website in front of him, the first thing he saw after clicking on it, was attempting website introduction. Are you still upset that you have no way to legally display and use the technology you have? Are you still worried that your skills will not be able to make further breakthroughs, or that you will even be eliminated by the times in the future? Join us. Here, we will provide you with an absolutely safe, fair, equal, yet challenging and interesting private job. You will get to know more friends here, improve your personal skills, and, at the same time, earn corresponding commissions in an honest, reasonable, and legal manner. Join us. Become a glorious and promising bounty hunter. This is paragraph after paragraph, full of bewildering text. And below this text, it also jumped out of this website, or rather the name of the platform. The name is very common. Bug Hunter. Bug Hunter. What kind of website is this? Boss, why are you planning to set up such a website? Is it related to hackers? In Gu Xiao's mansion, Luo Xiang was looking at the information in front of him with a confused face, but when he looked at Gu Xiao, his eyes were full of surprise. Although he still doesn't quite understand what this so-called vulnerability hunter was in the past. But one thing is certain. The boss is causing trouble again. Count down how many wonderful ideas your boss has from the time you started working with your boss until now. Private servers, ringtones, games. My boss seems to be an omnipotent person, and every idea he has will eventually lead to success. Even if the company he set up before that specializes in acquiring patents has not yet started to make a profit, it still has endless potential. And now, the boss is starting a new business again. It's just what the boss made this time seems to be a little bit complicated or rare. You've already seen this website, so you should know that I have used a word in this website. Bounty Hunter. These 4 words, combined with the vulnerability, you should have a rough idea of what this website means. Gu Xiao explained. Luo Xiang was still a little confused. He could understand everything the boss said, but he couldn't quite understand it. What is a bounty hunter? Gu Xiao asked. This generally refers to those masters who complete difficult tasks for their employers to obtain high bounties. This term was not coined by Gu Xiao. Of course, Luo Xiang knew it well. So, boss, you mean you want to create such a platform and provide it to these people so that they can act as bounty hunters? Correct answer. Gu Xiao gave a thumbs up. At least you didn't say that I plan to be party A. Although the boss praised it. But Luo Xiang is still a little confused. But I still don't quite understand. Bounty hunters are usually either killers who chase people or detectives who investigate the real culprits, or they may even be master thieves, bodyguards, gunmen, gangsters, etc. But boss, what you are targeting, it seems to be a hacker. What is a hacker? That's all lawless, hidden behind the internet. Ordinary people can't even contact the groups they approach. For such a group of dangerous elements, the boss actually plans to create a platform for them. This thing, is it reliable? Hackers are not as powerful as you think. In fact, many hackers are just people who understand a little more computer and network logic than ordinary people. As we see on TV, hackers who seem to be able to do everything with just a computer wherever they go most likely do not exist in this world. Even if they exist, they're only a very small part. Most people have actually learned some hacking skills, but they don't have the ability or courage to do bad things. For them, most of the time, this technology is just a decoration and has no use. And what I want to do is to provide these people with a platform to learn and train more advanced skills, and even give them a platform to use their knowledge to earn a little extra money. Gu Xiao explained. What does the platform do? Luo Xiang asked. You just mentioned vulnerabilities and bounty hunters. Do you mean to let hackers help some companies solve security vulnerabilities? I find that somehow your IQ is getting higher and higher now, and you are worthy of being my general. Gu Xiao praised him, and then explained, you guessed it right. My idea for this platform is to be a platform that specializes in solving related technical vulnerabilities for major companies, software, and brands. Give me a simple example. Take our current Supernova battle under Spoliers games, for example. We have now started updating the game to a new version. This version update will attract more players and more funds. But we have loopholes in the system. It may be related to player experience, or it may be related to game recharge. Of course, before the game is released, we will conduct a lot of testing, whether it is internal testing or open testing to open players, internal testing, public testing, etc. All are used to test the game. Because once problems occur in these aspects, it will have a huge impact on our product itself, especially if there are any vicious bugs in Recharge. It may even directly affect the overall revenue of our game. Can we look for hackers with relevant skills on this platform to help us fix it? Even this vulnerability has not appeared, but can we also look for hackers on the platform to test our products, thereby finding some hidden vulnerabilities that have not been discovered for the time being, and nip them in the bud? Hiss. After listening to Gushio's words, Luo Xiong suddenly took a breath of air. He has made a huge contribution to global climate warming. Environmentally friendly girls have to fight. But Luo Xiong couldn't care about it at this time. Although Gushio said it very simply, he could still hear the potential in it. Boss, once your idea succeeds, I'm afraid it will be really awesome. More than awesome. It simply changes many existing patterns. It even affects more than just the gaming industry. Also includes various software and hardware manufacturers. This has a huge impact. Hearing this answer, Gushio also had a smile on his face. This was actually not an idea that suddenly occurred to him. In fact, when he was in China, he had thought about setting up such a platform. After all, this thing appeared in its previous life in 2012 and once became a gathering place for global hackers. And there's a precedent there. But it's a pity. There were too many things going on at that time. Moreover, he is relatively lazy and has no interest in doing this. But now, if you have money and leisure, why don't you do something? Not to mention, as a person who will build a century-old family in the future, Gushio will never forget to add chips to himself. Regardless of the friendship with the Heelan royal family or his status as the boss of Yuan Shio Investment, for Gushio, they all increase his aura and his heritage. And hackers can actually become their own heritage to a certain extent. After all, what does it mean to be a hacker? This means that these people all possess ultra-high computer skills, and they're all able to master various system vulnerabilities, network security, and even various codes at their fingertips. Even in the future, many big names in the technology circle who have made outstanding contributions in certain aspects have actually learned some hacking techniques, just like Demis, whom Gushio met this time. According to the reports that Xiao had read in his previous life, this Demis was no small figure. He may now be just a programmer who worked for an ordinary game company and has transformed into one of the founders of an antivirus software and also does some hacking part-time. But in fact, this person will, in the future, go on to study for a PhD and begin the extremely important work of researching AI. And he also succeeded. In the long history of mankind, the threat of artificial intelligence to mankind seems to have never disappeared since its birth. But the person who really makes people know the power of AI is actually a man from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom chess player, Kujia. This is a person who is destined to go down in the annals of human history, because he is the first world-class chess player to be defeated by artificial intelligence AI. Besides him, the one who received the most attention was obviously his opponent. AlphaGo, the name of this artificial intelligence, even became the focus of countless people's attention. And the creator of AlphaGo is no one else. It is this Demis who has not yet started to study for a PhD in cognitive neuroscience at University College London. And in fact, there are countless hackers with this ability and potential in the world. And even among the producers of top AI, such as Chat, which will be famous in the future, many are hacker masters. It's not even just artificial intelligence. If being able to have a platform that can accommodate hackers from all over the world. In this case, does Gushio still lack talents in related technical fields? Therefore, this thing must not only be done, and do it well. This is a serious future top technical youth training camp. If played well, it could even become Gushio's future talent mine. Certainly, this is actually just based on an ideal state. At least, after thinking carefully and looking at all the information in front of him, Luo Xiong raised a new question. But boss, a platform that serves hackers According to the vulnerabilities and bounty hunters you mentioned, boss means that our platform is a communication channel for merchants and hackers. I'll also read the information. According to the statistics in your information, many companies have actually suffered from vulnerabilities and have also caused actual losses. If hardware improvements and software expansion begin to advance rapidly in the future, there will only be more system vulnerabilities, and people will indeed have needs in this regard. But there's a problem. Why would these companies and teams trust these hackers? Yes, why believe it? If you say what is the most difficult thing to obtain in the world, many people may answer that it is money, but in fact it is really difficult to obtain in this world. It's trust. In all walks of life, no matter what kind of field, no matter what kind of person, as long as you can gain the trust of others, you can basically live very comfortably. The same goes for businesses and companies. One thing to say, the Vulnerability Hunter platform that Gushio Planning has built is indeed very promising. Whether it is using this platform to earn income from commissions or using this platform to establish connections with the world's top companies and top hackers. They are both places with great potential for future development. But there is a problem. Can this really happen? After all, the most untrustworthy people in the world are definitely hackers. They possess abilities that ordinary people do not have, even in this era of e-commerce, which is beginning to explode. Hackers are species that everyone avoids like snakes and scorpions. When it comes to hackers, what comes to everyone's mind is a group of people who hide in the dark, where evil smiles, earn a lot of ill-gotten wealth by typing on the keyboard, and wreak havoc. In the past, these people were everyone's biggest headache. Now I want these people to help me find out whether there are loopholes in my program, and even need them to help me solve the system loopholes. Is this possible? After all, if you want the other party to check for vulnerabilities or even fix bugs, you must at least allow the other party to sneak into your system smoothly. This is equivalent to, it's like opening the door of a huge vault, disarming all the guards, and then letting a thief in. Who dares to take this risk? If the thief who came in really came to strengthen our doors and windows and block all theft, that would be fine. It would be a happy situation where everyone is happy. But is this thief who comes in a person with bad conscience, who believes in thieves, and who likes to steal something? What if the thief didn't take anything on the surface, but actually manipulated the entire vault and planned to gather his accomplices to surprise you as soon as he got home? After all, he has come in and knows exactly where the defenses are weak, where they can attack, and where they can retreat. Who can guarantee that nothing will happen? As long as such doubts exist, it is doomed that the entire platform Gushio plans to build will never succeed. And, in addition to trust, managing hackers is actually very difficult. Most people who can be hackers and black hats like the kind of unrestrained and uncontrolled life. No one will be controlled or managed by others. At such times, what should the platform do to restrict hackers? How to ensure that hackers will not mess around? What is the degree of regulation and restriction? If you don't do it well, hackers will not be willing to come to your platform, let alone take orders from you. If there are a few crazy ones, they will directly hack the backend of your platform or even directly change all your backend data, which will have a direct impact on all customers. That was even more of a disaster. It can be said, this thing is a double-edged sword. The benefits are obvious, but the disadvantages are equally obvious. Even though the benefits are obvious, it requires a certain amount of ability to really obtain the benefits. But if you don't do it well, the impact will not be as big as usual. The harm is greater. To put it bluntly, he is someone who is hardworking but not easy to please. I have thought carefully about this aspect. I think the issue of trust should be put at the back. After all, the reason why customers don't trust us is because we do not have the strength and reputation to be trusted. But if we can make customers understand that as long as they are commissioned on our website, hackers will be able to do it well, and there will be absolutely no problems, then the situation will be different. I believe many customers are willing to let down their guard. Luo Xiang nodded. Gushio is indeed right. To put it bluntly, these two problems can be attributed to one problem. As long as the platform can really restrict hackers and manage hackers well, then trust will naturally appear. But the actual problem still exists, that is, the relationship between hackers on the platform. What method should be used to restrict hackers, and what method should be used to prevent hackers from messing around? Fortunately, before Luo Xiang could ask this question, Gu Xiu had already given the answer. Real name authentication. What? There is an answer, but whether this answer can be accepted is another matter. Real name authentication. Gu Xiu answered again and gave a considerate explanation. We will conduct real name authentication for all hackers who receive orders to ensure that this person is found, so that the hackers can work with peace of mind by assigning responsibilities. After all hackers are afraid of being exposed to the sun. Once they have real name authentication, they will never dare to mess around, because they know that if they mess up, they will not be able to escape. Naturally, in this way, our customers' recognition of us will be higher. This explanation is quite beautiful. Luo Xiang always felt that it was as if the boss had not said what he said. Even if it was not said by Gu Xiu, but by one of his subordinates, Luo Xiang would probably have beaten him with a straight blow. I'm here to have a serious discussion with you. Why don't you stay here and play nonsense with me about literature? But this is the boss. Can't fight. Boss, real name authentication is definitely beneficial, but I'm afraid this road won't work at all. After thinking about it, Luo Xiang changed to a more euphemistic way of saying it. Real name authentication? You're thinking shit. Hackers like to hide behind computers. How can they give you their real name information? How can there be such a hacker in the world? I'm afraid that when these 4 words are spoken, everyone will immediately laugh at them and ignore them. Normally, it's impossible for them to agree. Gu Xiu nodded. He obviously understood that such concerns were real, but he was not anxious at all. But what if? The world's recognized top hackers have become our users and accepted tasks on our platform? Even they have all performed real name authentication on our platform? What? Luo Xiang had a strange look on his face and took another look at his boss to make sure that he was not joking. Boss, are you serious? Seeing Gu Xiu nodded, Luo Xiang couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, analyze it carefully. If this is really the case, our platform may really be successful. Hackers who are willing to come to our platform will definitely agree to provide real name authentication. After all, there is a herd effect, let alone the leader. Luo Xiang analyzed it carefully, but then shook his head. But the premise is that these top hackers are really willing to agree to our conditions. But I'm afraid the possibility is extremely slim. Extremely unlikely? Gu Xiu just smiled. That's not necessarily true. Damn it. A bunch of idiots. In the rental house, Demis was full of anger and kept smashing things at home. His eyes were half angry and half frightened. His current state is like a child full of expectations for the future. It was like losing all hope suddenly. Hit rock bottom. For Demis, everything today was a change that changed his whole life, and it was not good. Although, the hacker who broke into their computers and dug up information on all of them seemed to have ended up just getting them to join the bug hunter platform. But his information is indeed controlled by others, which is a risk in itself. It is equivalent to being caught by others. I don't know when this handle may be exposed by others. For Demis, this was a disaster. Even this consequence. Demis began to regret why she wanted to participate in this thing. No, he even regretted why he came to Aliken. But regret is useless. There is no regret medicine in this world. After calming down, the only thing Demis can do is to think about what he should do next. He is an ambitious man. Otherwise, he has already worked in a game company and already enjoys a high-paying job. He will never want to return to academia. He will continue to study for a PhD, and he will not engage in Titan antivirus before studying for a PhD. He is a person who likes to leave a way out in everything, just like Titan's antivirus. Even if he ends up being miserable in academia, at least he still has a company. But now, all is lost. Titan's antivirus campaign may be able to continue, but at least he himself may not be able to go too far, because his dark history is controlled by others and may even be exposed at some point. There is no hope. I can't do this. I want to change. I want to cheer up. I have to get my information back. Although I still don't know who that person is and how he did it. but that person must be related to this website. We need to counterattack. At this moment, Demis made a decision. He still saw no hope of defeating the hacker, and even today he seemed to be in fear of being dominated by the mysterious hacker. But after careful analysis, he discovered that he actually gained nothing. He was supposed to know nothing about the mysterious hacker, but actually he didn't know anything either. At least, he found out that the hacker was actually related to the vulnerability hunter. Otherwise, why did the other party finally give them such a vulnerability alliance website, and even use their own personal information to threaten them? This is actually still not of much use. After all, he still couldn't be sure whether the other party was really related to the loophole alliance. He still found nothing about the other party. He didn't know whether he was a man or a woman, old or young. But for real hackers, cut off the cocoon. From all the details, digging out key information is always the most important, even if he still doesn't know the identity hidden in the secret, as long as he can judge that there is some relationship. That's enough. Without hesitation, Demis reopened the computer. He first checked the computer in detail, and after confirming that there was no Trojan horse virus on the computer, he clicked on a website on the browser. Not a bug hunter. It is a hacker forum website that is very popular in Europe. When it was first opened, it looked like a garbled website. However, after special operations were performed, the website page changed instantly. It has become a very common forum website. Demis was familiar with the situation and found a post titled Paid Help among the many forum posts. Hackers are circle. In this circle, some people do it because of their hobbies, while others purely regard it as a job to earn income or a means of making a living. Although it seems easy for hackers to make money, once you truly understand it, you will understand that it is not easy to make money with this thing. Generally speaking, there are only a few types. The first is the most common and common. Tactic: blackmail. Deleting data through threats is one of the most common ways for hackers to make money, including Demis' previous ransomware. There are even some hackers who specifically look for celebrities and the like to commit blackmail. However, this kind of thing is difficult and risky, and one might even end up wearing a pair of silver bracelets accidentally. Demis did not dare to continue because he knew that this thing would not last long. The second way to make money is also a method commonly used by many hackers. Steal personal information. This is a common thing for hackers, and they can even obtain the information of countless users and visitors just by completing the hacking on some websites. This information may not be limited to the visitor's personal information, but may also include some game account information. This information, hackers usually package and sell them. This is the most basic, and even hackers around the world with a little bit of skill can do it, and an industry chain of account theft has already been formed. The risk is low and the money comes quickly. Although most people don't make much money, the advantage is that the income is relatively stable. This has also become a side job for many hackers. The third method is more high-end. Most of these are technical experts who use system vulnerabilities to hack financial companies to withdraw cash directly. Many early hackers have done this kind of thing. The money comes in very quickly, and most of them are huge sums. But this method is basically rare in this era, especially as various financial companies attach great importance to network security. Many hackers can be detected immediately even if they do it. Even if they succeed, most of them cannot escape. The above three are basically illegal and unfair, and there are different requirements for personal skills. From this, we can see that there are actually not many ways for hackers to make money. If you want to make money, even most of them have to be wary of being checked by others at any time. Certainly. In addition, there are two relatively safe ones. The first one is, of course, whitewashing. There are hackers in this world, and of course there are hackers. They're called white hats. The name is opposite, and the actual identity and content are naturally opposite. If hackers are thieves who specialize in killing people and stealing things from other people's homes, then white hats are the group of people who specialize in looking after other people's homes to prevent thieves from coming in and looting. And most white hats are hackers who change jobs. Many of the big names in the hacker world in history have actually become white hats, and they get higher salaries to stop hackers who are like stragglers. Of course, not all hackers are willing to be punished. However, there are not many ways to make money, and many times you have to bear huge risks and dangers. In this case, there are hackers who are highly skilled but don't want to attract attention. It will open up a new direction. Free help. And this time, Demi's hopes to find help here. What do you want me to do for you? In a rental house in a slum area, a plump young man wearing glasses typed out this sentence and sent it. His real name is unknown. Even the neighbors who live next door don't know him because he moves frequently, and he has only been here for 2 weeks. But, in reality, perhaps no one cares about him. But in the fictional world of the internet, he has a well-known name. Spades. This name is unfamiliar to many people, but in a certain circle where the internet is the media, this name is an idol worshipped by countless people. Nothing else. Just because he is one of the top 5 hackers recognized by the European Hacker Alliance. And also because he is the most active top hacker in the hacker forum, and he has also opened a paid commission business. Simply put, that is, someone else pays a fee and completes the other party's commission with him. There are no limits on delegation. Whether it's hacking into a company's back end or looking for evidence of someone's cheating, whether it's simple or complex, he never seems to turn down a task. And not a single miss. The only problem is that his charges are relatively higher than others. To know, this is a business opened in a hacker forum, and all he faces are hackers, and he can make hackers his customers. This shows how terrifying the strength of Spades is. And now, as usual, Spades began to accept his new commission. In fact, the business of this job was not very good. After all, there are not many businesses that needed help from peers. I need you to help me hack into the back end of a website. The mission was quickly sent from the other side. Black website. Spades curled his lips, feeling somewhat disdainful of the person who asked for his entrustment. After all, it was the easiest way to hack any system. That website is definitely the simplest. Even giving him 3 minutes, he could hack into various secondary official websites of Alican. If you can't even hack a website, then don't be a hacker. No talent. However, since it was a commission from his client, even though he was already full of complaints, Spades did not show it. He just said plainly, "What website, and what do you need to do after hacking?" It is a vulnerability hunter's website. It seems to be a newly opened website. I need you to help me find all the information of the website owner. You are not just hacking the website, but also including information investigation. The price is different. There is no problem with the price. Hearing this answer, Spade showed a smile on his face. He likes people who are straightforward and willing to spend money. Light and spacious. However, the other party reminded him again. "Mr. Spades, I am not questioning your ability, but I still want to remind you that this website is not simple. Thank you for reminding me. Give me 5 minutes." Spades replied. Although he expressed his gratitude for the reminder, he was still full of disdain in his heart. "I thought so. What is the website of an official government agency? Or some financial website of a large consortium capital? It's just a website whose name I haven't even heard of." To Spade, it's completely like Little Maraca, and it can be easily solved with just a few clicks of a finger. The only one that made Spades feel a little interested is the name of this website. Bug Hunter? This thing is quite novel, especially after opening the website and actually browsing it. Spades has a better understanding of the functions of this website. Spades couldn't help but admire. Who came up with this? This idea. I have to say it's really great. This was what he was saying from his heart. As a hacker, he naturally knows the problems faced by hackers. Except for those at the top of the food chain, other hackers actually don't do well. Count on this to make money. Disaster. More often than not, I actually wanted to make a fortune, but in the end I didn't get a penny and instead gave it to myself. There are quite a few such things. But if you have this website, it will be different. Maybe it will not be of much use to top hackers. After all, as a top hacker, it is too easy to make money, so naturally you don't have to worry about survival. But for those hackers who live in the middle and lower reaches, or even the upper and middle reaches, that's different. With this website, it is equivalent to having a platform for them to train and learn their professional abilities, and at the same time, they have a way to use their own skills to earn extra money. Even If this website can succeed or even gain enough influence, it will be a great event for the hacker circle. This is especially true for hackers whose skills are not very good and who dare not do anything illegal or disciplined. But it's a pity such a website aimed at hackers, if it does not have enough strength to support it, it will be just a joke in the end. Shaking his head, Spades gave his opinion. He was optimistic about the site's model. But I don't like this website. Because, for a website like this, there are so many problems that need to be solved, whether it is to eliminate conflicts between customers and hackers, or to convince hackers. It's all a huge problem if you really want to build such a website. I'm afraid that only the top hacker masters can join forces to form it. There is still a slight possibility that it can succeed. If it's someone else, I am afraid that this website will go down in minutes. Certainly, there's another main reason. This website is now the prey of Spades. He does not think that this website can survive after his attack. What a pity, what a pity. This website, which looks pretty good, is about to be destroyed by me. He shook his head. Spades put his hands on the keyboard and tapped briefly, and the website's background data code was immediately displayed. Take a closer look at the code. Spades couldn't help being surprised. Such a website. Does it have to be run in such a complicated way? If that's the case, no wonder a hacker can't even break through the website. This was Spades' first evaluation of the website's running code. The end is open to hackers. This technology, there is indeed something worthy of praise, and at least it can scare away some hackers with average skills. But, for me, this little trick is just that. Spades said to himself, then stretched and shook his neck. He found out. This commission, which originally didn't hold much hope and even seemed boring, seems to be starting to become a bit interesting now. Having a challenge can lift your spirits, right? It's 10 o'clock in the evening. Set a small request for yourself. Just solve everything before 10:15. Thinking of this, Spades put a smile on his face and put his hands on the keyboard again. He feels that he already attaches great importance to respecting this website. It took 15 minutes to get everything done. It can even be said that I respect these people very much. But he would never have thought of it. What kind of huge turning point will this attack bring to his life? It's still the same rental house, and the time has reached 10:14, and the keyboard in the house is clicking. The originally cynical and confident face had long been replaced by dignity and seriousness. Spades' whole person. At this time, he has fallen into absolute silence and devotion, and his eyes are full of concentration and seriousness, which even makes people doubt that even if the earth is destroyed, he may not be affected at all. People often say that when you put yourself into something seriously enough, the final result will never be too bad. And indeed it is. When the hands of the clock on the wall finally reached 10:15, the busy Spade finally succeeded and pressed the last button. He sat back on the chair like a conditioned reflex. This old-fashioned wooden chair creaked because it was overwhelmed, but the Spade lying on it didn't pay attention at all. At this time, the expression on his face was extremely relaxed. He felt as if he had just finished a fierce battle with a beautiful long-legged hottie. Just one word. Cool. I really underestimated you. I almost sailed in the gutter. But it's just good. In front of me, after all, it's still a little far behind. He lit a cigarette for himself coolly, smashed the Spade in his mouth, and looked at the computer screen and muttered. Immediately, he sat up straight. Pick up the mouse, like a victorious rooster, inspecting your victory this time. 15 minutes of time. He completely broke into the back end of this website. And, through data retrieval in the background of the website, he has obtained all the registration information of all members of the website. He only needs to collect these registration information to quickly determine the identity of the website producer. This thing, it's not too complicated. What is worthy of recognition is that this website does quite well in terms of security. It has even surpassed many official external websites in terms of security. But it's just good, no matter how great this website is. But after all, it is just a website, not to mention that he has successfully hacked into the back end of this website. All the information on this website will completely lose all disguise and protection in front of him. It's up to you to pick. Now, He wanted to see what kind of person the founder of this website was. Soon, after the simple data analysis was over, a brand new folder appeared on the computer desktop. This was the personal information he downloaded from the background data. Next, let me reveal your mystery. Spades chuckled and opened the document first. But the next second, the smile on his face froze, because what appeared in front of him was a personal profile that he was very familiar with. Because this information belongs to him. Damn it, what's going on? When he first saw that his information had been downloaded by him, Spades' eyes flashed with horror. No hacker has to face having his or her personal information exposed and still remain calm. What's more, he was like this. In order to maintain privacy, he would even move to another place immediately within a month or two. Because he was careful enough, he was sure that no one would be able to investigate his information. But what's going on now? He spent so long and invested so much energy, only to find out in the end that the person he investigated was himself? Are you kidding me? Don't I know if I have created such a website? Then there is only one result. Damn it! Who created this website? Spade looked embarrassed. He was not an idiot, so he naturally understood. I have fallen into a trap. I was even afraid that when I started attacking the website, the other party had already noticed it and had quietly hacked into my computer without me being aware of it. And replace the information you want to investigate with your own personal information in advance to deter yourself. In other words, in fact, he didn't break through the opponent's defense line at all, and he didn't break through the website's firewall at all. If he broke through, it was just a breakthrough deliberately disguised by the other party. It's interesting. I didn't expect that I underestimated you. After a brief panic, Spades raised his eyebrows. He would not be like Demis and others, who would panic just because his personal information was investigated by others. After all, it was just a piece of information. In fact, as long as he was prepared and careful, it would not have much impact. As for the fact that he was investigated by the other party when he was completely unaware of it, Spades is quite easy to see. He was so focused just now that he didn't even notice that his computer was counterattacked by others. This was a normal thing. He felt, as long as you are careful enough, vigilant enough, or even alert from the beginning, it is impossible for the other party to do all that. What's more, now that he has been investigated by others, it would be the most embarrassing if he did nothing. Since he lost a round, he should try his best to come back. I'm becoming more and more interested in you now. Let's start the second game. Half an hour. Give me half an hour, and I will finish you off completely. With his bold words, Spade started to operate again. The first step is, of course, your own safety. After all, it was his own computer. As one of the top hackers, it was not that complicated to clean up his computer. In just 5 minutes, he found several small worms hidden in the computer. These viruses are deeply hidden and begin to collect his information as soon as they enter the computer. Good thing, these viruses have not yet broken into some key documents, and all the other party can obtain is ordinary personal information. After strengthening your own firewall, Spades began to sound the horn of counterattack. The attack is about to begin. There is still 25 minutes left, and he believes that he will be able to do better this time after his first experience. But when he turned on the computer again and checked the other party's back-end code again, Spades' expression changed. Not just his face, but also the code running the other party's website. It's like a maze. He has walked through it once before, and he will be very confident if he does it again. But now, this maze seemed to be rebuilt and even became more difficult to break in just a few minutes. This moment, the confidence in Spades' heart was disappearing unconsciously at this moment. On the contrary, he began to feel fear gradually in his heart. Who is this person? 2 hours later, inside the rental house. At this time, the rental house was already filled with smoke. If someone suddenly opened the door and came in, they would be completely disfigured by the smell of smoke inside. And all this smoke comes from a Spade who is smoking one cigarette after another at the computer desk. 2 hours. In just 2 hours, this hacker boss who was originally calm, as if he was fearless even if the sky fell, now no longer has the previous calmness. Cold sweat had covered his forehead. Fear has filled his heart. At this moment, he could only keep smoking one cigarette after another, as if he could suppress the fear in his heart. But it's a pity. Judging from the way his hand holding the cigarette kept shaking, the effect didn't seem to be that good. Yes, fear. As one of the top recognized hackers in Europe, Spades always brings fear to others. He has been talented in computers since he was a child and is full of interest in various digital mathematics. At the age of 14, he attempted hacking for the first time in his life. He tampered with the school's electronic file data and successfully applied for leave for himself. Since then, he has been fascinated by using computers and the internet to solve all problems. Create fear. He's equally good at it. He even once wrote a scary program for one of his love rivals, which would turn on the other person's computer in the early morning and automatically play some scary pictures. He has always felt that the internet is his territory. He is fearless. But now, when facing this opponent who didn't even know whether he was male or female, old or young, Spades could not contain his fear. Because in these short 2 hours, he experienced what it felt like to be calculated by others every step of the way. In the past 2 hours, he has broken into the back end of the other party's website 3 times. But every time, just when he thinks he has made a breakthrough, he discovers that this is simply a lie told to him by others. He's like an acrobatic clown. Perform to your heart's content and perform hard on the stage planned by the other party. He will once think that he is the master of this stage. But when he calmed down and took a closer look at everything around him, he discovered it. He is no master. He's just the worst actor who can't even compare to a janitor. He has no effect other than making people laugh. At this moment, Spades feels like this in his heart. From the beginning, he is all in the other party's calculations. Every time he was pleasantly surprised and thought that he had broken through the opponent's defense, he would find that the opponent had let him in on purpose. Even the code of everything he sees, all were carefully designed for him by others. When he woke up, he hoped to break away from this cage and this stage, but found that all his efforts were in vain. In the field where I am most professional and confident, I am crushed by a complete stranger. This goes for Spades. It's an unimaginable disaster. Bang! Bang! Finally, before he was so overwhelmed by fear that he didn't even dare to stand up, he finally couldn't help but stand up, picked up the keyboard and mouse, and smashed the computer in front of him crazily. The computer that was once his favorite has now become the source of his fear. But it's a pity. In many cases, only 4 people can describe such an outburst. Incompetent rage. Even if you smash the computer, you are still the senior account manager of Vulnerability Hunter. Please don't forget your responsibilities. Sure enough, just as he was venting, this text appeared on the computer screen. This discovery. Spades, who had already reached for the power cord and was about to cut off the power, couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the words on the display in disbelief, and then couldn't help but look at the camera next to him. No hesitation. He immediately pulled out the camera. Feeling a little uneasy after thinking about it, he picked up the camera and stuffed it into the drawer, along with the microphone next to it. He understands. My computer has been hacked, and even all the hardware and software may no longer obey my commands. Get all done. Spades looked at the string of words again, but hesitated. This was the first time that the other party took the initiative to answer his message in 2 hours tonight. He scored 3 times backstage. For the first time, he discovered that the background founder of this website was actually himself in the information. The second time, he found that he was no longer in the background founder information of this website, but he appeared in the subordinate employee information. And the third time, he found himself in the account manager's employee information column. So he was sure he was being played. But there was no response from the other party from beginning to end, as if he wanted to laugh at him with this silent ridicule. And now, the other party finally, for the first time, really started to get in contact with him and said such a sentence. The first thing I felt was aggrieved. After all, I was suppressed by the other party everywhere and was constantly being played with by the other party like a monkey. Anyone would feel aggrieved. The most aggrieved thing was that I still had no way to do anything. Then came anger. What's the meaning? Does he want me to work as a coolie for him? What kind of account manager should I serve for his website? What a joke. Although my skills are indeed inferior to others, and I am no match for him. In any case, I am still one of the top experts in the hacker world. Why do I want to be a bullshit account manager? What's going on? We also have dignity, okay? Own. Absolute. Absolute. Absolutely no compromise. Thinking of this, Spades put his hands on the keyboard and answered without hesitation. What does the account manager you were talking about do? It's not too much for us to ask, right? After all, they are very skilled, so even if they want to resist, they have to do it step by step. If they refuse directly as soon as they come, wouldn't it make both of them embarrassed? So, we need to be tactical. After making an excuse for himself in his heart, Spades felt a lot more comfortable. But Guccio, who was communicating with him, didn't have so many thoughts. Since you're an account manager, it is obvious that you should serve customers well and ensure that the problems of our platform website customers are solved, whether it is lack of trust or technical distrust. Simply put, when some problems are too difficult for ordinary people to solve, you need to be responsible. Of course, since I have come to see you personally, of course there is another reason, because in addition to taking care of the customers of our platform, I also need you to be able to deter other hackers and stop them from messing around. If you can also help us publicize and recruit more top hackers, that would be even better. The text ends here. The content is simple and direct. The tone is a bit like a leader giving orders to his subordinates. This attitude, to be honest, makes Spade very, very, very unhappy. Spades was unhappy, and the consequences were serious. This is a consensus shared by many people in hacker forums. Although, because he is often active in the forum, he is even known as one of the top hackers. But equally, just because he is active, many people know that Spades is actually a person who is always aggressive. This happened because Spades is often active in the forum. Since he is in the forum, he is always troubled by some internet trolls. At that time, some people often made nonsense, scolding Spades for their technical skills, and hiding behind the screen to diss Spades. This kind of thing is not uncommon in any forum, post bar, or someone's online platform, and it is not uncommon in any era. In fact, in a hacker forum, there are not a few hackers like Spades who are inexplicably scolded and popular. Those are top hackers who are basically not active in hacker forums. He is the one who gets scolded the most. In fact, everyone is used to it. When encountering such professional trolls who spit out sweet things at all times, most of them turn a blind eye or simply turn a blind eye. In fact, everyone does this. You spray your stuff and I'll do mine. No matter how you scold me, I won't lose a piece of meat. But Spades are different. Spades is a typical person who is always jealous. As long as others scold him and he knows about it, he will definitely find a way to regain his position. The most glorious time ever. He accessed the data through the back end of the hacker forum. In just a few hours, he hacked the computers of more than 30 forum users. 28 of them were forced to apologize to him in the hacker forum for a month. You said there are 2 more that slipped through the net? No. Those 2 had their water meters checked directly and were sent in to be exposed. The effect is good. After this battle, Spades became famous and became the only top expert in the hacker forum who did not have a black chip. Maybe everyone would scold him in private, but at least on the surface, they would never dare to say anything bad about him. Because of this, many people have a concept of Spades in their minds. That is, this person cannot be provoked. If you make him unhappy, he will definitely use various means to fight back tenfold and 100-fold. Think about it. Even if you curse on the internet, you may be investigated, let alone directly contact Spades and communicate with him on his computer, which will make him unhappy. And now, a very unhappy Spade means that he wants to vent his inner dissatisfaction. Why should I ask you to listen to you? Who do you think you are? You're just a little more technically advanced than me, and you want to give me orders. Tell you, I will one day be able to surpass you, defeat you, and make you pay for what you have done. Above, all indictments in Spades. But we are flexible people, so of course he won't say this out loud. He just thinks about it in his heart. As for the surface, Spades still felt that he should resist to a certain extent. But I have never done such a thing, and I may not do it very well. After all, I'm just a person who is good at using computers. As for the rest, It's okay. Before he finished speaking, the other person said again, since you are not good at it, then learn. As long as you keep making progress, that's good. Seeing this reply, Spades was a little autistic. What? Didn't you hear that I was refusing? Are you still trying to comfort me from here? Is it appropriate? But again, I can only think about these things. At least let Spades say it directly. He would never dare to do so. Actually, if you don't like doing this, I have another position suitable for you. At this moment, the man behind the screen sent another text. What position? Spades couldn't wait to ask. Then he felt that he was a bit despicable. After thinking about it, he added, I'm not that good. It's probably not qualified for any job at all. In fact, except for having a little understanding of computers, I don't have any big characteristics. No. My friend, you are too humble. But this text appeared on the computer document. Let Spade understand. His plan failed again. In fact, you're not only familiar with computers. I have learned about your reputation on the hacker forum. I found that your reputation in the forum is very high. This is an advantage in itself. When he saw this, Spade suddenly felt a thump in his heart. He had a bad feeling. Really, as soon as this idea appeared, a new text appeared on the computer document. So if you're not willing to be my high-quality account manager, then change your position and recruit new members. Recruiting. The moment this word appeared, Spades understood what his responsibilities were. And at the same time, he felt a deep resistance in his heart for the first time. What is recruiting new people for? It is nothing more than adding new members to this website, and the person opposite also particularly emphasized his prestige on the hacker forum. What does that mean? This means this guy wants to use his fame to recruit hacker hunters on hacker forums and join his website to become vulnerability hunters. Spade is unwilling to do this from the bottom of his heart. After all, we are Spades, one of the top hackers. Shameless. It's okay for you to crush me in technology and blackmail me. But now you still want me to work for you and show my face to you to recruit new hackers? What is this? Absolutely, never agree to him. This, senior. After thinking for a long time, Spades finally couldn't help but put his hands on the keyboard and started typing. Now is not the time to be silent. He had to express his position. I think you may think too highly of me. Of course. The other side interrupted him again. This job is very boring and requires cooperation, so I will find a companion for you as soon as possible. You will definitely get along very happily. Huh? Hearing this, Spade blinked. What does this mean? This means this guy doesn't just plan to threaten himself, but also plans to find others to threaten him with him? Hey, human beings are fickle. They may be sad and painful one second, but happy the next. Spades didn't feel happy at the moment. It just feels a little bit. It doesn't seem so sad anymore. If you can help me find a helper, then I suggest that I at least find someone who is similar to me, or even more powerful than me. They all have more appeal. Spades added in a timely manner. It is said that a dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. He even said that watching you make money is more uncomfortable than me losing money. The principles are the same. It would be boring to jump into the fire pit alone. Since you want to jump into the fire pit, you must find a way to find someone to jump with you, right? If there is a pit, you still have to jump together. Spades is unhappy and everyone suffers. Seems good? Spades personally felt that his idea was very reliable. And what made him happy was that the other person asked him, do you have any good recommendations? Yo, are you really interested? Spades' eyes suddenly lit up. Even at this moment, he was not only thinking about the things in front of him, but also thought about many more things. What if this is an opportunity? It's not an opportunity to follow this damn website to the top of your life, but a good opportunity to solve your current predicament. Swinging technique. Spades understood that it was basically impossible for him to defeat this opponent, and there was no chance at all to get rid of this damn guy's control. What if this guy meets a master who is more powerful than him and can even easily defeat him? Does he mean that I also have a chance to get rid of him? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, Spades became excited. He felt that he had grasped the key to the problem. Yes, since I'm not his opponent, I can definitely find him a stronger opponent. And just right, in the ranks of hackers, although Spades has a good level and has always been called a top-level hacker, Even he sometimes feels that he should be the most powerful hacker. Of course, when he feels this way, it is only when he feels a little inflated. But when it comes to actually calming down, Spades himself knows it very well. He can only be regarded as good, but it is absolutely impossible to say that he is the strongest. Not to mention that this industry itself belongs to the Yangtze River, where the waves behind push the waves ahead, and newcomers and monsters are constantly emerging. Let's talk about those predecessors. Some of them are the existence that makes the new life of Spades despair. The founder of the vulnerability hunter in front of him made Spades couldn't help but think of those terrifying giants who were so powerful that it was suffocating. If anyone can defeat him, the Spade felt that among those few people there was likely to be someone who could defeat him. And this is still a tactic that can be used to attack, retreat, or defend with one move. If this person loses, he will naturally be happy and can completely escape his control. Even if this person wins, he still has a big boss accompanying him. He is not the only one who is unlucky. At least we will feel a little more comfortable, right? What surprised Spade even more was that the other party was also very interested in his proposal. Is he similar to you? Do you have any recommendations for such a person? Yes. That's great. Spades became excited and spoke without any hesitation. This circle seems very big, but in fact it is just like that. Really powerful people will always leave their own code names. I happen to be in this circle, and I still know most of them. First, let's talk about Europe. There are many masters in Europe, and the most powerful among them are actually 5 people. One of them has gone to jail, and another one has also gone to prison, but now he has become a white hat, and another one is on the run. He has disappeared for half a year, and I don't know where he is. In this way, there are still 2 masters left. One of them is codenamed Fan, and the other is codenamed Mint. I don't have any more information. These 2 people are very mysterious. Of course, compared to the hackers in Europe, there are quite a few hackers in Alikin, and there are also that hellish place in Africa. Although there are not many hackers in that place, it is very surprising if one appears every once in a while. In addition, there are many places in Asia, not to mention the masters of Neon and Goryo, but the really powerful ones are actually those from the Dragon Kingdom. It's not their skills, but their beliefs that are amazing. They are very united. You should have heard of their actions in the past few years. In the next 20 minutes, Spades began to seriously act as his second-in-command. He could tell everything he knew, and he told him all the hackers he could name. Without exception. After all, we are in this industry, and the circle is here. He can easily speak out about these existences that most ordinary people may not even have heard of. Even sometimes it's not just a code name. He will also reveal the website forums and communities in which certain people are often active. Okay, these are the people I know now. Finally, the betrayal was over, and Spades began to get angry. These people are all recognized masters in the hacker community. To be honest, if you're not strong enough, I actually suggest that you better not provoke these people. But in other words, based on what I have observed about this Vulnerability Hunters website, if you want to build this website, it must first be strong enough and well-known, and finally be able to convince both hackers and customers. This requires our people with considerable reputations. So if possible, those people I just mentioned, at least 3 more people must be brought in. This is a beautiful statement. Even Spades himself wants to give himself a thumbs up. On the surface, I am worried about this website, which can definitely be regarded as the best industry in the new century. But actually, 3 people? This is still Spades talking too much. Among the few people he mentioned just now, anyone he picked could beat him in Spades. He suspected that no matter how powerful this person was, he would probably be beaten down in minutes when he found the first person. But he just said so. If this person really wants to be his own boss, even if he feels something is wrong, he will definitely grit his teeth in the hope of defeating his opponent. But this way, your own opportunity has come. Certainly. In fact, there's another Spade in this, trying to test the identity of the person in front of him. He named so many people. In fact, I hope to be able to determine who this person is. It's a pity. No matter which powerful person he mentioned, the person opposite him always behaved mediocrely and didn't seem to have any fluctuations. I don't know if he was hiding it too well or if he really wasn't one of these people. But that doesn't matter, because the person opposite knew that this was a run, but he didn't care at all. 3 days. At most 3 days, I will find you teammates. As for whether I can find 3 people, I'm not sure. Huh? Spades pouted. Are you giving in now? Unexpectedly, the other party added, it may be more than 3 people. It may be less than 3 people. After all, I need to make sure that my people are really okay. I hope everyone can be like you. Although I have done some bad things and even violated the law, I am not too bad, and my mentality is considered normal. If there are some terrible people, then I will not let them join. These words were beyond Spade's expectations, and he couldn't help but be surprised. But then came irritation. Does that mean I'm a good person? Is that what you mean? So because I'm a good person, you're going to bully me? Can I thank you? But complaints are complaints. At least these words made Spades feel better inexplicably. At least it shows that the person who runs this website is not a vicious or even careless person, right? Shake his head. Spade pushed the thought to the back of his mind. He felt that his opposite was ridiculous to the extreme. Are you kidding me? It is absolutely impossible for me to join this so-called vulnerability hunter. This guy is just an arrogant maniac. Does he really think he can fight against those people? 3 days, right? Then I want to see what the result will be in 3 days. Spade expressed disdain for this. He expected that in 3 days this person would run away and the website would become completely desolate. But the development of many things in the world always likes to exceed people's expectations. Just like this time, it doesn't take 3 days. Just the next night, Spades was pulled into a special group chat, and the members of this group chat. But Spade, who had been planning to sleep, suddenly woke up. D-D-D-D-D. D-D-D-D-D-D. That night, Spades was going to sleep watching a hypnotic movie as usual. For this purpose, he had already prepared blankets, tissues, beer, and ashtrays. But it's a pity. The movie had just started playing, but the computer was already playing various reminders sounds crazily. This is very annoying. At first, Spades ignored it, but as the beeps became more and more frequent, Spades had no choice but to get up and come to the computer. Click to take a look. The news all came from a group chat called the Vulnerability Hunter Advanced Technology Group. Spades knew about this group chat, and the guy whose identity he didn't know yesterday pulled him in. Tell him that if anything happens in the future, he will be notified in the group chat. But at that time, there were only 2 people in this encrypted group chat, he and the mysterious man. Now listening to the jingling sound, Spades couldn't help but curled his lips. Just chatting with yourself. Is there any need to bombard me like this? Isn't it highly technical? I kind of hacked my computer and TV directly. Complaints being complained, Spades clicked on the group chat message immediately. But when he just opened it, Spades couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at the messages in the group chat with a look of disbelief on his face. There were originally only 2 people in the group, myself and the group leader, but at some point, the number of people in the group exceeded 10. What's even more terrifying is, each of these people has their own ID, and the group of people in front of them all have different IDs, but they are all like Thunder, Fan Mint, Black Bear, Wild Wolf, Happy. If just ordinary people see these names, they may not feel anything special, but for masters who belong to the hacker circle, Spades is very clear about these names. The names of these people in the group chat are all famous figures in the hacker circle today. Whether it's Europe, America, Africa, Asia, it's all there. Moreover, every one of them is not necessarily worse than myself. Usually, it is basically impossible for these great masters to have any chance to meet or communicate. They basically only know each other by name. But now, these hacker masters are all gathered in this group chat that is encrypted through multiple layers and is not open to the outside world. What shocks Spade even more? It's the chat content of these people. How did you get into this group? Did you get subdued too? What do you mean? Are you the same as me? First of all, let me say that I was not subdued, I volunteered. This guy is really strong, and some of his techniques can make me feel enlightened. +1, +911. Speaking of which, I always thought that this person must be one of you. Isn't it all of you? Then where did this guy come from? And his skills are too strong. How long did you hold on? I only lasted for half an hour and then surrendered. I only looked better. I lasted for 3 hours, but I was in jail for 2.5 hours. Too perverted. A group of hackers who were supposed to be aloof and taciturn in the industry. But I don't know if they entered the group and found that everyone was in the same boat, and the conversation turned out to be particularly lively. You could tell from their chat. These people, they were all defeated. This discovery greatly exceeded Spades' expectations. The promised 3 days. The 3 people we agreed upon. What's going on? It's only been a day, and I've directly found these 10 top experts. Is this going to high-end wholesale? Wrong. My purpose is to let the owner of this website be overthrown by other experts. What is going on now? Is it possible that no one has succeeded? Have they all been hammered to pieces? Even everyone was beaten to the point of being convinced? That's outrageous. And Spade discovered that these people even gave this mysterious man a particularly appropriate name. Boss. When he saw this title, Spades didn't even have the slightest desire to refute. Whether it was because everyone in this group would have to help the website in the future, there was nothing wrong with calling him boss. What's more, this guy's ability is so powerful that it makes everyone despair. If this was a game, then this mysterious man could definitely be called the game's top boss behind the scenes. And it's not just Spades who approve of the title. Even the mysterious person behind the scenes seemed to be very satisfied with this title. He sent a text at this time. Since everyone has called me boss, it proves that everyone recognizes our website. I'm very happy about this. As soon as these words came out, the originally lively group immediately became quiet during the chat. Just like in a private group at work, everyone was chatting enthusiastically and boasting all kinds of things. But when the boss joined the group to talk, the group immediately died. Throw a stone. It's not necessarily the kind that can cause splashes. Originally, in my plan, it would take about 3 days to solve the manpower problem. But the result is that everyone is more efficient. So, I am officially announcing now. The Vulnerability Hunter technical team has been fully staffed. You will become the veterans of this website and the absolute core technical senior management of this platform that changes the history of hackers. I'm very happy. I can work with you in the future to change the world. It is said that leaders like to sing high profile, and the boss in front of me seems to be the same way. And change the world? Blowing? Anyway, he didn't know what others thought, but Spades himself knew very well that he didn't believe this so-called boss's nonsense at all. Of course, it seemed that the boss also noticed that no one answered him, which was a bit awkward, so after a short pause, he said again, I asked you for help because your abilities are very good. At least I personally recognize them very much. And more importantly, although you have made some small mistakes more or less, at least on some serious principal issues, you have not done any unforgivable bad things. As your next boss, I certainly can't squeeze your labor for free. In fact, you can treat this as a job. Here, in addition to improving your personal abilities and completing a job with a great sense of honor, you can also earn a lot of income. Although the website has not been put into operation so far, I'm still willing to give you a sufficiently considerable salary. Everyone's monthly salary. 30,000. Along with coins. The moment the boss's words appeared in the group chat, everyone who saw this scene immediately fell silent. However, after a short period of silence, the silence was broken. Are we really being paid back? Someone asked first, and others were also surprised. Do we still have wages? Are we considered regular employees? Do we need to sign a labor contract? Are you kidding? Many people immediately asked. Even Spades, who was completely uninterested in this aspect of things, couldn't help but gasp at this moment, with brilliant eyes. No way. It was indeed unexpected. After all, it can be said that everyone was persuaded to come in. To put it nicely, it was convinced. And to put it worse, to be honest, everyone was coerced and kidnapped. Originally thought, they came to this group and joined this so-called bug hunter website. They probably are. They will be treated as free labor and exploited by others. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Many hacker masters like to find some rookies to do odd jobs for them and do hard work, and they often promise to teach them some tricks. But as for what to pay, I really can't tell. In most cases, it's just about teaching something that will help you, and that's it. But this boss directly stated that he would pay them wages. This is the most unexpected thing. Although the settlement currency was Dragon Country coin, which was a bit surprising, no one objected. Still the same sentence. Even if it's okay if someone gives you money, you're still picky. Don't you want to hang out anymore? Let's take a step back. Although the Dragon Kingdom is still weak, it has joined the WTO after all. The Dragon Kingdom currency is not a particularly niche currency. Basically, all countries support the exchange, so it is not too troublesome. Even if you convert it, 30,000 Dragon Country coins is actually not a very high income compared to their status. Many people can earn more than 10 times this amount even by just typing on the keyboard. But that's the same sentence. It's considered a good thing if someone gives it to you, but they don't want to exploit you for free. Of course, there is a salary. I invited you here to help me complete this project, so I also hope that everyone can complete the work in hand for this income that is not high, but is absolutely safe and trouble-free. I don't really hope that people will be fired for some unpleasant reasons. This was said very plainly, but the meaning behind it made many people swallow their saliva. Fire people? What does expulsion mean? In most civilized countries, dismissal would mean tripling your salary. But it's different here. They were all coerced into joining by various means. If they were fired anyway, does that mean? Of course. Your abilities are certainly not worth the price. So I have also prepared many thoughtful benefits for you. The first is the bug hunter bounty business. I believe everyone is aware of this business. If not, I will briefly explain it to you now. Everyone is a hunter. To put it bluntly, hackers act as hunters to help various companies, chaebol, and even institutions detect and repair vulnerabilities in their products. And for each completion, there will be a corresponding reward. In addition to deducting the website commission and withholding personal tax business, this reward will be directly credited to the participating hunter accounts. We are completely open about bounties. In addition to completing the normal work of the website platform, you can also accept bounty tasks. We will not have any restrictions in this regard. At the same time, as the technical core layer of the Vulnerability Hunter, you all enjoy the year-end dividend of the Vulnerability Hunter. I will give out 20% of the shares as employee incentive shares. This part of the shares will be proportioned according to future positions and abilities. In other words, you will become one of the owners of the Vulnerability Hunter and enjoy dividends from the websites overall. Income. Next, the entire chat group was contracted by the boss. Like a qualified corporate HR, he explained the company's benefits in detail to the new employees on their first day at work. The benefits are actually pretty good. Basically, I can write about some big internet companies, including basic qualifications, incentive bonuses, year-end dividends, and some messy holiday benefits, etc. Highlight a formality. It even makes people unconsciously feel that they just found a job that is not that good. We are an official company after all. So next we will sign labor contracts, related contracts with some bug hunters, and if you want to be a hunter to help complete the commission, we will also sign a special authorization contract. Of course, the first two contracts related to the website will require your true information, and we will ensure that this true information will never be disclosed to the outside world. Please rest assured about this. No one refuted this. After all, basically all the information that came in here has been clearly investigated. It is pure nonsense to say that they don't want to sign any real information now. Okay, I've finished what I want to say. Let's see if you have any ideas or objections. I hope everyone will actively raise them. The boss dropped this sentence, which made everyone's minds wander. At least the Spade one was in high spirits. Have an opinion? Okay, I have a lot of opinions. But just as he put his hands on the keyboard and was about to accuse the job, he saw the boss add, "Of course, if you have any objections, I will most likely not change it, but I will record it." Yes, as soon as these words came out, many people who were originally excited to hold a crusade calmed down on the spot. What does this mean? What I mean is that if you have any opinions, just say them, and I won't change them anyway, and I will also write down the fault finder, in a notebook. What nonsense is this? People tell you about democracy. It does not really allow you to be democratic. but allows you to accept the democracy and freedom that others give you. I really intend to speak freely. Are you kidding? However, although everyone felt a little unhappy, no one said anything. The rules of the hacker industry actually favor the law of the jungle, and the strong is king. You're better than me, and it's okay if I call you boss. As for democracy and equality, nonsense. Therefore, after a brief pause, not only were there no complaints in the group, but on the contrary, many people started discussing it enthusiastically right away. And the content of the discussion, it basically revolves around one. How can we fully develop the Vulnerability Hunter website? Are hackers spineless? Just being threatened by a person with better technology is to obey unconditionally? At first glance, this may seem so. After all, what this circle emphasizes is that the winner is king. The weak eat the strong. The capable are promoted and the mediocre are demoted, and the big fish eats the small fish. But in fact, the reason why so many top hackers can all obey is not only because the technical strength of the boss is indeed high enough, but also because vulnerability hunters are really awesome. For people who don't know hackers, or for new hackers who have just entered the industry, this circle is mysterious and powerful. No matter what problems they encounter, they can solve them all with just a computer. But in fact, only by truly understanding can you understand. In the early years, there may have been a possibility of such a thing happening, but with the popularization of the internet, the upgrade of various software and hardware, and the improvement of the core code of various products, it is becoming increasingly rare that a computer can truly dominate the world. Even many so-called hackers, in fact, more often than not, will start to rely on insiders to obtain internal source codes, or even directly shut down the system to launch hacking attacks instead of physical models. To put it bluntly, that is, each company's system is becoming more and more perfect. Firewalls are becoming more and more powerful. The probability of system vulnerabilities is getting lower and lower. Such a situation has caused the originally high-end, mysterious, and powerful circle of hackers to slowly weaken, and the lives of hackers have gradually become difficult. Hackers in the past were not just doing bad things. But what about today's hackers? Stealing accounts, implanting Trojan viruses, undermining public network security, collecting personal information to buy and sell. It seems that this is the real mainstream. No way. It's not that everyone doesn't want to gain some traction, but it's because in the current environment, there are simply no opportunities for you to have practical talents, let alone rely on the skills in your hands to legitimately earn income. Being a hacker was a bonus 5 years ago. Even if you were to find a job and tell others that you were a hacker, it would at least make HR look at you differently. And now, this thing, it has become a minus point. Everyone knows black hats and white hats, but not everyone can become a white hat. Only those who are at the forefront of the hacker road and have been recognized for their strength have a chance. But what about ordinary hackers? There is no room for growth at all. However, the emergence of vulnerability hunters will likely change the current situation. It is possible that hackers, a profession that everyone originally wanted to fight, will begin to become professional and develop in a promising direction. The benefits are obvious. It is even possible that they will no longer need to rely on some dirty tricks to make profits for themselves. They can even walk in the sunshine uprightly. Be a bounty hunter. In this case, the meaning of the existence of the Vulnerability Hunter website is different. As long as the problem is not serious, everyone is actually interested in this thing deep down. With this attitude, many people in the following group chat actually gave a lot of good suggestions. The concept of the Vulnerability Hunter website is good, and I think it has great development prospects. However, the biggest problem of this website still exists. That is, hackers and these companies are mostly in conflict, and they cannot trust each other. I'm afraid it will be difficult to change anything. Yes, if we want to find vulnerabilities or repair vulnerabilities, we need system authorization. Do these companies dare to give us authorization? And will our hackers really not take the opportunity to invade computers? We can all use real name authentication, and hackers will definitely sign corresponding contracts before receiving orders. In this case, the chance of hackers actually doing something is not high, not to mention that there's a boss sitting here. As long as anyone dares to do this, it means that they will basically not want to be in this circle in the future. That's what we say, but do we know that customers know? Do those companies know? Yeah, for us, we just need to make sure that a hacker under your hands is clean. But for those companies, if they really encounter a hacker who is not very clean, they will suffer huge losses in the end. The trust problem has always existed. If the trust problem cannot be solved, it is destined to fail to develop. Those who can be hackers are smart people, and everyone can easily analyze the biggest dilemma now. Trust. Perhaps, with top hackers like them here, the hacker group can have a little more trust in this website, even because of their example. People may not be so resistant to real name authentication. But the people this website wants to serve are not only hackers, but also key customer groups that are very important and even affect whether this website can develop. Enterprise. The company is the sponsor and the key to the development of this website. After all, according to the current plan, the only thing that can be relied on for the normal operation of this website is for the sponsors to provide funds and take some commission from the hackers. This model is correct. As long as the popularity of the website is high enough and the number of customers is large enough, they can maintain the operation of the website and even make a lot of money just by relying on convenience stores. But the premise is, this website can win the favor of funder fathers, making them willing to spend money to find hackers to deal with vulnerability problems. This is the most important thing. Really, in the next few days, as more and more hackers visited the Vulnerability Hunter website, this website became a hot topic in the hacker circle. But the difference is that hackers are pouring in like crazy. The corporate teams responsible for giving out commissions and bounties did not make any movement at all. It's not that there are no companies settling in. After all, Shenzhen is so vast. In fact, many large enterprise groups have visited it, and there are even many company teams that rely on internet technology. They paid attention to this website immediately. But unfortunately, there was no commission from beginning to end. The most embarrassing situation. Many people began to secretly laugh at the mysterious founder of the website. They felt that the founder might have ideas, but they were just ideas. Now everyone is watching, but no one wants to be the guinea pig. But when everyone was watching indifferently, even waiting to laugh at him, the Vulnerability Hunter website suddenly launched an activity for the first time since the website was established. Bug hunting contest. As soon as this news came out, many people were shocked, because this means they don't plan to sit back and wait for those who wish to take the bait, but directly plan to take the initiative, the so-called bug finding contest. The content is very simple. The website paid its own money to host this event, and the content was a requirement. Hackers on the website can rely on their own strength to find system vulnerabilities in current mainstream products, company systems, etc. And the requirement for this activity is that hackers not only need to find a vulnerability, they also need to have the ability to repair the vulnerability. As soon as this event came out, many people can see what it means. After all, although the Vulnerability Hunter website has been officially launched, it has also attracted the attention of some companies and enterprises. But at least so far, there is no movement at the moment. To put it bluntly, no one wants to be the first guinea pig. Donors are unwilling to act. That being the case, vulnerability hunters simply take the initiative. If you don't take action, I will force you to take action. As long as we find the loopholes in your products, we even have the method to fix the loopholes. At that time, you're not allowed to ask us to fix the loopholes for you? Certainly. There's no other way here. The simplest and easiest way is to let your company's programmers deal with the vulnerabilities themselves and hire bug hunters to find the problems for them. This seems like a good way to get stuck. And to this, the bug hunter didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. Not only did he not think about blocking, but he generously announced the bonuses and evaluations for this event. The first is the ranking assessment. Since we're looking for vulnerabilities and fixing them, the best evaluation method is to calculate the score based on who finds more vulnerabilities, has bigger vulnerabilities, and has higher destructive power. After that, we will look at who has a better method of dealing with vulnerabilities, high efficiency, and high perfection to give a processing score. The two scores are added together to get a total score, and then the calculation is based on the total score. And the time for this game is half a month. Half a month later, the ranking will be based on the total score, and the top 10 will all receive rewards. The 6th to 10th place will be rewarded with a full 30,000-meter knife, and then the rewards will be 50,000, 80,000, 100,000, and the second place will be 200,000. As for the first place, it is directly worth 500,000. The top 3 will also have the opportunity to join the technical team of vulnerability hunters and become colleagues with world-renowned top hackers. Don't worry about whether the major corporate sponsors will have bugs or the like. Anyway, for the vast army of hackers, this event, it's definitely a grand event. They don't think about whether this website can change any big pattern, and naturally, they don't think about whether this vulnerability hunter's website can really become an instant hit. What everyone values is only their own interests. In fact, a system will always have some bugs more or less. So far, there is no product in the world without any bugs. So, actually a lot of people, everyone has discovered bugs in some well-known products intentionally or unintentionally. However, because most of these bugs cannot bring profits to themselves, no one will meddle in their own business. Even if you encounter some bugs that can bring you profits, not everyone has the courage to do it. After all, not everyone has the courage to do bad things. But now the bug hunter competition presents its opportunity for all to see. Bugs that would otherwise be unprofitable. It can also be used for competitions. At that time, a large number of hackers chose to sign up. Some of them were experts who had been famous for many years, while others were novices who had just learned to enter the circle. In fact, there were no problems at the beginning. The first is real name authentication. This thing has made many people hesitate. After all, hackers are hiding behind computers. Now it is more or less difficult for them to show their real identities for registration and authentication. However, many people were relieved when they saw that the senior administrators of the Vulnerability Hunter website were all top hackers in the world, and that they had all obtained real name authentication. After all, the website contract is clearly written. These hacker information and materials are top secret information on the website. Unless some people have a major security incident, the website will not access this data. And the website does not require real name authentication. However, if real name authentication is not carried out, the identity of the hacker cannot be used to accept commissions and participate in the competition. Some people have chosen to continue to watch, while others have not hesitated to authenticate. The next few days will be a prosperous time for the hacker circle. Major well-known websites, systems, games, etc. have all attracted the attention of hackers around the world. Many people, like their eyes gleaming, are constantly looking for various vulnerabilities and submitting them. Of course, it is impossible for them to patch vulnerabilities for major companies for free, let alone directly remind major companies of any serious vulnerabilities they have. These things, it will directly enter the background data of the vulnerability hunter and will become the next weapon and ammunition for the vulnerability hunter platform. Boss, you are so powerful. You spent so little money to get so many things. Sure enough, there is strength in numbers. There are basically a collection of bugs in most internet products that can be seen on the market. And if these bugs are correct, many of them can cause huge losses to the company behind them. Normally, if a company wants to find their bugs, it would cost 10 times or 100 times to find them, but we may not be able to find them. But we have only set a bonus now, and we have attracted so much attention before spending a penny. It's so powerful. Next, boss, you just need to take these things to various companies to negotiate terms, and they will definitely agree to join our platform. And in this way, the situation of our website will be completely opened up, and we will even skip the startup period. If we are lucky, we can even directly enter the stable development stage. This is equivalent to boss. You only spend a small amount of money, but you completely revitalize the market. Hi, it's really too high. On the other end of the phone, Luo Xiong was praising his boss for once again completing a new industry, not hiding his shock at all. Just a week ago, he expressed doubts about Gushio's intention to build such a website. But in a week's time, the boss has not only built such a website, but is almost on the verge of launching it. This efficiency, this accuracy, Luo Xiong couldn't help but wonder again. Could the boss do anything but not have children? But in response to Luo Xiong's praise, Gu Xiao, who was lying on his back watching TV at home, just shook his head. Wrong. Huh? Luo Xiong wondered. What's wrong? Did I guess something wrong? There was a little mistake. Gu Xiao replied. That is, I didn't plan to pay a penny. Huh? Luo Xiong was confused. Spending a small amount of money to do big things, this is Luo Xiong's view on Gu Xiao's plan, but now I heard that Gu Xiao means he doesn't plan to spend money? What does this mean? Isn't the bonus money? Don't the top technical teams, composed of top hackers, also need to be paid? Now what does this mean? The next second, Luo Xiong seemed to have thought of something and said incredulously, Dad, you don't plan to give these bugs to those companies for free to win their entry. You even plan to let them spend money for these bugs. This is what we do, why not? Gu Xiao spread his hands. Hearing this, Luo Xiong suddenly smiled bitterly. Boss, your idea is very good, but if you really want to make it happen, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Boss, if you plan to do this, I'm afraid it will arouse the resentment of those companies. It's not a big sum of money anyway. We can bear it ourselves. If you plan to use these discovered bugs to ask those companies for money, it is no different from normal hacking behavior. It may even be easy to cross the line. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiong couldn't help but speak. Originally, the boss was able to build this website and bring in top hacker experts to help. This is a success in itself. Especially the website activities held later were even more surprising, and it was a surprise to spend a small amount of money to do big things. Although some capital was invested in the early stage. But as long as we have a good relationship with those companies, they will naturally be willing to join vulnerability hunters when the time comes. This way, the vulnerability hunter has completed the closed loop. It can be said, this continues. Future vulnerability hunters will even become good friends of the world's top 500 companies, and they will also be partners that these companies need. In this way, the benefits to Gu Xiao are even more obvious. Picture this. In the future, Gu Xiao will be able to reach agreements and complete cooperation with most of the world's top companies by relying on this platform. The energy and benefits contained in this are obvious. But now, Gu Xiao's decision gave Luo Xiong a strange feeling. The strange thing is that the boss this time seems to be a little petty. Usually when the boss does anything, he is always willing to let his children trick the wolf. He just throws money at him without even frowning. Whether it was Penguin or Taobao in the past, or Taijiang or Facebook in the future, Gu Xiao would never look at the revenue ratio in the early stage. As long as he wanted money, he would immediately invest it. Emphasize a grandeur and a boldness. But now, this time, the boss should have made a normal initial investment, but now he seems to be pursuing profits too much. Even the money to hold the event seems a bit reluctant to part with. And this is also a place that makes Luo Xiong feel strange. The boss who used to be very wealthy and spend money without blinking an eye suddenly started to be greedy and calculating. In fact, this is not a shortcoming. The problem is, if this is done, it means that the vulnerability hunter platform will inevitably arouse resentment and even make those companies no longer friendly to this platform. This is obviously unreasonable. Hasn't the boss always been about being friendly and making money? But now he suddenly behaves like this? Being friendly makes money. This kind of thing may be applicable to most businesses and transactions in this world, but there are some things that cannot be expected to be made good. Gu Xiao obviously knew Luo Xiong's worries. He shook his head and said directly, hackers are hackers. Even hackers who have been authenticated are enemies of many big companies. Do you expect us to smile at them and they to smile at us? If this is the case, I'm afraid our website will not go far. Luo Xiong was stunned. He was a smart man, and he quickly understood what Gu Xiao meant. Boss, you want to save money this time secondarily, but mainly to express your position? He understood. Regarding the vulnerability hunter platform, Gu Xiao had no intention of making money by being friendly or even building a good relationship with any company. This is to avoid adding some messy interpersonal interactions from the beginning. What we provide is a bounty platform. In this platform, Party A and Party B seem to have nothing to do with us, but all fools know that we are on the side of hackers. In this case, we should remain neutral. Hackers and companies used to be incompatible. Now you expect to be friends with companies, even if you are sincere, but will the other party believe you? At this point, Luo Xiang understood and shook his head. Once bitten by a snake, he will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. There are many companies in the world that have caused losses due to hackers. Even if we want to make friends with them, I'm afraid these companies will not look at us seriously. Correct answer. Gu Xiao snapped his fingers. So, we need to give ourselves an identity card. We have been a neutral organization from the beginning, and both parties we serve are from completely different camps. We don't need any in-depth contact, let alone any messy emotional foundation. Since we are bounty hunters, the only thing everyone pays attention to is always one. Money. Party A gives money, and Party B does things. This is what we need to be responsible for. Of course, it also includes Party A simply giving money, and Party B doing things reliably. That's all. So, there's no need for us to curry favor with those corporate companies. We just need to use money to do things. Only in this way can we make this website develop in the long run. After hearing this, Luo Xiang completely understood. What the boss wants is to convey the attitude of the Vulnerability Hunter platform to the outside world. There is no talk of worldliness here, only money and loopholes. Other than that, it's all bullshit. This is indeed beneficial, as it can ensure the fairness of the platform, and at the same time, it can avoid other companies being afraid of leaks and staying away from the Vulnerability Hunter platform because they are closer to certain companies. Website of this nature. There should only be money in his eyes. As for the rest, they're all nonsense and hidden dangers. The moment he figured it out, Luo Xiang broke into a cold sweat. If Gu Xiao hadn't reminded him, he might have made a big mistake this time. Think about it. This time, he took the vulnerability and took the initiative to find those companies to discuss cooperation. In order to show his sincerity, he even gave all the bugs to the interested companies for free. Those companies are all talented people, and they will definitely accept the benefits this time, and then settle in smoothly. They may even reciprocate and directly open some bounty businesses. At first glance, it seems pretty good, but in fact, this creates hidden dangers for the future. If the big customer here is very close to the website, will his competitors still be willing to trust this website? When there are some flaws in a place that requires absolute neutrality and absolute impartiality, that is the time of destruction. To put it bluntly, just adjust measures to local conditions. Vulnerability Hunter is different from all its current companies. But while thinking about this clearly, Luo Xiang became worried. But the boss, if we have to charge for the bug service this time, will there be people who are unwilling to pay or even unwilling to talk to us and will turn against us from now on? In that case, will it slow down the speed of bug hunters getting on the right track? This worry is reasonable. If it's just some minor bugs that people are too lazy to fix or even too lazy to ask for, if you give them to them for free, it's considered a favor. But if you want money, sorry, I'm not interested. If there are bugs, there are bugs. There are many bugs in this world. I don't care if I don't fix them. What do you do to me? But after expressing this concern, Luo Xiang found out. Gu Xiao, who was opposite him, chuckled softly and said, "Isn't that better? Huh? After all, although our website has received a lot of attention now, the attention is still too low. If there is such a good opportunity, wouldn't it be a chance for us to become famous instantly? How is the player activity data today? Has the testing of the new version update package been completed? There will be a major update soon. I don't want any problems to occur this time. All departments must check and improve. We need to think of ways to improve player activity. At this extreme, our number of active players has dropped. Don't tell me about the start of school. I hope the data will increase next quarter. Okay guys, hurry up. We are the top game company in the world, so we must stay at the top and use your professional skills. If you can't do it, there are countless emails in the company's HR mailbox, and you could be replaced at any time. Okay, let's break up the meeting." The door to the conference room was opened, and Quincy walked out with a coffee cup because the meeting just now was too strict and his temperament was a bit like a stranger. But there is nothing we can do about it. As the leader of one of the world's top and greatest game companies, Quincy must ensure that he is strict enough and must ensure that his team subordinates always maintain a wolf culture. After all, we can't let these guys just think that they can sit back and relax and wait to die after entering the company, right? This is not okay. Keep them in a sense of crisis at all times. That's the most important thing. Mr. Quincy, please wait. At this moment, someone chased him out of the conference room and called out to Quincy. When he looked back, he saw that the person who stopped him was a staff member of the technical monitoring department, and he raised his eyebrows. Stop. Mr. Quincy, the Bug Hunter's website sent another email. The man said hurriedly. It was the same thing as before, saying that our version has fatal bugs and that it will be fixed for us, and asked if we were interested. Quincy frowned, did not answer, and still looked at the other party. Being stared at by his boss, the employee suddenly felt more pressure. Knowing that he was wrong, he could only lower his head and reported helplessly. Since we first received the email yesterday, we have started self-examination as soon as possible, but so far, although we have found many bugs, there are no so-called fatal bugs. They sent another email today, and now that the new version is about to be updated, I am wondering if we can try to contact them. As soon as he finished saying this, the man felt that the air seemed to have become a bit colder. He quietly looked up and saw Quincy, who was already very serious. At this moment, his face was even more gloomy, almost dripping with water. Trash. Sure enough, he may be late for scolding, but he will never be absent. Quincy started scolding directly at this time. What do you guys eat? What do you do when a company pays you such a high salary every month? Now, even if others tell you there are bugs, you can't find it? Idiot. All kinds of unpleasant insults started directly at the door of the conference room, attracting the attention of many people. The man was blushing, but he dared not speak in anger. This is indeed what they failed to do. Good thing. After cursing for a while, Quincy seemed to have finally had enough, and instead of scolding anymore, he waved his hand. Okay, get out. The man was stunned and couldn't help but ask. The email from the Bug Hunter. Do you even need to ask? Tell them to get out. Quincy waved his hands and said disdainfully, they're just a bunch of trash who can only hide in dark corners. And you still want me to spend money to solve the problem with them? Are they just looking down on our programmers? If we have to hand over such a small problem to a bunch of hackers, then what's the point of our greatest gaming company's existence? In other words, if such a small problem even requires requesting foreign aid, why do you still need to exist? Why don't you all get out and go home? How about we directly find bug hunters in the future? As soon as these words came out, the man immediately shut up. Really, Quincy's statement, although very direct and even cruel, but look at it from another perspective. In fact, what he said is right. His employees are mainly programmers. As a result, the people in his company have no way to solve the problem and even need to ask for external help. Even, this foreign aid is still a hacker. If I tell you this, I'm afraid people will laugh out loud. But the man still felt that if this matter was not resolved, it would probably be a disaster. He felt that since he encountered a problem that his programmer could not ignore, he felt that it would be a disaster. Spending some money and finding a professional team to solve the problem may be a serious and responsible attitude for players and users. But he couldn't say this. I dare not say it. In the end, he could only return to his department step by step with full of melancholy and worry. As soon as he arrived in the department, many people started asking questions at the same time. And when they got the answer, everyone fell silent. Look at each other, more or less worried. But what can we do if we worry? Bite the bullet and work overtime. Situations like this are actually happening in many companies. As vulnerability hunters carry out their vulnerability hunting activities, many companies have received similar emails. But most of them basically scolded them as idiots after browsing the emails, and then ignored them and went about their own business. As for the other half, not even interested in clicking on the email. The companies listed here include all kinds of large and small companies, especially companies related to internet products. Basically, they have encountered such emails, and even 3 Body Games has received them. But the most special of these companies should be Neon's Shinsei Bank. This is the only bank among so many companies that has received an email from the Vulnerability Hunter platform, and the content of the email is even more shocking. But it's a pity. After receiving the email, the arrogant neon man simply checked the back end of his bank and threw the email directly into the trash. But it seems that this is a bit too simple. So they took out the email again, took a screenshot, and then added text to it and posted it on the official website. The content is probably, "Our bank has a world-class team, and there will never be any system vulnerabilities. As for the vulnerability hunting platform that sent the email, our bank hates hackers the most, so we refuse these people to become customers of our bank." Highlight a great deal. Highlight a tough one. But this toughness, after a week, it completely changed. Boss, so far, there are only 5 companies that have accepted our conditions, are willing to pay remuneration, and come to us to provide bugs. As for those who are willing to pay remuneration and come to us to fix bugs, only 1 company is willing to pay remuneration. Of course, this data excludes the data of our own companies. We have already sent emails to more than 100 companies, which means that not even 10% of them are willing to believe us. 30% of them laughed at us directly, and the attitude of the rest is unclear for the time being, but basically all of them are still watching. Having said this, Luo Xiang looked up at Gu Xiu and saw that the expression on Gu Xiu's face did not change. It seemed that everything was as expected. Then he said again, "From the current situation, the problems we need to face now are very bad. This means that for these enterprises and companies, we do not have the conditions for cooperation. Next, if we cannot reverse the situation as soon as possible." He did not say the next words, but the meaning was obvious. If this continues, the Bug Hunter website is finished. But Luo Xiang couldn't say anything yet. After all, this was the boss's decision, not to mention that the boss's decision itself was also the right one. Bug Hunter website. You must be strong enough and rely on hard power to convince all opponents. This was the tone set by Gu Xiu from the beginning. It was expected that this kind of problem would occur at this time, but at the same time, the current situation was also very bad. What to do next? Unexpectedly, Gu Xiu didn't look angry at all, but nodded. "Yes, this data is not bad, at least a little better than I expected." Luo Xiang. "Good guy. So, boss, are you sure from the beginning that our website may not have a single customer? Has the business department of the website been completed?" Gu Xiu asked, skipping the topic. "The interviews just ended today. There are currently 5 employees in the Ministry of Commerce, including electronics, telephone, and offline negotiation. These people have very good resumes." Only 5 people. Luo Xiang was dumbfounded. He actually wanted to say that having 5 people would be considered good. After all, what does the Ministry of Commerce do? That one is for negotiating business cooperation, and that one is responsible for developing the business affairs of the website. One thing to say, as far as the current situation of the website is concerned, Luo Xiang has hired 5 people, which is considered a relatively large number. But in the eyes of the boss, 5 people are still too few? Please, boss, do you really not know the current situation of the website? But, thinking back on this, the smart Luo Xiang would never veto the boss's ideas. So Luo Xiang changed his approach. Because the website is a startup, if we start to recruit a large number of people now, it is likely to cause internal management chaos. So I plan to develop from the elite route first. The current 5 people are very good in terms of resumes and academic qualifications. If the recruitment is expanded in the future, these 5 people can become leading cadres. So now, while the company's business is not too much, give them the opportunity to train themselves. This is a beautiful statement. Even Luo Xiang couldn't help but wanted to give him a thumbs up, but unfortunately, Gu Xiu had already known what he was thinking. He just shook his head without revealing it. "Okay, it's a good thing that you have your own ideas, but let me remind you, if you don't want to be busy in the future, you'd better find a way to expand the manpower in this area now. By the way, the customer service department of the website must be set up as soon as possible, otherwise you may be very busy by then." "We be very busy by then?" Luo Xiang was stunned for a moment, then naturally agreed. But in my heart, still somewhat unsure. "Boss, are you planning to use the loophole to do something?" attack their server. Finally, Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask his doubts. Why do you say that? Gu Xiao was surprised. Luo Xiang smiled bitterly and said, Boss, you have mastered the loopholes in their system, and they are unwilling to accept the conditions. I don't believe that you, boss, can't do anything. So you don't recommend doing this? Gu Xiao tilted his head and asked with a smile. It's not that I don't recommend it. In fact, I support it. Luo Xiang smiled bitterly and said, But boss, it's better not to do it yourself. If possible, don't even have anything to do with our website. In recent years, countries around the world have basically revised relevant laws on internet security, and the consequences are getting more and more serious. If it's just for our business expansion and you, boss, are tracked or something like that, then it's really not worth the gain. This is what I mean. In fact, he believed in Gu Xiao's skills and agreed with Gu Xiao's approach. But, to be honest, for Luo Xiang, this is completely unnecessary. After all, Gu Xiaonan is now a super rich man with a net worth of more than 10 billion. To put it bluntly, it is porcelain. Since it is fine porcelain, there is no need to take risks for trivial matters. Although he is confident about Gu Xiao's skills, there are still risks after all. In recent years, the whole world has been catching typical cases of internet crimes, and now they are caught. That is to make yourself unhappy. No need. I really don't intend to settle the matter just like that, but I also don't intend to use hacking methods to launch any attack. Don't worry. Gu Xiao laughed and reassured. Luo Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, but then he wondered, What are you going to do, boss? Be a normal user. What? Luo Xiang didn't understand. Being a normal user is just a user who accidentally triggers certain bugs. Huh? Luo Xiang felt that he probably understood a little bit, but he didn't seem to understand it at all. But when he was in a daze, he saw that Gu Xiao was already in front of the computer. Seeing this move, Luo Xiang's eyelids jumped. Boss, what are you going to do? Didn't you mean? Luo Xiang didn't finish the rest of the words because Luo Xiang discovered that Gu Xiao didn't use any hacking methods. Instead, I just clicked on a game that had been downloaded on my computer at some point. So, because one of the companies is a gaming company, the boss is going to make himself an ordinary gamer. But does it work? World of Warcraft, our three-body game, is now a very good agent in China, right? Gu Xiao asked casually while entering the game. Yes, this game is indeed playable. It attracted a lot of attention when it was still being warmed up. Since its official release, the popularity has soared like crazy. There are two major domestic games now. The first is our Supernova Battle, and the second is this World of Warcraft. Even if they are not card-based games, the popularity may be even higher and even threaten our Supernova Battle. Luo Xiang nodded and reported smoothly. They won World of Warcraft last year. Although three-body games only has the agency rights for the Chinese server, this game is still very popular. I heard the new version was recently updated? Gu Xiao asked. Yes, a new dungeon has been added. I heard that the boss of that dungeon has a plague skill. Gu Xiao asked again. Luo Xiang was surprised and didn't understand why the boss asked this. But he still nodded. Yes, this is a debuff. It is their attempt to increase the operability and fun of the game. The concept is basically a contagious plague. If players get too close, they will be infected and continue to lose blood. So, when players encounter a plague state, they generally have no choice but to stay away quickly. As he said this, Luo Xiang was surprised to find out. My boss didn't know where he got the account, but he was able to keep up with the mainstream echelon of the game, and even went directly to the door of the new copy to start forming a team. So, the boss wants to play a game and get a copy. After all, he is a young man, and his operational level is still very high. Although the boss does not seem to be very skilled, he actually became able to play well after being familiar with it. Seeing that the boss was having a great time, Luo Xiang also put aside his thoughts and quietly became the leader of praise. Boss is awesome. This position is so coquettish. Okay, boss, you are so awesome. The timing of this skill is so good. Wow, boss, is this really your first time playing this game? With your gaming talent, I doubt you can win the championship even in a professional game competition. Strong. As a professional admirer, Sanpeio's abilities are obvious to all. At least Gu Xiu was so praised by him that he felt embarrassed. If I die, it must be a problem with my teammates or a problem with the game mechanism. It's absolutely impossible. It's my own problem. This is very nice. Finally, after stumbling all the way to the final boss, Gu Xiu performed exceptionally and didn't die even once. Especially when the boss released the plague mechanism, Gu Xiu ran away immediately. Especially as a hunter, he immediately sent back the babies infected with the plague. Soon, the boss battle ended successfully. Just when Luo Xiang was about to send applause and flowers, he suddenly discovered that his boss did not look like he was breathing a sigh of relief after completing a difficult dungeon. On the contrary, his expression suddenly became extremely serious and focused, making Luo Xiang couldn't help but feel strange. Could it be that the bosses of the plans? Sure enough, when he saw Gu Xiu finishing the dungeon, he didn't even reply to others' messages saying thank you for their hard work. So he immediately chose to return to the town. Immediately, Luo Xiang saw Gu Xiu walking around the town. Finally, he found a few newbies in the town to receive NPCs, and a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Boss, what are you going to do?" Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. But he saw Gu Xiu smiling, choosing the baby he had dismissed in the dungeon, and saying, "Of course, let's have some fun with Blizzard." After that, the baby was successfully summoned, but to Luo Xiang's expectation, the plague debuff should have disappeared automatically after leaving the dungeon. At this time, it's still on the baby, and the moment it was summoned, the plague immediately infected Gu Xiu's character. Immediately afterwards, there are the novice NPCs standing nearby, and a large number of players gathered next to them. What is this for? I'm telling you, this game is definitely the most fun I've ever played. It's not an exaggeration to say it's the greatest game in the world. Let me tell you, you'll definitely not lose money playing this game. Listen to me and follow me. No, it'll be fine. Just make an account and I'll guide you. Don't worry. I'm an expert and will teach you in minutes that this game is interesting and actually very simple. What are you playing? The boss of the internet cafe blamed me for breaking his keyboard last time I played, and the game was too childish. Let's play some masterpieces. Come on, I'll show you the game I play. If nothing else, just the graphics, which are far different from other games. The only games with such graphics now are World of Warcraft and Super Warriors. In the internet cafe, Zhang Shuai was wearing headphones and chatting with his online date across from him. He skillfully found the game he was recently obsessed with in the game folder. World of Warcraft. As a young man who is at the forefront of trends, Zhang Shuai is very familiar with various games. Whether it was Bubblegum before or Super Fight, Supernova Battle, later, Zhang Shuai can tell you everything. And this time, with World of Warcraft taking the world by storm, Zhang Shuai will naturally not miss this world-class game. He also brought the online dating partner he had picked up in the bubble hall. Speaking of this, Zhang Shuai felt very good. Online dating. Although there seems to be a lot of this kind of thing in this era, our online dating partner is still a beautiful girl who likes to play games, which is not to mention how glorious it is. Now, he plans to bring his online dating partner to experience this game that is as important to him as Super Fighter. "Brother, I'm online. Where are you? How should I go? Wow, this picture is really exquisite, but this character is too ugly, not as beautiful as the dance. Where are you? What should I do next? I haven't played this kind of game. Didn't you say you want to take me? Where are you?" Listening to the soft and waxy voice of the online dating partner in the headphones, Zhang Shuai felt like his heart melted. He hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, honey. I'm on my way now. I'll be there soon. Don't worry. This game looks complicated, but it's actually very simple. Look to your right and see if there is a task reminder bar. Just follow the tasks. Let me tell you, this game is world-class, and it is an agent of Solaris games. I heard that they have made a lot of improvements in game guidance, so even computer novices can play it. This is the truth. The original World of Warcraft actually has a certain game threshold, especially in terms of novice guidance. Even when many players enter the game for the first time, they may even feel confused and have no idea what they should do. But the server is under the three-body game agent. They have comprehensively optimized the game's novice guidance and mission system, and even made some localized improvements to the in-game text. It is guaranteed that Dragon Kingdom players can understand it. Really, the girl on the other side of the headset was immediately pleasantly surprised. It's true. Brother, you're so awesome. This game looks really good. Except for the character being a bit ugly. It's different from all the games I've played. Listening to the girl's surprised cheers in the headset. The corner of Zhang Shuai's mouth unconsciously raised a confident smile, and he knew that this girl would definitely like the game he recommended. In this case, they won't drift apart just because they don't play games together. On the contrary, they might even get closer because of this game. Even for a moment, he thought about getting closer and closer to this girl in the future, and even finally getting married together, and preferably having 2 children, a boy and a girl, who would both call him daddy. This series of thoughts made Zhang Shuai couldn't help but bring up a lewd smile on his face. Even his saliva was almost dripping out. The person next to me, who was surfing the internet, even subconsciously moved to the side. But for that, Zhang Shuai didn't care at all. On the contrary, Zhang Shuai felt very benefited from the gazes of these singles. But at this moment, Zhang Shuai's intracranial fantasy was quickly shattered by the scream from the headphones. Ah, how did I die? What's going on in this game? If it's okay, I'll die. Huh? Dead? What's going on? Zhang Shuai became confused. It's not because you're too stupid, so you died. It's not like that. The novice missions of World of Warcraft are very simple and can be completed with your eyes closed. How could someone still die? After saying this, Zhang Shuai felt that he shouldn't say that. Good thing. After all, the girl he likes is a treasure girl. Not only was he not angry at Zhang Shuai's complaints, but he became cute. You actually said I'm stupid. Am I really that stupid? Ahem, neither stupid nor stupid. Zhang Shuai hurriedly replied. Look to see if your equipment has not been passed on, otherwise it is generally impossible to be like this. I wore it. I put on the equipment given in the mission right away. He also had a guide prompting me to change equipment. I clicked on each one. Zhang Shuai frowned. Normally it shouldn't be. It may be that your blood volume was too low and you accidentally died. It's okay. There is no loss in early death. For novice protection, you can resurrect. Okay. Seeing that the treasure girl stopped talking, Zhang Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. While continuing to run in the direction of the girl, he continued to enjoy the wonderful enjoyment he had before. But, what's going on? Why did I die again? Is this game so difficult? I don't even want to play it. How can I still die on a novice mission? What? Dead again? Zhang Shuai was a little helpless and recalled carefully. The first time he played this before, nothing seemed so outrageous. What's going on now? Has the difficulty increased? Or is this girl really a fool? Have you changed your equipment? Absolutely. Where is your blood volume? I just checked specifically. My blood volume is full, and I didn't even go out of the city. I just handed in the mission and died in the city. This shouldn't be true. Where are you? Are you here? Come on. I'll be here soon. Just wait for me. I'll come over to help you check. This time, Zhang Shuai couldn't think about anything else. His mind was full of questions. He didn't understand why people could die in the city after handing in tasks. But within the next few minutes, Zhang Shuai witnessed it with his own eyes. What does it mean to go from a soft girl to a violent girl? He could hear the voice constantly coming from the earphones. What's going on, brother? I can't hand over this task. Every time I walk in front of this person, I die. Is this game not welcoming to me? What's going on now? People are dying all the time. What's the point? This game, I feel a little boring. I don't want to play it anymore. Damn it, I died right after resurrecting. I don't even have a chance to walk in front of the NPC. These people are all glowing with green light. I die as soon as I wake up. I can't play it at all. What kind of broken game is this? What kind of stupid design is this? Is this kind of game a world-class game? I won't play it anymore. I won't play it anymore. This cute girl, just in front of Zhang Shuai's eyes, completely changed from a soft and cute girl to a girl who was hoarse and completely broke her defenses. He even started to swear, obviously very angry. "Don't be angry, baby. Wait a minute. I'm already here. I'll be there soon. Don't worry. I'll see what's going on. Something must have gone wrong. Don't worry. Wait for me a moment." Zhang Shuai comforted him and drove on at full speed. But it's a pity. Currently, there is no such thing as teleportation in World of Warcraft. There is often a long map between cities, and you want to reach the city where the girl is. Need to travel through several wild scenes. When Zhang Shuai finally arrived at the door of the map where the girl was, after a lot of hard work, the girl finally hung up the voice call with regret. He also left a sentence: "I don't play this crappy game. Don't ask me to play games in the future. I suspect that you asked me to play games just to torment me. Goodbye. Stop contacting me and delete your friends." At that moment, Zhang Shuai was stunned. For a moment, he even felt a little sour in his heart. He was about to lick it, but what happened was that because of the distance on the map, he didn't even see the girl for the last time. And now, it's over. All is lost. The girl has already quit the game and even deleted his Penguin account, without even giving him a chance to explain. Standing at the city gate, Zhang Shuai was a little confused for a while. This city, should I enter or shouldn't I enter? But when Zhang Shuai looked sad, he saw a player suddenly appear in the aperture outside the city. But there is a difference. This player has a green light on him. What's this? The next second, he saw the player rushing in front of him, and then Zhang Shuai was surprised to find that a green light appeared on his body, which seemed to indicate something ominous. Is this a new special effect? It looks really unique. It even has light effects when running. It's awesome. Zhang Shuai started laughing. But the smile didn't last long, and he was suddenly surprised to find that his blood volume began to drop rapidly with the appearance of the light effect. And I can't control it at all. At first, he only paid attention to the light effect, but did not notice that his blood volume was dropping. When he reacted, he was already lying on the ground. Oh, what's going on? What happened? Although I still don't understand the situation, it seems that resurrection is the only option now. But Zhang Shuai would never have imagined it. When he was resurrected, the nightmare really began. As soon as the battle started at the resurrection point, he saw the corpses of countless players lying on the ground. All living people have a strange green light on them. Even, not only the players, but also the NPCs all carry this green light. Place the mouse on the buff bar in the upper right corner and take a look. Plague. Seeing this, Zhang Shuai was stunned. What's going on? Can there still be plagues in the game? Of course there will be no plague in the game, but there will definitely be bugs. Zhang Shuai didn't understand this sentence at this time. But soon, that night, when a plague bug was discovered by countless players and began to spread to one city after another. The disaster caused by this bug. It has completely become an unprecedented plague in the game of Warcraft. No city is immune. Likewise, no regional server can survive this disaster. This disaster comes from a bottom-level code bug in the World of Warcraft version update. So no matter what you do, there is no way to avoid this code error. The really scary thing is, the spread of this plague has attracted the attention of countless players. Even from the initial US server, it has begun to expand to various regional servers around the world. Even the national server is not immune. The once safest city suddenly turned into the most terrifying hell overnight. Just walk into the city. You will immediately fall into never-ending death. The plague has infected all player cities. The constant death and rebirth make this debuff seem to never disappear. To know, although this is just a game, player death will cause huge losses, whether it is equipment durability or player experience. For most players, these are all issues of visibility. In this case, players began to become polarized. Some people think that this event is not about bugs, but to show the authenticity of the game. They are so enthusiastic about it that they even spend one day studying how to spread the plague when they have nothing to do. Of course, only a small number of people have this idea. More people are actually very distressed about their unexplained deaths, and some people even don't bother to play the game after dying several times. After all, most people don't play games to pursue infinite death and rebirth. In such a situation, In major regional servers around the world, the online rate of World of Warcraft players has dropped rapidly. Similarly, a large number of complaints have poured in like snowflakes. As a game company, Blizzard was naturally aware of this problem immediately. After all, this is their current flagship game. In fact, they had already discovered this problem just an hour after the plague bug appeared. But at that time, no one took it seriously. After all, this seems to be just a very simple and trivial matter. And some people within the company even think that this is actually a good thing to make it more interesting for players. But when the situation expanded rapidly, and even in just 2 days, the plague spread to all regions around the world, they couldn't calm down anymore. Waste. Are you all a bunch of waste? You even told me that this was a good thing before, but now, look at our active player data. In the office of Blizzard's World of Warcraft project team, Quincy was scolding a group of programmers under him with an angry face. The employees who were scolded all lowered their heads. Don't even dare to fart. Seeing everyone like this, Quincy was of course not willing to just give up. At this moment, he started shouting, "Speak! You trash! How could this matter have caused such a big fuss if it weren't for your words? Now that the superiors are taking this matter very seriously, why are you all pretending to be dead now? You didn't even notice such a serious bug before. Don't you want to take responsibility now if something goes wrong?" Someone finally stopped being silent and muttered, "We have said before that this version is not perfect yet, and it will take at least a month to test and perfect it, but if you don't give us time, there is nothing we can do." "What did you say?" Quincy suddenly turned cold. "No, it's nothing." Being stared at by his leader, the man's courage suddenly disappeared, and he shook his head repeatedly. "Trash." Quincy curled his lips. "You are all a bunch of trash." As soon as these words came out, many people looked ugly. After all, being scolded like this would make anyone angry. What? Aren't you happy to be scolded like this? That's easy. Then solve the current problem. Immediately. Otherwise, pack your things and get out now. Do you know how many new employees come for interviews every day? If you're not qualified for the job, then resign and leave as soon as possible. Let someone with more ability come. Quincy cursed again. This time, no one said anything. Although everyone was angry, this job is indeed rare. No one is willing to give up this job with good salary and benefits. One thing to say, when it comes to social animals, it is actually the same all over the world. Okay, now tell me, how do you plan to deal with this problem, and how long do you plan to solve it? Finally having enough scolding, Quincy couldn't help but ask. This is his habit. Anyway, no matter what, let me scold you first and make yourself feel comfortable before talking. Originally thought, this problem that should be easily solved seems not as simple as imagined at this time. This bug is a bit unusual. We don't know yet why such a bug occurs. We carefully investigated and verified our code and found that this buff cannot be taken out of the dungeon. Moreover, it is also very difficult to eliminate this buff now, which will cause many chain reactions. We currently have no good way to limit this problem. A programmer answered, lowering his head with a bitter look on his face. As long as there are programs, there will be bugs. This is doomed. Not to mention that for such a large-scale online game, some bugs are even more bizarre, and not all bugs can be easily repaired. This is the truth. This time the plague bug itself was unexpected. According to their original design, this plague debuff was actually impossible to take out of the dungeon, let alone be infected all the time, and even NPCs would become poison kings. But the current situation is, the bug just happened, and they couldn't even find the core of the problem, and it was even difficult to fix it. This involves code issues. In such a game composed of massive codes, all the codes themselves have a certain degree of correlation, and it is not an exaggeration to say that one move can affect the whole body. Many times, even fixing one bug leads to more bugs. This situation is not uncommon. It can even be said to be very common in this industry. So in the face of this bug, they actually dare not act rashly. So serious? Quincy frowned. You can't solve it? It can definitely be solved, but we need time and manpower. Based on our current manpower, I'm afraid it will take at least 24 hours. Someone answered. Others nodded in agreement. 24 hours is considered good. Considering that they currently have no clue about this bug, it will be good if they can solve it within 24 hours. But it's a pity. Quincy directly rejected it without hesitation. No. It can only be solved within 24 hours. Are you thinking too much? Do you understand that the current decline in player activity data? If it continues like this, all our players will be gone in 24 hours. The man shook his head helplessly, but there is no way, unless we add more manpower now. To be honest, even if we add more manpower now, it won't be able to improve for long. This bug involves too many things. Is there no other way? Quincy raised his eyebrows. Although he liked to PUA his subordinates frequently, he also liked to curse them every now and then if something went wrong. But that doesn't mean he's an idiot. He himself understood that with so many people saying that the problem was serious, it certainly couldn't be solved by simply cursing. Actually, it's not impossible. Someone said it this time. On the bug hunter side, someone has contacted us about the bug before. I suspect it is this bug, and they said they had a way to solve it at the time. If we're in a hurry, we can actually... No. Before he finished speaking, Quincy interrupted the other party directly. Why are we looking for a bug hunter? We are the world's top game company. Why should we find some outsiders to interfere with us? This is not interference. It is a rational use of resources. In fact, Three Body Games uses this method. The man said a little unwillingly. Touch. It was okay not to talk about the Three Body game. When he mentioned it, Quincy suddenly became furious. The Three Body game has no ability. What kind of garbage are they? How can they be compared with us? Seeing Quincy's excitement, everyone fell silent. They actually understand it. Because Quincy had a conflict with Three Body Games. It is said that when Three Body Games wanted to win the agency rights of World of Warcraft, they had been in contact with Quincy. But Quincy relied on his status and reached out for benefits. Other agencies all tried their best to send money and cars, but only Three Body Games ignored it all. When Quincy took the initiative to bring up this topic, Three Body Games gave Quincy a bad look. Many people don't know the specifics, but one thing is certain. Quincy really doesn't have any good impressions of the Three Body game, and even curses it every time it is mentioned. If we don't ask for help from vulnerability hunters, we will do it on our own. If we want to reduce the impact and losses, there's only one way. Someone said, "What can I do?" "Stop taking it." "What?" Quincy was shocked. "This is the only way. To be honest, we said that we will solve it within 24 hours. This is actually a nice thing to say. In fact, it may take longer. And in such a long time, the impact on the game is completely uncontrollable. If you want to reduce the impact and solve the bug, I am afraid that the only way is to temporarily stop the server." "Can't stop the server." Quincy replied without hesitation. "What if we stop the server now? The impact is too great. We absolutely cannot stop the server. But, I'm telling you, you have to fix this bug yourself. I'll give you 4 hours. If you can't solve in 4 hours, you can pack up and get out. I'll let the new guy take charge." Now I'm done. Next, I hope you'll bring me good news. Quincy didn't give everyone a chance to speak. At this time, he said something unceremoniously, turned around, and left quickly. For such a big matter, he needed to communicate not only with his subordinates, but also with his superiors. But he just left here. His subordinates all looked at each other in confusion. How to do this? There's no way it can be done. What can be done? In an instant, many people's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It seems to be in my heart. Some kind of decision was made. "Mr. Frank, don't worry. We will solve this problem as soon as possible." This time, it was caused by a few temporary workers who did not take the game seriously during the test. I have drafted several dismissal letters now. After the storm is over, I will fire these people as soon as possible to set an example. At the same time, I will speed up the internal rectification. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Mr. Frank. In the office, Quincy, who was originally the talker in the project team, was now groveling and nervously conducting his work report. This time the problem is too big. He was under the greatest pressure, so he prepared a set of words at the first opportunity. Contract workers, interns taking the blame. This kind of thing is a common method used by companies all over the world. As for whether it is really like this, only God knows. Anyway, for Quincy, the most important thing is to maintain his position. Good thing. After all, he had already made preparations before. Not to mention that as an old man in the company, his words were quite effective, and his immediate boss did not blame him too much. It's normal to have bugs. The important thing is the speed and method we solve the bug. I believe in your ability. Since you are confident that you can solve the problem within 4 hours, then I will wait for your good news. As for other problems, let's wait until the first problem is solved. Frank pondered for a moment and then continued. Quincy, I heard that a vulnerability hunter website came to us. Is it even related to this incident? There is indeed such a thing. Quincy was shocked. Then you rejected them? Rejected. After answering this, Quincy noticed that his immediate boss frowned for a moment and seemed a little unhappy. Mr. Frank, this vulnerability hunter website is just a small team organized by a group of stragglers. We don't need to take them seriously at all. Quincy was the first to say, moreover, we are the most powerful game company in the world after all. If we need help from such a group of hackers like Spoliers Games, shouldn't we be laughed at? What we have to do is to solve our own problems, and we can solve these problems ourselves, so we don't need to cooperate with a group of hackers. After all, the risk here is too great. If it's just a bug, maybe it's nothing, but if these hackers enter our system and leave something behind, our losses may be even more severe. To Quincy's relief, Frank finally nodded and acknowledged his statement. Your concerns are reasonable. But before Quincy could completely relax, Frank said again, but when it comes to the issue of vulnerability hunters, I don't think we need to be so biased. I heard that all hackers on this website have undergone real name authentication, which can ensure corporate security to the greatest extent. As for what you said, our game company cannot ask for help from outsiders. I don't think the problem can be viewed that way. Just like 3-Body Games, I think their approach this time is worth learning from. Our own strength is limited. If we can find foreign aid and outsourcing, it will be easier and simpler. It can speed up efficiency and reduce expenses for us. Furthermore, 3-Body Games has also done a very good job in terms of image this time. What they said is to bring a better experience to players and to allow players to have better gaming fun. I think this is worth learning from. Quincy was silent at this point. What else could he say? He couldn't say anything. The only thing he could do was nod, as if he was listening carefully to what the leader said. But in my heart, still somewhat disdainful. Mr. Frank, I've been thinking about what you said, but this time there's really no need to ask bug hunters for help. We can solve the problem independently. After thinking about it, Quincy said, 3-Body Games may be doing well, but there is one biggest difference between us and 3-Body Games. That is, we have technical strength that 3-Body Games does not have. We can easily solve problems that they cannot solve. Although this bug is serious and sudden, for us, everything is under control and there is no problem at all. It's the same sentence. In 4 hours at most, we will be able to solve this problem. Then we will give the players some compensation, and this problem can be solved smoothly. Quincy said this with a bit of arrogance. Frank saw it, but in the end he said nothing. Arrogant. With the arrival of the new century, many people at Blizzard have such emotions, especially after the great success of World of Warcraft. Many of them have such emotions. This is normal, and it's not a big problem. After all, arrogance, from another perspective, is confidence, right? After all, we are all industry bosses. If we don't be arrogant and confident, what kind of industry boss would we be? Next, Frank told Quincy again about the company's next plans. In fact, it is a cliché. The great success of World of Warcraft has allowed Blizzard to see a new direction. Although World of Warcraft has just been launched not long ago, Blizzard has already begun to prepare new projects. What is currently tentatively planned is a cross-generational 3A quality online game. But, for now, this game is still in its infancy stage, and it still needs a lot of arrangements and improvements in the future. And when the two talked for less than an hour, there was a knock on the office door. It was the people from the technical department who brought the good news. Mr. Quincy, the bug has been fixed. Fix the bug so quickly? To be honest, Even Quincy was surprised, but his big leader was here, and Quincy couldn't show it. He just waved his hand and said, "Okay, I understand. Although this problem has been dealt with, the impact is difficult to make up for, so I will announce this problem at a follow-up meeting." Now you... Before Quincy could finish his leadership tone, he saw the man suddenly take out an envelope from his arms and hand it over. What? Quincy didn't know what he was talking about. He took it subconsciously and looked at the technician strangely. Resignation letter? His subordinate nodded and replied in a neither humble nor condescending manner. "Yes, I want to resign. Blizzard is not suitable for me, and this position is not suitable for me, especially when I need to accept your abuse every day. It is even more difficult for me to accept, so I hope to resign and leave." What? Quincy's expression suddenly froze. This doesn't sound good to me. Moreover, he resigned when he resigned. Now he's resigning in front of his boss. He is clearly telling his boss that he resigned because of himself. Gone. Good thing. Looking back at his boss, he didn't look angry. This made Quincy relieved. He secretly thought that his boss was still protecting him. He curled his lips and said, "I'm happy to resign. I accept any resignation here. Of course, although I don't care whether you resign, I still want to remind you that if you resign now, it will be very difficult to find a company like Blizzard, whether it's potential or salary." This was actually a show of superiority. Since this person dared to embarrass me in person, even if he regretted it, I would definitely let him pack his things and get out. But to pity, to Quincy's expectation, this man not only did not look regretful at all, but instead smiled proudly. "I'm really sorry. Before I resigned, a game company was already talking to me. I think if nothing else happens, I will join a new company soon after I leave here." What? This guy talks about job hopping so blatantly? Quincy immediately felt as if he had eaten a dead fly and said with a smile, "I have joined a new company. That is really awesome. I wonder what company it is, but it is a waste that is going to be eliminated by us." Eliminated waste? You really put yourself in a good position. If you want to be eliminated, I should eliminate Blizzard, or you should be eliminated. After all, I was not fired, but I took the initiative to resign. After all, he was going to resign. At this time, he didn't give any face. The key point was that Quincy was disgusted in the end. "Oh, by the way, you should know the company I want to join. 3-Body Game. They will start to develop the North American market recently. Now, they have established a North American branch. The treatment is much better than the current treatment. More importantly, there are no rubbish leaders like you." After leaving these words, the man turned around and left. As for Quincy, his face was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with water. This is a slap in the face. He was slapped in the face by his own men. But before he could think clearly, he saw many people coming from behind. They are all his subordinates, and everyone has an envelope in their hand. "I want to resign. I resign, idiot. I don't have to wait for you to be fired. Resign, resign. You have already been fired by me. God bless. I finally don't have to see you, a garbage man, anymore." The next half hour. For Quincy, it was a huge disaster. Resignation wave. As soon as the bug problem was solved, it suddenly broke out. Or rather, in fact, the bug was not solved, because just when Quincy was still forced to accept the embarrassment caused by a large number of employees resigning, everyone suddenly discovered it. The so-called bug has been fixed, but it was forcibly fixed in a simple and crude way that can easily cause big problems. Really, the problem of the spread of the plague was solved. But when the player tried to leave the dungeon with the plague again, he died suddenly. Even, not just players with ulterior motives, but also players who want to get a dungeon after completing the dungeon normally. The same. Disaster broke out completely. What's even more frightening is that the back-end coders of the game company's project team resign one by one at this time. Blizzard. It's on fire. World of Warcraft. Totally popular. Breaking news. Blizzard's World of Warcraft has encountered an unprecedented vicious bug. Many servers around the world have been shut down urgently today, and the reopening time is to be determined. This is an unprecedented disaster. World of Warcraft, as a world-class online game, has to temporarily shut down its servers because of a game bug. Such a large-scale shutdown has never happened in the history of games. Insider. It is said that this bug cannot be fixed immediately, and it is related to the resignation of many programmers in the Warcraft division. We interviewed several programmers who resigned. It is said that they encountered long-term workplace PUA at Blizzard and chose to resign out of tolerance. Currently, the Warcraft division has not responded to this. They just said that they're doing their best to fix the bug. That night, World of Warcraft has become completely famous and has successfully made the headlines of major newspapers and magazines. Not only traditional media, but also the internet media, which is the main front, has reported a lot about it. World of Warcraft has finally been temporarily suspended. No way. The bug this time seems to be very simple, but in fact the code involved is massive. If there are no large-scale resignations, we may still be able to persist. But it's a pity. At exactly this time, many core technicians from the Warcraft division resigned, causing this bug incident that was already extremely difficult to deal with to completely explode. Although Blizzard immediately dispatched many personnel to join in the repair, there is currently no good countermeasure. In desperation, in order to stabilize the declining player activity rate, they had to start a complete server shutdown, hoping to solve the bug problem as soon as possible and improve player reputation and activity. This is an incredible disaster, even a disaster that could shock the entire gaming community. After all, this is Blizzard. Perhaps for large game companies such as Konami and Nintendo, Blizzard is still just an infant. But it is undeniable. Over the past 10 years, Blizzard has made extremely outstanding and significant contributions to the entire gaming industry. Lost Vikings, StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo. Each of these works can be considered popular, especially after World of Warcraft was launched. That series of gorgeous and breathtaking data has made Blizzard rise to the altar in the hearts of countless people. In the hearts of many people. They have even surpassed their predecessors to some extent and become a giant in the future. Some people even said so. The next 10 years belong to Blizzard. But for such a company, such a big loophole has appeared at this moment, and even had to suspend services on a large scale because of this loophole. Most people felt incredible when they heard the news. Curiosity follows closely behind. Curious about why they fell to this point because of a bug, curious about why they didn't find the bug, curious about what this bug is that is so difficult to fix. And under such curiosity, more and more information was being unearthed. At this time, people suddenly discovered a name that many people had never even heard of in this series of reports. Bug Hunter. It is said that this bug has been discovered by vulnerability hunters before and Blizzard issued a warning. But unfortunately, Blizzard did not take this bug seriously. Vulnerability Hunter is a platform built entirely by hackers. It is mainly used to find and repair vulnerabilities in various companies' product systems. They even bring together the world's top hackers. Blizzard may be a little too arrogant. It is said that they did not bother to cooperate with this Vulnerability Hunter's website at first, but later regretted it. But the Vulnerability Hunter did not intend to pay attention to them. This Vulnerability Hunter is so powerful. Who knows what the website is? I want to see what these hackers look like. What are you thinking? This is a website that accepts commissions. Although everyone can enter the website, you could basically not see any hackers speaking. It is only information about commissions from companies and whether they have accepted orders. Does that mean that if I feel that there's a problem with my company's internal procedures and I can't handle it myself, I can ask them for help? Yes, that's what they do. It is said that the business they accept is very complicated, and it seems that they can take on any business. That's awesome. Traditional media reports may still have reservations, but it is different on the internet, a platform where you can speak freely. Soon, the website Vulnerability Hunter was officially exposed to the eyes of netizens. This made netizens immediately aware of the existence of this website, and also allowed netizens to learn about the tip of the iceberg of real hackers for the first time. People are always curious about unknown things. Hackers are obviously one of them. And now, when a website like Vulnerability Hunter appears, it makes a lot of money right away, with more and more people becoming curious about bug hunters. And more news about vulnerability hunters began to slowly appear in front of the public on the internet and even in traditional media. World of Warcraft is not the only company that suffered losses this time because it did not trust bug hunters, but they are relatively well known. I heard that bug hunters are holding a competition called bug hunting. Many bugs were actually discovered by them this time, and it is said that in order to increase bonuses, bug hunters use these bugs to try to negotiate cooperation with related companies, but many people refused. I've heard about this news too. I heard that World of Warcraft rejected bug hunters, so this bug happened to break out, causing such huge losses. Too little news, but I heard that it's not just bug hunters who got caught because of the bug this time. Indeed, I heard that there is a loophole in the internal system of a business company. Someone took advantage of the loophole and placed hundreds of millions of orders for them. Now they're almost losing money. That thing is too far away from us. I heard that there is a problem with KFC's online ordering system. Some people took advantage of this ordering system and used the reputation of the headquarters to promote a crazy Thursday activity, all of which were not even able to make back the original capital. When KFC found out, they almost cried to death. You said this. I also ordered food yesterday, haha. I spent 1 cent and ate for 2 days, but I haven't finished it yet. But it's not just that. I heard that an airline system also had a bug. Some people even used the bug to create a ghost flight. All the people who bought tickets were deceived. They are now collectively suing the airline to compensate them for the ticket price and the economic losses caused by the fake flights. Every system in this world has bugs. This bug cannot be fixed by repairing it. World of Warcraft is just an example, and more companies may be affected in the future. Listening to what you guys are saying, I think it's quite interesting to find bugs. If you find any bugs, please let me know so I can share. I missed a 1 cent luxury meal, and I missed free product from the trading company. I didn't even earn other people's air tickets. In the end, I even encountered game bugs like World of Warcraft. Can you let me know when such good things happen again in the future? From today on, I will be a person who searches for bugs all over the world. Is there anyone who didn't bring me along? It turns out that bugs can do so many things. I also want to be a hacker. Is there anyone taking a disciple? I want to learn to be a hacker. Looking at this series of discussions, Gushio couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face. It can be said that the internet trolls he put so much effort into building were not in vain. Yes, internet trolls. Gushio has played this thing more than once since. He came back from rebirth, and it works every time. To this end, Gushio specially prepared a room specifically for internet trolls in a Lycan's mansion. The room was filled with computers, which even made sure Ching Song complain about whether Gushio planned to open an internet cafe at home. Of course, it is impossible to open an internet cafe. In fact, it is just an attempt made by Gushio. Automated network trolls. Thanks to the highly developed internet in the previous life, internet trolls were everywhere and even formed large-scale industrialized internet trolls. In fact, Gushio had used the water army more than once before. However, what Gushio did in the past were simple and crude methods of directly spending real money and hiring people as pirates. To put it bluntly, it's just a low-level method. It costs more, and it is difficult to screen the quality of the trolls. To put it bluntly, it is thankless. In that era when internet trolls didn't know anything, that method really worked. But that method becomes less and less useful later on. Therefore, improving his Navy team has always been what Gushio wanted to do. It's just that I've been busy before and didn't have the time to do it. Mainly because Gushio wanted to show off. But after coming to Aliken, Gushio had more time, and sometimes he became more bored. He simply took advantage of the fact that he had nothing to do, and began to try to complete the construction of his Navy team. In fact, I really have to thank myself for my work experience in my previous life. He is an independent game producer. He has also studied the game sales process and even learned about the online troll industry. Some high-end internet trolls. Manpower is no longer needed. In fact, a studio often only has a dozen or even a few people, coupled with a large number of mobile phones, computers, and other creative equipment. It can help with likes, comments, positive and negative reviews, and even start a shouting match on the internet. The two parties can set the pace just like real users. When Gushio saw that scene, he was shocked. Therefore, for his own online troll team, Gushio also followed the model of the online troll company he visited. Automation. Moreover, Gushio did better than them. What he pursues is not likes on any platform, but various comments. To this end, he even roped in several AI research teams at Stanford to create a whole set of programs under the guise of companionship and chatting. I won't talk about complicated things, just talk about the functions simply and directly. Such as this time. Gushio needed to amplify the bug events in World of Warcraft and improve the status and popularity of the Vulnerability Hunter website. He only needed to enter some keywords he needed into the program. AI will directly generate a series of discussions and automatically start discussions on various platforms, forums, and other places. Certainly, there is still a difference between it and a real person. After all, it is just a simple little AI, and some questions cannot be understood at all. But it's just a troll, so it's really not a big problem. And this time, looking at the discussion across the internet, even some traditional media reports have begun to participate in reporting on vulnerability hunters. Gushio understood. On automated network water division. It's a victory in the first battle. Boss, you are so awesome. With just a few dozen computers, it will open the forum you want, and then automatically start to post replies. The key is that these replies are like real people. That's awesome. With this thing, you can do anything, right? There are only 3 people in the world who know about Gushio's Navy, Gushio, Shi Song, and Luo Xiang, who is currently visiting Gushio's Navy barracks computer room. After all, Shi Song lives here, so he has already witnessed the power of Gushio, a million-year Navy master, with his own eyes, but Shi Song is more concerned about Gushio's skills. And Luo Xiang. What I saw was the future prospects of this thing. The prospects are huge. The prospects of this thing are huge. Now, with the popularization of the internet, more and more people like to browse information on the internet, and the media people who were originally supposed to be mouthpieces have begun to become people with accounts on the internet. Boss, you, the internet troll, can definitely create a new media power, and there are many things that can be used with this thing. Whether it is for internet product promotion, future film and television productions, or even physical product launches, it can be used. Moreover, if used well, it can also be used to protect oneself and attack opponents. If it is powerful enough, it may even be able to influence the direction of world public opinion. As he said this, Luo Xiang suddenly thought of something. Boss, why don't you just start a media company? Get a media company? Gushio became interested. Yes. Luo Xiang nodded and analyzed. I have thought about it before. In fact, we have internet word-of-mouth platforms, whether it is domestic Penguin or overseas Facebook, and we also have entertainment company business. In fact, it is completely possible to set up a media company. The benefits are obvious. After all, whether it is to maintain the brand reputation of our companies or to guide some negative public opinion, we can take some initiative. Now that your business is expanding, boss, we need the power of the media to protect ourselves even more. A media tycoon like Murdoch may not be the most profitable, but no matter where he is, others need to give him enough face, because he controls the largest media company in the world. Boss, you can actually consider this aspect. You mean, if we build a media, do you think we should acquire it, or just recreate it? Gushio asked. Luo Xiang thought for a while. Acquisition is better, but we can't rely on acquisition. We still need to rebuild from scratch. These words made Gushio interested. What do you mean? The acquisition is to save trouble, make it easier to establish a foothold in the industry, and avoid some problems caused by startups. But what do you mean by re-establishing? Internet. Luo Xiang answered. This answer made Gushio couldn't help but admire in his heart. As expected of you. 3 shots. But Luo Xiang had already continued his analysis. Today's traditional media mainly focuses on print media, magazines, newspapers, and television media, such as TV stations. What we acquire is mainly in this area. This can also give us a certain degree of influence, but we also have a more important direction, which is the construction of media on the internet. Tell me more in detail. Gushio urged with a smile. The internet has become more and more popular. In the past, Many ordinary people mainly relied on newspapers, magazines, and TV to obtain information, but now more and more people are starting to get advice from the internet. This will be cheaper, more convenient, and faster. After all, just sit in front of the computer and open the browser. You can see all kinds of news and information from the other side of the world. This temptation is much more interesting than traditional media. Moreover, the internet also has the ability to speak for itself. In the past, when people read newspapers, they could only discuss topics with people around them who were equally interested, but now they can chat with people from all over the world on the internet. In this way, I'm sure traditional media will inevitably begin to decline rapidly in the future, and we need to start expanding the media field on the internet. This is a new media direction. We have mastered the two magic weapons of Penguin and Facebook, and we're in the right place at the right time. As long as we focus on traditional media and use our own product platform as leverage, we will definitely be able to build this new media platform. At this point, Luo Xiong paused briefly. I have thought about this before, but it is thankless to think about. And because it is a computer, it will be very difficult to control the direction of public opinion. But after meeting my boss, the so-called internet troll, I suddenly discovered that we can definitely increase our efforts in this area. Because we really have too many advantages. If we don't develop in this area, I always feel that we are at a loss. After telling his inner thoughts, Luo Xiong looked at his boss with some anxiety, with a bit of hope in his eyes. This was a thought he had always had, and now he told Gu Xiu for the first time. To be honest, although he is very optimistic about this thing, Luo Xiong actually has no idea whether it can be used, whether it is effective or not, and whether there will be any problems. I feel unsure. He wasn't sure his boss would support this. Good thing. The smile on Gu Xiu's face was obviously telling him clearly. He thinks too much. San Pao, I have said before that you are definitely both wise and brave, capable of both civil and military skills, capable of conquering all corners of the country, and capable of civilizing and rejuvenating the country. I am indeed right in saying this. Now it seems that I have to praise your vision. I have to admit, your vision is amazing. Gu Xiu praised him with emotion, and Luo Xiong was a little embarrassed by his praise. Busy said that his greatest vision was mainly to see the potential of his boss, so he could follow his boss and no longer have to worry about the trivial matters of life. This is a beautiful thing to say. However, Gu Xiu's attitude was still extremely sincere. He spoke from his heart. Luo Xiong can judge the future direction of change in the media field simply by relying on his own observation of the current situation. This alone is the only reason. Just amazing enough. Media. Gu Xiu had actually thought about this before, but to be honest, it was very difficult to do this in China. This is not to say what the domestic rhetoric is like. It's because it's very difficult to find suitable media companies in China to implement acquisitions. If you want to focus on developing new internet media, the domestic space is not big before. Even, not just at home, but also overseas. Internet consultation and browsing are indeed very convenient and fast, but after all, you still need a computer. In fact, in Gu Xiu's plan, before getting involved in this area, we had to wait until the mobile internet started to emerge. At that time, it will be the real era of the rise of new internet media. But, now that Luo Xiong mentioned it, it also reminded Gu Xiu. Today's new internet media may not have much achievements yet, but slowly it can be regarded as a good idea, and it will develop and grow bit by bit. It may even be easier to reach the top in the future. And, in recent years, the traditional media field has been impacted by internet media and has experienced a cliff-like decline. If you want to win a media company, now is actually the best time. Because of the overall difficulties faced by the current media field, these media companies currently have only two choices. Either spend money, attract investment, start getting involved in new internet media, and prepare for the future. Or we can only become a big fish eating the shrimp among the small fish and sell it at a good price. To put it bluntly, now is the time for major rectification. Boss, if you are interested, Now is a good opportunity to buy things at a low price, Luo Xiong suggested. Gu Xiu nodded and looked at Luo Xiong. You suddenly mentioned this. You must have some good options, right? Indeed, there is. Sure enough, Luo Xiong nodded repeatedly. In recent reports about our Vulnerability Hunter platform, several media outlets have appeared in my field of vision. Among them, I'm more optimistic about a company called Speed. Speed? Gu Xiu frowned. Luo Xiong explained, this is a small media company, mainly a local newspaper. However, their reports mainly focus on speed. The mining reports are very fast and very popular. Seeing that his boss still did not respond much, Luo Xiong thought for a while and said, moreover, this company has encountered a lot of economic problems recently, and it has attracted the attention of many large media. It is said that both Murdoch's News Online and large companies like Gannett value this company very much. So, boss, if you are interested, we might as well get in touch. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Luo Xiong originally thought that his boss was interested in the company he was talking about, but he didn't expect that Gu Xiu suddenly said, speaking of it, how is Gannett Company doing recently? Is it possible we can acquire it? Luo Xiong